In a post-apocalyptic rebirth, Wu Zhenzhen finds herself destitute after a divorce. Alone with her daughter, she amasses wealth in just 3 days through betting on soccer matches and lottery tickets, accumulating a fortune of 2 to 3 billion. Furthermore, she cunningly extracts a precious jade from her malevolent mother-in-law, unlocking a powerful space with extraordinary capabilities. Thereafter, Wu Zhenzhen busies herself expanding this space, purchasing villas, fortifying her luxurious residences, stockpiling goods, and cultivating crops. Together with her parents, younger brother, and daughter, she embarks on a distinctively different existence in the apocalyptic world. Chapter 1. Acquiring the Gemstone. Get out. Take this worthless burden and leave. The shrill voice of her mother-in-law, Wan Suehua, pierced her ears.
Ah, the pain.
Wu Zhenzhen gingerly touched her forehead and struggled to open her eyes, momentarily stunned by the familiarity of the living room.
Goal. Goal.
The excited commentary of a soccer match resonated from the television. Hearing this sound, so incongruous with the apocalypse, Wu Zhenzhen began to survey her surroundings. This is not a concentration camp of the end times. This is the living room of her home before the catastrophe. Regaining her composure, Wu Zhenzhen momentarily disregarded the throbbing pain from the tea bowl that Wan Suehua had hurled at her. Rushing into the bedroom, she beheld her daughter soundly asleep on the bed, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her precious child was still here, truly by her side. She had not been captured by the fiends. Tenderly caressing her daughter's warm, delicate face, Wu Zhenzhen felt as if she had crossed through time. Hey,
I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?
Hurry up and divorce my son. Take this worthless burden, and get out. Wan Suehua barged into the bedroom, her incessant tirade continuing. Ignoring her, Wu Zhenzhen seized her phone from the nightstand and noted the date displayed on the screen, July 1st, 20***. The virus had begun its rampage across Huaxia in October of 20***. Could it be that she had been reborn? Reborn before the onset of the apocalypse. A.S. memories of the viruses, earthquakes, torrential rains, extreme cold, tsunamis, sweltering heat, acid rain, and a relentless succession of calamities flooded her mind. Wu Zhenzhen couldn't help but shudder. Glancing at her daughter, she thought of her parents and younger brother in the countryside. Wu Zhenzhen silently vowed that this time, she would protect her family at all costs. How dare you treat me like air? I'll make sure you regret it, Wan Suehua shouted as she raised her hand to strike, only to be caught by Wu Zhenzhen. Call your son back and tell him I agree to the divorce, taking only our daughter and leaving with nothing. Wu Zhenzhen held Wan Suehua's hand firmly, her gaze unwavering as she spoke each word deliberately. Wan Suehua felt a shiver run down her spine as she met Wu Zhenzhen's determined eyes, which were now filled with an unfamiliar strength, instilling fear in her heart. The normally fierce and domineering woman was, in truth, quite fragile within. Quickly releasing Wu Zhenzhen's hand, Wan Suehua hurried to call her son. Little did she know, the current Wu Zhenzhen was a survivor of a decade in the apocalypse, having faced life and death situations for mere sustenance, and was no longer the meek and easily bullied version of herself. Within 2 minutes, her husband, Wan Yunpeng, returned with his mistress and a baby boy less than 3 months old. Their home was on the 22nd floor, while the mistress lived on the 28th in her previous life. Wu Zhenzhen had stubbornly refused to divorce not out of hope for this man, but because Wan Yunpeng had cheated and attempted to force her to leave. Empty-handed, an outrageous affront, in her former life, Wu Zhenzhen had clung fiercely to the idea of dragging their family down with her, refusing to let go of the marriage. In the post-apocalyptic world, Wan Suehua had consistently sought ways to send the supplies Wu Zhenzhen scavenged to the 28th floor, and Wu Zhenzhen eventually learned that the mistress was hidden within this very building. To her astonishment, as soon as Wu Zhenzhen agreed to the divorce, Wan Yunpeng's family no longer felt the need to hide, brazenly presenting both the mistress and their illegitimate child. Since the mistress's pregnancy, Wan Yunpeng had rarely returned home, especially after the birth of a son, not having set foot inside since. Oh my precious grandson has returned. Seeing the baby in Wan Yunpeng's arms, Wan Suehua's expression transformed from disdain to delight as she eagerly approached, treating the infant as if he were treasure. Indeed, Wan Suehua had relentlessly pressured Wu Zhenzhen to divorce her son solely for the sake of this boy. Ever since Wu Zhenzhen had given birth to her daughter 4 years prior, Wan Suehua had never shown her a kind face. Subsequently, Wu Zhenzhen had been pregnant twice more, but both times, Under pressure from her husband and mother-in-law, she had been coerced into abortion after ultrasounds revealed the fetuses were female. Afterward, Wu Zhenzhen secretly took contraceptive pills, ensuring she would not conceive again. Believing that Wu Zhenzhen would not bear any more children, Wan Suihua had ceased her torment, only to later encourage her son to cheat for the sake of a grandson. With her mother's support, the already fickle Wan Yunpeng had easily pursued his current mistress. Observing the loathsome bunch before her, Wu Zhenzhen found it futile to waste her emotions, for time was of the essence. Though 3 months remained for preparation, there was an abundance of supplies to procure, and she refused to squander a single second on these individuals. "I consent to the divorce, but on one condition," Wu Zhenzhen stated coldly, her eyes fixed on the seemingly harmonious family. "You greedy woman. Did you not just agree to leave empty-handed? How can you change your mind so quickly?" Wan Suihua shrieked at her. "Sister, look. Our little Lele is only 3 months old. The milk formula, diapers, clothes, toys, every single item costs money. Brother Yunpeng earns only a meager salary each month, certainly not enough to support Lele. If you take away the family assets, how will we survive? Woe is us." The mistress and Muni feigned delicacy as she spoke. Listening to the mistress's thieving rationale made Wu Zhenzhen feel nauseous. "I only want the gemstone left by my grandmother." Wu Zhenzhen, unwilling to squander any more time, went straight to the point. Let them revel in their foolishness for a few more months. The natural disasters of the apocalypse would soon deliver their just desserts. Expecting a lengthy negotiation with Wu Zhenzhen, Wan Suihua and Wan Yunpeng were instead relieved to hear that all she desired was that worthless stone. The gemstone had been presented by Wan Yunpeng's grandmother before her passing. The greedy mother and son had immediately taken the gemstone to an appraisal center, where it had been determined to be nothing more than a worthless rock. When it was first appraised, Wan Suihua had secretly cursed her late mother-in-law for considering it a family heirloom. Without hesitation, Wan Suihua retrieved a vintage wooden box from her room and tossed it to Wu Zhenzhen. "What gemstone? How can you just give it to her?" The mistress attempted to snatch it. Wan Yunpeng pulled her hand back, whispering into her ear it was appraised. "It's a fake gemstone, worth nothing. You're so wicked." The mistress playfully punched Wan Yunpeng's chest. Wu Zhenzhen had indeed overheard Wan Yunpeng's words but chose to remain silent, opening the box to examine the gemstone. Yes, it was the one she sought. A quiet laugh bubbled within her. They would soon regret their actions. However, this smile conveyed an entirely different meaning to Wan Suihua and her son. Exchanging knowing glances, the mother and son silently cursed her as a fool, yet another who mistook a worthless stone for treasure. Securing her documents, Wu Zhenzhen gently kissed her daughter's sleeping face. Accompanying Wan Yunpeng and the mistress to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wu Zhenzhen watched as Wan Yunpeng opened the passenger door for the mistress, while she calmly entered the back seat. Seeing the smug expression on the mistress's face, Wu Zhenzhen could only scoff in disdain. In the eyes of Wu Zhenzhen, a person returned from the apocalypse, such trivial tricks are utterly juvenile. She has no desire to squander her time and energy on these individuals. Chapter 2. Divorce. The Civil Affairs Bureau was relatively empty today, and they were quickly called to the counter. Wan Yunpeng anxiously conveyed the terms of their divorce to the staff, fearing that if he took too long, Wu Zhenzhen might have second thoughts. As the staff typed rapidly, they repeatedly confirmed details with Wu Zhenzhen. "Ms. Wu, are you certain that all marital assets during the union will belong to the husband?" "Yes." "Ms. Wu, are you sure that your daughter will be solely under your custody, with no child support required from the husband?"
Yes.
"Ms. Wu, I must remind you that if either party has committed infidelity or a significant fault, the other party has the right to claim a greater share of the marital assets. Are you certain you wish for all to remain with the husband?" The staff cast a sidelong glance at Wan Yunpeng, who was entwined with his mistress, and felt compelled to caution Wu Zhenzhen. "Why are you talking so much? Just write up the agreement as required," Wan Yunpeng interjected impatiently. "Keep your voice down. Can't you see the sign that says no loud talking?" The staff retorted. "If you keep this up, I'll have to ask you to leave and you won't be able to proceed with the divorce." The staff was already displeased with Wan Yunpeng's blatant display of affection with his mistress in front of Wu Zhenzhen. Wu Zhenzhen, having bottled up her anger for so long, was equally frustrated. Upon hearing the staff's words, Wan Yunpeng promptly fell silent, genuinely fearful that the divorce might not be finalized today. "If there are no objections, please proceed to the mediation room," the staff said, casting a resigned glance at Wu Zhenzhen. She stood and walked into the mediation room, glancing back to see the mistress, who was clinging to Wan Yunpring's arm, being barred from entering, and she stomped her foot in frustration. Wu Zhenzhen could only roll her eyes at the scene. The mediator was a kind middle-aged woman with a way with words, likely skilled at reconciling couples on the verge of divorce. However, Wu Zhenzhen was not inclined to spend excessive time in this setting. As soon as she sat down, she pointed at Wan Yunpring, who was still outside comforting his mistress. That woman bore my husband a child, who is now 3 months old. I do not wish to waste any more time watching them display their affection. So there is no need for mediation. The mediator glanced at the two still lingering at the door and, without further ado, instructed Wu Zhenzhen to sign, allowing her to leave. As she emerged, the two awaiting her looked tense, wondering if she had changed her mind. It's all settled. You just need to sign. Wu Zhenzhen replied, not wanting to engage in conversation but eager to complete the process swiftly. Wan Yunpeng rushed inside, relieved to find that the document was a waiver of mediation, and quickly signed it under the mediator's scrutinizing gaze. The trio returned to the front desk, and the staff, unsurprised by their swift return, had them sign a few more documents, informing them that after a month's cooling-off period, they could collect their divorce certificate. Upon exiting the bureau, Wu Zhenzhen hailed a cab home, eager to distance herself from the nauseating couple. Once at home, she found her daughter still asleep and began packing their belongings, which consisted of everyday items for both her and her daughter. Wan Suihua lingered at the doorway, watching her pack and worrying that she might take something valuable. In truth, there was little of value left in the room. After marrying, her salary card and the dowry had been taken by Wan Suihua under the pretense of managing household finances. Over the years, every penny spent had to be solicited from Wan Suihua, who was notoriously stingy, justifying her behavior as being frugal for the family. As a result, apart from essentials, Wu Zhenzhen had never purchased anything of worth. The gold jewelry bought at their wedding had been taken away by Wan Suihua on the second day, supposedly for a religious offering, and had never been returned. As Wu Zhenzhen was nearing completion with her packing, her daughter, Wan Yaoqi, affectionately known as Xiner, awoke. Xiner is awake, Wu Zhenzhen exclaimed, her heart swelling at the sight of her daughter, bleary-eyed and confused.
Mom?
Xiner, still in a daze, stared at her mother blankly.
Mom.
Is it really you? Not long after, Xiner burst into tears. Her sorrowful tone belied her tender age of 4.
Wait.
You can't be. Wu Zhenzhen quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might inadvertently reveal the truth of their rebirth. Mom, you too? Xiner gasped, equally incredulous. As she covered her mouth, Wu Zhenzhen nodded vigorously in affirmation. The two embraced, crying and laughing for a good while until Wan Yunpeng returned, observing them with a look of bewilderment. Since you are leaving with nothing, you ought to retrieve the balance from your phone, right? Wan Yunpeng remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Wu Zhenzhen realized how truly despicable this man was. Xiner, seeing her father after years of separation, felt no joy, her eyes filled with resentment. Yet, Wan Yunpeng seemed oblivious to Xiner's presence, fixated on Wu Zhenzhen as she opened various apps on her phone. Wu Zhenzhen suppressed her disgust towards him, showing Wan Yunpeng the meager balances, each amounting to mere cents. She pondered if he would have attempted to take the 30-some yuan she had just spent on the taxi had she not spent it. Well then, my salary card should be returned to me, Wu Zhenzhen directed a smirk at Wan Suihua. The funds in her salary card had long been depleted by Wan Suihua, yet she still hesitated to surrender it. Wu Zhenzhen was momentarily amused by the sight of the mother-son duo's reluctance. Did they truly believe that after the divorce, she would continue to funnel her earnings into that card for their use? Her desire to reclaim her salary card stemmed from a wish to avoid the hassle of obtaining a new one.
Indeed.
The naive Wu Zhenzhen had only ever acquired one bank card in her life, her salary card. After so many years of marriage, where every penny needed to be begged from Wan Suihua, she had never thought to save a little pocket money for herself. Are you unwilling to finalize the divorce? Then I shall return my belongings, Wu Zhenzhen stated, uninterested in further discussion, solely wishing to reclaim her card. Wan Yunpeng exchanged a glance with Wan Suihua, who reluctantly, and with the slowness of a koala, retrieved Wu Zhenzhen's card from her wallet. Wu Zhenzhen snatched the card from Wan Suihua's hand, verified it was indeed hers, and tucked it into her pocket. Grabbing her daughter's hand and pulling along her suitcase, She stepped into the elevator without looking back. At last, she had liberated herself from this absurd family. Having been manipulated and controlled for so long, she now realized how eccentric this mother-son duo truly was. She felt foolish for having devoted so much for this family. "Mom, did you really divorce him?" Xiner asked as they stepped into the elevator. "Yes. I went to handle it first thing this morning," Wu Zhenzhen replied, gesturing towards the elevator's surveillance camera, indicating that it was not the place for lengthy discussions. Upon exiting the neighborhood, the mother and daughter stood before the bustling road, taking a deep breath. The once unpleasant smell of exhaust now felt invigorating.
Indeed.
It was not the desolate wasteland of dystopia they had once perceived. Wu Zhenzhen pulled out her phone, observing the time swiftly ticking away, and sighed. From this moment on, I must strive to earn money and stockpile resources. Chapter 3. Turning around with 378 yuan, dragging her suitcase and holding her daughter as hand. Wu Zhenzhen paused before a tall building not far from their neighborhood. Her workplace was located in this very structure, and she had just sent her resignation letter to her boss, who replied with an unyielding no negotiation. Recalling the cold expression of her boss as she read the brief reply, she scoffed and, with her suitcase and daughter in tow, entered the building. Concerned that Xiner's speech might not align with her age and could arouse suspicion, Wu Zhenzhen advised Xiner to refrain from speaking. With practiced ease, Wu Zhenzhen approached her employer's office, presenting her resignation letter to the corpulent boss. "Sir, given my recent divorce and the responsibility of raising a child, I find myself unable to fulfill my duties in this position. Might you assist me by signing this resignation letter?" Wu Zhenzhen earnestly implored. "If you wish to resign, then simply cease your attendance. What is the purpose of coming here?" The overweight boss retorted, tossing the resignation letter back to Wu Zhenzhen. "Sir, you have evaded taxes significantly. The company has maintained internal accounts, and I possess numerous documents that could attest to this," she countered, presenting previous work files. "Do you dare?" the plump boss threatened, glancing at the documents. "What do you think?" Wu Zhenzhen responded with a cold smile. The boss, feeling an involuntary chill run down his spine at her audacity, was taken aback. The usually docile Wu Zhenzhen had transformed into someone formidable. "Destroy all electronic files in my presence, and I shall consent to your resignation," he finally acquiesced. Wu Zhenzhen retrieved her phone and methodically erased all files before his eyes. Armed with her resignation letter, she went to the finance department to collect her salary from the previous month, only to be informed that verification was necessary, and she would need to return in 3 months. Incensed, Wu Zhenzhen stormed back into the boss's office, only to find him absent, and her calls predictably went unanswered. "Zhenzhen, what happened? Did you have a confrontation with the boss?" Her closest colleague, Kai Xiaolin, inquired as she rushed over from the pantry. "I've resigned, can you?" "Oh, I just remembered. I have an important email to respond to. I must attend to that." Without waiting for Wu Zhenzhen to finish her sentence, Kai Xiaolin hastily departed. Setting aside the numerous times Wu Zhenzhen had assisted Kai Xiaolin with her work and covered for her, even after hours, this time was different. "This is the money for the Lego your son purchased. Please return it to me," Wu Zhenzhen said. Catching up to Kai Xiaolin at her workstation and tossing down the receipt from their recent shopping trip. "When did my son buy this toy?" Kai Xiaolin shrieked upon seeing the bill. She had often employed similar tactics with Wu Zhenzhen, feigning forgetfulness, yet Wu Zhenzhen had never held it against her until now. "Isn't this proof?" Wu Zhenzhen retorted, retrieving a photo from her social media where she was holding her son alongside the toy, showcasing it to Kai Xiaolin. The post had garnered numerous likes and comments from other colleagues, praising her for her affluence in acquiring such an expensive toy for her son. Kai Xiaolin, realizing she could no longer evade the issue, begrudgingly transferred the money, 378 yuan. Just as Wu Zhenzhen accepted the funds and turned away, she overheard Kai Xiaolin gossiping with a colleague seated nearby, claiming that her husband had taken a mistress and fathered a 3-month-old child, insinuating that she had been cast out. In a fit of rage, Wu Zhenzhen turned back and dumped the hot water she had just prepared over Kai Xiaolin's head. Amidst Kai Xiaolin's screams, Wu Zhenzhen calmly took her daughter's hand and left with her luggage. Once outside the building, Wu Zhenzhen retrieved documents detailing the company's tax evasion and sent them to the tax bureau's reporting email. Initially intending to leverage Xin's vulnerable status to assist her mother during challenging times, Xiner felt elated to witness her mother decisively resolving matters without hesitation. Her mother was no longer the meek figure she had previously been. The mother and daughter found a modest hotel nearby. After deducting a deposit of 100 yuan and the accommodation fee of 68 yuan, they were left with 210 yuan. Upon entering their hotel room, Wu Zhenzhen meticulously inspected every corner for hidden cameras. Satisfied with the security, the two could no longer suppress their emotions and broke down in tears. "My dear daughter, I'm so sorry," Wu Zhenzhen sobbed. "Mom, we can't simply sit idle. The end times are approaching quickly, and we must find a way to stock up," Xiner declared, lifting her head to speak after releasing her pent-up feelings. "Do not worry, my dear. I have a plan," Wu Zhenzhen assured her. Glancing at the clock and realizing time was of the essence, she hurriedly washed her face, composed herself, and made her way to the lottery station. She purchased 200 yuan worth of World Cup betting tickets, wagering on the matches between Spinach Country and Vegetable Root Country. Lacking any understanding of football, she recalled a night from her past when Wan Yunprung returned home inebriated, leaving a mess for Wu Zhenzhen to clean up. The following day, she learned that Wan Yunprung had squandered much of their savings on betting, resulting in a disheartening loss. With the remaining 10 yuan, Wu Zhenzhen bought bread and milk for her daughter, planning to settle for instant noodles provided by the hotel, which cost 10 yuan a bowl but required no immediate payment. By the time of checkout, she would no longer be in need of that amount. As night fell, Wu Zhenzhen returned to the hotel, handed her daughter the bread, and prepared her own instant noodles. While waiting for her meal to cook, she conducted another thorough inspection of the room. Ensuring there were no surveillance devices before breaking open a gemstone she had acquired deceitfully from Wan Suihua. Expert appraisal had confirmed that the surface was indeed a fake, devoid of value, while the true gem lay hidden within. It was only after many years in the apocalypse that Wu Zhenzhen discovered the genuine gem concealed inside. That day, when Wan Suihua, feeling famished, had lashed out at Wu Zhenzhen for not bringing back food after a long day, she had struck her with the gemstone, causing it to shatter. The fragments revealed a vibrant green jade bead, and as Wu Zhenzhen picked it up for inspection, she accidentally cut her finger on the sharp edges of the fake stone, causing her blood to drip onto the jade bead, inadvertently activating a hidden space. In her previous life, it was this unexpected acquisition of space that had allowed Wu Zhenzhen to survive for several years in a world beset by danger, protecting her daughter from harm. Unfortunately, the timing of her discovery had been too late. Resources were already in dire scarcity, and even with the space, it was challenging to find items to store. Ultimately, she was unable to safeguard her daughter. Now, as she broke through the outer layer of the fake gemstone, Wu Zhenzhen pricked her finger with a small knife, allowing her blood to fall onto the jade bead. In an instant, the gemstone vanished. Testing her consciousness, she confirmed that the familiar space had returned. Currently, the area was small, comprising a 10-square-meter room with a height of 3 meters and a patch of black soil of similar size. However, Wu Zhenzhen felt no urgency. She understood how to expand the space. This domain, forged from jade, thrived on consuming jade itself. The more it consumed, the larger it would grow. This realization had dawned upon her during the apocalypse when she fortuitously discovered a piece of discarded jade, which led to her expansion of the space. This space possesses a remarkably potent preservation function. Aside from the jade that has been consumed by it, any item placed within retains its original state. Regardless of the duration, it remains inside. For instance, if steaming hot dishes are placed within, they emerge years later still exuding warmth. If freshly slaughtered beef is stored, it remains remarkably fresh, even pulsating with life after many years. Furthermore, once items enter this realm, they become subject to the control of the space's owner. For example, if a hoe is tossed inside, the owner can wield it through sheer will, effortlessly tilling the soil. The sole limitation is that living creatures, including Wu Zhenzhen herself, cannot enter. Otherwise, in her past life, she would have preferred to starve with her daughter in this space rather than allow those vile villains to devour her child alive. "Mom, what is this?" Xiner inquired, observing Wu Zhenzhen as she pricked her finger and let her blood drip into the gemstone. "This is the space from my previous life," Wu Zhenzhen replied, not wishing to hide the truth from Xiner, despite her appearing only 4 years old. After a decade of apocalyptic existence, she believed Xiner possessed sufficient wisdom to safeguard this secret. That's wonderful, Mom. We won't need to worry about where to store our supplies, Exioner exclaimed, her confidence bolstered by the knowledge of Wu Zhenjin's face as they faced the impending apocalypse. That evening, the mother and daughter, armed with paper and pens, consumed instant noodles and bread while meticulously organizing their future plans and inventory of supplies. Unbeknownst to them, the night grew late, and as Wu Zhenjin concentrated on detailing their supplies, she turned to find her daughter dozing at the table. Gently, she lifted her daughter into bed, turned off the light, and retreated to the bathroom, where she continued to write fervently on the toilet seat. Previously, in order to save money, Wan Suehua had been unwilling to purchase a laptop for Wu Zhenjin, compelling her to complete all her work at the office before returning home. She had once thought little of it, believing that saving even a small amount was worthwhile. In hindsight, however, she regretted the sacrifices made, ultimately saving for a scoundrel who squandered her resources. Yet now, Wu Zhenjin had neither the time nor energy to dwell on such matters. At 5 a.m., after filling 30 pages with her thoughts, she felt she had captured everything she could conceive, leaving any unconsidered details to be added later. She carefully organized her lists and schedules, glancing at the substantial stack of papers, which brought her a modicum of comfort as she slipped into bed beside her daughter. Chapter 4. Awaiting the grand prize announcement. Exioner. No, no. Exioner. Wu Zhenjin cried out in agony in her sleep, awakening to find her daughter seated on the bed, having already washed up and engrossed in a book.
Mom.
Exioner rushed over, alarmed by her mother's distress. Wu Zhenjin opened her eyes and enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, surveying her surroundings and feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness. It was merely a dream. She had envisioned her life in the apocalypse, witnessing the villains drooling over her daughter. Checking the time, she noted it was 10 a.m. Scrolling through her social media, she was met with a chorus of lamentations regarding the World Cup, with individuals cursing the football teams for alleged match-fixing, sharing their losses, and others lamenting their weight on rooftops. The consensus was clear. Everyone had lost. Wu Zhenjin inadvertently stumbled upon Wan Yunping's post, featuring a table laden with empty liquor bottles, captioned with a dismissive to your World Cup. She set down her phone and selected a pack of biscuits from the shelf to appease her daughter's hunger before hastily freshening up. Upon emerging, she noticed Exioner had barely touched her biscuits. Not tasty? Wu Zhenjin inquired. Exioner shook her head. Here, you have it, she offered, extending the uneaten biscuits to her mother. Wu Zhenjin felt tears welling up. Let us go find something warm to eat, she suggested, discarding the biscuits on the table and leading Exioner out of the hotel. With the lottery ticket in hand, Wu Zhenjin took Exioner to the lottery station. The proprietor greeted them with palpable excitement. You are the first to come claim a prize today. Hardly anyone won. Do you have some insider information to share? I don't know anything about football. My husband told me to buy this ticket, and I got scolded for it. Wu Zhenjin feigned innocence. Haha, a lucky accident then, the proprietor remarked knowingly. After years of running the lottery station, he had encountered many fortunate mistakes. He scanned the 4 tickets Wu Zhenjin had purchased, each costing 50 yuan, as she had opted to buy them separately to save time on a trip to the lottery center. The odds displayed were 95 times the initial investment, and he handed Wu Zhenjin 19,000 yuan. With the money in hand, Wu Zhenjin first treated Exioner to a bowl of rice noodle soup, then bought some bread and milk. After returning to the hotel, she donned a mask and a baseball cap, venturing out alone. Despite Exioner's tender age of 4, her maturity level was akin to that of a 14-year-old, and Wu Zhenjin felt no apprehension leaving her alone in the hotel. Wu Zhenjin searched for another lottery station, wary of returning to the previous one, as winning by chance once could raise suspicions about winning repeatedly. Upon reaching a new station, she wrote down her desired numbers and handed them to the proprietor. This set of numbers, 5,000 tickets. He exclaimed, incredulous. Is that not allowed? Wu Zhenjin asked, genuinely perplexed. She had little understanding of lottery protocols, and her ability to recall these numbers stemmed from a colleague who was an avid lottery player. In her past life, her colleague had never won despite years of trying various numbers, including those of family and friends, before resorting to co-workers' numbers. When he reached Wu Zhenjin's number, he had indeed won, but due to a misremembered digit, he missed the grand prize, settling for second place with a payout of over 200,000 yuan. This had led to months of lamentations, leaving a lasting impression on Wu Zhenzhen. It's not that you can't do it this way. It's just that no one does, the proprietor explained, returning her note. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, you know? If I insist on buying 5,000 tickets, you can randomly generate them for me, which might increase the odds, he suggested. Sir, I want these specific 5,000 tickets. Wu Zhenzhen declared resolutely, scanning the payment code for 10,000 yuan. Seeing her determination, the proprietor ceased further discussion, prepared the tickets, and handed them to her. Upon returning to the hotel with a laptop in hand, Wu Zhenzhen now awaited the following day to claim her winnings at the lottery center. Entering the room, she found Xiner perched on the bed, engrossed in a book. It appeared that since their arrival, her daughter had taken to reading whenever she had the chance. What are you reading, Xiner? Wu Zhenzhen inquired, flipping through the pages of her daughter's book. It was an economics magazine. In her past life, the apocalypse had begun when Xiner was just 4, leaving Wu Zhenzhen no time to teach her to read or write. Theoretically, Xiner should be illiterate at this age. Can you understand it? Wu Zhenzhen asked, perusing the magazine. I can. Xiner replied confidently. Do you recognize all these characters? Wu Zhenzhen pressed. I haven't encountered any unfamiliar words since I started using this dictionary, Xiner replied, retrieving the dictionary Wu Zhenzhen had purchased for work. Have you learned all the words in this dictionary? Wu Zhenzhen exclaimed, astonished. It seemed they hadn't been at the hotel for long. Could it be that you've recognized all the words in such a thick dictionary? Yes, I too am perplexed. It seems my memory is exceptionally sharp. Once I've seen something, I cannot forget it, replied Xiner, a hint of bewilderment in her voice. At that moment, Wu Zhenzhen picked up the dictionary, testing Xiner one word at a time. Although her handwriting was rather crooked, not a single word was misspelled. It is said that toddlers aged 3 to 4 possess the most formidable learning abilities. Languages that elude adults after years of study can be swiftly mastered by children of that age, learning merely through adult speech without recognizing the characters themselves. Perhaps this is why, armed with a decade of emotional intelligence and cognition honed in the apocalypse, combined with the learning aptitude of a 4-year-old, Xiner is able to absorb all she wishes to learn with remarkable speed. Realizing this, Wu Zhenzhen felt an overwhelming joy. Her daughter was indeed a prodigy. As she contemplated the necessity of procuring a substantial amount of supplies, Wu Zhenzhen acknowledged that while Xiner was mentally mature and would not cause her any trouble, having such a small child in tow would undoubtedly draw attention and make them memorable. Should someone recall that she had stockpiled a significant amount of goods during the apocalypse, it would surely attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. After some thought, Wu Zhenzhen concluded that the best course of action would be to take Xiner to the countryside to stay with her parents for a while. Though the thought of parting with her daughter, especially after having lost her in the past, filled her with reluctance, she understood that it was a necessary sacrifice for their future survival in the harsh reality ahead. Recently, her parents had been incessantly calling her, urging her to return home urgently, claiming there was a matter of great importance to discuss. When pressed for details, they remained tight-lipped, insisting that everything would be revealed upon her return. Wu Zhenzhen also pondered whether to disclose her rebirth to her parents, wary that they might not believe such an extraordinary tale. Yet, remaining silent left her uncertain about how to persuade her parents to leave their rural home, where they had spent most of their lives. Shaking her head, she resolved to set aside those concerns for the moment, intending to gauge her parents' attitudes upon her return home before deciding whether to share her story. At present, her foremost priority was to gather supplies as swiftly as possible. Chapter 5. The Final Revelry. Wu Zhenzhen opened her laptop and retrieved the list she had compiled with Xiner the previous night, meticulously organizing it on the screen. To her astonishment, she realized she had overlooked several essential items, such as salt, water purifiers, and pepper spray. After refining the list on her computer, Wu Zhenzhen began her search for regions renowned for jade production, preparing her strategy. It was imperative to expand their storage space. Without sufficient room, no matter how much they stockpiled, it would be futile. Only with an expanded space could many tasks be managed with ease. Soon, Wu Zhenzhen set her sights on Yuqing, a city where statistics reveal that 90% of the nation's jade originates. There are even claims that the floors of Yuqing are paved with jade. Whether it be mining, trading, or processing, Yuqing stands unrivaled as the best city in the country for all things jade. Therefore, if one seeks jade, Yuqing is undoubtedly the place to go. In her past life, due to limited resources, she had only been able to feed her space a few salvaged pieces of jade, resulting in minimal changes, only a slight increase in area. She wondered if a greater consumption of jade would yield extraordinary transformations in the future, filling her with anticipation. After gathering information about Yuqing, Zhenzhen continued her research on cities that would be suitable for survival in the apocalypse. The countryside was far too remote. Post-apocalypse. The government would be unable to provide assistance, and lawlessness would prevail. The limited police and military presence in smaller cities would be insufficient, and government-organized bases would be in a relatively poor state. The prospect of navigating to a major city later would be fraught with difficulties, as marauders would abound. And natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, and tsunamis could block the roads. Thus, it was crucial to relocate to a large city before the apocalypse struck. Currently residing in a small city, Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen recalled how many had perished in food shortages during the past regime, and how inadequate policing had led to rampant violence, with many even being killed and consumed within the bases. In her previous life, Xiner had met a similar fate, and Zhenzhen was determined not to let her family end up in such a dire situation again. In this life, she was committed to providing her family with a better escape route, ensuring that if they had to resort to a base, it would be one with slightly better conditions. She needed to find a large city, but avoid coastal areas, as those would be the first to suffer in the event of a tsunami, with some cities entirely submerged, leaving no survivors. Nanchang. Yes, Nanchang was an excellent choice. In her past life, the virus vaccine and antidote had been developed and successfully tested in Nanchang, making it the first city to receive them. Zhenzhen meticulously crafted a strategy for Nanchang, researching the real estate market in various districts. She added several real estate agents on WeChat, conveying her requirements and instructing them to find suitable properties, planning to visit Nanchang herself in due course. Engrossed in her computer research, Zhenzhen lost track of time until she turned and noticed that Xiner had fallen asleep again. Despite her mental maturity, Xiner seemed to retain the traits of a child, requiring ample sleep. Reminded that their room had not been renewed, Zhenzhen quietly exited to pay for an additional day's stay. On her way back, she noticed a collection of magazines at the stairwell for guests to browse. She casually grabbed a few automotive magazines to take back with her. Upon returning to the room, she found her daughter still soundly asleep, and noticed the open bag of bread on the table. Reflecting on how they had left their home without properly sharing a meal together, she felt a pang of guilt. Preoccupied with thoughts of the apocalypse, she had neglected to cherish the present moment. Tenderly, she covered Xiner with a blanket, resolving that once her daughter woke, they would explore the city, enjoying a meal and some leisure time together. Zhenzhen picked up the automotive magazine, skimming the table of contents until she found a page that piqued her interest. She required a vehicle that offered comfort, one capable of transporting her daughter, parents, and younger brother, a robust off-road vehicle, and ideally, she would need to acquire several. Not long after, Xiner stirred awake. Zhenzhen set the magazine aside and glanced at the clock. It was 5 in the afternoon. She decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of the apocalypse and spend quality time with her daughter in the city of her birth, for soon it would become a wasteland, never to return to its former glory. Xiner, you're awake. What would you like to eat? Zhenzhen inquired. I want steak. Very well, let us go have steak. Once dressed, the mother and daughter exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to the city's finest steakhouse. Zhenzhen had never visited this establishment before, as it was prohibitively expensive, and her frugal nature had always held her back. She selected a table by the window, which offered a view of nearly half of Zhenzhen. Outside, cars flowed like a river, and the city lights began to twinkle, presenting a scene of vibrant prosperity, a stark contrast to the apocalypse, akin to a moon reflected on water or flowers mirrored in a glass. Shaking her head, Zhenzhen dispelled any foolish thoughts. She could not save this city or the world. If she continued to act rashly, she would only plunge her family into irrevocable ruin. All she could do was safeguard her loved ones. Soon after taking their seats, a waiter approached to assist with the menu. A single stake was priced at over 1,000, with the cheapest option still costing 999. After purchasing a lottery ticket, a computer, and several miscellaneous items, Wu Zhenzhen estimated she had around 4,000 left in her pocket. She let Xiner order first, mentally calculating the total, and then decided to order 2 additional steaks. Before long, the steak arrived. Indeed, the cuisine of a top-tier restaurant is unparalleled, melting in the mouth, succulent and juicy. Fortunately, Wu Zhenzhen had ordered an additional serving, otherwise, a single portion per person would have proven insufficient. After the mother and daughter finished their meal and settled the bill, they discovered that their mobile balance had dwindled to less than 200. Wu Zhenzhen contemplated taking Xiner to an amusement park, purchasing a pass that would allow her to enjoy all the attractions. It seemed that in her previous life, Xiner had never experienced such delights. Initially, Wu Zhenzhen refrained from bringing her along in an effort to save money, and after the apocalypse, the place had become a desolate ruin. In those dark times, Wu Zhenzhen had often seen Xiner gazing wistfully at the remnants of the amusement park. Although Xiner initially displayed disdain when purchasing the tickets, once they entered the park, her youthful innocence shone through as she reveled in the experience. The carousel, whack-a-mole, roller coaster, pirate ship, and dinosaur rides, each one captivated her, and she wished to try them all. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, Wu Zhenzhen gradually relaxed, joining Xiner in hearty laughter. They cast aside memories of earthquakes, tsunamis, and viruses, determined to enjoy this day to the fullest. The mother and daughter only returned to the hotel when the amusement park closed. Perhaps due to excitement, or perhaps exhaustion, Xiner fell asleep in the taxi on the way back. As Wu Zhenzhen held her daughter, gazing out at the city's dazzling lights, she sank into deep contemplation. Upon returning to the hotel, Wu Zhenzhen gently placed Xiner on the bed. She opened her notebook and began typing, documenting her past experiences with various natural disasters. By the time she finished, it was already 2 a.m. Chapter 6. How Wonderful It Is to Be Wealthy. Wu Zhenzhen awoke early the next morning, finding that Xiner was still asleep. She donned a mask and a baseball cap, seeking out an internet cafe where she used a VPN to access a foreign website. There, she hastily registered for a free email account and sent the previous day's documents to the email addresses of several city governments she had located the night before. Although this act was somewhat perilous, her benevolent intentions propelled her to take this foolish risk. After completing her tasks, she purchased 2 breakfasts and returned to the hotel. Entering the hotel room, she found Xiner awake and washing up in the bathroom. Wu Zhenzhen finished her breakfast, exchanged a few words with Xiner, and then stepped out again. Donning her cap and mask, timing her arrival perfectly, she reached the lottery center just as it opened. Aside from the staff, there were no other patrons present. Even so, as Wu Zhenzhen presented her lottery ticket, she attracted the attention of several staff members. This was likely the largest prize in history, and it was uncertain if a larger one would ever be awarded in the future. In that moment, even the staff members, accustomed to handing out large sums, were visibly unsettled. Many couldn't help but steal glances at Wu Zhenzhen, marveling at her extraordinary fortune. After passing through numerous verifications and signing various documents, Wu Zhenzhen finally obtained the card containing her monumental winnings. This card nearly depleted the entire prize pool. Following meticulous calculations by the staff, Wu Zhenzhen was awarded over 3.4 billion, from which, after taxes, she would receive more than 2.73 billion. Amidst the envious gazes of the staff, she generously donated more than 30 million before departing the lottery center with a neat 2.7 billion. After walking for a while, she arrived at a shopping mall where she hailed a taxi back to the hotel. Upon returning, Wu Zhenzhen changed her outfit, restyled her hair, and stored all her belongings in her space before dragging her empty suitcase along with Xiner to check out. They took a taxi to the finest 5-star hotel in Zhenzhen. This hotel offered a dedicated car service, which Wu Zhenzhen valued greatly. After checking in, there was no need for her to venture out for taxis or to appear at the hotel entrance. She could simply board her vehicle directly from the basement, ensuring much greater privacy. Once they had settled into their hotel room, Wu Zhenzhen used the hotel's customer service hotline to request a car, heading straight to the 5S dealership she had been eyeing. As soon as she entered the showroom, she spotted the model she had seen in a magazine, Though not the most extravagant or expensive, it was renowned as the most comfortable car in the world. Without haggling over the quoted price of 1.8 million, Wu Zhenzhen made only one request. She wanted to pick up the car the following morning, with a good license plate and a complimentary safety seat. The salesperson appeared troubled, explaining that it typically took over a week to process license plate applications, and completing it in half a day was quite challenging. Wu Zhenzhen insisted that they inquire with the manager about the possibility, if it could be done. She would pay immediately; if not, she would walk away. She knew they were capable of accomplishing it. It was merely a matter of willingness. Shortly thereafter, the salesperson returned with a beaming smile, informing Wu Zhenzhen that she could proceed with payment. After settling the bill and signing the contract, Wu Zhenzhen requested that the dealership send a vehicle to take her and Xianer back to the hotel. The entire process, from viewing the car to completing the purchase, took less than half an hour. Having money truly allows for such extravagant ease. Once back at the hotel, Wu Zhenzhen planned to stay in, enjoying quality time with her daughter. They relished a sumptuous lunch in their room, indulged in a leisurely afternoon nap, and afterwards, enjoyed a sauna where a massage therapist helped to release her previously tense muscles. After savoring a lavish dinner, they watched a film in the hotel cinema. Feeling utterly content, Wu Zhenzhen couldn't help but recall the adage, "Do not envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals. Rather, envy the wealthy every day." Shortly after 8 p.m., she received a call from the 5S dealership, informing her that her license plates were ready and she could come to collect the car the next morning. The following day, after breakfast, Wu Zhenzhen retrieved the luggage she had stored away and packed it into the suitcase. She boarded the hotel's dedicated vehicle, heading straight to the 5S dealership to pick up her car. After securing the vehicle, she placed her suitcase inside, fastened Xiner's seatbelt, filled the tank at a gas station, and set off toward the countryside. No wonder it was dubbed the most comfortable car in the world. Wu Zhenzhen found driving it to be an extraordinary pleasure. As she settled into the seat, it enveloped her completely, and after a long drive, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Xiner, in the back seat, continuously discovered new features, excitedly sharing them with her mother. "Mom, this car has a TV.
Wow.
The ceiling looks like a starry night. It's beautiful." Observing Xiner's joyful expressions filled Wu Zhenzhen with happiness. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and life was destined to be different from her previous existence. At 2 p.m., Wu Zhenzhen drove into the small courtyard of her parents' home. Their residence was a modest 2-story brick house with a concrete roof, simply coated with a layer of cement to prevent rainwater seepage. Little had changed since a few years ago. The house was built before Wu Zhenzhen's marriage, and she vividly recalled her mother's excited plans for it. The first floor would feature a living room, kitchen, bathroom, a storage room, and her parents' bedroom. The second floor was to have 4 rooms and a bathroom, one for Zhenzhen, one for Yiheng, and separate rooms for the girls and boys they would eventually have. Though they lived in the countryside, Wu Zhenzhen's parents had never favored sons over daughters. In fact, due to Wu Zhenzhen's unfortunate marriage, they worried even more for her. However, after her marriage, Wu Zhenzhen rarely returned home. The only time she stayed for an extended period was when she gave birth to her daughter. Concerned about Wu Zhenzhen's postpartum recovery upon seeing her distressed expression, her mother had brought her back to live with them for a month. During that time, her mother had finally ceased her fieldwork, devoting her days to preparing meals for Wu Zhenzhen, serving up to 5 or 6 different dishes daily. Regrettably, Wu Zhenzhen had not cherished her mother's efforts. She had let that mother and child duo pressure her into aborting twice, and her body had yet to fully recover, often plagued by persistent back pain. Reflecting on this, Wu Zhenzhen wished she could give herself a resounding slap. As soon as the car came to a halt, her parents and younger brother rushed out to greet her. From the moment Wu Zhenzhen received the call in the morning, knowing that her mother and daughter were returning, her parents and younger brother had been eagerly awaiting their arrival at the doorstep, repeating their hopes countless times. They had longed for the return of Wu Zhenzhen and her daughter for several years. Ever since Wu Zhenzhen's parents and younger brother learned that Wan Suihua and Wan Yunpeng had coerced her into an abortion, they had severed all ties with the Wan family. For years, Wu Zhenzhen had wished to return to her maternal home, but Wan Suihua had relentlessly threatened her, preventing her from doing so. The timid Wu Zhenzhen had no choice but to concede time and again, resulting in her absence for several years. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Wu Zhenzhen thought of her parents, who had suddenly lost contact with her in her previous life, and a deep ache welled up in her heart. As soon as she stepped out of the car, her mother, Wu Xiufeng, rushed over and enveloped both Wu Zhenzhen and Exioner in her arms. We finally have you back. Sobbing, Wu Zhenzhen and Exioner could not help but join in the tears. Standing beside them, her younger brother and father turned their heads away, discreetly wiping their eyes. Don't just stand there. After such a long drive, my sister must be starving. Let us hurry and eat. I've prepared chicken soup, just waiting for your return. Wu Zhenzhen's younger brother, Wu Yiheng, hastily interjected as he noticed the rising tide of tears. Yes, let us eat first. Her mother quickly chimed in, realizing that now was not the time for tears, and urging Wu Zhenzhen to the dining table.
Dad.
Wu Zhenzhen called out as she saw her father, Zheng Bai, stepping forward. Let us eat. In everyone's eyes, her father was a straightforward and diligent man, devoid of vices, but rather reticent. He often responded to others' lengthy conversations with a simple Thus, everyone referred to him as Dumb Dog, and Wu Zhenzhen only learned his real name after entering school, when her parents signed documents. As a child, she had heard others say that her father was once a vagrant. When he wandered into their village, he fell ill, and her grandparents, feeling pity for him, took him in and arranged for medical treatment. Eventually, he stayed on as a laborer at her grandparents' home for several years. Since her grandparents had only one child, her mother, and did not want her to marry, yet lacked the means to attract suitors, they eventually grew fond of her father, learning that he was orphaned and had no relatives. Thus, they took the initiative to have him marry into their family. Her parents did not refuse and held a wedding ceremony. Wu Zhenzhen was unaware if there was love between her parents. She only knew that her father had never uttered a harsh word towards her mother, let alone resort to violence. The couple had spent half their lives in mutual respect. As soon as they sat down, her parents served steaming hot dishes onto the table. Chapter 7. Dad, Mom, I'm divorced. Sister, that car of yours is impressive. Did you rent it or buy it? Her brother exclaimed after unloading the luggage from the car. I bought it. This car is nearly 2 million. How did you afford such a luxurious vehicle? Her brother excitedly inquired. Wu Yiheng had always been fascinated by various mechanical and electronic devices, immediately recognizing the quality of the car Wu Zhenzhen drove home. He recalled a time when he was 6 years old, sneaking to disassemble the radio that their parents had bought for their wedding while his parents slept. When his mother chased him with a bamboo stick, he managed to reassemble the radio perfectly after dinner, and it worked flawlessly, prompting his mother to kill a hen to apologize to him. Since then, he had developed a passion for mechanics and electronics. Although he was still a high school student, he had already won numerous medals in various mechanical and electronic design competitions. Dad, Mom, I'm divorced. Wu Zhenzhen declared seriously as she set down her chopsticks. Good riddance. That scoundrel did not deserve my sister. Wu Yiheng was the first to react, speaking vehemently. Indeed, being in such a family is detrimental for Exioner. Parting ways is for the best. Her mother gently held Wu Zhenzhen's hand, reassuring her. And Exioner. Don't worry, Mom. Exioner is with me. I have full custody.
So,
Is this car part of the property split? No, I left with nothing. For Exioner, I didn't want to entangle myself further. Wu Zhenzhen was still pondering how to explain the car's origins to her parents and brother, grappling with whether to reveal the truth about her and Xi's rebirth. At that moment, her parents and brother exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, her mother spoke. Zhenzhen, we have something to tell you. Please don't be afraid. What is it? Wu Zhenzhen looked at them, perplexed. Have you heard of reincarnation? Her mother whispered. Dad, Mom, Yiheng, you too? Wu Zhenzhen was astonished, realizing that her parents and brother had also returned from the apocalypse. You too? Her parents and brother looked at her with equal shock. Then what about Exioner? Her mother asked, glancing at Exioner, who appeared delighted rather than frightened upon hearing about their rebirth. Me too. Exioner seemed to have found more companions, her joy evident. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen and Exioner affirm their shared experience, Wu Xiufeng let out a long sigh of relief. After their return from rebirth, their primary concern had been for Wu Zhenzhen, who had married far away, and the young Exioner. They had feared that discussing matters over the phone or messaging apps might lead to eavesdropping, preventing them from confiding in Wu Zhenzhen. They were equally apprehensive that Wu Zhenzen might inadvertently disclose their rebirth to Wan Yunprung and Wan Suihua. However, they were also concerned about Wu Zhenzen's suffering as she had in her previous life. Thus, the three had deliberated extensively, uncertain whether to reveal the truth to Wu Zhenzen, ultimately deciding to call her back first. They had anticipated that Wan Yunprung would accompany her back, pondering how to send him away, as such a selfish individual was ill-suited for surviving in the apocalypse. To their surprise, not only did Wu Zhenzen return with Exiner, but she had also divorced him. This revelation brought them relief, and they were astonished to discover that Wu Zhenzen and her daughter had also returned from rebirth. They began to discuss their experiences during the apocalyptic period after their severed communication, recounting how, following the floods, their attempts to contact Wu Zhenzen had been futile due to disrupted communication lines. Their home had succumbed to the flood, forcing them to wait with neighbors on the mountains until the waters receded. After a prolonged wait, the flood showed no signs of abating. The corn they had salvaged from the deluge was stolen in the dead of night. Starving, they scoured the mountains for food, each clutching a piece of wood in the floodwaters. Miraculously, they caught a fish, but it was this very fish that led to the demise of her father and brother. When neighbors saw them with a fish, they rushed over, and in the ensuing struggle, her father's hand was brutally broken, rendering him unable to hold onto the wood, and he was swept away by the current. Witnessing this, her brother released the wood and swam towards his father, but the raging waters quickly consumed him as well. Upon losing both her husband and son, her mother, bereft of the will to live, plunged into the flood, joining them. Hearing this, Wu Zhenzen was inconsolable. When her parents and brother learned that Exiner had been consumed by others, their grief intensified. The family wept for a considerable time. Eventually, with her father's gentle reminder, they found the strength to discuss their plans for surviving the impending apocalypse. Upon discovering that Wu Zhenzen possessed an extraordinary spatial ability and a fortune of 2.7 billion, they were filled with excitement and newfound confidence for the challenges ahead. Wu Zhenzen presented the list she had previously compiled with Exer, and her parents contributed additional items that had been overlooked. Once again, I have shared the information I previously gathered about Nancheng with everyone. Ultimately, we all reached a unanimous decision. In the event of an apocalypse, the entire family would relocate to Nancheng. Mom and Dad. The most pressing matter now is to expand our living space. Only with ample room can we store our supplies, making it worthwhile to stock up. Otherwise, no matter how much we hoard, it will spoil before long, rendering our efforts futile. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzen's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, I resolved to embark on a journey to Yucheng. Based on experiences from my past life, I knew that space would only expand with the consumption of jade. And Yucheng is renowned for having the most jade in the country. You all stay home and stockpile non-perishable goods for now. When I return, we will gather items that are prone to spoilage. At that moment, we began to delegate the upcoming tasks. Wu Zhenzen would head to Yucheng, while my parents, brother, and Exiner would remain at our ancestral home to accumulate supplies. Hurry, eat up, the food is getting cold. After engaging in lively conversation, Wu Xiufeng suddenly remembered that Wu Zhenzen and Exiner had been engrossed in talking and had yet to begin their meal, prompting her to urge them. Wu Zhenzen took a sip of the chicken soup her mother had prepared. The broth was exceptionally fragrant, devoid of any gamey scent. She wished to savor it more often in the future and resolved to stock up on it, as the eggs were far tastier than those purchased elsewhere. And even the vegetables were sweeter than those available in the market. This village, surrounded by mountains on all sides, boasts a large reservoir nestled within the valley, fed by several springs that continuously bubble forth. The spring water is stored in the reservoir, and during the irrigation season, the large sluice gate is opened, allowing excess water to flow out while retaining the top outlet for regular use. Thus, the local livestock, poultry, fish, and crops thrive on this spring water. Consequently, whether cultivated or raised, they are far superior in taste to those purchased externally. Particularly with poultry, villagers prefer to feed them with their own homegrown grains, vegetables, corn, and sweet potatoes, sparing no expense on commercial feed, which often imparts an unpleasant odor to the meat. After the meal, Exiner fell asleep on a wooden bench in the living room, momentarily embodying the innocence of a 4-year-old child, often caught in sudden bouts of slumber. Wu Zhenzen gently carried Exiner upstairs and laid her on the bed in her meticulously cleaned room. The air conditioning had been turned on at some point, rendering the room pleasantly cool, with the quilt exuding a fragrance reminiscent of sun-drenched linens. Through the second-floor window, she observed many individuals harvesting rice in the fields. It was indeed the busy season. Earlier, she had noticed her parents and brother dressed in immaculate clothing. It appeared that the entire family had set aside their farming tasks to prepare for her homecoming, cleaning her room, slaughtering chickens, and cooking in anticipation of her arrival. Chapter 8. Together, we cultivate cabbage. As Wu Zhenzhen descended the stairs, she spotted her parents and brother, armed with sickles and a threshing machine, preparing to head out. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already past 4 p.m., with dusk approaching in just 2 hours. She rummaged through the grass basket for a sickle and joined them outside. "You've been driving for quite some time. You should rest at home and not worry about helping," her mother called out from a distance. Ignoring her mother's advice, Wu Zhenzhen followed them, passing by several neighbors' fields who greeted her warmly, exclaiming, "Zhenzhen is back. It's been years since we last saw you." Observing the bustling activity in the fields, Wu Zhenzhen fell into contemplation. "Mom, how much is rice per 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, at home now?" she inquired. "I heard from the neighboring village that it's around 140. The price is quite high," Wu Xiufeng replied. Wu Zhenzhen calculated that since the rice varieties had been improved, the yield per mu, approximately 1/15 of a hectare, was about 1,300 to 1,400 jin, which would translate to approximately 2,000 yuan in sales. "What if we ask everyone to help us plant cabbage?" Wu Zhenzhen proposed. "Why cabbage?" her mother asked, puzzled.
Well,
"I have space, and cabbage can be stored without spoiling. Moreover, it takes about 80 days to harvest, just in time before we leave. Our water quality is excellent here, and the cabbage will taste better than what we could purchase from the wholesale market. But how can we persuade everyone to plant it?" Wu Xiufeng acknowledged the idea was sound but found it challenging to broach the subject with others. "Just tell them my company is looking to purchase cabbage at a premium price, more profitable than rice, and they will naturally want to help us plant it." All right. I'll go notify them." Wu Xiufeng, abandoning her sickle, dashed barefoot to the neighboring fields. "And how much should we offer them per jin?" she asked as she hurried back. 1 yuan should suffice." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufeng rushed off again. At present, everyone was still busy in the fields, and from a distance, Wu Zhenzhen could see Wu Xiufeng discussing something with the neighbors, occasionally pointing in her direction. As nightfall approached, her mother had not yet returned. Wu Zhenzhen began filling burlap sacks with rice, with her brother and father carrying them home. Xiner awoke and said, "You should go back. It's quite dark in the countryside. And I'm afraid she might be scared alone." After her brother carried 2 sacks of rice home, he approached Wu Zhenzhen and relayed this. Wu Zhenzhen wanted to help carry 2 sacks back, but was stopped by her brother and father, so she reluctantly took some tools and made her way home. Upon returning, she found Xiner sitting in the courtyard, captivated by the fireflies. This scene reminded her of the exquisite verse by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Ji, meeting under the full moon of autumn as the fireflies take flight at night.
Mom,
Look at all the fireflies. They're real fireflies," Xiner exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Wu Zhenzhen return. "Aren't they beautiful?"
they are.
"All right, you stay here and watch. I'll go prepare dinner." "Okay." Wu Zhenzhen entered the kitchen, seamlessly slipping into the rhythm of cooking as if it were before her marriage. The kitchen remained unchanged, with rice, vegetables, meat, seasonings, knives, and pots all in their original places. As she cooked, Wu Zhenzhen felt as though she had never left. The smoke from every household curled upward, her young brother played with fireflies in the courtyard, and her parents busily transported harvested crops home. Such simple yet blissful days felt like a dream from another era. Before long, her father and brother returned with the rice from the fields, and her mother soon followed, immediately gulping down a large ladleful of spring water to quench her thirst. "I've arranged with everyone that once the rice is harvested, we will plant cabbage. You need to find time to finalize the contract, and I will arrange for everyone to come over and sign it." After dinner, several groups of people began to arrive one after another to confirm the cabbage planting arrangement. After Wu Zhenzhen reassured them repeatedly, they left contentedly. It was not until 11 p.m. that Wu Zhenzhen finally returned to her room. After washing up, she opened her computer and began drafting the contract. drawing on her previous experiences with contract writing from her former job, which made the task relatively straightforward. Within half an hour, she had completed the contract. At that moment, Xiner was also brought upstairs by her brother, having taken the opportunity while Wu Zhenjin was entertaining the neighbors to chase after the barefoot birds. They returned empty-handed, but Wu Zhenjin could clearly see that Xiner was happy and relaxed, a stark contrast to her demeanor in their previous home. The following morning, Wu Zhenjin went to the town to print the contract. After printing, she noticed a neighboring shop selling farming tools. Curiosity piqued. She entered and discovered that modern farming equipment had indeed improved significantly. Seeing Wu Zhenjin enter, the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced her to the tools. This is a tractor plow head, and this is a soil crusher. With this, you can run a single lap in the field, and it will be far more effective than the 10 laps a cow would take. This is a drone for sowing seeds and spraying pesticides. This is a small harvester. And this one is a small tiller, perfect for digging sweet potatoes, peanuts, and potatoes. This is a lawnmower, capable of cutting grass while simultaneously shredding it. I never expected that after a few years away, agricultural tools would have advanced so significantly. Wu Zhenjin did not linger, as the space was still too limited to accommodate these items. Once the space is sufficiently expanded in the future, it would be prudent to stockpile such time-saving and labor-saving tools. Upon returning home, she found numerous people awaiting her in the small courtyard, some workers in the fields. Upon spotting Wu Zhenjin's return from afar, also made their way over, gradually filling the courtyard with people. Wu Zhenjin displayed the contract for everyone to see, meticulously signing it with each individual. For those who were illiterate, she read each clause aloud for their understanding. The delivery period was set from September 20th to September 25th, with a buyback price of 1 yuan per jean. The rest followed the standard template and was of little consequence. With approximately 80 days remaining, it was imperative to plant the crops promptly, lest time slip away. The villagers, having signed the contracts, hurried back to the fields to harvest the rice. For only once the rice was collected could they clear the land for planting cabbages. Soon it was noon, and the courtyard gradually emptied, leaving only her parents and younger brother. Mom and Dad, the contracts are signed, and I should be on my way to Yuqing, Wu Zhenjin announced to her parents. We understand, her mother replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice, having long awaited this moment, only to have her leave again after a single night. Mom and Dad, I'll leave Shiner in your care. Rest assured, we will take good care of her, they assured her. Yiheng is on summer break now. He will entertain her. Sister, don't worry. I will look after Shiner just as you took care of me, her younger brother chimed. You little rascal. When are you leaving? Her father inquired from the side. After lunch, she replied. In such a hurry? Her mother asked. Yes. Then why are you still standing here? Quickly, go prepare the meal. Her mother urged her father. Wu Zhenjin ascended the stairs to pack her belongings, adding agricultural tools to her meticulously compiled list. During the meal, her mother tirelessly served her dishes. This is the oil wheat we grew ourselves, without a drop of pesticide. Eat more. These are eggs just laid this morning, incredibly fresh. You must try them. Here, freshly slaughtered hen. Eat. Eat. Hurry and eat. Wu Zhenjin thought the pile on her plate resembled a small mountain, making it somewhat daunting to consume. After a brief rest post-meal, Wu Zhenjin transferred 1 billion yuan to her parents' account for stocking supplies before setting off in her car. As she drove away, she glimpsed her family still standing at the door in the rearview mirror. Wait for me. When I return, I will take you across a different kind of apocalypse. Wu Zhenjin silently vowed. Chapter 9, Night Market Treasures. Leaving her hometown, Wu Zhenjin headed directly to Yuqing. The distance from her home to Yuqing exceeded 1,000 kilometers. When fatigue set in, she stopped at a service station to rest on the back seat of her car. And after rejuvenating herself, she continued her journey. Ultimately, she arrived in Yuqing before sunset the following day. Upon exiting the Yuqing Expressway, a throng of vendors hawking jade at the highway entrance greeted her. Indeed, Yuqing lived up to its reputation. While other cities typically sold food at expressway exits, here they sold jade. Wu Zhenjin did not linger at the highway entrance but followed her navigation straight to the hotel. After checking in and placing her luggage, she carefully inspected the room to ensure there were no hidden surveillance devices. After enjoying a dinner delivered by the hotel, she relished a hot shower that washed away her fatigue. Wu Zhenzhen planned to explore the night market, rumored to be brimming with treasures, if one possessed an eye for quality. There were gems waiting to be discovered everywhere. However, it was also a hot spot for counterfeit goods, with many swindlers setting up night stalls. Some jade appeared particularly stunning under the night lights, but upon exposure to sunlight, the quality often left much to be desired. In summary, the night market was a veritable melange of authenticity and deceit. Wu Zhenzhen, lacking expertise in jade, had perused a few posts about jade over the past few days. After reviewing numerous images, she felt they all appeared relatively similar. Yet, her space had an affinity for such items. If all else failed, she could always attend an auction. Although the prices were higher, at least the goods had been verified by a multitude of experts, ensuring their authenticity, albeit at the cost of spending a bit more. Wu Zhenzhen chose not to drive herself, instead hailing a cab at the hotel entrance. She feared that navigating an unfamiliar area would leave her without a parking space. And she was wary of being targeted by unscrupulous individuals who might see her decent vehicle as a mark. Upon alighting, Wu Zhenzhen was awestruck by the bustling night market, an expansive plaza teeming with throngs of people. It was said that the night market had originally sprawled along the roads of Yuqing, with nearly every street lined with small stalls, severely disrupting traffic.
Subsequently,
the government designated this area specifically for vendors. Wu Zhenzhen strolled through the market, where every stall was dedicated to jade-related items. Some sold raw stones, others finished products, and many offered cutting services. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of options, she felt like a novice entering a new realm, making her quest for goods quite challenging. Little sister, come take a look at this bracelet. It's perfect for you. A middle-aged man interjected, presenting a purple bracelet to Wu Zhenzhen. She observed its beauty and inquired, "How much is this?" "I was originally selling it for 80,000, but since I feel a connection with you, I'll let it go for 70,000, he replied. "Don't buy it, it's a fake." At that moment, a plump woman approached and discreetly warned Wu Zhenzhen. "What did you say? Don't think I didn't hear you." The man, noticing her, angrily confronted the woman. "If you're not buying, then I'm not selling. Get lost, you're just an eyesore at my stall." The vendor snatched the bracelet from Wu Zhenzhen's hand, infuriated. "Come, I'll take you to buy. It's so obviously fake. How dare they sell it? Such a fraud." The plump woman angrily pulled Wu Zhenzhen away, continuing to chastise the vendor. "Miss, I see you're a newcomer. This night market is a mixed bag, with all sorts of people. Many sell counterfeit goods. So you must be cautious not to be deceived," the woman earnestly advised. As she spoke, the woman guided Wu Zhenzhen to a nearby stall, where the vendor was a lean old man. The old man greeted the woman warmly. "Red sister, the last piece I sold you. I still feel a pang when I think about that price."
"What are you looking for today?"
"I'm looking to choose a bracelet for my daughter-in-law," she replied. "Then you've come to the right place. I have quite a few good pieces today. Take a look." The old man glanced around, as if unearthing treasures, and pulled out 3 bracelets from his bag, each one brilliantly translucent and lush green. "Oh, these are indeed fine pieces. How much?" "Others sell at this price. But for you, I'll offer this," the old man indicated with his fingers, gesturing 5 and then 3. 300,000 is too expensive. I cannot afford that. At most, I can pay 100,000. If you can sell it for that, then great. If not, it's no matter. I sincerely brought a friend to your stall, and your price lacks sincerity. I won't be returning again, the plump woman declared, pulling Wu Zhenzhen to leave.
"Hey,
Red sister, 100,000 it is. I'll take a loss on this." The old man relented, his expression pained. The plump woman happily paid him 100,000. Indeed, 100,000 for a piece is quite a bargain. It's a pity I don't have enough money, or I would have bought the other 2 as well. "Ah, sister, don't you want to buy a bracelet? Such a good deal," the plump woman urged Wu Zhenzhen. "I don't have enough money either." "Then how much do you have?" 200 yuan, and I still need to reserve 100 for the taxi ride back. How can I afford to buy any bracelets?" The gaunt old man hastily tucked away the bracelet. The plump woman who had been gripping Wu Zhenzhen's arm instantly relaxed her hold. Wu Zhenzhen caught a fleeting glimmer of anger in the woman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. "My husband is waiting for me, so I must take my leave." Enjoy your shopping. As Wu Zhenzhen walked a short distance and glanced back, she noticed the plump woman conversing with a middle-aged man who had initially blocked her path, discussing something in front of the stall of the lean man. Though Wu Zhenzhen had little understanding of jade, her experiences in the apocalypse had sharpened her ability to read faces and discern hidden intentions. From the moment she first laid eyes on the trio, she recognized them as swindlers. She refrained from exposing them, not wanting to stir trouble in unfamiliar surroundings, and also out of curiosity to see what tricks they might employ. Unfortunately, she was soon disappointed. Their acting was woefully inadequate, akin to childish play, wandering aimlessly. Wu Zhenzhen mused that the night market was indeed unsuitable for her. The dazzling array of items left her bewildered, unable to distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit. Perhaps she should wait for the auction tomorrow. Excuse me. Wu Zhenzhen inadvertently bumped into a woman clutching a raw stone. Seeing the woman's panic struggle to retain her grip on the stone, Wu Zhenzhen swiftly reached out to assist. The moment she caught the raw stone, Wu Zhenzhen felt a surge of excitement emanating from her space, reminiscent of a puppy eagerly wagging its tail at the sight of a meat bone, as if to say,
I want to eat that.
Boss, I can offer you 2,000. That's my maximum. Any more and I'm out. The woman cast a sidelong glance at Wu Zhenzhen before negotiating with the vendor over the stone she held. 3,000. Not a penny less, the vendor asserted firmly, reclaiming the stone from the woman and placing it back on the stall. Frustrated that he couldn't negotiate down, the woman departed. In that instant, as the raw stone was taken away, Wu Zhenzhen's space returned to its tranquil state. She was still reeling from the shock. Could her space be alive? Could it have emotions? Could it identify jade? Surely, she hadn't imagined it. In her previous life, she had never discovered such a capability. Was it possible that the jade she had previously fed it was insufficient in size or quality? Contemplating this, Wu Zhenzhen reached for the raw stone she had just caught, and upon touching it, her space became animated once more. Indeed, it could recognize its own sustenance. This stone was undoubtedly a treasure. 3,000 was a fair price. The vendor noticed Wu Zhenzhen's evident interest in the stone and began to promote it. Uncertain about the specific criteria for her space's excitement towards jade, she meticulously examined each piece of raw stone on the vendor's table. Regrettably, apart from the earlier piece, only one small stone elicited a slight thrill. She picked up the diminutive stone, noting a small window had been polished into it, revealing a hint of verdant jade within. And this one? I'll give you a flat price of 20,000. 1,000. Sister, you don't bargain like that. You'll ruin your business, the vendor retorted, snatching the stone from Wu Zhenzhen's hand, clearly irked. Look at this window. It's exquisite. If the green layer is thick enough, it could be worth hundreds of thousands. Wu Zhenzhen replied, just tell me how much you want. I'm no novice in this field. If it were truly worth that much, you wouldn't let me find it here. She wasn't naive enough to be easily deceived. 5,000 is my final offer. Any lower and I won't buy. Observing the vendor's expression, it was evident he was merely trying to avoid losing a sale. 5,000 for both, she said, placing the small stone alongside the piece taken by the woman earlier. The vendor hesitated. If you want to sell, then I'll take my leave, Wu Zhenzhen declared, turning to walk away. Wait. The vendor called her back after just a few steps. After settling the payment, Wu Zhenzhen first slipped the smaller stone into her backpack, utilizing the opportunity to place it into her space. She sensed that the area of her space had increased by 10 square meters, yet the black earth remained unchanged. It seemed that her previous finds had not been of sufficient quality to elicit a reaction from her space. In her previous life, despite her efforts to find several pieces of jade for her space, it had only expanded by 5 square meters. She then placed the larger stone into her space, and instantly, her space expanded by 30 square meters, alongside the black earth. This revelation filled Wu Zhenzhen with exhilaration. However, she found it peculiar that both stones did not vanish like the jade from her past life. Instead, they lay intact within her space. No, not entirely intact. The small stone with the window had clearly developed a small hole, and the previously verdant window had become merely a tiny aperture. The larger piece had also become significantly lighter. Could it be? With lingering doubts, Wu Zhenzhen sought out a restroom, hiding in a stall. She retrieved the seemingly unscathed stone and struck it forcefully against the floor. The stone shattered into several fragments. Indeed, it was hollow inside. Her space had consumed the jade within, leaving only a thin shell. From the adjacent stall, a fellow restroom goer, startled by the noise, inquired, "What is going on? Are you all right?" Nothing. I just dropped a raw stone," Wu Zhenzhen replied hastily.
Oh,
"You scared me. I thought you were about to blow up the toilet." The person grumbled in response. Wu Zhenzhen gathered the broken pieces and stored them back in her space, planning to dispose of them at a later time. Without lingering, she exited, ready to continue her shopping spree. Chapter 10. Continuously Finding Bargains. Emerging from the restroom, Wu Zhenzhen headed straight for the raw stone section. The quality of finished products was evident, and good items were rarely sold at a bargain. Although Wu Zhenzhen was quite wealthy at present, she anticipated numerous future expenses and needed to spend wisely. With her space assisting in the identification of raw stones, those encased in outer layers naturally became her prime targets, providing affordable opportunities for discovery. While others relied on luck and experience to buy raw stones, for Wu Zhenzhen, aided by her space, it was akin to peeling the outer layer away and selecting at leisure. She began her exploration from the first row, thoroughly examining each piece of raw stone at the vendor stalls. Whenever she found something appealing, she would negotiate with the vendors, leveraging her keen insight honed through years of survival in the apocalypse to secure the best prices. Indeed, despite the night market being a hodgepodge of goods, rife with counterfeits, its vastness and the multitude of raw stone vendors allowed Wu Zhenzhen to acquire a fair number of treasures with the help of her space. Regrettably, most of her finds were small stones. Initially, she worried that should she stumble upon an exceptionally large piece that excited her space, she would struggle to discreetly store it away. However, her concerns proved unfounded. After a full night of browsing, she had encountered no particularly large stones, only small ones. Perhaps larger stones were simply unpopular among patrons, as few would wish to carry heavy stones around the market, leading to a lack of sales and, consequently, a lack of offerings. Regardless, Wu Zhenzhen felt elated. Despite having driven for so long without rest, she felt no fatigue, her excitement from discovering treasures invigorating her spirit. Each time, she cleverly tucked raw stones into the gaps in her backpack. They found their way into her space. To avoid drawing suspicion, she also included a few slightly larger hollow stones in her bag, creating the illusion of a bulging backpack that was, in reality, quite light. Until the clock struck 5. When the dawn began to gently illuminate the sky, Wu Zhenzhen had perused all the raw stone stalls at the night market. The specifics of her purchases eluded her, and she had lost track of the quantities. All that remained was a considerable pile of hollow stones within her spatial realm. A glance at her finances revealed she had expended over 2 million. Her modest flat had expanded to 500 square meters, while the dark soil had grown to over 800 square meters. As the night market gradually emptied, stall owners began to pack up and prepare for their return home. Wu Zhenzhen cast a glance towards the distant exit, her heart sinking with despair. She needed to walk back to the entrance to catch a ride. In her earlier excitement, fatigue had been an afterthought, and she had traversed the stalls without a sense of distance. Now, however, she felt utterly drained, exhaustion washing over her, and she truly wished to cease walking. "Sister, are you heading back?" a young woman queried. Wu Zhenzhen recognized her as the proprietor of a raw stone stall from which she had recently purchased. Beside the stall, a small infant slept soundly. They had exchanged a few words earlier, during which Wu Zhenzhen learned that the young woman was divorced and struggled to make a living while caring for her child. With no one to watch her baby, she had no choice but to bring the child along to the market, where he would nap beside her stall when tired. "Yes, indeed. The distance to the entrance is quite far. I was about to head back. Would you like a ride?" The young woman operated a tricycle which, though labeled an electric vehicle, was essentially a modified bicycle. The back of her sturdy bike was fitted with a large cargo box, where a motor powered the vehicle. Her goods were piled high in the back, while her baby, still asleep, leaned against her back, his head tilted adorably. Wu Zhenzhen, feeling too weary to make the trek to the gate, accepted without hesitation, climbing onto the cargo box and settling into a stable spot. "You must be from out of town, sister. Did you find anything to your liking?" Despite her challenging circumstances, the young woman remained optimistic, always smiling and chatty.
Ah,
"Nothing particularly appealing. I'm not well-versed in this merchandise. I merely came to explore and buy something fun during my travels. A friend asked me to bring back a large piece of raw stone, but I haven't spotted any, Wu Zhenzhen replied. I know where to find large raw stones. We have plenty of suppliers. Unfortunately, my vehicle can't accommodate anything too big, so I only selected smaller pieces. Where? Sister, I can take you there. It's easy to get lost in this unfamiliar place. Wu Zhenzhen understood that the young woman aimed to earn a small commission, but she could hardly blame her. As a single mother, she was simply trying to seize every opportunity to make a living. That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much. After we arrive, I'll prepare a red envelope for your child to buy some formula. All right, sister. It's a deal. Upon reaching the entrance, they exchanged WeChat contacts. Learning that the young woman's surname was Lin, and agreed to meet at the Jade Exhibition Hall S entrance at 2 o'clock that afternoon. By the time Wu Zhenzhen returned to her hotel, it was already 7 o'clock. After breakfast and a quick wash, she set her alarm and collapsed into bed. At noon, having slept less than 5 hours, she was awoken by her alarm. Reflecting on her prolonged lack of restful sleep, she recognized her dire need for slumber. She hoped her afternoon excursion would yield an abundance of delightful finds, allowing her to return home for a proper night's rest. After lunch and a brief tidy-up, Wu Zhenzhen first rented a truck and then met with Lin. The young woman still carried her child, who was now awake, his big, round eyes sparkling with curiosity as he smiled at Wu Zhenzhen, revealing his toothless gums. Utterly adorable. Following Lin on her electric bicycle, they wound their way to a large courtyard, surrounded by 3-meter-high walls equipped with electric fencing. Inside, stones were piled high, visibly categorized into sections, with numerous individuals either selecting stones or working as staff. Nearby stood a 3-story building resembling a warehouse. Lin instructed Wu Zhenzhen to park outside and spoke briefly with the gatekeeper before gesturing for Wu Zhenzhen to enter. You need to register here. Once you find what you desire, inform the staff, and they will assist you in loading it onto your vehicle. Wu Zhenzhen provided her name and received a numbered tag. Sister, this is Area 10, where raw stones are priced under 1,000 yuan. Over there is Area 9, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 3,000, and Area 1 has stones priced from 10,000 to 500,000. If you seek something even better, you can speak with the staff, who will verify your funds before guiding you to select further, Lin explained, pointing towards the 3-story warehouse. I can only assist you up to this point. You'll need to choose what you want yourself. You're bound to find something you like. Thank you, dear sister, Wu Zhenzhen said, as she transferred 200 yuan to Lin via WeChat. This is for your efforts. Noticing Lin's somewhat subdued reaction, she added another 2,000 yuan. This is for your child's formula. Only then did Lin brighten up and head towards Area 10 with renewed enthusiasm. Wu Zhenzhen had considered that if she had sought this place on her own through online searches, she might have found it. Yet, without Lin's guidance, she likely would not have thought to explore this treasure trove. She would have confined herself to the more familiar exhibition areas and trading centers. Compared to those venues, this location was evidently far more suited to her needs. Thus, spending a little over 2,000 to discover such a place was indeed a worthwhile investment. In this world, paths do not exist until one walks them. With money, opportunities arise. Chapter 11. This woman has skills. After surveying the area, Wu Zhenzhen decided to begin her search in Area 10. The prices in Area 1, 10,000 and 50,000 yuan, were enough to cause her heartache. After all, these items would hold little value in the apocalypse. A well-crafted piece might only exchange for a meager portion of coarse grain, while these raw stones, once considered worthless, now commanded such exorbitant prices. Money spent on these stones could buy a substantial amount of food. Shaking her head, Wu Zhenzhen dismissed these unproductive thoughts. On the surface, she was purchasing stones, but in reality, she was investing in the capacity of her spatial realm. Without sufficient space, hoarding food would be futile. With this perspective, Wu Zhenzhen felt considerably more at ease. The money spent secured her a perpetual storage solution, a tremendous value indeed. She observed that each section contained stones sorted into various heaps, small, large, and medium sizes. Every individual entering the area received a cart equipped with a basket, allowing them to collect stones of their choice. When their selections exceeded the basket's capacity, they could simply write their number on the basket for the staff to transport to the checkout area. Upon reaching Area 10, Wu Zhenzhen spotted Lin sifting through the smaller heap. She initially approached the larger pile, but alas, none of the stones resonated with the needs of her spatial realm. Thus, she moved to the medium-sized pile, swiftly feeling her way through each stone. Wu Zhenzhen was unusually quick, barely pausing before moving on to the next one. In contrast, others were either clutching small stones or gathered around larger ones, scrutinizing them with lights. The staff, unable to watch her in silence, approached to advise her on optimal selections. Wu Zhenzhen was solely focused on hastening her search for the stone her space required and did not wish to engage. If they truly possessed such knowledge, they would not be working here. They would have long since amassed wealth and retired in comfort. This thought remained unspoken, as she feared being expelled. Seeing that Wu Zhenzhen was unresponsive, the staff member relented and allowed her to continue undisturbed. Before long, Wu Zhenzhen found the stone that her spatial realm had been seeking amidst the medium-sized section. The staff, noticing the stone placed in Wu Zhenzhen's basket, couldn't help but caution her. This one is not suitable. Under the light, it reveals no translucence at all, clearly lacking any jade layers. Wu Zhenzhen retorted with a smile. Are you implying that this piece could be given to me for free? That's not what I meant at all. I'm merely a worker here, came the reply. With a quiet smile, Wu Zhenzhen continued her search, and the staff, understanding her intent, discreetly moved away. One must admit, the abundance of raw stones here is truly overwhelming. An hour passed, and despite Wu Zhenzhen's swift pace, she had yet to finish exploring Area 10, prompting her to hasten her efforts. By the time she completed her search of Area 10, she had only gathered a mere dozen stones, most of which were small, leaving her baskets less than full. The staff shook their heads at some of the stones she had selected but refrained from further comment, assisting her in pushing her findings to the checkout. Subsequently, Wu Zhenzhen ventured into Areas 9, 8, and 7. It was undeniable that the higher the price, the more valuable the finds. The ingenuity and experience of humanity are indeed remarkable. However, as time was limited, it was already dark when she reached Area 8. After sifting through Area 7, exhaustion overtook her, and she resolved to return the next day. Upon reaching the checkout, her collection resembled a small mountain. After calculations, she was astonished to find her haul valued over 20 million, with all items clearly priced and no negotiations accepted. After settling the bill, she requested the staff to load the items onto her truck. The smaller pieces were tossed directly into the vehicle, while the larger ones were carefully loaded using a forklift, filling the truck to capacity, leaving her uncertain about potential overloading. Once Wu Zhenzhen parked in a secluded spot, she carefully surveyed her surroundings. Confirming no one was in sight, she opened the truck's compartment and climbed inside to transfer all the raw stones into her space. Inside, the originally single-story, 500-square-meter dwelling instantly transformed into a 3-story villa, each floor spanning 300 square meters. She had anticipated the space would merely expand, but to her surprise, it had also reshaped itself into a villa. The dark earth remained unchanged in form, merely expanding to 500 square meters. Most importantly, the entire space's height soared to 9 meters, a substantial increase in volume indeed. With over 20 million exchanged for such a vast area, it was indeed a worthy investment. Gazing at the expansive space, Wu Zhenzhen no longer felt regret over the money spent on the raw stones. Returning to the hotel at 10 p.m., she indulged in a relaxing bath before silencing her alarm, intending to enjoy a restful night. Awakening naturally the next morning, Wu Zhenzhen felt rejuvenated. Arriving at the yard where she had been the previous day, it was now 9 a.m., and many staff members recognized her as the woman who had purchased a truckload of goods just yesterday. Their hushed conversations indicated surprise at her return. Ignoring their whispers, Wu Zhenzhen completed her registration and resumed her search, starting from Area 6, then progressing through Areas 5 and 4. After finishing Area 4, she realized she was feeling a bit hungry. She asked the staff to tally her purchases and load them onto her truck, intending to have lunch before continuing, while also placing the selected stones into her space. This haul would not be significantly less than the previous days, and with the higher price tags, she ended up spending over 40 million. Boss, look at this. We can revisit in the afternoon. A man dressed in a suit hesitated to respond from the luxurious office on the warehouse's top floor as he puffed on a cigar. In the afternoon, Wu Zhenzhen completed her searches in areas 1 and 3. Upon settling nearly 100 million in payments and preparing to leave, a sharply dressed man approached her. Miss Wu, my boss requests your presence. The phrasing indicated an invitation that was less of a request and more of an insistence. Wu Zhenzhen sensed no malice from the man, glanced towards the warehouse, and followed the suited gentleman. Upon reaching the main entrance, the heavy iron doors of the warehouse opened slowly, revealing two men dressed like bodyguards, who politely bowed to them. Inside, the floor was scattered with marked raw stones. Following the suited man into an elevator, they ascended to the third floor, where he led her to the opulent office. Boss, I've brought the person, the suited man announced. In the lavish office, a man in a floral shirt, cigar in mouth, surveyed Wu Zhenzhen from head to toe. Indeed a woman, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Wu Zhenzhen did not let his jovial demeanor lower her guard. After all, anyone bold enough to leave such a considerable quantity of goods unattended in the yard was not to be underestimated. This was not merely due to effective security or wealth, but rather the owner of these raw stones understood that even with such goods displayed, people would come to buy openly rather than resorting to theft or robbery. Thus, this individual was either exceptionally powerful or exceedingly ruthless, and he appeared to embody both qualities. What is it you wish to discuss? Wu Zhenzhen inquired, feigning confusion. It's simply that I am touched by your support for my business and wish to present you with a gift. With that, Siemyukin clapped his hands, and 10 individuals resembling bodyguards entered, each pair carrying 5 large boxes, which they arranged meticulously in front of Wu Zhenzhen. The bodyguards proceeded to open the boxes one by one. The first box contained a fully verdant mithria, exquisitely detailed and devoid of any impurities. The second box housed a raw stone, its outer layer nearly stripped away, technically classifying it as a large piece of jade, with all but a hint of outer skin being pure jade flesh. The third box held an ordinary raw stone. The fourth box contained a halved raw stone, revealing a smooth, vibrant green jade flesh. The fifth box was another raw stone. You have 1 minute to choose. From these 5, select the one you deem the finest to take with you, Siemyukin instructed, observing Wu Zhenzhen intently. Wu Zhenzhen gazed at the lush green jade before her, her eyes widening in awe.
Wow.
They are truly beautiful. In truth, Wu Zhenzhen did not possess a particular fondness for jade. It was only now that she realized her disinterest stemmed from never having encountered such exquisite specimens before. Who could resist the allure of such treasures? They must be brought home for daily admiration. Observing the entranced gaze of Wu Zhenzhen, Siemyukin felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. As Wu Zhenzhen approached and gently caressed the mithria, she thought, No reaction? This must be a fake. Alas, her excitement had been in vain. The second raw stone, nearly stripped of its outer layer, also yielded no response. The third, however, sent forth an enthusiastic signal. The fourth stone, halved, elicited a slight thrill. One half responded eagerly, while the other remained utterly inert. Upon touching the fifth raw stone with merely the tip of her pinky, the space erupted with joy. As Wu Zhenzhen placed her entire palm upon it, the space seemed poised to leap forth and claim the stone without her consent. In a moment of alarm, she swiftly withdrew her hand, fearing that the space might devour the raw stone before the watchful eyes all around her, and that she would inevitably be branded a monster. I choose this one.
What?
The suited man nearby nearly sprang up in disbelief. Siemyukin's lips twitched in anguish. What was he to do with this sudden reluctance? Had he grown attached? This was the greatest fortune he had stumbled upon in his life, and he had reveled in the joy of it for several months. Was it truly to be taken away by this young lady? Miss Wu, I must remind you that this mithria was procured by our boss for a staggering 10 billion. The second one is even more remarkable, purchased for 18 billion. Although the fourth does not compare to the first two, it still commanded a price of 5 billion. And the one he selected was merely acquired for 3 million. Yet that is simply its purchase price. It does not reflect its true value. Wu Zhenzhen replied with calm assurance. Miss Wu, you are perhaps unaware that our boss is regarded as the foremost appraiser in the nation. He boldly claims the title of number 1, and none dare contest it. The suited man declared with an air of self-importance, as if he himself were the nation's top expert. Yet they were misjudged. In my estimation, those 3 are inferior to this one. Wu Zhenzhen stated unwaveringly, pointing to the third raw stone. Siem Yukin was taken aback by her assertion. The third raw stone had been casually selected by his bodyguard from the yard outside, while the other two were indeed counterfeit. The other half of the fourth stone was genuine. Though its meat was not particularly thick, its quality was exquisite and devoid of impurities. Even that half could fetch at least 10 million in the market. Yet now, she claimed it was inferior to something plucked at random from the yard. Miss Wu, would you like to consider the fourth stone once more? Siem Yukin inquired, concerned that the brief time may have prevented her from fully appreciating the genuine half of it. No need. The genuine half pales in comparison to this one, Wu Zhenzhen firmly reiterated, pointing once more at the third. Seeing her unwavering conviction, Siem Yukin retrieved his appraisal tools and meticulously examined the third raw stone. When the bodyguard had brought it back, he had felt a twinge of doubt. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary raw stone, containing at most a hint of jade meat, and its quality was certainly inferior to that of the fourth's other half. Siem Yukin circled the stone, scrutinizing it from every angle multiple times, and he was convinced that it could not possibly exceed the quality of the fourth stone. To cover all bases, he summoned his subordinate. Take this and have it cut open. Before long, his subordinate returned with a cut stone. Oh no! Who told you to cut it in half? The suited man lamented, his heart aching at the sight of the raw stone. The subordinates bowed their heads, obeying their boss's orders, but they dared not speak, merely lowering their gazes. When the stone was first cut, the cutter lamented deeply, grieving over the loss of such a fine piece of jade, which could have been polished slowly to yield a far greater value. The raw stone, now divided, revealed three distinct layers: the outer layer of stone skin, followed by a delicate pale yellow jade layer, marred by visible cracks, and a central layer of nearly transparent jade, unblemished and without a single crack. Such a large and high-quality piece of glass-like jade had been cleaved in two. The suited man continued to wail in despair. Siem Yukin remained silent, intently observing the bifurcated raw stone. So this was the reason he had been unable to appraise it correctly. The good quality had been concealed beneath such a shell. But how had she discerned it? Had she truly attained some divine insight? Never mind, it has already been cut. So there is no point in further discussion, Siem Yukin said to the suited man. But boss, had it not been cut, it would have been worth at least 1 billion. Now, it might fetch only 50 million, the suited man muttered.
What?
What have I just heard? Wu Zhenzhen's heart raced, unsure how to articulate her feelings at this moment. She recalled that the space had only emitted a simple signal from this raw stone. It had not been particularly exuberant. Was it truly valued at 1 billion? What then of this one? To confirm her thoughts, Wu Zhenzhen pointed to the other half of the fourth raw stone.
Miss Wu, you jest.
This one would be lucky to sell for just over 10 million. It cannot possibly compare to that. The suited man assumed she was merely responding to their earlier doubts about her appraisal skills, attempting to flatter her with a sycophantic smile. Wu Zhenzhen was once again astounded. Over 10 million? The space, that extravagant child, had only shown a modicum of excitement. Moreover, based on her previous experiences, a raw stone that could elicit even a slight thrill from the space would result in only a 10 square meter expansion. 1 million could only yield 10 square meters. Maintaining such a space seemed a daunting task. Wu Zhenzhen recalled her initial encounter at the night market when she had chided the vendor. You were right. That stone is indeed valuable and worth far more than your prediction, at least 10 million. I should not have scolded you. Thank goodness she had refrained from attending the auction. Otherwise, she would have been financially ruined, unable to acquire enough space. Calculating at 10 million for 10 square meters. Her 27 billion could only afford her 270 square meters, far from sufficient. Who knew how many years the apocalypse would last? 270 square meters would likely only suffice for storing rice. Any other considerations were futile. Thankfully, the space could identify its own sustenance. And she could scavenge by purchasing raw stones, saving a considerable sum. Wu Zhenzhen, who had initially planned to attend the auction the following day, completely abandoned that notion. She would continue to buy raw stones. Purchasing raw stones was frugal, tremendously frugal. As she pondered the countless raw stones she had transported over the past few days that had thrilled the space, she wondered how much they were collectively worth. With that thought in mind, What had once caused her to feel a twinge of pain at the prospect of spending millions or even billions now felt like an incredible fortune gained. Miss Wu is indeed remarkable, Xie Yukon admired as he regarded her. Upon hearing this title, Wu Zhenzhen grew wary. He had previously referred to her as little sister, and now he had suddenly changed his tone. Something felt amiss. He was revealing his true colors. Chapter 13. A Day for a Day. You flatter me. In the presence of a national expert like yourself, I am but a novice, Wu Zhenzhen replied. She spoke truthfully. Without the space, she could discern nothing. Yet, to the ears of others, her words carried a different weight. Xie Yukon felt his face flush with embarrassment, while the suited man was rendered speechless. As he had just proclaimed his boss to be the nation's foremost appraiser, daring to claim the title of number one, with no one willing to contest it. The slap in the face seemed to have come far too swiftly. Fortunately, it seems that the boss did not outright dismiss the worth of this stone earlier. However, the fact that he instructed someone to cut it suggests he failed to recognize its authenticity. It appears that the truth may never be uncovered. Miss Wu has been overly modest. I wonder how she discerned that these pieces are counterfeit. Xie Yukon's expression swiftly returned to normal. In truth, these counterfeit jade stones are the very reason he sought out Wu Zhenzhen. As the foremost appraiser in the nation, these impostors are his disgrace. He purchased them during his travels to Myanmar and has yet to comprehend their deception. Yet, they are indeed fake, as his master confirmed their inauthenticity. Regrettably, his master did not divulge the answer, leaving him to ponder the matter at home. Tragically, shortly after his departure, his master succumbed to a stroke. In the years that followed his master's passing, he diligently researched the stones and consulted numerous appraisers across the country, yet none could unveil their true nature. There is a saying, teach the apprentice, and the master starves. Surely you understand the essence of that phrase. This selection was made by the space. How could she possibly know? Being the master of our esteemed leader, the benefits are beyond mere monetary measure. The suited man, fearing that Wu Zhenzhen might be unaware of the intricacies involved, hastily reminded her. As the master of the nation's top appraiser, Wu Zhenzhen must have some understanding of the advantages at play. Setting aside her reputation, it is certain that she would not need to toil to acquire jade. A multitude would willingly present their offerings to her. Yet, she remains blissfully ignorant. I wonder what conditions Miss Wu might stipulate. Please feel free to express them. Xie Yukon stated earnestly, exuding an air of authority that conveyed, tell me what you require, and I shall accommodate. If there is nothing further, I must take my leave. She desires jade, an abundance of jade. Would she dare to voice such a wish? It would be prudent to depart now. Lingering any longer might expose her intentions. Miss Wu's reluctance to teach is understood by Xie. Might I trouble you for a small favor? As long as you are willing to assist. Feel free to set any condition. In truth, Xie Yukon had anticipated that Wu Zhenzhen would not impart her knowledge, yet he still wished to gamble on it, which prompted his earlier mention. Now that he has received a clear refusal, his hopes have been utterly dashed. What is it that you require of me? As long as it does not involve teaching appraisals, we may negotiate. After all, Wu Zhenzhen is also in a quandary, uncertain of where to procure raw stones next. Finding a place brimming with raw stones, as this one is, for casual selection is no easy task. Accompany me to Myanmar for a day of appraisal, Xie Yukon proposed. Are you not the nation's foremost appraiser? Should you not undertake the appraisal yourself? Why go to such lengths, just to have me appraise for a single day? Surely, there must be a trap. Wu Zhenzhen's heart brimmed with doubt. Observing her silence, Xie Yukon endeavored to assuage her concerns with an explanation. To earn genuine assistance, one must first extend their own sincerity. By elucidating the situation, one allows others to comprehend their intentions, fostering a willingness to genuinely assist. As a leader, he is acutely aware of this principle, hence his meticulousness in his words. Miss Wu likely perceived that he could not identify these 3 counterfeit jades. His master could, but sadly passed away from a stroke, otherwise he would not have troubled Miss Wu. You must have heard that the nation's jade originates from Jade City. However, what outsiders do not realize is that after over a century of mining, the jade reserves in Jade City have dwindled significantly. Presently, over 80 of the jade sold in Jade City actually comes from Myanmar, just a wall away, and nearly all of our stock originates from there. Yet, I have refrained from acquiring more goods in recent years. Do you know why? Is it because of these counterfeit jades? Indeed. While I hoarded a substantial amount of stock years ago, I find myself merely consuming what I have. This limited supply will eventually be exhausted, leaving me with nothing to sell. Moreover, the absence of new stock over the past few years has led to a significant loss of clientele, a loss that is incalculable. However, due to my inability to authenticate these counterfeit jades, I dare not procure more stock, fearing that I might inadvertently bring back more fakes. And without my master to guide me, I might sell them as genuine to my customers. Is it true that no one can identify them? Wu Zhenzhen inquired. Siemyukin cast a complex glance at her. He could not ascertain whether her question was a test or something else entirely, so he continued to explain. I am no saint. I merely cherish this hard-won endeavor. Everything I possess has been painstakingly built from the ground up. If I could ensure that no one in this world could ever identify these fakes, I would sell them without hesitation. However, society evolves, appraisal techniques advance, and every individual's appraisal capabilities improve. I cannot guarantee that a machine or an individual won't emerge to unveil the technique for identifying such counterfeit jades. Should I sell without care, the day that someone or something can expose these fakes will mark the end of my enterprise. For someone like me, who frequently engages with esteemed individuals from across the nation, selling counterfeit goods once discovered is tantamount to self-destruction. I can only assist you with a single day of appraisal. I will not make a habit of it, Wu Zhenzhen asserted. One day is sufficient. I believe that after this day, they will no longer dare to allow such counterfeit jades to infiltrate our esteemed nation, Siemyukin declared, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination.
Wow.
That gaze is somewhat intimidating, yet undeniably commanding. What might Miss Wu's conditions entail? Siemyukin quickly regained his composure and turned to inquire of Wu Zhenzhen. Initially, Wu Zhenzhen had intended to request that he allow her to freely select goods from his private warehouse, purchasing them at a fair price. However, upon contemplating the staggering figures, tens of millions or even billions, she reconsidered. Her own finances would scarcely suffice to acquire even a few. While he might be willing to gift her a raw stone or two, her desires far exceeded such paltry offerings. Asking for more would be an impossibility. His wealth was not easily amassed, and receiving even one or two would be quite generous. After some consideration, Wu Zhenzhen spoke to Siemyukin. I have but one request. When we travel to Myanmar, I will assist you in appraisal for one day, and in return, you shall accompany me to your familiar suppliers to select goods for a day. I shall cover the costs of the goods, but you must assist me in transporting them back.
Ha!
Not only does Miss Wu possess extraordinary appraisal skills, but her business acumen is also remarkable. Very well. A day for a day. It is settled. Wu Zhenzhen initially felt that this arrangement was somewhat unbalanced in Siemyukin's favor. After all, it was merely a day exchanged for another, requiring no financial outlay from him. She merely needed his guidance in the unfamiliar terrain of Myanmar. Only upon arriving in Myanmar did she realize what Siemyukin meant by her impressive business acumen and what this exchange truly entailed. Chapter 14. No Return Without Resolution. After finalizing their agreement, Siemyukin had his bodyguards assist Wu Zhenzhen in loading the promised raw stones into her vehicle. Siemyukin personally accompanied her to the entrance to bid her farewell. The staff member, who had been persistently trying to teach Wu Zhenzhen appraisal techniques, found themselves overwhelmed with embarrassment upon witnessing their boss personally escorting Wu Zhenzhen away.
Ah.
What have I done yesterday? No wonder she paid me no mind. It turns out she is a formidable figure. Boss Xia, since I have laid out my conditions, it is natural that I seek to collaborate with you sincerely. I am accustomed to working alone and prefer not to have others around me, Wu Zhenzhen stated to the bodyguard beside Siemyukin before departing. The implication was clear. She would uphold her promise and requested that no one follow her. I am concerned about Miss Wu being alone in Yuqing, as we are partners, and my intentions are solely to protect her out of goodwill, without any ulterior motives. Caught off guard, Siemyukin awkwardly touched his nose. Since Miss Wu is not fond of my presence, I shall certainly respect your wishes and will not intrude upon you. Excellent. I appreciate collaborating with individuals who honor their word. Should he send someone to follow her, any prospects of cooperation would be nullified. Rest assured, Siemyukin assured her. As Wu Zhenzhen kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, she confirmed that she indeed was not being followed. She drove the vehicle to a secluded spot and climbed into the back of the truck. In a rush to select stones, after tossing the raw materials into her space, she barely noticed how much her space had expanded. Upon inspection, she found that the villa had grown from a mere 300 square meters per floor to 500 square meters. The black land had doubled from 1,500 square meters to 3,000 square meters. After placing the goods she had selected that afternoon into her space, she left the piece gifted by Siamyukin aside. Suddenly, the villa boasted an additional 500 square meter basement, meaning the villa alone now encompassed 2,000 square meters, while the black land expanded to 6,000 square meters. According to the calculations provided by the suited man, 10 square meters equated to 10 million, or 1 million per square meter. So, what would 8,000 square meters amount to? The realization struck her with astonishment. Such astronomical figures diminished the 20 billion in her pocket to mere triviality, reducing her wealth to a handful of coins. Wu Zhenzhen, who once believed herself quite affluent, felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, realizing that she was still a pauper. Once again placing the raw stone gifted by Siamyukin into her space, she faced yet another blow. Her vegetable garden expanded by an additional 500 square meters. It became evident that she was indeed still impoverished, considering that a mere gift from a stranger bore a value of 500 million. Moreover, judging by Siamyukin's demeanor, he was not oblivious to the stone's worth. Yet he still willingly bestowed it upon her. What did this signify? It indicated that 500 million was merely a drop in the ocean for him. However, those who understand the value of goods truly find fortune in stone gambling. Previously, the suited man had mentioned that this raw stone was purchased by Siamyukin for 3 million, with an actual value of 500 million, which meant a staggering increase of over 100-fold. No wonder Siamyukin was so affluent. Having returned to the hotel early, she contemplated the wealth she would acquire upon her return from Myanmar, realizing that it would likely be impossible to store the raw stones in her space while on the truck. Consequently, Wu Zhenzhen hurried out to rent a warehouse, finally returning to the hotel at ease to rest. Upon awakening at 7 a.m. after breakfast, she stepped outside and spotted Siamyukin waiting for her at the hotel entrance. "Do not misunderstand. I did not send anyone to follow you. I merely checked where you were residing," Siamyukin explained, sensing her apprehension. Wu Zhenzhen thought no further of it. If Siamyukin did not even know where his partner was staying, she would hesitate to accompany him to Myanmar, having heard that it could be quite chaotic there. In a gentlemanly manner, Siamyukin opened the rear door of the car for Wu Zhenzhen. Once she was seated, he circled around to the other side and joined her in the back seat. The driver was the suited man from the previous day. "Good day, Miss Wu." "Hello. I am yet to learn your name." "My name is Chen Guangi. You may call me Old Chen, just as the boss does." "Hello, Uncle Chen." "Very good." Chen Guangi nodded in approval, clearly pleased with this form of address. "The roads in Myanmar are rather treacherous, necessitating this vehicle. I apologize for the inconvenience," Siamyukin remarked. Wu Zhenzhen then began to assess the vehicle. She had seen it in magazines, recognizing it as a Hummer. It was evidently modified, evident from the exceptionally thick glass, impervious to bullets. As they approached the border of Myanmar, Siamyukin handed her an envelope containing her passport, clearance documents, and more. It seemed she had only registered her name during her visit to their warehouse. In just one night, all these documents had been prepared for her. Moreover, upon inspecting the identification number, it appeared these documents were legitimate. A warning bell rang in Wu Zhenzhen's mind. "Rest assured, I have only arranged these documents. I will not investigate further into your family," Siamyukin clarified. His implication was clear. He could inquire but chose not to. This man was truly formidable. It would be prudent not to become his adversary. Upon reaching the border, the three of them presented their identification documents to the customs officials. When the officials reached Wu Zhenzhen, they naturally handed over Siamyukin's documents as well. Wu Zhenzhen inadvertently caught sight of his age and could not suppress an exclamation. "Only 32? Is that truly your age? How is it that you are merely 6 years my senior?" Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's incredulous gasp, Siamyukin's expression darkened. "Our boss ventured out into the world at the tender age of 8. Everything he possesses today is the result of years of relentless struggle. Enduring hardships in the mines has become second nature to him, and his lack of concern for his skin has left him looking somewhat weathered." Chen Guangi quickly interjected. noticing Siamyukin's displeased countenance in the rear-view mirror. At times, Wu Zhenzhen questioned whether Siamyukin was indeed Qin Guangyi's biological son, given how he consistently defended him.
Oh,
That explains his mature and composed demeanor. Siamyukin, whose complexion had just begun to return to normal, retorted, mature and composed? You might as well say I look old and haggard. Once they crossed the border, Wu Zhenzhen quickly understood why Siamyukin opted for an off-road vehicle. The terrain was riddled with potholes, and other vehicles would likely need to be lifted to traverse it. Conversely, their vehicle handled the terrain with ease. Though bumpy and swaying, it maintained a swift pace. Upon encountering several large potholes, Wu Zhenzhen presumed they would be unable to pass, yet the vehicle sailed through effortlessly. Occasionally, when faced with obstacles such as stones or logs, she thought they would need to dismount and clear the way, but to her astonishment, Qin Guangyi simply smashed through them. Continuing their journey, this vehicle was remarkable. She resolved to purchase several of her own to stockpile, as it would be exceedingly useful in the event of an apocalypse. After about 10 minutes of traversing the border, the vehicle halted before an opulent villa. Wu Zhenzhen initially believed they had arrived at the seller's base, only to find that the individual opening the gate was a bodyguard she had previously encountered in the office.
boss.
As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, the lined-up bodyguards bowed to Siamyukin. It turned out this was Siamyukin's own stronghold. Following him into the villa, Wu Zhenzhen barely had time to admire the resplendent hall before being taken aback by the sight within. A group of individuals clad in camouflage were busily preparing their gear. Some were donning bulletproof vests, while others were strapping various firearms and combat knives to their bodies, continuously stuffing weapons into their backpacks. Were they preparing to select raw stones? Surely, they were not engaging in any illicit activities. Was she being led into a trap? Fear struck Wu Zhenzhen, rendering her speechless as she cast a complex glance at Siamyukin. Aside from your ability to appraise stones, do you hold any other value to me? Siamyukin observed her reaction and smiled as he spoke. One could not deny that Siamyukin's perceptiveness rivaled that of Wu Zhenzhen, who had survived the apocalypse. It seemed he could accurately detect even the slightest deviation in her emotions. Was it too late to regret her decision? She was apprehensive for her life, as she still needed to guide her parents, younger brother, and ex-Ioner through the apocalypse. She could not afford to perish here. What would happen if she suddenly decided not to go? She truly did not wish to proceed. Without her family, she would be unable to survive. After all, her space was now quite substantial. Indeed, one must not be too greedy. I had thought that Miss Wu possessed a thorough understanding of the situation in Myanmar. Otherwise, she would not have proposed the condition of exchanging one day for another. To my astonishment, Siamyukin did not anticipate her sudden withdrawal. How perplexing. What is the actual state of affairs in Myanmar? As someone who immerses herself in work daily, only to return home to tend to her children and household chores, she is utterly oblivious to the circumstances there. She had merely heard that it was somewhat chaotic, assuming it to be merely an increase in petty theft. Her proposition for a day-for-day exchange was solely driven by her own need for a substantial quantity of raw stones, without any knowledge of where to procure them. Is her explanation of any value now? I recall how earnestly Siamyukin had conveyed his current predicament to her. Clearly, explanations hold no merit here. Having arrived, if she does not assist him in resolving the matters at hand, she may find it impossible to return. Boarding the ship is effortless, yet disembarking presents a challenge. Chapter 15. The Aura of Bloodlust. Miss Wu, fret not. No one here dares to lay a hand on our boss. These precautions are merely a safeguard. Even if a confrontation arises, our boss will ensure your safety, Qin Guangyi whispered to Wu Zhenzhen. Aren't we here to purchase raw stones? Why does it feel like a scene from a movie, engaging in a transaction for illicit substances? Since it was inevitable that they must proceed, it would be prudent to familiarize themselves with the situation beforehand. Does Miss Wu truly remain uninformed? Uninformed. Observing the bewildered expression on Wu Zhenzhen's face, Qin Guangyi realized that she was genuinely unaware of the reality. Previously, the majority of the populace in Myanmar relied on agriculture and the trade of narcotics for survival. However, as nations around the world tightened their grip, their lives grew increasingly difficult. Eventually, they discovered that the mountains of Myanmar were rich in jade, prompting those who once traded in drugs to stake claims and excavate the precious stones. These individuals, accustomed to a life on the edge, are not known for their integrity. If one lacks sufficient strength, it's uncertain whether they could merely purchase goods, let alone survive the return journey. Many magnates from the Jade City arrive with fortunes in the billions, yet few return alive, and even if they do, they are unlikely to carry back a single cent. Presently, only a handful of prominent figures in the Jade City can successfully procure goods, among whom is our boss, who stands as the most formidable of them all. Consequently, many affluent merchants in the Jade City are compelled to purchase their goods from our boss. Are you implying that this venture isn't particularly perilous? Wu Zhenzhen's heart sank further upon hearing Chen Guangyi's words. Rest assured, when our boss takes the lead, it is the opposition that should be concerned for their own safety, not us. After hearing this, Wu Zhenzhen finally comprehended why Xie Mukin had previously remarked on her business acumen when she suggested the day-for-day exchange. Wu Zhenzhen refrained from further comments and, once the individuals clad in camouflage were ready, she reboarded the vehicle alongside Xie Mukin. After traveling a short distance, Xie Mukin tossed her a bulletproof vest, commanding, "Put this on." Without hesitation, Wu Zhenzhen complied. Observing her action, Xie Mukin coughed slightly. "Inside your clothing." It was early July, and Wu Zhenzhen was dressed in short sleeves over her undergarments. She glanced at Xie Mukin, questioning if this was truly necessary. Realizing something, he averted his gaze. Chen Guangyi, ever perceptive, had already raised the partition between the passenger seats. After confirming that Xie Mukin had not turned back, Wu Zhenzhen swiftly donned the bulletproof vest beneath her short sleeve. "I'm ready," she declared, feigning calmness. Indeed, despite this, Xie Mukin still did not turn to face her. Chen Guangyi lowered the partition. "Boss, why is your face flushed?" Chen Guangyi teased. "Do you intend to stay here and keep watch for me?" Xie Mukin replied with a hint of menace.
Huh?
"Absolutely not. Wherever the boss is, that is where I shall be. I refuse to remain here and only see the boss a few times a year." Wu Zhenzhen wondered if Chen Guangyi was not, in fact, Xie Mukin's biological father. The lengthy convoy sped along the road, stirring up clouds of dusty yellow. Before long, they were halted at the entrance of a village, where a man brandishing a firearm commanded, "Everyone disembark." "We are friends of your general," Chen Guangyi responded with a smile. "Regardless of who you are, anyone entering our village must disembark and surrender their weapons." The man pressed the gun against Chen Guangyi's head. Before Wu Zhenzhen could react, Chen Guangyi swiftly twisted the man's arm, breaking it with a pained cry. "Is this still the same Chen Guangyi?" Wu Zhenzhen wondered. At that moment, a group of individuals rushed out from the village, resembling a cadre of well-trained mercenaries. Wu Zhenzhen thought to herself, "This is it. It's about to escalate. The vehicle appears sturdy. Perhaps I can hide beneath it for a while." The group formed two lines, standing on either side of the convoy, while the leader respectfully bowed to Chen Guangyi, saying, "We apologize, Mr. Chen. Our general has instructed us that anyone who comes in person can drive directly to the general's residence. This newcomer is inexperienced and has offended you. We ask for your understanding." Fortunately, he aimed at my old head. "Had it been directed at our boss, your entire general's residence would need to relocate," Chen Guangyi remarked, casting a glance at the tightly closed car windows. "Is Boss Xie here?" the leader inquired, glancing toward the window before waving his hand. Two mercenaries dragged the man with the broken arm away to the nearby thicket, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Although Wu Zhenzhen did not witness the scene, the unexpected gunfire startled her thoroughly. In contrast, Xie Mukin appeared unfazed, as if it were of no consequence to him. Chen Guangyi re-entered the vehicle, driving the grand convoy into the village. The procession came to a halt in front of a villa, where a man in military attire awaited at the door. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, the man rushed over to open the door for Xie Mukin, offering a sycophantic smile. "Had I known it was you in person, I would have greeted you at the door to prevent the earlier misunderstanding. I am not here for pleasantries. Let us proceed directly to the quarry." At this moment, Xie Mukin's demeanor shifted entirely, exuding the bloodthirsty aura that Wu Zhenzhen had sensed earlier. Upon arriving at the quarry that Xie Mukin had mentioned, Wu Zhenzhen stood in awe, her mouth agape. The expansive lawn was heaped with raw stones. Even if she were to touch each one, it would take her a month to finish. Thankfully, Xie Mukin had informed her beforehand to select the stones she deemed the best, without concern for quantity. Wu Zhenzhen entered the quarry to choose stones, followed by a group ready to carry her selections away. Thus, her pace was significantly quicker than when she had previously selected goods in Xie Yukin's warehouse, as she no longer needed to expend time transporting stones to the cart. However, fearing that she might outpace the workers behind her, coupled with the sheer abundance of raw stones, she focused only on those that would elicit a considerable response from her space. Even so, the individuals following her began to struggle more and more. This was hardly Wu Zhenzhen's fault. A reliable source of goods indeed offers an astonishing quantity and quality. While Wu Zhenzhen busied herself with enthusiasm, Xie Yukin lounged casually with the general, indulging in wine and cigars. Unbeknownst to Wu Zhenzhen, beneath the seemingly placid surface of Xie Yukin's demeanor, tumultuous currents swirled. Particularly, the general, who had initially worn a smile, soon had a darkening expression. Ultimately kneeling before Xie Yukin, Chen Guangyi helped the kneeling general to his feet and whispered something to him. Moments later, the general and Xie Yukin resumed their jovial drinking as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 16. The boss is truly wicked. As twilight gradually descended, the bounty painstakingly selected by Wu Zhenzhen had accumulated to resemble a modest hill. Just as her enthusiasm for the task burgeoned, Xie Yukin beckoned her over. Following him and the general, Wu Zhenzhen entered a warehouse, and upon stepping inside, she was taken aback by the spectacle before her. The warehouse brimmed with enormous, exquisitely textured jade stones, in hues of yellow, green, purple, and black, their transparency akin to glass. Some had been carved into towering Buddha statues, others depicted landscapes, while some had been fashioned into tables. Select the ones you find unappealing, Xie Yukin instructed Wu Zhenzhen. Bewildered, she queried, unappealing? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. As she meticulously examined each jade piece, she discovered numerous fakes. The quality was undeniably superior, yet the stones exhibited no spatial reaction whatsoever. Swiftly, Wu Zhenzhen meticulously assessed every jade in the warehouse, marking each counterfeit with precision. Observing Wu Zhenzhen accurately label the fraudulent jades, the general's initial pride began to wane, his expression growing increasingly grim. It appeared that Xie Yukin had not lied. The counterfeit techniques he had spent hundreds of billions researching were rendered useless. General, it seems my wife finds these unsatisfactory. What shall we do? Wu Zhenzhen heard Xie Yukin address the general as wife, leaving the general perplexed. Nevertheless, Wu Zhenzhen understood the importance of aligning with Xie Yukin at that moment. Indeed, what the boss says, the general replied, gritting his teeth and signaling to his subordinates. Smash it, he commanded with determination. Moments later, the warehouse descended into chaos, shards of jade littering the floor. General, what a splendid display of magnanimity. Until we meet again, Xie Yukin remarked as he led Wu Zhenzhen away. Oh, by the way, General, the roads here are terribly bumpy. My wife is rather delicate, so she may not return. However, should she encounter similar jade in Huaxia, the consequences shall rest upon your shoulders. Xie Yukin quipped with a smile that bore a hint of mischief. On the return journey, the convoy had multiplied several times compared to their initial arrival, with a fleet of trucks dispatched by the general following closely behind to assist Xie Yukin in transporting raw stones. Upon reaching the villa, Xie Yukin disappeared into a flurry of activity, leaving Chen Guangyi to escort her to dine and rest. The other inhabitants of the villa regarded Wu Zhenzhen with immense respect upon seeing her accompanied by Chen Guangyi, leading her to surmise that Chen Guangyi held a significant position, likely second in command. Even as Wu Zhenzhen succumbed to slumber, she did not witness Xie Yukin's return. Preoccupied with the prospect of selecting goods the following day, she arose early, only to find Xie Yukin seated on the sofa in the living room. Initially suspecting he might have gone without sleep, she soon dismissed the notion upon observing his vibrant demeanor. Shall we set off? Wu Zhenzhen inquired. Just a moment. At that moment, a steaming breakfast was being served one after another. It was only 6 o'clock, and Wu Zhenzhen wondered how early the kitchen must have commenced preparations. Clearly, Xie Yukin was not one to spare his staff when it came to his whims. Miss Wu, do savor the breakfast, and let us know if it pleases you. Our boss anticipated your early rising and specially instructed the kitchen to prepare it for you, a servant chimed in. Wu Zhenzhen, having just mentally berated someone, found herself momentarily puzzled. Where shall we go for selection today? She asked. Anywhere, it matters not. Yukin replied impulsively, realizing that such a response was rather dismissive given Wu Zhenjin's unfamiliarity with the area. He was about to provide an explanation when she interjected. Shall we revisit the stone yard from yesterday? I didn't quite finish my selection. Yukin was momentarily taken aback. That could work. Although, it may require some tidying up before you return. Otherwise, it might be rather gruesome, and I fear you might be unsettled. Unbeknownst to Wu Zhenjin, the general had intended to ambush Yukin's villa, aiming to eliminate both him and Wu Zhenjin in Myanmar, thereby allowing his counterfeiting techniques to thrive once more. Little did he know, Yukin had anticipated such treachery. Before they had even left the encampment, Yukin and his men had already engaged them in combat outside. After a night of skirmishing, the subsequent day involved selecting goods again, which seemed somewhat excessive. It appeared as though they were brazenly seizing goods. Yet Wu Zhenjin remained blissfully unaware, hastily consuming her breakfast. Yukin whispered a few words to the bodyguard beside him, feeling a twinge of pity for the general. Not only had his painstakingly developed techniques been destroyed, but he had also been beaten the previous night, and now he was tasked with cleaning up the battlefield at dawn. What a pitiful fate indeed. Oblivious to the looming misfortunes about to befall her, Wu Zhenjin continued her breakfast. Once again they set forth, the lengthy convoy retracing its path to the encampment. Upon entering, Wu Zhenjin sensed a distinct change in the demeanor of the villagers towards their group. Although everyone had shown respect the previous day, there had been an undercurrent of defiance. The general, though obsequious, had not exuded much fear. Today, however, it seemed that the villagers regarded Yukin's party with trepidation, particularly the general, who appeared overly cautious, flinching at the slightest sound. Terrified of inciting Yukin's ire and incurring his wrath once more. General, did you catch a chill from wearing too little last night? Yukin inquired. Observing the general's distressed state, misinterpreting Yukin's comment as a response to a sneeze, the general hastily bowed and offered apologies. How wicked! Our boss is truly wicked. His subordinates whispered amongst themselves. As for the general's attire, while others may have been oblivious, it was well known among Yukin's men that the general had stripped himself bare to negotiate in earnest. The boss neither consented nor declined, leaving the general to endure the night standing in the cold. Though it was early summer, the temperature in Myanmar varied greatly between day and night. Standing naked through the night would surely invite illness. In truth, Yukin's subordinates understood that he did not wish to annihilate them entirely. Thus, they refrained from delivering fatal blows, merely teaching them a lesson and drawing blood. Currently, Myanmar was under the influence of 5 competing factions, and the elimination of this general would only result in his power being absorbed by another faction, thereby strengthening them, an outcome Yukin wished to avoid. Power abhors a vacuum. Until Yukin could decisively eliminate the other 4 factions, he would not extinguish any single group. Instead, he would allow them to mutually restrain one another under his control. This was also the reason Yukin refrained from mining in Myanmar. The country resembled the inheritance of a wealthy family, with 5 brothers vying for dominance. Any outsider attempting to seize control of one brother's assets would inevitably face a united front from the others, who would band together to expel the intruder. As a foreigner from Huaxia, Yukin was permitted to purchase, but should he attempt to exploit the mines, he would become a target for collective hostility. Currently, Yukin could easily handle one of them, yet taking on 5 simultaneously remained beyond his capabilities. Wu Zhenjin was oblivious to the intricacies of imperial scheming. Her only desire was to expedite her shopping spree. Chapter 17: A Windfall. Upon arriving at yesterday's stone quarry, Wu Zhenjin focused solely on selecting items that would elicit great excitement from her spatial realm. Given her limited finances, she had to allocate her funds judiciously, choosing only the finest specimens without overindulging. Yukin continued to leisurely sip wine and puff on cigars. By midday, Wu Zhenjin intended to settle her bill and return. Although they had agreed to a one-day-for-one-day arrangement, the abundance of exquisite stones at the quarry was overwhelming. She could not guarantee her ability to afford all the treasures she had selected that morning. Thus, she contemplated borrowing a bit from Yukin, if necessary, planning to set aside some raw stones for cutting and selling once in Yuching, thereby repaying him later. After all, the items chosen by her spatial realm would undoubtedly appreciate in value once processed. Leaving little hope for her to save for future provisions, today's expenditures would surely consume all her funds. However, the bill calculated by the general stunned her. 10 million? Wu Zhenzhen gasped. Surely, she had misheard. She had witnessed Siemyukin settle an astronomical bill the previous day. The raw stones here could not be so inexpensive. Though her selection was not as vast as the previous day's, she had already succumbed to the allure of her spatial excitement, choosing items well beyond her financial reach. She pondered how to persuade Siemyukin to lend her money. Madam, you heard correctly. The total price of these goods is indeed 10 million. The general reiterated. This was the figure provided by Siemyukin. He dared not misremember it. Initially, he intended to charge nothing, but Siemyukin insisted on a 10 million sum, leaving him perplexed about the couple's dynamics. It wasn't 100 million, nor merely 10 million from one of them, but a total of 10 million. Gathering her thoughts, Wu Zhenzhen dashed back to the stone quarry, forgoing lunch in her fervor to select even more items. Observing her return with renewed zeal, the general could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Was she still selecting? General, forgive me. My wife simply prefers to be thrifty. Siemyukin remarked with a smile at the general's reluctant expression. This was hardly frugality. It seemed more akin to devouring him to sustain the household. Such a couple were formidable. As Wu Zhenzhen enthusiastically continued her selection, appearing disinterested in lunch, Siemyukin instructed the general to bring food to the quarry, ensuring a meal was delivered for Wu Zhenzhen while he dined and observed her at work. As she gracefully moved among the stones, Siemyukin found the meal before him more delectable than usual. Over the past 2 days, for reasons unknown, sitting there leisurely, sipping wine and smoking cigars while watching the woman joyfully sift through raw stones, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation and contentment. At times, he would experience a fleeting sense of disconnection, realizing that all his years of hard work were ultimately for moments like this, standing behind her as she freely chose her favorite stones. Unaware of Siemyukin's sentiments, Wu Zhenzhen balanced a bowl of food in one hand while reaching for stones with the other, eating as she worked. Meanwhile, those assisting her were suffering. They had been kept awake all night by Siemyukin's relentless pacing and now had to forego lunch while continuously fetching stones for her.
Yet,
Recalling Siemyukin's fierce demeanor from the previous night, they dared not exhibit any signs of laziness, even without a meal. Wu Zhenzhen pointed out which stones to retrieve, and they hurriedly complied, returning swiftly to avoid inciting her or Siemyukin's displeasure. The morning had been manageable, as Wu Zhenzhen's pace had been moderate, allowing them brief moments of respite. Now, however, she was selecting items with such rapidity that if they did not sprint back, they would likely miss her pace. Watching the pile of raw stones grow ever higher, the general felt a pang of sympathy. Surely, even a bandit should have their limits. Glancing at Siemyukin, who remained relaxed with his drink and cigar, it was clear that this couple had no such restraints. While words can be measured, decisiveness is an essential quality in becoming a significant figure. As darkness fell, Wu Zhenzhen reluctantly returned to settle her accounts with the general. The general, however, had no choice but to present the figure given by Siemyukin, 50 million. Seeing that the quantity exceeded even yesterday's by double, Wu Zhenzhen, though filled with trepidation, swiftly completed her payment. One must seize opportunities when they present themselves. Is it true that the general has his eye on the mountain to the west? Siemyukin inquired as all the goods were loaded onto the vehicle. Rumors, mere rumors. The general was unsure why Siemyukin posed such a question, regardless of the reason. He opted for denial, uncertain whether he might provoke his ire once more. Should you desire it, take it. If any other generals object, simply tell them I authorized your acquisition. Siemyukin replied casually. Of course, of course. The general, who had been feeling considerable regret, was now elated by Siemyukin's words, rubbing his hands together in joy. Had he known Siemyukin was willing to support him in claiming the western mountain, he would not have bemoaned his wife's selection of goods. Even if it took 10 or 8 days, he would not have frowned. He had long set his sights on that western mountain, yet several others had their eyes on it as well. With Siemyukin's backing, however, others would not dare to contest him. As he understood it, others were sending a steady stream of gifts to Siemyukin's villa in hopes of gaining his favor. Yet they had not even glimpsed his presence. Now, Siemyukin had voluntarily offered to assist him in acquiring the western mountain. Furthermore, from that point on, whenever disputes arose in Mian City, others would surely think twice. He had once been supported by Siemyukin. And who could say when Siamyukin might again lend his aid? But why would Siamyukin assist him? Was it merely because he had allowed his wife to indulge in her stone selection? Thus, pleasing Siamyukin's wife would also please Siamyukin? Chen Guangyi watched the general's grateful demeanor with amusement, thinking he was yet another fool who had been sold out by his superior while counting the money. My superior is truly wise. He has not only pleased the beauty, but has also achieved his desired outcome. He has beaten someone, yet they remain grateful. Siamyukin's support for the general in acquiring the Western Mountain stemmed from his desire to restore balance to Mian country's power dynamics. The general's residence had faced a harsh reckoning the previous night. Although his subordinates had shown restraint, the mansion had still suffered considerable loss, its influence too weak. Disrupting the equilibrium Siamyukin sought. Political stability hinges on balance. Economic foundations dictate the superstructure. By gifting the Western Mountain, he would bolster the general's residence. Restoring Mian country's equilibrium, ensuring mutual checks and balances could continue. This was also why the general had chosen to endure the humiliation of standing naked for an entire night. If the beatings continued, he would soon lack the power to contend for shares of the realm. Completely oblivious, Zhenzhen remained bewildered. This group of people, with their inexplicable expressions and shifting moods, left her utterly confused. While she could discern the shifts in their emotions, the specific circumstances eluded her understanding, leaving her perplexed. Regardless, she resolved to disregard it all. After all, she had struck a tremendous fortune. Chapter 18. That woman has fled. After completing her purchases at Zhenzhen's behest, Siamyukin accompanied her overnight with the goods back to Yuqing. Myanmar appears to be a den of wolves, and she has no desire to linger there any longer. Returning to the land of Huaxia feels far more reassuring. Boss, I'll take Miss Wu back to Yuqing first. You've been awake for 3 days and nights. It would be best for you to rest well for a night before departing. Chen Guangyi called out loudly to Siamyukin, as if fearing that Zhenzhen might not hear him. You haven't slept for 2 days and nights? Zhenzhen inquired.
Indeed.
I personally went to process your customs documents the night before last, and last night I battled with that general all night without a moment's rest. You should really get a good night's sleep in the villa, Chen Guangyi interjected before Siamyukin could respond. Battling all night? No wonder she could afford to purchase so many raw stones, Zhenzhen mused. How about I go back with Brother Chen first, and you rest here properly? She suggested to Siamyukin. Ignoring her, Siamyukin opened the car door, settled inside, and closed his eyes. With our boss in the car, no one would dare to have ill intentions on our journey. It will be safer, Chen Guangyi explained to Zhenzhen with a smile. With no choice, Zhenzhen joined him in the vehicle. However, the journey was quite bumpy, and as she observed Siamyukin's tightly shut eyes, she couldn't help but worry that his head might bump against a thick car window. Miss Wu, we've arrived in Yuqing, Siamyukin suddenly exclaimed, having unexpectedly dozed off. But was she really leaning on Siamyukin's shoulder? Realizing this, Zhenzhen quickly lifted her head. As Siamyukin felt the weight depart from his shoulder, a sense of emptiness settled in his heart. I'm so sorry, Zhenzhen said, feeling awkward. Where should I deliver your goods?
Siamyukin asked.
Zhenzhen relayed the address of the warehouse she had previously rented. The convoy arrived at the warehouse she had secured, where Siamyukin personally directed his subordinates to help unload the goods overnight. Initially, Zhenzhen had not anticipated acquiring so many items, and the warehouse was insufficiently spacious. So she instructed Siamyukin's subordinates to stack the goods layer by layer. Fortunately, the warehouse was tall enough, and with their careful stacking, by dawn, all the items had indeed been accommodated within. As soon as Siamyukin and his team departed, Zhenzhen swiftly moved all the raw stones into her space. The villa within her space had transformed into a 5-story structure above ground and 1 below, totaling 6 levels, each covering an area of 500 square meters, with a height of 3 meters per floor. In her exploration of the Black Earth, she discovered something remarkable. It had expanded into an endless expanse, indicating that the capacity of her space had become virtually limitless. To her immense delight, a spring had miraculously appeared in her vegetable garden, continuously bubbling forth with fresh water. And, astonishingly, the villa now had electricity. Could it be that the space underwent a qualitative transformation after reaching a certain threshold? A humble dwelling had transformed into a villa. now equipped with water and electricity, and the black earth had evolved into an infinite capacity. Wu Zhenzhen glanced around, failing to locate any containers, and quickly unearthed a hollow stone capable of holding water. When she attempted to scoop out the water, she was pleasantly surprised to find that it could indeed be drawn from the space. Taking a sip, she found it refreshingly sweet and clear. Wu Zhenzhen then retrieved her phone charger from her bag and plugged her phone into the villa. It was charging. This was splendid news. She would no longer have to worry about water and electricity. This trip to Myanmar had yielded bountiful rewards, and she owed much to Siamyukin, who had facilitated her acquisition of such a vast quantity of raw stones, not to mention the transformation of her space into one of limitless capacity, complete with a spring and electricity. She couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she continued to feed the space with jade stones. Yet for now, Wu Zhenzhen was thoroughly satisfied with her current space. Time was of the essence. She needed to prepare supplies for the impending apocalypse. Not lingering in the warehouse any longer, she returned to finalize the rental agreement for the temporary warehouse before heading back to the hotel to pack her belongings for her journey to Nanjing. Just before leaving, she contemplated that while both parties were utilizing each other, ultimately, Siamyukin had been more helpful to her. They had agreed to exchange favors for a day. Yet the minimal expenditure had yielded such an abundance of goods, which was undoubtedly thanks to Siamyukin. After much deliberation, Wu Zhenzhen printed a copy of the documents she had sent to various city governments and anonymously mailed it to him. Having completed her tasks, she set off for Nanjing. Meanwhile, after several exhausting days, Siamyukin collapsed into bed upon returning home and only realized the next day that Wu Zhenzhen had already fled. She ran away. "Why are you only telling me this now?" Upon hearing of Wu Zhenzhen's departure, Siamyukin erupted in fury at his subordinates. "You only instructed us to keep an eye on her warehouse. You never said to follow her." One of Siamyukin's subordinates muttered defiantly. "That doesn't justify allowing so many goods to be vanquished. Were you all blind?" Siamyukin shouted. His subordinates felt aggrieved. They had indeed been monitoring the warehouse without leaving their posts. They had heard no commotion and were oblivious to when the warehouse had been emptied. As though an entire shipment had vanished into thin air, Siamyukin felt a sense of despair. He had assumed that with so many goods, Wu Zhenzhen would surely establish herself in Yuqing and perhaps even become a valuable partner, especially given their pleasant collaboration this time. Yet, he had not anticipated her abrupt disappearance within a single day. "Boss, there's a letter for you." Chun Guangyi entered, handing a letter to Siamyukin. At least, she has a bit of conscience. Thinking it was a note from Wu Zhenzhen, Siamyukin hastily tore it open. After reading only a few lines, he tossed it to the ground in disgust. "What nonsense is this? How dare she play tricks on me? Investigate, find out." Siamyukin bellowed. "Investigate what?" His subordinates were unsure whether to investigate the letter or Wu Zhenzhen. "Find out where that woman has run off to," Siamyukin threatened, raising his foot as if to kick his subordinates. They all scurried away, heads hung low. Siamyukin couldn't help but smile. Despite her seemingly ordinary demeanor, had he been unwittingly captivated by her? Chapter 19. Stockpiling goods. Nanjing lay merely over 300 kilometers from Yuqing, and within half a day, Wu Zhenzhen had successfully arrived in Nanjing. Upon arrival, she began inspecting properties with the intermediary she had contacted earlier. Wu Zhenzhen desired a villa with a spacious yard, ample open space, solid foundational structure, and a relatively new build. Following these specifications, the intermediary presented her with several options, yet Wu Zhenzhen remained unsatisfied. The three most crucial elements in real estate are location, location, location. It was not until Wu Zhenzhen laid eyes on the villas nestled upon Wulian Mountain that her interest was piqued. In her previous life, she had overheard police officers from the base discussing that the Nanjing organization S base was situated atop Wulian Mountain. Those officers had expressed their disappointment at not being assigned to the base there. This indicated that the mountain had withstood earthquakes and had remained unaffected by floods. Wulian Mountain itself was not particularly high, located at the heart of Nanjing. Due to its unique geological structure, the area had been preserved as flattening it would have required immense effort. The mountain comprises 5 closely connected giant rocks, collectively referred to in geomancy as Lotus Land, hence its name. Additionally, one could find numerous massive stones deeply embedded within the mountain. Wulian Mountain is divided into 2 sections, The lower half has been developed by the government into a scenic area for citizens to hike and enjoy, while the upper half has been enclosed by developers, containing 32 villas. According to the intermediary, these 32 luxurious residences are considered the pinnacle of Nanjing's South real estate market, but due to their exorbitant prices, few have actually been sold. Many of the villas end up remaining vacant. To outsiders, this seems puzzling, but only those in the know understand. The Villa Wu Zhenzhen had her sights set on was perched atop Wulian Mountain, offering a sweeping view of the entire Nanjing. The yard was expansive, approximately 2,000 square meters. The villa is divided into 3 floors, each spanning 300 square meters, adorned with entirely new interior decor. Wu Zhenzhen promptly made the payment to acquire this exquisite residence. Following her purchase, she began reaching out to construction teams and exploring high-end building material markets. The walls, deemed too thin and low, were to be demolished entirely. They would be reconstructed to a thicker and taller specification of 3 meters. Once the walls were rebuilt, Wu Zhenzhen ordered the installation of an entire perimeter of electrified fencing, effectively deterring the majority of intruders. The rockeries and landscaping within the courtyard were completely excavated. In the 500 square meters of the backyard, aside from retaining the swimming pool originally provided by the developer, 5 glass houses were erected, one for raising chickens, ducks, rabbits, and geese, another for pigs, a third for cattle and sheep, while the remaining 2 were designated for vegetable cultivation. In the 500 square meters of the front yard, Wu Zhenzhen planned to plant flowers, believing that amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, the beauty of blossoms would provide a soothing respite. The remainder of the space would be transformed into a playground and basketball court for her daughter and younger brother. All the glass in the villa was replaced with one-way, shatterproof glass, ensuring that while others could not see into the villa once inside the courtyard, those within could clearly observe the surroundings. The security windows were upgraded to thicker, sturdier models to prevent any potential break-ins by marauding individuals. Anticipating the threat of acidic rain in the apocalyptic world, she reinforced the villa's roof with an added layer of bulletproof and acid-resistant glass. The courtyard gate and the main entrance of the villa were replaced with seamless, explosion-proof copper doors equipped with high-precision anti-theft locks. Concerned about the reliability of these locks, Wu Zhenzhen customized 3 robust internal bolts for the doors. Invisible high-definition surveillance cameras were installed around the walls and the villa, ensuring that no blind spots remained. While the workers attended to the renovations, Wu Zhenzhen busied herself by engaging in extensive online shopping. She ordered 10,000 bags of various vegetable seeds, 100 fruit saplings, and 1,000 high-quality inflatable boats and rubber rafts. Additionally, she acquired 5,000 emergency kits for earthquakes and fires, 1,000 telescopes, 500 radios, and 1,000 of various essential items such as tents, axes, hand saws, electric saws, climbing ropes, flashlights, and large-capacity chargers. For her parents and herself, she procured 10,000 complete sets of climbing gear, cotton jackets, long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts, pants, and shoes. Considering her daughter and brother would continue to grow, she purchased 1,000 sets of clothing and footwear in every possible size for them. Following this, she amassed a substantial stockpile of personal hygiene products, including toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, and dish soap, totaling 10,000 sets each, knowing that they would not spoil in storage. Wu Zhenzhen also ensured she stocked up on various heating products, including hot water bags, thermoses, electric blankets, and thick comforters, acquiring 1,000 of each. She ordered 100,000 heating pads, opting for the highest quality. Confident that should funds run low, she could always make another trip to Yuqing, with her spatial abilities rendering financial concerns negligible. She purchased 100 desktop computers, 100 laptops, and 200 large-capacity hard drives, intending to download and store her brother and daughter's academic materials for each grade. Additionally, she planned to delve into medical studies, preparing for any potential health issues within the family should doctors be inaccessible. Consequently, she downloaded a wealth of medical resources and ensured that all textbooks, extracurricular reading materials, exam papers, and practice books for her brother and daughter were meticulously gathered. Medical-related books were also on her extensive shopping list. As for pharmaceuticals, she stocked common medications such as antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, fever reducers, and cold medicines, acquiring 10,000 of each, while rarer medications were ordered in quantities of 1,000. With the looming threat of mosquitoes, insects, rodents, snakes, and ants in the post-apocalyptic world, she made sure to have various pest control remedies on hand. Concerned about the sheer volume of goods, Zhenzhen anticipated that simply tossing everything into storage would lead to difficulties in locating items later. Thus, she procured 100,000 shelving units to organize her inventory before placing it into her space. Since workers were present at the villa, Zhenzhen rented a large warehouse, directing all her online purchases to that address. This strategy would ensure that neither the merchants nor the workers would become suspicious. Upon the arrival of her online orders, she would unpack, categorize, and then place the items into her space. Once her online shopping was nearly complete, Zhenzhen ventured into various wholesale markets in the southern city. She first visited a grain station and presented her list to the proprietor. After a cursory glance at the list, the owner scrutinized Zhenzhen, clearly unfamiliar with her. "Young lady, have you caught wind of something?" he inquired mysteriously. "Caught wind of what?" Zhenzhen replied, puzzled by the enigmatic tone regarding her grain purchase. "Is grain prices set to rise?" Realization dawned on her. The owner presumed she was hoarding grain to profit from rising prices. "Not at all, sir. I am engaged in community e-commerce, purchasing wholesale to sell online." Zhenzhen fabricated an excuse. "Oh, I see. Let us verify your order." The owner then proceeded to confirm the details. 10,000 bags of 10-pound rice, 10,000 bags of 10-pound flour, 10,000 bags of 3-pound noodles, 10,000 bags of 10-pound glutinous rice, and 10,000 bags of 10-pound rice noodles. For seasonings, she ordered 100,000 pounds of salt, 10,000 barrels of 5-liter oil, 10,000 bottles of 500-gram light soy sauce, 10,000 bottles of 500-gram dark soy sauce, 10,000 bottles of 500-gram oyster sauce, 10,000 bottles of 500-gram cooking wine, and 10,000 bags of chicken essence. For legumes, she ordered 1,000 pounds each of red beans, green beans, black beans, and fava beans, along with 1,000 pounds each of cornstarch, sweet potato flour, and taro flour. The proprietor recited the list like a mantra, and finally, unable to contain herself, Zhenzhen interjected, "Sir, please just tally the cost. I would prefer not to waste time listening to the inventory." Reluctantly, the owner took up a calculator and began to tally. Once the bill was settled, he could not resist offering advice. "Young lady, whether in brick-and-mortar business or online, one must be grounded. Buying such a massive quantity, if you cannot sell it, you will incur significant losses." After several minutes of the owner's business wisdom, Zhenzhen found herself appreciating the merits of online shopping. While unpacking the deliveries was laborious, it spared her from making excuses to justify her purchases and from hearing unsolicited advice. A few hours later, she successfully paid the deposit, provided the owner with her address, and arranged for delivery within 3 days. Subsequently, Zhenzhen proceeded to the fruit wholesale market, where she ordered 10,000 pounds each of apples, pears, bananas, oranges, lychees, and longans. She was cautious not to purchase too much gas from a single vendor, fearing it might raise suspicions about her intentions. Instead, she visited every gas store in the southern city, buying 20 bottles from each. After traversing the entire southern city, she managed to acquire 1,000 gas bottles. However, feeling this amount was still insufficient, she then ordered 1,000 environmentally friendly smokeless coal briquettes from a coal factory. In light of her father's modest pastime of enjoying tea, Zhenzhen visited a tea market to procure various types of tea, including pu'er, anshi tiguanyan, waishan dahongpo, longjing, fenghuang dansong, and baya qilan, buying 1,000 pounds of each variety available. The tea vendor, recognizing a valued customer, eagerly recommended his products. This old tree dahongpo is roasted with lychee charcoal, imparting a unique fruity aroma and an exceptionally rich flavor. "You must try it," Lychee charcoal? Wu Zhenzhen inquired, intrigued. It's roasted using lychee wood charcoal, the vendor clarified. Wu Zhenzhen's eyes brightened. In the frigid climate of the apocalypse, having charcoal for heating would be utterly delightful. Do you know where I can purchase charcoal? She asked the vendor. You should inquire with the master at the charcoal roasting workshop beside the tea town, as they frequently procure supplies, the proprietor enthusiastically remarked. After purchasing 100 pounds of tea leaves, specifically the lychee wood charcoal roasted variety recommended by the shop owner, Wu Zhenzhen made her way directly to the charcoal workshop. To her surprise, she encountered a deliver man arriving just as she arrived, who, upon learning of her intention to purchase charcoal, guided her to the charcoal factory after unloading his cargo. Unexpectedly, even in this information age, the charcoal industry continues to thrive, diversifying into numerous categories based on their intended use. For outdoor tea brewing, there exists walnut charcoal, longan charcoal, olive charcoal, and jujube pit charcoal. For barbecuing, there are fruitwood charcoal, quick-burning charcoal, mechanized charcoal, and bamboo charcoal. Faced with a dazzling array of charcoal options, Wu Zhenzhen found herself somewhat bewildered, ultimately deciding to order 100,000 pounds of each type designated for tea brewing, as well as 100,000 pounds of each type intended for barbecuing. After settling the deposit, she noticed mountains of wood, corn cobs, sawdust, and other combustible materials piled outside the charcoal factory. This reminded her of the traditional heated kong used in northeast China, which is not only capable of cooking but also provides warmth. With this thought in mind, Wu Zhenzhen quickly called the construction team to see if they could find someone to assist in building a traditional kong. To her delight, she discovered that there was indeed a craftsman within the team who had previously constructed kangs in Tieshi, Liaoning. She promptly instructed the team to clear a room on the first floor of her villa to create such a heated kong. After some consideration, she further requested the construction team to clear another room to establish a large northeast-style kong. One kong would serve for cooking and dining, casual conversations, tea brewing, and resting, while the other would be designated for sleeping. Wu Zhenzhen recalled her mother mentioning that, had she not encouraged everyone to plant cabbages, they would have been compelled to venture to the neighboring village to clear land after the harvest. The entire mountain in that village had been contracted out for planting pomelos, and workers were being solicited for land clearing. If they were to clear land, would they not have to fell all the trees? With this thought, Wu Zhenzhen hastily called her mother to obtain the contractor's contact information. Upon reaching out, she learned that the contractor was troubled by the dilemma of finding a buyer for the abundant timber he had. He had contacted several furniture factories, yet they either could not accommodate the entire supply at once or wished to select specific types of wood, leaving him unable to find a buyer willing to purchase all without discrimination. Just as he was feeling despondent, Wu Zhenzhen presented herself as a timely solution. She resolved to take all varieties back for later selection, planning to reserve the high-quality pieces for potential future use while utilizing the lesser ones for heating the kong. After negotiating a price, Wu Zhenzhen transferred the deposit and arranged for all the timber to be felled and prepared by September 15th. She calculated that the cabbage harvest would commence around September 20th, allowing her to return just in time after collecting the timber. With the heating issues at home resolved, Wu Zhenzhen commenced her search for outdoor thermal products. The everyday items she had on hand were woefully inadequate against the harsh winter conditions. She required garments capable of withstanding temperatures plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. After scouring numerous online shopping platforms without success, she resorted to visiting various showrooms in hopes of a fortunate find. To her astonishment, she indeed discovered a temperature-regulating garment, which, according to the staff, could endure temperatures ranging from 80 degrees to -60 degrees. However, as it was still in the developmental phase, mass production was not yet feasible. After much pleading, the staff reluctantly agreed to sell her 2 pieces. Additionally, they sold her 2 rolls of high-tech fabric, explaining that while this material did not achieve the same efficacy as the temperature-regulating clothing, garments made from it could withstand temperatures of 40 degrees down to -30 degrees. Enthralled by the array of high-tech products displayed in the showroom, Wu Zhenzhen found herself particularly enamored with a sleek, black escape pod, which made her salivate with desire. Unfortunately, the staff were no longer willing to sell her any additional items. As she gazed longingly at the high-tech products encased in glass, she exited the showroom and placed an online order for various demolition tools, realizing that if they wouldn't sell to her, She would have to procure them herself in a post-apocalyptic world. Anticipating a future filled with icy landscapes, Wu Zhenzhen ordered 10,000 sleds, 5,000 pairs of ice skates, and 1,000 snowboards online. Once everything was arranged, she remembered her intention to raise some animals and instructed the construction team to help her build a biogas digester underneath the glass house in her yard. The fermentation of animal and human waste in the digester would produce biogas, perfectly suited to provide warmth for both animals and vegetables, ensuring no resources went to waste. Having completed various preparations for cold weather, she began to gather supplies for the impending heat wave. With the sun almost relentlessly shining for 24 hours, she planned to acquire numerous solar panels to generate electricity for air conditioning and refrigeration. Additionally, she intended to purchase ample sunshade fabric to cover the glass house. She also needed to stockpile air conditioners, refrigerators, freezers, cooling machines, and ice makers, worrying that prolonged usage might cause malfunctions. So she decided to hoard 1,000 units of each. Even with these arrangements, Wu Zhenzhen remained anxious it would not suffice, prompting her to request the construction team to clear another room on the first floor to serve as a cold storage facility. As the construction team tirelessly worked on various projects, they could only remark, wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge, as they shifted between creating kangs and cold storage rooms. Regardless, the financial compensation was substantial, so they were unconcerned about the particulars. As time passed, Wu Zhenzhen's supplies of rice, charcoal, honeycomb coal, and electrical appliances began to arrive, with her online purchases gradually accumulating. One day, while she was busy organizing the warehouse, Wang Yunpeng called, urging her to hurry and collect their divorce certificate. Astonished that a month had already flown by. Chapter 21. The scoundrel only leaves you with the burden. Although the virus had decimated society, the subsequent natural disasters had caused the fabric of human civilization to crumble. A marriage contract meant little in the face of the apocalypse. For the sake of mere sustenance, spousal murder and cannibalism had become tragically commonplace. Without the veneer of civilization, humanity proved to be far more brutal than beasts. Yet, the thought of maintaining a spousal title with such a person during these trying times made Wu Zhenzhen feel as though she had ingested something repugnant. Thus, despite the urgency of her schedule, she willingly devoted an entire day to driving to the exhibition city to obtain her divorce certificate, marking a definitive farewell to her formerly cowardly and foolish life. Upon arriving in the exhibition city, she drove directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Walking into the hall, she found Wang Yunpeng and his mistress already waiting. The procedure was straightforward. The staff asked a few perfunctory questions before stamping their documents and issuing the certificate. However, Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback to discover that Wang Yunpeng had not only come to collect the divorce certificate, but was also there to marry his mistress. Though she felt exasperated, having already divorced, she opted to disregard their affairs. After acquiring her divorce certificate, Wu Zhenzhen reflected that after a long day of driving, it would be a missed opportunity not to stock up on seafood before returning. After all, the exhibition city was near the sea, where seafood was far cheaper and fresher than in the southern city. Having lived there for so many years, she had grown accustomed to consuming seafood, and acquiring it in the southern city during the apocalypse would undoubtedly be a challenge. Now that she was there, she decided to stock up on seafood before heading back. While seated in her car, she searched for nearby seafood wholesale market addresses and opening hours. "My dear, that car is stunning. I've heard it's referred to as the world's most comfortable vehicle," she overheard the mistress exclaim as she browsed through seafood market information. Initially uninterested in their antics, Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback when the mistress began taking pictures in front of her car. "Are you finished? If so, I shall take my leave," Wu Zhenzhen quipped, rolling down her window to mock the mistress. You, the mistress stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Wang Yunpeng, you deceived me. Did you not say she left with nothing? How can she afford such a fine car?" The mistress, regaining her composure, loudly interrogated. "Wu Zhenzhen, are you hiding some secret stash of money that you haven't revealed?" Wang Yunpeng approached Wu Zhenzhen, questioning her vehemently. "This car costs over 1,800,000. Do the math. Where on earth would I procure such a sum?" Wu Zhenzhen sneered once more.
Deep down,
Wang Yunpeng understood perfectly well that their combined salaries over 6 years, without spending a single penny, would not amount to such a fortune. Besides, he had saved his salary all these years while Wu Zhenzhen had used hers for household expenses. There was simply no way she could have amassed over 1,800,000. So, where did this car come from? Although Wang Yunpeng was aware that Wu Zhenjin could not possibly possess such wealth, he pressed on with his inquiry. Naturally, it was a gift from my boyfriend. He also gifted me a villa, a few million in handbags, and jewelry worth tens of millions. Wu Zhenjin, noticing their relentless inquiries, deliberately provoked them further. You shameless woman! How can you flirt with other men even before your divorce is finalized? Wang Yunpeng retorted angrily upon hearing her words. Wu Zhenjin found herself almost amused by this absurd man's accusations, a man who had a 4-month-old illegitimate child daring to chastise her. My apologies. What can I say? My boyfriend is single, wealthy, capable, handsome, and generous. When I met him, I simply had to seize the opportunity without waiting for the divorce papers. I truly am sorry. Wu Zhenjin feigned helplessness. I believe you can relate to this sentiment, can't you? Wu Zhenjin smiled at the mistress, who was looking at her with envy. The mistress, momentarily at a loss for words, was taken aback by Wu Zhenjin's remarks. But how unfortunate. My ex-husband, a selfish, inept man of poor character, is now yours to deal with. What a pity that a young and beautiful girl like you has to settle for such a garbage heap of a man. Even a forklift couldn't lift him. Wu Zhenjin expressed her mock sorrow to the mistress. After saying this, she drove away, leaving the furious Wang Yunpeng and the newlywed mistress, who was already regretting her choice, behind. Indeed, though she may not possess Wu Zhenjin's beauty, she was younger and believed she had a better chance of finding a wealthy man.
Why?
Why had she settled for a man who was divorced, poor, and incapable? Why couldn't she find a generous and affluent man like Wu Zhenjin? The mistress stood there, lost in thought, repeatedly questioning herself after hearing Wu Zhenjin's words. Some people are like that. Upon witnessing other success, they believe they can achieve the same, especially someone like the mistress. In a fit of rage, Wang Yunpeng flung his bag, intending to strike Wu Zhenjin's car. However, he missed and instead scattered the work documents within his bag across the ground. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering his papers everywhere. Wu Zhenjin, glancing in her rearview mirror, caught sight of the dazed mistress and the disheveled Wang Yunpeng, which greatly lifted her spirits. Humph. This is merely the beginning. Their hellish existence has yet to commence. Wu Zhenjin conducted her research and discovered that the seafood wholesale market opened at around 2 or 3 in the morning. She first rented a truck to facilitate the collection of seafood. After securing the vehicle and noting that she had time to spare, she sought a hotel to rest until it was time to shop. Upon arriving at the seafood wholesale market in the early hours, Wu Zhenjin realized that her years in this coastal city had left her ignorant of the vast array of seafood varieties. It turned out that she had only ever consumed the cheaper options, mostly barramundi fish. Unfortunately, her space could not accommodate live seafood, so she had to settle for the frozen variety. Crustaceans and mollusks were off the table since they required to be alive. Watching the lively array of seafood, Wu Zhenjin's mouth watered. If only her space could hold live products. Regrettable as it was, it did not dampen Wu Zhenjin's enthusiasm for purchasing seafood. She eagerly selected various types: halibut, golden pomfret, ribbonfish, yellow croaker, tuna, sole, cod, salmon, mackerel, eel, bass, and grouper. Boss, I'll take this, and this. Add it all up for me, she instructed. The fishermen, just setting up their stalls, could hardly believe their ears. What? Did I sell out within 10 minutes of opening? After completing her first purchase, Wu Zhenjin had the fishermen help load the goods onto her truck and return to buy more. After making 3 trips back and forth, the perceptive fishermen had already gathered around her truck, eager to sell their catch. Wu Zhenjin, not wishing to disappoint, accepted every offer. By streamlining the process, she quickly filled her truck to capacity. Assuring the fishermen that she would return, she drove away, leaving them reluctantly watching her go. As it was the early morning hours, the roads were nearly deserted, allowing Wu Zhenjin to swiftly find a secluded spot to store her purchases in her space. Concerned about returning too quickly and raising suspicion, she calculated the time carefully, rested in her truck for a while, and then drove back to the wholesale market. Upon seeing Wu Zhenjin's truck return, the fishermen rushed over, fervently promoting their seafood. Sister, look at my catch. Just landed today, exceptionally fresh. Sister, mine is big and fresh. I'll give it to you for 20 a pound. No one else has this price. Buy from me. My fish are all of prime quality and uniformly sized. To prevent chaos, Wu Zhenzhen had no choice but to organize them into a queue, purchasing from one vendor at a time. Throughout the night, Wu Zhenzhen managed to buy over 30,000 pounds of fish, shopping from the early morning until noon. Worried that the strong fish odor might mingle with her other supplies, she purchased numerous new phone boxes, replacing the fisherman's old ones and sealing the fish securely in her space. One must admit that her space, with its superb preservation capabilities, was a blessing. Even sealed, she need not worry about the fish spoiling. Chapter 22. The space can cultivate plants. After completing her seafood purchases, Wu Zhenzhen did not linger in the exhibition city, but set off directly. Since Yuqing lay between the exhibition city and Nancheng, she planned to visit Yuqing first to acquire some rough stones for her space, hoping for further surprises. Additionally, she intended to earn some money back, having bought so much. Her funds were dwindling rapidly. Though she still had a decent amount left, money was best when plentiful, especially considering the 2 years when the virus wreaked havoc. After a 5-hour drive, Wu Zhenzhen arrived in Yuqing by evening. Upon reaching Yuqing, she decided to find a hotel for a good night's sleep before heading to the exhibition the next day to hunt for rough stones. The night market, while inexpensive, was inefficient for her purposes. The goods were typically leftover stones, and the likelihood of finding quality items was slim. She did not have the luxury of time to waste at the night market. Moreover, she knew Siemyukin was fully aware of her appraisal abilities and would not fall prey to her again. He might very well throw her out the moment she stepped into his warehouse. After some contemplation, she resolved to scour the exhibition instead. The next morning at 8, Wu Zhenzhen rented a truck and arrived at the exhibition hall. The Yuqing exhibition hall was divided into 3 levels. The first floor was dedicated to rough stone trading, the second to finished products, and the third to auctions. The ground floor was equipped with several cutting machines, with staff available to assist customers with cutting for free. Many patrons bought rough stones on the first floor and had them cut immediately. If the result was good, they would be sent straight to the second floor for sale, and, if exceptional, to the third for auction. Naturally, many large businesses had representatives waiting by the cutting machines, ready to purchase any good finds on the spot. Upon entering the grand hall, Wu Zhenzhen eagerly maneuvered the cart designated for the exhibition area, making her way directly to the first floor, where the raw stone vendors were situated. She meticulously examined each piece, purchasing every item she found appealing until the cart could no longer accommodate any more, at which point she transported her treasures to the delivery truck. It must be noted that the quality of the goods in the exhibition hall far surpassed that of the night market. Naturally, this came at a considerable financial cost. In no time, Wu Zhenzhen managed to fill her truck to the brim with an abundance of merchandise. After driving the truck to a secluded area, she proceeded to store the entire hall into her spatial realm. To her surprise, there seemed to be no noticeable changes. Could it be that the space had reached its limit? Upon closer inspection, she noticed a small patch of vibrant green sprouting from the once barren black soil. It was a vegetable, with tiny seedlings rapidly emerging from the earth. In mere moments, these seedlings flourished into lush green greens. These were the seeds Wu Zhenzhen had previously sown. After ordering them online, she had scattered some on the fertile black soil of her space, yet had never witnessed them germinate. Initially, she believed it was simply a matter of time before they would sprout. But it now appeared that her prior spatial limitations had restricted the growth of living plants. Ecstatic, Wu Zhenzhen realized this indicated that her space could now accommodate living entities. However, when she attempted to enter her spatial realm, she felt a pang of disappointment as she found herself unable to do so. Undeterred, she dashed to the roadside to uproot a nameless flower and planted it within her space. Before long, the previously unopened buds began to bloom. The youthful vitality of spring graced the air, as even the tiniest moss-like flower sought to emulate the peony's beauty. Her spatial domain not only had the capacity to nurture plants, but also facilitated their rapid growth. Overjoyed, Wu Zhenzhen returned to the exhibition hall, driving her truck to continue her treasure hunt. By the time she filled her second load, she had nearly scoured the entire exhibition hall, though her funds were quickly dwindling. It must be said that the quality of the raw stones was impressive. Many elicited excitement within her space, albeit at a steep price. Noting that her truck could hold no more, she wheeled the raw stones directly to the cutting area, requesting assistance from the staff to slice them open. How shall we cut this? One worker inquired, holding a piece Wu Zhenzhen had handed over. Memories of an incident involving Xie Mukin's bodyguard, who had been reprimanded by Qin Guangyi for carelessly slicing a stone chosen by her space, flooded her mind. Just take off a bit of the outer skin, Wu Zhenzhen gestured towards the stone. The moment they revealed the jade flesh within, the previously lackluster staff was invigorated. This was a top-grade glass stone. Buyers gathered around, eager to purchase the raw stone, yet their offers fell short of expectations, with the stone originally acquired for 50,000 being valued at a maximum of 80,000 by them. Miss, do you wish to cut further? The staff asked. Miss, it has already shown green and increased in value. I suggest you sell it quickly. If you cut further and only find a hint of green, you may not recover your investment, urged a nearby buyer.
Cut it.
Wu Zhenzhen declared resolutely. Following her guidance, the staff made another incision, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. As the cut revealed the stone's interior, it became evident that apart from the outer layer, the core was entirely composed of imperial green. Miss, I offer 1 million. 1 million? How dare you? I bid 5 million. This is a whole piece of green glass. Even a simple bracelet is worth over 5 million. You are being unreasonable. I bid 8 million. Ultimately, Wu Zhenzhen sold the imperial green for an astounding 20 million, facilitated by a savvy buyer who promptly summoned their boss for approval. The cutting continued with the second piece, a premium black glass stone. Having learned from previous experiences, buyers hastily called for their bosses to make decisions. Due to its size, it ultimately sold for 50 million. The third piece, another imperial green, fetched 300 million. The fourth, yet again imperial green, was sold at a staggering price. By the end, all the merchandise Wu Zhenzhen had transported was sold at extraordinarily high prices. Notably, the last stone, weighing over 100 pounds, was revealed to be a uniformly imperial green piece, selling for an eye-watering 2 billion. In total, Wu Zhenzhen amassed over 3 billion from her haul. From the first cut to the last, each unveiling sparked waves of astonishment. Once all her goods were sold, Wu Zhenzhen made no delay in departing, driving away in her truck. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the auction on the third floor, Qin Guangyi informed Xie Mukin, boss, Miss Wu is in the hall downstairs. Which Miss Wu? Xie Mukin asked, momentarily bewildered. Before Qin Guangyi could respond, Xie Mukin dashed out of the VIP room and raced downstairs. However, upon reaching the entrance, he only caught sight of Wu Zhenzhen deftly climbing into her truck, driving away without a backward glance. Just as he contemplated pursuing her, he suddenly recalled an investigation report given to him by his subordinate last month, married with a daughter. Indeed, this woman was destined never to belong to him. What was he still hoping for? Did he truly expect her presence here signified a longing for him, a deliberate visit? Frustrated, Xie Mukin turned back toward the exhibition hall.
Wait.
What is that? He pondered. Chapter 23. Animals can enter the space too. After Wu Zhenzhen's truck had departed, Xie Mukin narrowed his eyes, observing the vehicles trailing behind. Who dared to covet what belonged to him in Jade City? Clear those vehicles out, he commanded his approaching subordinates. It turned out that Wu Zhenzhen, who had continuously unearthed valuable treasures, had long been under the watchful eyes of several individuals. However, she had already devised a strategy. Knowing that flaunting her wealth in such a public forum would inevitably attract unwanted attention, she realized she had no choice but to sell her goods openly, as she could not conceive of a venue where she could discreetly sell her treasures in a short span of time. Thus, she resolved to sell her goods first, pocket the money, and then figure out how to shake off any lingering pursuers. Wu Zhenzhen initially intended to drive the truck into the hotel basement, seeking a blind spot in the surveillance to store the truck and its contents into her spatial realm before discreetly exiting in her own vehicle. However, these pursuers seemed rather inept, as one by one they began to lose track of her. After confirming that no vehicles were following her, Wu Zhenzhen drove to a deserted area, slipped into the back of the truck, and stored all the raw stones into her space. Yet, after waiting for some time, she noticed no changes within the space. Upon closer examination, it seemed there was now a timer displaying 1:00. Was it possible that an entire truckload of goods had merely exchanged for a timer? This felt illogical. Suddenly, Realization struck Wu Zhenzhen as she attempted to enter her space again. Indeed, she was able to. Her space could now accommodate living animals. Overwhelmed with joy, she wept with elation. Her space could now harbor living beings, alleviating her fears of her daughter being snatched away. Heaven knew how tormenting that nightmare had been since her rebirth. Though she had stockpiled an abundance of goods and reinforced her villa as best as she could, her sense of security remained fragile, constantly worrying about her ability to protect her family. She was all too aware of the ruthless nature of the wicked individuals in a post-apocalyptic world, and despite her ample resources, she was merely an unarmed woman. However, now that she could access her space, even if her villa were to be besieged, she could still bring her loved ones into the safety of her realm. As long as her family remained intact by her side, nothing else mattered. However, Wu Zhenzhen soon sensed something amiss from the moment she entered this domain. A timer had commenced its countdown, inexorably diminishing the time allotted to her. This revelation brought a wave of despondency, for it became apparent that her sojourn in this space was not without limitations. She pondered whether the hour was a total cap or merely a daily allowance. Observing the seconds swiftly evaporating, she hastily exited the space, realizing that with time being finite, it should not be squandered recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Upon her departure, she glanced at the timer, which read 0:57:40. A cicada perched upon a tree trunk beside the cargo truck caught her attention, and with a swift motion, Wu Zhenzhen captured it and cast it into the space. She was curious to ascertain whether all creatures could enter, or if it was solely reserved for humans. The cicada, upon sensing itself in an unfamiliar environment, flitted about in a state of panic. Wu Zhenzhen, anxious, wished for it to settle down. With her limited time in the space and its boundless expanse, she worried about the cicada's erratic flight. What if it ventured too far and became lost? Would that not squander the precious time she had? To her astonishment, as she attempted to command it to halt, the cicada ceased its movement, fluttering its wings yet remaining stationary. Could it be that once within this realm, she possessed the ability to control it? With this thought in mind, she experimented further. When she commanded it to fly, it did. When she commanded it to stop, it complied. She repeated this several times, marveling at her newfound ability to govern the cicada's actions within the space. Even more astonishingly, the timer remained still while the cicada was contained within. Was this timer exclusively calibrated for humans? How utterly unjust! A sudden realization struck her. If she could control animals within this space, did that imply she could raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, sheep, and horses without confinement? They could roam freely in this boundless expanse, and whenever she wished for them to return, they would comply. This notion was simply delightful. Not only would it alleviate her burdens, but the animals raised in such a manner would surely be delectable. With this in mind, Wu Zhenzhen, who initially intended to return to Nanchang to stockpile various meats, decided instead to divert her journey to Chuan Town to procure chicks, ducklings, calves, and lambs to nurture within her space. Chuan Town, situated between Yucheng and Nanchang, was known to supply over 90% of the fresh meat consumed in Yucheng. It was said that every household in Chuan Town engaged in farming, catering to the vast consumer market of Yucheng. With no one tailing her, Wu Zhenzhen chose not to waste time driving her truck in circles around the hotel garage. Instead, she drove directly to the rental agency to return the vehicle, then hailed a taxi straight to the hotel. After a brief tidying up, she set off once more. What? She has escaped again? Siam Yukon roared in fury upon hearing his subordinate's report. He had assumed that as long as Wu Zhenzhen remained active in Yucheng, he would eventually locate her. Even a brief encounter would suffice. To his dismay, she had slipped away silently beneath his very nose. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Zhenzhen was driving attentively on the highway, following the navigation toward Chuan Town. Upon her arrival, she first sought out a hotel, planning to rest for the night. At precisely midnight, the timer in her space flickered to 1:57:40. This discovery filled her with exhilaration. Not only did the space grant her an hour each day, but it also allowed for accumulation. This meant that as long as she amassed enough time, she could keep her family within the space indefinitely. Yet she wondered whether this limitation applied solely to her or to all humanity. If it was universal, how was the time calculated? Such queries would have to await her return to her family to explore together. The following morning, Wu Zhenzhen ventured around Chuan town and discovered that, in addition to numerous farms, there were many breeding training centers and veterinary pharmacies providing relevant services. She even stumbled upon a bookstore specializing in literature related to animal husbandry. To maintain discretion, she first rented a warehouse before proceeding to the seed market. Upon reaching the seed market, Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback to discover the vast array of breeds available for the common livestock she consumed daily. Chickens came in varieties such as free-range, wandering, three-yellow, black-boned, and more. Ducks included red-billed, green-headed, and mottled types. Pigs boasted breeds like the Blue Tang, Tibetan, Rongchong, Taihu, and many others. Cattle ranged from water buffalo to Mongolian, while sheep included fine wool and various local breeds. Faced with this overwhelming assortment of breeds, Wu Zhenzhen found herself in a dilemma. Purchasing ready-made meat seemed far less labor-intensive. Yet, recalling her father's joyous demeanor as he fed and conversed with the pigs, she felt a pang of nostalgia. Though she had never shared his affinity for animals, she suspected he would relish the opportunity to tend to them. Her father was not one to engage in conversation with people, yet he found solace in the company of animals. Wu Zhenzhen now understood that, in contrast to the complexities of human interaction, the simplicity of being with thoughtless creatures might provide her father with a sense of relaxation. It was no wonder people said that wise individuals should not congregate, for the clash of intellect could lead to conflict. In the event of an apocalyptic existence at home, her father might find fulfillment in caring for these animals. Consequently, Wu Zhenzhen resolved to purchase 2 of each breed, 1 male and 1 female, and then acquired a book on animal care from the bookstore. She also stocked up on various medicines to prepare for any potential illnesses among her new charges. Considering the vast expanse of fertile land within her space, she opted to buy pasture seeds rather than stockpiling hay, acquiring seeds for pigs, geese, and other livestock. As time dwindled, she recognized the need to prioritize. Thus, she intended to release the animals into the space for free-range living, planning to entrust their care to her father once he joined her. After successfully transporting the animals back to the warehouse and into the space, Wu Zhenzhen scattered the assorted grass seeds across the dark soil. Watching them sprout rapidly and flourish into lush fields, she felt a wave of relief. Sufficient sustenance for her animals was ensured. With this fresh supply of meat readily available, Wu Zhenzhen resolved to gather enough provisions before returning home. Chapter 24, An encounter with an elderly couple. Wu Zhenzhen found the slaughterhouse too gruesome and opted for a breeding farm instead. She purchased 100 of each larger breed, pigs, cows, and sheep, while acquiring 10,000 of the various breeds of chickens, ducks, and geese. As for eggs, chicken, duck, goose, and quail, she ordered 100,000 boxes of each. After completing her purchases, aside from the chicken eggs sent directly to the warehouse, she arranged for the farm to deliver the remainder to the slaughterhouse for processing and cleaning before transporting them to her rented warehouse. On her return to the hotel from the farm, Wu Zhenzhen noticed that it seemed customary for households in Chuan town to hang items from their rooftops. Inquiring with the hotel owner revealed that these were all cured meats and sausages. We began vigorously developing our breeding industry decades ago. Initially, sales were poor, and we often had a surplus of meat. At that time, with no refrigerators, we could not consume it all. Subsequently, everyone discovered that the remaining meat could be transformed into cured meats and sausages, which not only have an extended shelf life, but also become increasingly delectable with time. Decades have passed, and although modern refrigeration has become commonplace, the people in our region have retained their fondness for cured meats. Thus, every household engages in the annual tradition of preparing copious amounts, hanging them within their homes. When one desires a taste, they simply slice a piece, enjoying both convenience and flavor. In our locale, not only is the cured meat exquisite, but the smoked meats and jade delicacies are equally exceptional. Speaking of the local specialties, the hotel owner exudes pride, eloquently extolling their virtues with unbridled enthusiasm. Our establishment also offers an array of cured meats, sausages, smoked delicacies, and jade treats. Should you be inclined, feel free to sample some, and perhaps procure a few to take home, ensuring your visit to our charming town is not in vain. Wu Zhenzhen, glancing at the menu presented by the hotel proprietor, realized that these meats were quite versatile, suitable not only for stir-frying various vegetables, but also for preparing fried rice. She ordered a dish of cured meat fried rice, smoked meat with bamboo shoots, and spicy stir-fried jade meat. As soon as the dishes were served, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. Each bite was an exquisite delight, truly satisfying and delectable. The following morning, Wu Zhenzhen ventured to the town market to stock up. After thoroughly scouring the market, she acquired over 3,000 pounds of cured meat, more than 5,000 pounds of sausages, and over 1,000 jars of jade meat. Once these purchases were completed, the goods from the slaughterhouse were promptly delivered. Wu Zhenzhen stored her acquisitions in a designated space and set off back to Nancheng, intending to continue her stockpiling. Upon returning to her villa in Nancheng, she noticed an elderly gentleman standing at her gate, holding a bag of oranges, gazing around. "Sir, whom are you looking for?" Wu Zhenzhen halted her vehicle and approached him, as she had no relatives or friends in Nancheng and wondered if he had come to the wrong address. "I am looking for the owner of this villa," the kindly elder replied. "That would be me. May I inquire as to your purpose?" Wu Zhenzhen asked, puzzled. "My surname is Xia, and I reside in that building over there." He gestured towards a villa situated diagonally to the lower right of Wu Zhenzhen's home. Looking down from her villa, she observed that Mr. Xia's residence, though modest in size, boasted an expansive garden filled with vibrant flowers and plants, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, indicative of a cultured household. "I don't mean to impose, but my elderly wife has been suffering from some nervous disorders. The frequent loud renovations at your place have disrupted her sleep for quite some time. I simply wanted to discuss whether it would be feasible for your workers to conduct the noisier tasks during the day and reserve the quieter work for the evening," the elder proposed courteously. Hearing Mr. Xia's request filled Wu Zhenzhen with guilt. In her eagerness to expedite the renovations, she had neglected the potential disturbance to her neighbors. Although her home was somewhat distanced from others, the tranquility of the mountaintop made any noise, particularly at night, quite noticeable. "I sincerely apologize for my oversight and for causing you distress. I will return immediately to instruct the workers to refrain from making noise in the evenings." Wu Zhenzhen responded regretfully. "It's quite all right. It was my fault for disturbing you. Here, these oranges are from my garden, a small token for you to enjoy." "Mr. Xia insisted, offering her the fruit. Wu Zhenzhen felt even more embarrassed, having troubled them while accepting their generous gift. Upon returning to her villa, Wu Zhenzhen promptly instructed the workers to be mindful of the time, scheduling all noisy tasks for the morning and afternoon, ensuring that no disturbances would occur during lunchtime or in the evenings. The next morning, as she stepped outside, she spotted Mr. Xia holding the hand of an elderly lady, who was clutching a bouquet of pink roses. Upon noticing Wu Zhenzhen's emergence, the couple smiled warmly and approached her. "Young lady, my husband mentioned he visited you yesterday. I hope he conveyed that there's no need for concern. Your extensive renovations are clearly a sign of urgency, and we truly apologize for any inconvenience." The elderly woman spoke with kindness. "No, it is I who should apologize for causing you trouble. I should be the one visiting your home to express my regrets," Wu Zhenzhen exclaimed, taken aback by the couple's considerate nature. The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively, indicating that the matter was settled and should not be revisited. "These flowers are from my garden, blooming beautifully right now. I picked some for you." Wu Zhenzhen graciously accepted the flowers, planning to reciprocate with a gesture of her own in the future. Wu Zhenzhen's villa sat atop a hill, with Mr. Sun's residence to the lower right and an unsold villa to the lower left, while the remaining houses were situated further away. In a world fraught with uncertainty, Wu Zhenzhen preferred to maintain a degree of distance from her neighbors, often leading a solitary existence. Even the security personnel she encountered frequently received little more than casual greetings. However, this elderly couple stood apart. They radiated warmth, and Wu Zhenzhen felt an innate desire to connect with them. Their kindness was genuine. Unlike her previous attempts at being amiable, which had been motivated by a desire for approval rather than heartfelt intention. As noon approached, Wu Zhenzhen retrieved a jar of preserved meat to share with the elderly couple. At their enthusiastic invitation, she entered their home and was surprised to find that, while their garden was lush with flora, the interior was filled with an array of medical and research equipment. Through their conversation, she learned that Mr. and Mrs. Xia had once served as the president and vice president of a biological sciences research institute, now enjoying their retirement in this picturesque location. In their youth, They had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to research, yet had no children of their own. In retirement, they found solace in tending to their garden, mentoring students, and occasionally assisting with challenges at the institute, leading a fulfilling and contented life. Wait a moment, the president of the Biological Sciences Research Institute. The vaccines. Wu Zhenzhen recalled news from her previous life, mentioning that the vaccines had been developed by a team led by the retired couple from the Nanchang Biological Sciences Research Institute. Could it be them? Yes, it must be. With this realization, her admiration for the couple deepened significantly. We are always protected by remarkable individuals. They understand better than anyone the perils posed by the virus. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Yet these researchers bravely press forward. The vaccines of her previous life had only been developed after many talented scientists had perished. Among those lost, many must have been their cherished students. Contemplating this, Wu Zhenzhen's heart grew heavy as she gazed upon the kindly, smiling couple. Regrettably, she knew nothing about vaccine development. Nor could she fathom the crucial challenges that had to be overcome. Even though she had been given a second chance at life, she remained utterly uninformed. The feeling of helplessness was profoundly disheartening. With a weighty heart, Wu Zhenzhen exited the Xie couple's home and reached out to several companies to order 100,000 sets of high-grade protective suits, face shields, and gloves. She recalled how many healthcare workers and researchers had suffered due to a shortage of protective gear, having to reuse suits until they became too worn and compromised. This was the least she could do. Chapter 25. Returning to the countryside to stock up. As time gradually slipped by, September approached with remarkable swiftness. The renovation of the villa had reached completion, and to prevent the plastic drainage pipes from shattering in the extreme temperatures of the apocalypse, Wu Zhenzhen replaced all the sewage systems with robust stainless steel pipes. During this period, she had not been idle. She had amassed a considerable stockpile of various essential supplies. Among these were electrical appliances like humidifiers, dehumidifiers, and air fryers, as well as daily necessities such as tissues, towels, bath towels, sanitary napkins, and face cloths. She stocked up on vegetables including greens, lotus roots, eggplants, pumpkins, and bamboo shoots, as well as vehicles like excavators, cranes, loaders, and off-road vehicles. Furthermore, she gathered lighting supplies such as kerosene, candles, alcohol lamps, and flashlights. Practically every commonly used and seldom utilized item had been accumulated, for it is always prudent to be prepared. Even gasoline and diesel were stockpiled in hundreds of tons, extracted from continuous refueling. Water storage barrels were a given, for water is the essence of life. Although her space had a spring, the haunting memories of thirst from her past life led Wu Zhenzhen to desire a greater reserve. To facilitate her water storage, after acquiring the excavator and bulldozer, she also excavated a vast reservoir within her space. With the day for wood collection fast approaching, Wu Zhenzhen drove back to her rural hometown. Upon arrival, she was greeted by her daughter, who sprinted back from the fields, her hands and feet covered in mud, yet radiating vitality and strength. After 2 months apart, her daughter seemed transformed, exuding confidence and grace, no longer the timid child she once was. Mom, look at this chicken mushroom I just picked," her daughter exclaimed, excitedly presenting 2 large specimens. "I know you love chicken mushrooms, so I made a special trip to find them this morning," her mother chimed in with a smile. Wu Zhenzhen felt a warmth in her heart. She realized how fortunate she was to be surrounded by so much love. That evening, as they dined on the chicken mushrooms her daughter had gathered, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars and caressed by the earthy summer breeze, listening to the chorus of insects and frogs, Wu Zhenzhen felt a profound sense of contentment for the first time since her rebirth. The family gathered to tally their stockpiled supplies, mindful of the need for discretion to avoid eavesdroppers or surveillance. They never mentioned their storage or space on the phone or in chat applications. The news of the space expanding infinitely, able to accommodate plants, humans, and animals, brought elation to everyone. Her brother and daughter eagerly urged Wu Zhenzhen to take them inside for a tour, where they marveled at the mountain-like piles of supplies. Their previously tense nerves began to ease. Hope blossomed for a brighter future. However, it was unfortunate that testing confirmed the time limitation of the space applied specifically to humans. Even if Wu Zhenzhen refrained from entering, others would still consume time. Fortunately, the rate of time consumption remained the same regardless of whether one or several individuals entered. The day following Wu Zhenjin's return, she resumed her industrious endeavors. She first accompanied her parents to the mountains to gather various types of bamboo for planting in her space, then sought out saplings and filled all the purchased barrels with water from the reservoir spring. The newly excavated reservoir, now fed by the spring, would gradually fill on its own. Next, she visited the town's agricultural supply store, purchasing an array of tools, 10 each of seeders, tillers, harvesters, and diesel threshers, along with 100 each of traditional tools like sickles, hoes, and saws. She acquired 10 of each of the rice mill, powder grinder, oil press, rice slurry machine, automatic dumpling maker, and automatic dough mixer. Additionally, she visited the fishing supply store and bought 100 sets of fishing nets, hooks, and cages. Concerned that her previous seed purchases might prove insufficient for her vast expanse of black soil in the space, she procured 1,000 packets each of peanuts, corn, rice, wheat, vegetable seeds, and fish grass seeds. After several days of extensive stockpiling in her rural hometown, the day to collect the wood finally arrived. Wu Zhenjin made a point to rent several warehouses in a distant county to facilitate the storage of the lumber. However, she was unprepared for the sheer volume of wood, far exceeding her expectations. Although villagers had taken the smaller branches and leaves for firewood, the abundance of trees rendered the piles of timber as towering as mountains. If used solely for fuel, it would last for generations. No wonder it was challenging to find a furniture factory willing to take all the wood at once. At that moment, Wu Zhenjin felt for the first time that she had stockpiled excessively. Yet, having already paid the deposit, with ample space to accommodate it and not lacking in funds, she resolved to collect it all, requiring only a few more trips to the county warehouses to move the wood into her space. After securing the wood, Wu Zhenjin began instructing everyone to harvest the cabbages. To expedite the process, she enlisted several villagers from the neighboring community who could drive trucks to assist in transporting the goods to her rented warehouse in the county. During this time, as she tirelessly collected cabbages, she occasionally checked the news, recalling that reports of virus infections were emerging from abroad. Indeed, on the evening of September 30th, she stumbled upon an article about the virus on the news's bottom page. The article detailed a bizarre incident in a remote village overseas, where multiple individuals suddenly succumbed to relentless coughing and nosebleeds, leading to death. Medical professionals speculated that they may have contracted some form of virus. Seeing images of unprotected medical staff, reporters, and bystanders filled Wu Zhenjin with apprehension. The virus was poised to unleash its fury upon the world. She shared the news with her parents, brother, and daughter, and a heavy silence fell over them as they processed the impending reality, with many of their neighbors' cabbages still unharvested. Her mother hurried to enlist a significant number of villagers to assist in the collection, striving to complete the task within a single day. With urgency and diligence, they finally finished harvesting all the cabbages by October 1st. Under the cover of night, Wu Zhenjin transported all the cabbages into her space before heading to the warehouse where her parents and brother had been stockpiling supplies. Concerned that their accumulation might raise suspicions among neighbors, they too had rented a warehouse in the county for storage. Guided by her parents, Wu Zhenjin transferred all the supplies they had gathered into her space. Her parents had stockpiled agricultural produce, poultry, livestock, grain seeds, fertilizers, and farming tools purchased from the countryside. They had also preserved an abundance of mushrooms, drying them to prevent spoilage, and had even prepared some mushroom spores for Wu Zhenjin to enjoy fresh mushrooms. Her brother had gathered various vehicles, appliances, and repair tools, beaming with pride over his collection of boats, kayaks, canoes, motorboats, and inflatable beds, perhaps a reflection of the regret he harbored from not having captured their father in their past life. Sheener's stockpile consisted entirely of books. Besides towering stacks of literature, she had amassed several large boxes of hard drives, claiming they were filled with educational videos. After collecting everyone's supplies, the family returned to their rural home, moving everything portable out. Had they not feared raising suspicion among neighbors, they might have even considered dismantling the front door to take with them. Chapter 26. The virus arrives. That evening, Wu Zhenjin, accompanied by her parents, brother, and daughter, arrived at the villa in South City. After a long day of travel, everyone was weary. After a simple dinner, she arranged for her family to rest before opening her phone to check the news, discovering that reports about the virus had spread like wildfire across various international websites. According to confirmation from foreign experts, the peculiar deaths occurring in that remote village were indeed the result of a viral infection. The pathways of transmission and the specific origin of the virus remain undetermined. However, over half of the village's population has already contracted it, with infected individuals invariably succumbing by the third day. Moreover, a significant number of cases have also been reported in surrounding cities. International specialists anticipate that this virus may prove to be the fastest spreading and deadliest in human history. Zhenzhen recalled the emails she had previously sent to various city governments and began to scour major websites, yet found no information regarding the measures taken by the Huaxia nation in response to the viral outbreak. Instead, she stumbled upon numerous posts lamenting the difficulty in securing flights back to Huaxia, the exorbitant price hikes, and the airlines adding additional flights. It appeared that no one had heeded her emails, and events would unfold as they had in her previous life. She felt powerless to effect any change. The following morning, as Zhenzhen rose and looked through her window, she noticed an unfamiliar black sedan parked outside Mr. Xia's home. Two men clad in black suits stood respectfully by. Zhenzhen hastily donned her attire, seized the keys and envelope she had prepared earlier, and rushed out to Mr. Xia's residence. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Xia were preparing to board the vehicle with their modest luggage in hand. Mr. Xia, my ex-husband's company manufactured protective suits. Now that he is gone, the company has collapsed, leaving approximately 100,000 sealed protective garments. As a woman, I am uncertain how to manage this situation. I recall you mentioned your work in biological research. You must know where they could be utilized. Could you assist me in this matter? Zhenzhen offered the keys and envelope as she spoke. What price are you asking per suit? Mr. Xia had yet to respond when the man in the black suit eagerly interjected. Does your research institute require protective suits? Mr. Xia inquired of the suited man. Not at present, but we plan to procure some as backups. Unfortunately, all the stock from major companies has been purchased by foreign buyers, and we can only wait for new production. The procurement department searched nearly all night yesterday and has yet to find a single suit. The 100,000 suits would not only suffice for our needs but could also be distributed to hospitals. I have heard that their procurement departments are equally struggling to find stock. The man in the black suit explained to Mr. Xia. What price do you wish to sell them for? I shall relay it to our procurement department for them to coordinate with you, Mr. Xia said, taking the keys from Zhenzhen. I have no use for them. Consider it a donation to you. Zhenzhen replied with a smile. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Institute. Should you require any assistance from us in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I can advocate for you with the Institute, Mr. Xia said, glancing at the descending road, eager to depart, and he refrained from further insisting. He wrote down his mobile number and handed it to Zhenzhen. Indeed, there is, she thought, though she refrained from voicing it, politely bidding them farewell. After seeing Mr. Xia and his party off, Zhenzhen returned to the villa, where everyone was already awake. Yet, a profound silence enveloped the room as each person fixated on their phones, engrossed in the news. A headline, "Multiple passengers on return flight suddenly die," dominated the front pages of major websites. In the afternoon, posts regarding the deceased's families besieging the airport surged across the internet. Eyewitness accounts reported that upon landing, relatives snatched the bodies from the staff, which were meant for cremation, and laid them out in the airport hall, demanding accountability from the airline. Some family members even called for on-site autopsies, refusing to accept that their loved ones had contracted the virus before boarding. Meanwhile, passengers who were to be quarantined expressed their dissatisfaction by clashing with staff, and amidst the chaos, many took the opportunity to flee. At the time of these events, the airport was thronged with spectators, yet not a single individual donned effective protective gear to shield against the virus. Witnessing this, Zhenzhen sighed. It seemed that events would unfold just as they had in her past life, with no alterations in sight. That evening, the family gathered for a hot pot meal. The television, which had been playing animated shows, abruptly shifted to a host announcing, "Attention, citizens of the nation. An important notification is being issued. Testing has confirmed that multiple individuals in our country are infected with the virus. This virus transmits through human saliva, blood, and bodily fluids in the air, possessing the characteristics of inevitable infection upon contact and certain death upon infection. All national experts have been mobilized to expedite the development of relevant medications and vaccines. Until effective control measures are established, we urge all citizens to refrain from going outdoors unless absolutely necessary. All forms of public transportation, including airplanes, high-speed trains, and buses, are hereby prohibited from operation. Upon hearing this announcement, the family abandoned their meal and gathered around the television, attentively absorbing the information. Attention residents of the district, please be aware that effective immediately, the park will be under lockdown management and no one is permitted to leave. As the television continually broadcasted this notification, loudspeakers in the villa echoed the same message. Perhaps there were some differences compared to her previous life. At the very least, the lockdown measures had come swiftly and with greater rigor. Hearing these announcements, the family exchanged glances, exhaling in relief that they had arrived in time. Otherwise, they would have been trapped in the countryside. During the nationwide lockdown, the virus would not afford humanity any respite. Natural disasters would follow in quick succession. For the majority, transitioning from one city to another would become an arduous endeavor fraught with peril. The treacherous roads were one thing, but the lurking malefactors posed an even greater threat. Chapter 27. The family busied themselves with fulfilling tasks. Following the issuance of the notification, the internet erupted with vitriol. Late at night, a resounding crash echoed at the gate of the park. Zhenzhen peered through her binoculars and observed a throng gathering at the security booth. It turned out that property owners were desperate to flee the city, yet the security personnel were reluctant to open the gates. Frustrated by the lack of resolution, the owners resorted to ramming their vehicles through the park's entrance. Once the gates were breached, cars surged downhill as if breaking free from the park's signified liberation. Little did they realize that, at this moment, the outside world was far more perilous than remaining at home. Those rushing to escape would soon find returning to their homes a formidable challenge. Zhenzhen surveyed the chaos in South City through her binoculars, confirming that it too was in disarray, with a dense stream of vehicles heading towards the exits of various cities. Within her social circle, individuals anxiously inquired where they could escape the city, while others boasted of their successful departures, lamenting those trapped at highway exits, and sharing tales of how they broke through highway barriers. Alas, the virus was destined to spread even more widely due to the reckless movements of these individuals. Not long after, authorities dispatched armed forces to take control of the city exits, and signs of retreat began to emerge from the vehicles congregated at various intersections. Those who had fled the city reveled in their early escape. However, they would soon realize the gravity of the situation. Every entry point was now guarded by armed forces, prohibiting both ingress and egress. Those still on the highway were left to roam endlessly in search of unguarded entrances to the city, yet their efforts were in vain. With the influx of travelers onto the highways, service areas quickly ran out of supplies, and fuel stations increasingly displayed signs of being sold out. Gradually, some individuals abandoned their vehicles, scaling the highway barriers to walk to nearby cities and towns, only to discover that no hotels would accommodate them, leaving them to sleep on the streets. The following morning, those who remained in the city did not rest. One by one, they broke through the barriers, rushing to the supermarkets and grocery stores to seize food and daily necessities. Regardless of the government's pleas, appeals, and attempts to prevent them, their efforts proved futile. As night fell, and after everyone returned home to sleep following their frantic shopping, the armed forces worked tirelessly to repair all the damaged fences and protective gates. By the dawn of the third day, no one ventured outside, not because of armed repression, but rather due to the sight of medical personnel continuously carrying out lifeless bodies from various residential complexes. Instantly, panic ensued, and the online community was filled with cries of despair. An increasing number of individuals realized they may have contracted the virus. Some reported experiencing unexplained high fevers and incessant coughs, while others lamented that their children were inexplicably suffering from persistent nosebleeds. There were also those who could no longer reach their relatives and friends. Before long, more families quietly succumbed, all perishing together within their homes. Throughout the residential buildings, whether by day or night, the air was filled with the sounds of anguished wails. Some cried for their own impending demise due to the virus, while others mourned the sudden loss of loved ones. The cries were heart-wrenching, echoing through the heavens. Moreover, an increasing number of those infected with the virus, unwilling to await death in their homes, chose to end their lives. Some leapt from buildings, while others ingested sleeping pills. The most harrowing aspect was the growing number of healthcare workers who fell ill, leading to a severe shortage of manpower and resources required for the collection of corpses, which further heightened the risk of infection. One by one, staff members collapsed, and the scarcity of human resources became increasingly dire. Before long, the accumulation of corpses became unmanageable, and the stench of decaying bodies pervaded the residential buildings. Initially, the media would announce approximate death tolls, but perhaps due to insufficient personnel to compile statistics, or perhaps out of fear that the overwhelming numbers would frighten the populace, they gradually ceased to report the fatalities. For the living, in addition to the mental torment, their bodies grew increasingly frail due to the lack of sustenance. Yet, even in illness, they dared not visit hospitals, for doing so would likely result in infection. As people huddled within their homes, officials dispatched personnel to distribute food and essential supplies to every household. During the initial months, the provisions were somewhat ample, with daily distributions of vegetables, meat, eggs, rice, and flour. Although many urban residents complained about the monotony and lack of freshness in the food, few claimed to go hungry. However, as the government's reserves dwindled, the quantity of distributed supplies diminished, leading many to voice their dissatisfaction regarding insufficient sustenance. Ultimately, all that remained for the populace was rice, sufficient only for a single meal for the entire family. Discontent brewed in their hearts, yet they dared not venture out in search of food. During this harrowing period, Zhenzhen could only subsist on rice soup to sustain her basic bodily functions. Fortunately, Wan Yunpeng, fearful of death, dared only to hide in the home of the mistress, avoiding the outside world. Relying on her youth, she could still snatch a morsel from Wan Suihua's hands, ensuring that the mother and daughter would not perish of hunger before the calamity struck. Had Wan Yunpeng been at home, Zhenzhen would indeed have been unable to compete with the two of them for food. Nonetheless, the mother and daughter endured numerous beatings from Wan Suihua. It remained uncertain whether they refrained from eating out of reluctance to share with their grandson, or whether, in the face of hunger, they had grown indifferent. Nevertheless, as the mistress in their eyes, Zhenzhen's current circumstances could hardly be described as favorable. Meanwhile, Zhenzhen's family feasted on large bones, savoring a sumptuous hot pot that left them dripping with grease. The vegetables they had grown in their yard and space had matured, yielding several harvests, and they need not worry about rice. Concerned about the potential for the government's supplies to harbor the virus, they would leave the deliveries outside to sunbathe for an entire day before bringing them inside. After all, incidents of delivery personnel succumbing to infection occurred almost daily. Although the official statement claimed that the virus could survive in the air for only 2 hours without a host, they preferred to err on the side of caution and let the items sit longer, especially since they were not lacking in food. Occasionally, they would forget to retrieve the supplies, and when meat was delivered, it was often snatched away by stray cats and dogs. During this time, the father busied himself researching how to better raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep, for he indeed preferred interacting with animals. The mother, on the other hand, devoted her days to exploring various culinary delights. She had always relished cooking and was exceptionally skilled, not only preparing a wide array of delicious dishes, but also crafting exquisite pastries. A mere bag of ordinary flour in her hands could transform into an endless variety of treats. Recollecting the days in the countryside, when neighbors hosted feasts, they would invite her to prepare large pots of food. However, owing to the relentless demands of farm work, she could only indulge in her culinary passions on rainy days when she could not tend to the fields. Under her nurturing, the entire family visibly flourished, each growing rounder at an astonishing rate, often facing protests from one another, only to find themselves unable to resist reaching for the delectable dishes. The younger brother engaged in online classes, completed homework, played basketball, and tinkered with his assortment of peculiar devices. Xin mostly occupied herself with books, occasionally seeking clarification from Wu Yiheng and Zhenzhen when encountering difficulties. Yet, those queries proved too challenging for both, and after a few unsuccessful attempts at providing satisfactory answers, Xin gradually ceased to inquire further. Thankfully, the internet remained accessible, and she could generally find the answers she sought online. Zhenzhen managed the space with her consciousness while perusing various medical texts. At this moment, the space had been divided into several sections, One area was filled with trees, forming a vast forest. Another was a sprawling meadow. A substantial section was dedicated to a vegetable garden brimming with diverse produce, including corn. And another expanse was planted with rice. The family led a busy and fulfilling life. Yet, Wu Zhenzhen understood that this was perhaps the most serene chapter within the apocalyptic existence, or rather, that it did not yet belong to the apocalypse. The true calamity would only commence with the onset of successive natural disasters. Chapter 28. The Father's Story. Time flowed neither hastily nor slowly. One morning, as the family savored a delightful breakfast prepared by Wu Xiufeng, they suddenly heard barking from outside the courtyard. Initially, many had feared that the virus was transmitted from animals to humans, prompting numerous individuals to cast their pets into the streets to fend for themselves. However, as experts later clarified that the virus could not be transmitted from animals to humans, this phenomenon gradually diminished. Nevertheless, as the distribution of food dwindled, more and more people began to abandon their pets. Now, the streets were sparsely populated by humans, yet swarmed with stray animals. Occasionally in their community, they would pour leftover food outside their door for the stray pets to consume. Thus, hearing the occasional cries of cats and dogs was entirely normal. Yet the barking of this particular dog was distinct from the usual sounds. It seemed to wail, almost as if pleading for help. Upon hearing its cries, the father sprang to his feet and dashed out of the house, with the others quickly following suit. Upon opening the villa door, he beheld a large German shepherd lying there, battered and bruised, emitting pitiful whimpers, its belly swollen as if it were about to give birth. "Do not fear. Do not fear. I shall assist you. I will help you," the father cooed to the German shepherd as one would to a child, gradually extending his hand to gently stroke its head. Noticing its lack of resistance, he attempted to coax it to stand, yet it seemed too gravely injured to rise. After several attempts, he walked over and lifted it into the villa. "Quickly, fetch some clean towels." The father poured the entire breakfast from the table into a basin and placed it before her. She sniffed, took a few tentative licks, and then began to devour it voraciously. Not long after finishing her meal, the German shepherd began to grow restless, howling incessantly, and before long, she gave birth to a puppy. After biting through the umbilical cord herself, the father carefully dried them off and placed them in the doghouse. Approximately every half hour thereafter, she brought forth another puppy until noon, when she had delivered a total of 5. During this time, the mother prepared a large pot of meat soup for her. However, shortly after giving birth, she appeared utterly exhausted, slowly closing her eyes. Observing this, the father silently lifted her and carried her to the glass room, seemingly in tears. "What's wrong with Dad?" asked Wu Yiheng. "Perhaps he's reminded of his comrades," the mother sighed, watching the father's retreating figure. "What does this dog have to do with his comrades?" Wu Yiheng questioned, bewildered. "You should ask him yourselves. Perhaps he wishes to share his thoughts with you now," the mother responded as she went to milk the cow for the puppies.
Dad.
Wu Yiheng and Wu Zhenzhen followed him to the glass house to help dig a grave. "She resembles my Along so much. When I first saw her, I thought my Along had returned." Noticing the siblings digging, the father set down his hoe and gently stroked the wounds of the German shepherd. "I was an orphan, raised amidst bullying, which fostered my reticence. Later, I received an opportunity to enlist. My fondness for animals led me to become a dog trainer, and Along was assigned to me. For the first time, I felt a sense of protection through Along. Though merely a dog, he was not only my comrade but my only family at that time. Along was exceptional, often deployed on missions. However, during one such mission, due to my misjudgment, we fell into an ambush and a teammate, along with Along, was shot while trying to protect me. Subsequently, I despondently applied for discharge. At that moment, I was lost, unsure of my path or capabilities, wandering aimlessly. There were times I even wished to die, believing it would reunite me with Along unknowingly. I arrived at your grandparents' home, only to fall ill. They took great care of me for over half a month until I fully recovered. Seeing I had nowhere to go, your grandparents offered to keep me as a farmhand. Initially, I intended to repay their kindness and leave. Later, when your mother returned from work at the factory, I was deeply enchanted by her. However, lacking the means to marry her and knowing your grandparents desired a son-in-law, I sought their permission to stay. The taciturn father spoke more words than ever before to the siblings. Yet, upon hearing their father's story, Wu Zhenzhen and her brother felt a pang of sorrow but were at a loss for words to comfort him. "Dad, you are our family too," Wu Ying said, his eyes reddening. "Indeed, we are a family. Your presence brings me immense happiness," the father replied, gazing at the siblings. Together, they buried the German shepherd within the glass house. Returning home, the mother and ex-heir were feeding the puppies with goat's milk. All 5 puppies appeared rather small and fragile, likely due to their mother's prolonged lack of nutrition. Little 5, eat more slowly, and little 4, don't push little 2. To their surprise, ex-heir had quickly given the puppies names. Big 1, little 2, little 3, little 4, and little 5, simple yet memorable. With the addition of these puppies, the family's life seemed more fulfilling. Aside from attending to their tasks, everyone occasionally took time to play with the puppies. The father, in particular, kept a vigilant eye on them, fearing they might feel unwell. Whenever ex-heir held them too tightly, he would promptly snatch the puppies away. Moreover, everyone noticed that since the arrival of the puppies, the father had become increasingly talkative, even sharing jokes at times. Under the family's devoted care, the puppies slowly grew, soon becoming plump and healthy. Once they weaned, the father began their training, explaining that their mother had sustained injuries from other dogs due to a lack of professional training and her pregnancy. Otherwise, this breed of dog could easily overpower 10 ordinary dogs. Thus, he planned to train them from a young age to prevent future misfortunes. Indeed, despite their short legs and plump bodies, under the father's guidance, they displayed remarkable agility, each one fierce and spirited. Yet, the father was not satisfied. Observing their chubby forms, he admonished everyone for overfeeding them. From that point on, he forbade anyone from feeding the puppies, opting to feed them at scheduled times and in measured quantities himself. However, ex-heir and her brother were not easily obedient, frequently sneaking food to the puppies. Even the mother often surreptitiously supplemented their meals in the kitchen, getting caught by the father multiple times. Unbeknownst to them, the puppies gradually matured, each growing tall and formidable. Under the father's training, they not only excelled in solitary combat but also exhibited exceptional teamwork. However, during downtime, each displayed distinct personality traits. The eldest was honest and steady, earning the respect of his siblings. Little 2 was a glutton, always the first to approach during mealtime, much to ex-heir's delight, as she often snuck food to him. Little 3 was the most playful, constantly seeking out hung for a game, often teasing other dogs with playful nips. Little 4 was the most alert, the first to detect any unusual sounds outside. Little 5, the laziest, was often the slowest during training, frequently caught by the father for extra practice. Gradually, the sounds of stray animals around the villa faded away. Chapter 29. The typhoon approaches. As time went on, the officially reported number of virus infections gradually decreased. However, the food distributed by the government dwindled, with some cities allocating only a few ears of corn per household. The online vitriol and wails never ceased. Despite the complaints, people remained apprehensive about venturing outdoors. Wu Zhenzhen calculated that the vaccine should be nearing release. Indeed, 2 days later, in the early morning, Wu Zhenzhen heard the sound of a car ascending a hill in the stillness nearby. Soon, a black car stopped at the Xie family's residence, and the Xie couple emerged without any protective gear. It seemed the vaccine had been developed. This was the first time the Xie couple had returned since their departure. From Wu Zhenzhen's window, she observed their once neatly maintained yard now overrun with weeds and scattered leaves. The following day, news broke that the vaccine was in production, saturating major websites and social media platforms. Some rejoiced, while many others questioned the vaccine as safety and efficacy. 3 days later, the first vaccine appointment website in the southern city opened, yet no one signed up, as everyone preferred to wait and see how others fared after receiving it. Wu Zhenzhen's family, however, promptly made an appointment, knowing that delaying could complicate future vaccinations. At that moment, in this community, they were the only family to register. The nurse administering the vaccinations promptly arrived at their door with the needles. Since the government had been urging the public to get vaccinated, and seeing the indifference from everyone, they resorted to incentivizing vaccinations with a pound of rice for those who complied. The residents, starved for an extended period, were elated to see rice being distributed, and gradually, Some courageous individuals ventured to partake. Online, more and more people began to share their post-vaccination health status updates. Observing that those who had been vaccinated previously suffered no ill effects, an increasing number of individuals sought to make appointments. As time progressed, securing a reservation became increasingly challenging, prompting many to camp out in hopes of obtaining a vaccine. Long lines formed at vaccination sites, with countless photos of these queues circulating online. Simultaneously, the Meteorological Bureau continuously reported that several super typhoons were poised to make landfall in various coastal cities across the continents. Zhenzhen arrived at the doorstep of the Xia family, carrying some cured meats. "Little sister, it's been ages. Your protective suits have been a tremendous help to us. Had it not been for your protective gear, we would have lost countless individuals in our courtyard," Xia Bo exclaimed, warmly ushering her inside. It had only been a little over a year since their last meeting, yet Xia Bo appeared considerably aged, his back hunched and the wrinkles on his face deepened.
"Ah.
"Little sister, it's been too long since we've had anyone here. The place is covered in dust, and there isn't even a seat to be found, Mrs." Xia exclaimed as she donned a dust suit and busily cleaned. Upon seeing Zhenzhen, she hastily wiped down a stool for her to sit. "Mr. Xia, I have come with a request," Zhenzhen said, getting straight to the point as she noticed the couple still had much to do. "Request? Just tell me what you need," Xia Bo replied with a hearty laugh. "I would like to procure some vaccines. Could you assist me in acquiring them?" Zhenzhen handed him a meticulously prepared list detailing her vaccine requirements. 100 doses of rabies vaccine, 100 doses of pneumonia vaccine, 100 doses of hepatitis B vaccine, 100 doses of tetanus vaccine, and 1,000 doses of the current virus vaccine. Everything else seems manageable. However, the current virus vaccine is somewhat scarce. I'm not sure if I can gather them all. When do you need them?" Xia Bo remarked, glancing at the list, which consisted of commonly used vaccines that posed no challenge for him to procure. Yet, these vaccines could not be purchased directly. Citizens were required to present their identification at the health stations to receive them. The sooner, the better. Xia Bo did not inquire about Zhenzhen's intentions for the vaccines, but instructed her to store them in the refrigerator to prevent spoilage. Initially, Zhenzhen intended to assist them in cleaning their home, but Xia Bo and his wife insisted she leave. Reluctantly, she departed from their residence, leaving behind the cured meats. Xia Bo acted swiftly. That very afternoon, he arranged for the vaccines to be delivered to Zhenzhen's doorstep. When she attempted to pay for the virus vaccine, the delivery personnel adamantly refused, stating it was a gift from their courtyard in gratitude for her donation of protective suits. Nevertheless, she insisted on handing over the money. She was not lacking in funds, and she understood that money's value would soon diminish. Most importantly, she did not wish to owe anyone a favor. Upon returning to her villa, she stored all the vaccines in her space. The following day, the super typhoons began to make landfall in coastal cities one after another. The Meteorological Bureau declared this to be the most powerful, numerous, and prolonged series of typhoons ever recorded in human history. Even the inland city of Nancheng could feel the ferocity of the super typhoons. They roared through the streets like lions, uprooting many slender saplings. Dust and debris swirled in the air. Vaccination sites were compelled to retreat entirely into hospitals. As the typhoon approached, everyone was forced to seek refuge in their homes, hoping to wait until after the storm had passed to get vaccinated. However, the tempest raged on for 3 consecutive days and nights without any sign of abating, causing widespread anxiety. Since the vaccine rollout, the government had ceased distributing supplies, and the lockdowns of various cities had been lifted. Initially, many rushed to procure supplies. Yet numerous individuals found themselves empty-handed as the storm descended. The scant food that most had managed to secure was far from sufficient. After enduring the ravages of the virus, they had hoped for a reprieve to enjoy a proper meal, only to be confronted with a typhoon. Online, lamentations echoed across the digital landscape. In comparison to inland cities like Nancheng, coastal cities faced even graver circumstances. Old structures, tin houses, tile-roofed homes, were stripped of their roofs by the tempest, countless trees were felled, and many windows shattered from the force of the winds. In the streets, chaos reigned. Even indoors, one had to worry about whether something would be hurled through their windows by the storm. The typhoon also stirred up monstrous waves at sea, engulfing villas, skyscrapers, bridges, and roads along the coastline. Countless individuals prayed online for the storm to relent swiftly, believing that once the typhoon passed, tranquility would return, and they could resume their peaceful lives. Little did they know, the true calamity was only just beginning. On the fourth day, the typhoon gradually subsided, replaced by relentless downpours, as if the sky had been pierced by the storm, unleashing torrents of rain. Due to the intensity of the rainfall, many hesitated to venture outside, preferring to wait for the rain to cease before seeking vaccinations or supplies. However, Zhenzhen and her family were acutely aware that this rain would not cease. Occasionally, Zhenzhen would observe the situation below with binoculars, inadvertently noticing that people were moving into the vacant house beside theirs. A group of individuals braved the torrential rain, unloading large crates wrapped in waterproof tarps from a truck and transporting them into the villa. Moreover, those moving in appeared young and robust, exhibiting a level of training that suggested they were not mere movers, but rather bodyguards. This family was not ordinary. Chapter 30. She feared him. Who would move in such torrential downpours? Could it be that, like her family, they had also been reborn and knew that the rain would not cease, thus disregarding the weather to relocate? Observing these strong, youthful figures, Zhenzhen suddenly felt a profound sense of threat. Her family comprised defenseless elderly, children, and women. If these newcomers harbored ill intentions, her family would be unable to withstand any confrontation. In a post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, if they sought to obtain provisions through nefarious means, Zhenzhen's family, residing next door, would undoubtedly become their primary target. Given the current circumstances, relocating was clearly no longer an option. Zhenzhen began to regret bringing her family to this unfamiliar Nancheng. The looming unknown threat left her on edge. She hoped they would not resort to the worst course of action, but Zhenzhen understood that in a post-apocalyptic existence, the most unwise thing to do was to place one's hopes in the goodwill of others. With this thought, Zhenzhen set up binoculars at various vantage points around her home, preparing to monitor their movements in real time. Should they exhibit any suspicious behavior, she would quickly gather everyone and their supplies into her space and wait until they departed before making a stealthy exit. Currently, she was thankful that her villa was perched atop a hill, surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall, rendering it difficult for others to surveil them. However, they could observe their surroundings with clarity. Zhenzhen shared her concerns with her family, and they unanimously decided to store all their supplies in the space, in case the newcomers decided to drop by and discover their provisions. Her mother would prepare meals using whatever was necessary, and Zhenzhen would retrieve items from the space as needed. Additionally, all the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, sheep, and other livestock her father raised were also secured within the space. With the arrival of 5 dogs, her father had become less attentive to the animals, devoting all his energy to the dogs. The dogs, needing training, remained outside. If they detected anyone approaching, they would all retreat into the space. Her father resolved to intensify the training regimen for the 5 dogs starting that very day. Once the family had efficiently organized all their belongings, the house, aside from the seedlings sprouting in the glass house, was utterly devoid of anything but furniture. Having just finished tidying up, the doorbell rang, causing the entire family to exchange bewildered glances. Who could possibly visit them in such torrential rain? Earlier that morning, Zhenzhen had observed through her binoculars that someone had come to escort the Xie couple away. She speculated that, as significant top-tier talents without children, the government might be concerned about their well-being during the stormy weather, especially given their advanced age living atop the mountain. They could be at risk of health issues without anyone to care for them, prompting their relocation to a safer environment. In her past life, such esteemed individuals were also afforded protection by the government, who later benefited from their invaluable assistance during the apocalypse. Zhenzhen hurried to check the surveillance footage and discovered that the visitor had come from the newly moved-in house next door. The large black umbrella obscured his face, but she could ascertain that he was a young man. As anticipated, the visitor had arrived. She quickly placed her dogs into the space and surveyed her surroundings to ensure no supplies had been left outside before making her way to the front door with her umbrella. After several rings of the doorbell, the impatient caller pressed it more urgently upon receiving no response. Upon opening the gate, she was greeted by a familiar face, Siemyukin. The memory of how he had intimidated the general in Myanmar sent a wave of anxiety through Zhenzhen. How had this ominous figure become her neighbor? Regret washed over her. She lamented her decision to move to this unfamiliar city. If only she had stayed in Zhenzhen City, where, despite the risk of tsunamis due to its coastal location, she and her family could have lived in peace after weathering that peril. Now, living next to this formidable man, she feared for her family's safety every day. Unbeknownst to Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen had already conjured a picture of him akin to a bandit in her mind. His persistent ringing of the doorbell, met with no answer, had led him to imagine every possible unfortunate outcome. His anxiety compelled him to press the doorbell even more insistently. When Zhenzhen finally opened the door, the sight of the woman he had longed for, standing unharmed before him, dispelled the fatigue of his recent endeavors. Thank goodness she was safe, and he had arrived just in time. Yet, he was taken aback by the wary expression she wore. Had he ever posed any threat to her? Though he had many words he wished to share with Zhenzhen, and even longed to embrace her, her guarded demeanor left him momentarily speechless, rooted in place. Mr. Xia, what brings you here? Zhenzhen feigned ignorance of his recent move next door, purposely inquiring. I've relocated to the house next door, and came to extend my greetings, Zhenzhen replied, glancing at the hidden surveillance camera. She must have seen him approach from the adjacent property. Zhenzhen noticed his gaze directed towards the camera's location, a cleverly concealed spot she had chosen. Her family had resided there for quite some time without discovering it, yet Zhenzhen had discerned her hidden surveillance on his first visit. He was indeed formidable. The thought of the telescopes aimed towards his home made her heart race. Surely, he had noticed them long before. With such a powerful adversary, who could turn into an enemy at any moment, Zhenzhen felt a chill run down her spine. Her suspicions were correct. Zhenzhen was indeed aware of the locations of her telescopes, not through his own observation, but reported by his subordinates. With numerous sharpshooters at his disposal, if they couldn't spot her telescopes, it would have been a disservice to his years of training. Had he not known that it was Zhenzhen's family residing here, her home would have been razed by his men long ago. He had only just arrived and had not yet had the opportunity to assess his surroundings. If Zhenzhen were to discover that, aside from the house next to hers, several others below had also been purchased by Zhenzhen, inhabited solely by his subordinates, she might have hastily packed her belongings and fled. Are you not going to invite me in? Zhenzhen asked as he noticed Zhenzhen lost in thought. Please, come in. Zhenzhen thought that since there was no other place to go, it would be prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with this intimidating figure, hoping that one day, after acquiring the supplies they sought, he would spare her family. Chapter 31. A little food wins over the family. Zhenzhen followed Zhenzhen into the living room. Mom and Dad, this is Mr. Xia, the one I mentioned before. Thanks to his assistance in Yucheng, we were able to procure so many high-quality raw materials. Zhenzhen introduced him to her family, to alleviate their worries. She had not mentioned her trip to Myanmar, only telling them that she had found a sufficient amount of raw materials in Zhenzhen's warehouse. Little Xia, Zhenzhen often speaks of you. We truly appreciate how you took care of her while in Yucheng. Her mother, ever the extrovert, greeted him warmly. However, Zhenzhen perceived her words differently, especially the part about her frequently mentioning him. The guarded look Zhenzhen had given him at the door faded from his memory as he engaged in light banter with her mother, his spirits lifted. Standing nearby, Zhenzhen regretted her decision to conceal her experiences in Myanmar from her family, realizing that had they known, they would not treat this wolf in sheep's clothing with such naivety. She resolved to clarify the situation to her family once Zhenzhen departed. Uncle, have an apple, Xiner said in a sweet, childlike tone, awkwardly handing a slice of oxidized apple to Zhenzhen. After extensive reading, Xiner had learned to conceal her true self and had become quite adept at acting. However, her overtly flattering performance was apparent. During this time, Xiner had developed a keen interest in psychology and had read extensively on the subject. Her ability to read people had improved significantly, and her acting skills had matured as well. Seeing the endearing Xiner offer him the apple touched Zhenzhen's heart. From the moment he entered, he had noticed that although Zhenzhen's home was lavishly decorated and equipped with robust security features, it had evidently been devoid of food for quite some time. Apart from the yellowed apple in Xiner's hand, there was no sign of sustenance in the spacious house. Clearly, the apple had been preserved for the child. As the family had refrained from consuming it, regret filled him. He should have come sooner. Siamyukin accepted the apple from Xiner and consumed it.
Given its state,
It would not be good for the child's stomach, so he decided to eat it first and bring fresh ones later. Witnessing Siamyukin consume the apple without hesitation, the family exchanged glances, wary of admitting that it was what remained from yesterday's meal, having been left out for an entire day. They had only refrained from placing it in storage when they saw it had gone bad during their earlier tidying.
wow.
This apple is so sweet. It's absolutely delicious.
Thank you.
Siamyukin exclaimed playfully to Xiner after finishing the slice. Wu Zhenzhen smiled lightly as she observed the girl turn away. The little rascal was quite clever. Wu Xiufeng engaged Siamyukin in warm conversation and inquiries, and after an hour, noon arrived. Little Xia, I truly apologize. You went through so much trouble to visit. And I should have invited you to stay for lunch. However, the current situation is rather peculiar. We truly cannot find anything to eat at home, and I feel quite embarrassed. Wu Xiufeng remarked, awkwardly rubbing her hands together. Wu Zhenzhen, standing nearby, gazed at her mother in astonishment, realizing that her acting skills rivaled those of Xiner. Upon hearing Wu Xiufeng's words, Siamyukin felt a pang of sympathy. After bidding farewell to Wu Zhenzhen's family and returning home, he immediately instructed his subordinates to carry 2 boxes of apples, while he shouldered a large bag of rice, and held a substantial piece of meat and vegetables, braving the pouring rain as he made his way to Wu Zhenzhen's house. In the living room of Wu Zhenzhen's home, she recounted in detail her experiences in Myanmar alongside Siamyukin, particularly emphasizing how he had managed to organize the vast general's mansion in a single night. She cautioned everyone to exercise caution around Siamyukin, advising them to maintain only a basic neighborly relationship to avoid provoking him, lest he discover their stockpile of supplies and target them for theft. Yet, I perceive that young Xia does not seem like someone who would steal our provisions. Her mother pondered aloud. I too believe it would be prudent to befriend him. This way, our families could support one another. He possesses the capability to protect us from marauders, while we can provide him with sustenance to stave off hunger. Such mutual cooperation seems rather advantageous, does it not? Mother. Yiheng, did you ever suspect that neighbors you interacted with daily would steal your resources? Would you have imagined they would push your father into the water to drown over a mere fish? Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback by her mother's naivete, particularly given the painful history they had endured. Her parents and younger brother had perished amidst the deluge following the outbreak, and their brief experience in the apocalypse had not yet stripped them of their innocence and kindness, which were ingrained in their very beings. Even after being reborn, they had never contemplated revenge against the neighbors who had caused their demise, aside from a lingering disdain for their character. In fact, Wu Zhenzhen had inherited this same innocence and kindness, which had rendered her vulnerable to years of bullying by her colleagues and ex-husband's family without ever retaliating. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's words, her mother's expression dimmed. Wu Zhenzhen regretted having spoken so harshly, inadvertently reminding her mother of past sorrows. You are right. One must remain guarded, and we should strive to keep our distance from him, her mother replied, biting her lip. I am sorry, mother. I did not intend to bring up matters that would cause you distress, Wu Zhenzhen apologized. Silly child, I am merely concerned for you. How much suffering have you endured during those 10 years of apocalypse? Wu Xiufeng gazed at Wu Zhenzhen with a mix of pride and sorrow, delighted that her daughter had grown into an independent and courageous individual, yet heartbroken over the years of torment that had transformed her once kind daughter into someone perpetually wary of others. She understood that her daughter had endured the hardships of the apocalypse for the sake of young Xiner. Otherwise, given Wu Zhenzhen's former disposition, she might have chosen to end her life shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Opening the door, Wu Zhenzhen was astonished to see Siamyukin standing there, burdened with numerous bags. She, having foreseen the impending disaster due to her rebirth, had stockpiled supplies in advance, but wondered how he could possess such an abundance of provisions while managing to support so many subordinates. Could it be? Wu Zhenzhen recalled the letter she had previously sent to Siamyukin. Before she could refuse, he pushed the door open and strode in with his subordinates, depositing 2 large boxes of apples, a hefty bag of rice, a substantial piece of meat, and vegetables onto the table. Wu Xiufeng, disregarding Wu Zhenzhen's previous caution, welcomed Siamyukin with enthusiasm. Xiner, upon seeing the two large boxes of apples, stared in awe, her expression clearly less guarded towards Xianyukin. Wu Yiheng regarded Wu Zhenzhen with a complex gaze, while even their father pondered the implications of the two boxes of apples. Wu Zhenzhen face-bombed, realizing that a mere handful of food had seemingly won over her entire family. Did she not have supplies? Was there not a mountain of apples in her space? From that day forth, Xianyukin delivered supplies to their home almost daily. Sometimes it was flour, other times fruit, meat, snacks for Xiner, or vegetables. Occasionally, when her mother felt generous, she would send him some cured meats or sausages in return. Yet, each time he accepted her offerings, he would return the next day with an even greater bounty of food. Wu Zhenzhen attempted to halt Xianyukin's deliveries, but whenever she blocked him at the door, he would call out for Auntie, prompting her mother to come out and scold Wu Zhenzhen before warmly ushering him inside. She also tried to have a heart-to-heart discussion with her family, but her words always seemed to fall on deaf ears. Wu Zhenzhen, feeling helpless, could only remind herself to remain vigilant and not allow Xianyukin any opportunity to exploit them. Chapter 32. Those who have caused them harm. The torrential rain continued unabated for 5 consecutive days and nights. From the mountaintop, one could see that the entire southern city had transformed into a dismal expanse of water. The lower buildings were gradually submerged, forcing the inhabitants to seek refuge in higher floors, while countless lives were claimed by the flood. People prayed for the rain to cease. Yet Wu Zhenzhen's family understood that this downpour would not relent anytime soon. Gradually, more individuals succumbed to the virus. In the initial phase of the lockdown, many had been reluctant to be the first batch of guinea pigs for the vaccine, prioritizing the hoarding of supplies instead. In the process of stockpiling, they had come into contact with the virus. By the time they decided to get vaccinated, they found it nearly impossible to secure an appointment due to the overwhelming number of people. Finally, when they managed to get an appointment, a typhoon struck. Everyone remained holed up at home, waiting for the storm to pass, only to be trapped again by the ensuing downpour. With no government oversight, some who realized they had contracted the virus, fearing they might infect their families, locked themselves away in their rooms to await death. Others, however, chose not to self-isolate. Instead, they deliberately sought out neighbors in the same building, attempting to spread the virus and drag everyone into despair. Some even resorted to breaking down doors to spread their fate to others. The once bustling community groups grew increasingly silent as people feared exposure would lead to being targeted. Wu Zhenzhen recalled that it was during this time that Wan Yunpeng and her child had perished. When the vaccine had first become available, she had hesitated to take Xiner for vaccination. Yet, when the government initiated a campaign offering rice in exchange for vaccinations, Wan Suihua, unwilling to receive the vaccine herself, had forced Wu Zhenzhen and her mother to go. Wu Zhenzhen, reluctant, had taken advantage of Wan Suihua's distraction to lock her in the house while she carried Xiner downstairs to the vaccination site to obtain a pound of rice. After observing that her daughter experienced no adverse effects post-vaccination, Wu Zhenzhen was encouraged by the staff to get vaccinated herself. Meanwhile, Wan Suihua, due to her reservations, had never gotten vaccinated and later found it impossible to secure an appointment. She even berated Wu Zhenzhen for not inviting her to go for the vaccine when she had the chance. Wan Suihua was known for her selfishness, domineering nature, volatile temper, and malicious intentions. She had alienated nearly everyone in the community, frequently engaging in arguments and even physical altercations. During the resurgence of the virus, nearly every day, individuals came to pound on their door, aware that Wan Suihua had not been vaccinated and intent on dragging her down with them. Initially, Wan Suihua shouted back at them through the door, but as the crowd grew larger, she retreated into her room, too frightened to utter another sound. Fortunately, their heavy bronze door held firm against the onslaught, yet infected individuals lay languishing at her doorstep, resigned to their fate. In their own words, they declared that, even in death, they would ensure Wan Suihua could not escape. Ironically, it was the presence of the corpse at their door that gradually deterred the neighbors, who presumably felt that with the body blocking the way, Wan Suihua was no longer a concern. During that time, Xiner trembled in Wu Zhenzhen's arms, gripped by fear. Once the neighbors dispersed, Wan Suihua resumed her malevolent ways. Seizing the opportunity while Wu Zhenzhen slept, she took Xiner to her room, locking her away, and compelled Wu Zhenzhen to remove the body from the doorstep and search for food in the water. During that period, Failure to return with food meant physical punishment from Wan Suihua. Wu Zhenzhen, terrified of retaliation, refrained from defending herself, fearing that any act of resistance would bring harm to Xiner. Yet, even in this dire situation, Wu Zhenzhen remained oblivious to the notion of retaliation. It was only when she discovered that the food she had painstakingly retrieved was secretly sent by Wan Suihua to the 28th floor for her lover that she began to fight back. Seizing the moment when Wan Suihua slipped away to deliver provisions, Wu Zhenzhen locked the door. At first, Wan Suihua raged outside, but she was soon overwhelmed by the neighbors who came to her aid. After being rescued by Wan Yunpeng, she was taken to the home of her lover on the 28th floor. Initially, as Wan Suihua emerged from the ordeal with bruises and tears, Wu Zhenzhen felt a twinge of regret, questioning if she had gone too far. However, once Wan Suihua and her son, now holed up on the 28th floor, began hurling insults at her daily in a futile attempt to coerce Wu Zhenzhen into fetching food for them, any lingering guilt evaporated. Before long, Wan Suihua and her son realized they had contracted the virus while being beaten, and the mistress on the 28th floor expelled them from their home. From that point onward, emboldened by their infection, they unleashed their fury in the hallways, spitting on door handles and vandalizing the entrances to each apartment, particularly at Wu Zhenzhen's door. The duo relentlessly demanded she open up, day and night. Given their past experiences, Wu Zhenzhen dared not comply, instead hiding in her room with her hands pressed to Xiner's ears. It was only after the two perished in the hallway that Wu Zhenzhen and Xiner finally felt liberated from their oppressive shadow. Shortly thereafter, neighbors from the 28th floor remarked that they no longer heard the cries of the baby next door and began to detect the putrid stench of decay. It was concluded that the mistress and her son from the 28th floor had succumbed to the virus, likely transmitted by Wan Suihua and her son. In a world devoid of Wu Zhenzhen's efforts to procure food for them, it was uncertain how long they could survive, but given Wan Suihua and her son's nature, it was evident they would never be among the first to receive vaccinations and might very well perish in the second wave of the virus. Yet, Wu Zhenzhen found herself utterly indifferent to their plight. With her family safe at her side and ample resources and space, they would thrive. As for the Wan Yunpeng family, she was confident they would not fare well. Indeed, when Wu Zhenzhen opened her phone and scrolled through Wan Yunpeng's social media posts, she was met with a barrage of pleas for food. Since the onset of the virus, he had been incessantly begging others to send him supplies, often pairing his requests with frail photographs of his son or the haggard visage of Wan Suihua, projecting an image of pitiful desperation. However, with everyone suffering from food shortages, it was fanciful to think anyone would respond to his calls for help. As she scrolled, Wu Zhenzhen accidentally hit the like button on a post featuring a photo of Wan Suihua and quickly retracted it, but it seemed too late. For Wan Yunpeng immediately messaged her, "Where are you?" Wu Zhenzhen found the message ironic, as the previous text was one she had sent to him 2 years prior, asking the same question. "What's the matter?" Wu Zhenzhen replied, initially believing their grievances had been resolved, but if Wan Yunpeng sought to provoke her, she saw no reason to hold back. "Do you have anything to eat?" he inquired. Wu Zhenzhen scoffed. After more than a year of neglecting Xiner, he now feigned concern, directly asking for food without even inquiring if they could eat. "Yes, rice, noodles, pork, beef, chicken, vegetables," Wu Zhenzhen replied with a mocking tone. "When can you send it over?" Upon reading this message, Wu Zhenzhen nearly burst into tears from laughter at his deluded self-importance. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. I'm in South City. How about you come and get it?" She responded. "Wu Zhenzhen, you're mocking me." "How am I mocking you?" "It's a fact that I have provisions, and it's also true that I'm in South City," she replied, sending a video of her father downstairs feeding 5 dogs a large bowl of beef. Seeing the dogs devouring the fresh, still quivering meat, Wan Yunpeng's mouth watered. "Please don't be angry, I was just joking. How did you manage to acquire so much food?" He quickly sent a flurry of emojis in an attempt to placate her. "All thanks to your family's gemstone. I sold it for over 2 billion and subsequently contracted a large farm in South City. Who knew a virus would strike, leaving everyone without food while my supplies of grains, meat, and vegetables seem endless. Now, with the torrential rains, my farm is safe on the mountaintop." Wu Zhenzhen sent a lengthy message detailing her circumstances. "That's impossible. We had it appraised, and it's fake." Wang Yunpeng quickly messaged back, only to retract it. The farm was purchased with the money from selling our gemstone, so doesn't that mean we have a stake in it? He soon followed up with another message. Wu Zhenzhen cursed under her breath, realizing it was futile to argue with someone like him. She decided to simply agree. Perhaps, she replied. Wang Yunpeng was taken aback by Wu Zhenzhen's childish admission, even after their divorce. Then you need to send me my share, he excitedly messaged. I can send it over. But I have no intention of providing food for your mistress, Wu Zhenzhen replied. Don't worry. That wretched woman died during the virus outbreak. One night, while we were asleep, she sneaked into the kitchen to steal food, and after my mother pushed her out, she contracted the virus and died in the hallway. Upon reading this, Wu Zhenzhen narrowed her eyes. The malevolence of that mother and son duo was truly astounding. They had caused the death of their child's mother without a shred of remorse. In that case, you should come and get it. I'll give you half of the farm, Wu Zhenzhen replied. Wu Zhenzhen, are you out of your mind? The outside is flooded. How do you expect me to travel 1,000 miles to South City to find you? Wang Yunpeng stopped typing and sent a voice message filled with rage. Yes. I must be insane to have wasted so many years of my youth on someone like you and endured so much suffering. You should just stay there and die. You should be grateful I'm not in Zhenzhen City. Otherwise, you'd be worrying whether I would come to your home to kill you both, Wu Zhenzhen concluded, blocking Wang Yunpeng. She then turned and posted a picture of her stockpile of rice in the community group, pleading for assistance from Wang Yunpeng. My mother and I have been famished for quite some time. Could you spare some of your ample provisions for us? The community group chat erupted upon seeing the photos, with neighbors clamoring to obtain food from the Wan family. Wang Yunpeng frantically attempted to explain himself in the chat, but those who were desperately hungry paid him no heed. Those already infected with the virus congregated at Wang Yunpeng's residence, hoping to secure one last hearty meal for their families. Soon, someone named Wu Zhenzhen inquired about the code to their front door. Wu Zhenzhen shared the previous code in the chat, and, to her astonishment, they actually managed to unlock the door. Witnessing the door to Wang Yunpeng's home swing open, Wu Zhenzhen hastily exited the group chat. The following morning, upon waking and opening her phone, she was greeted by hundreds of messages, many of which were friend requests from former neighbors, including Wang Yunpeng. Most notably, there were countless messages from Wan Suihua, far exceeding a few hundred. Wu Zhenzhen felt a pang of regret for neglecting to add Wan Suihua, who was unable to grasp typing and could never learn to use chat software, always resorting to phone calls for communication. As she casually clicked on a voice message, she heard Wan Suihua cursing, and upon opening another, she found Wang Yunpeng berating her. She quickly scrolled to the last message. Zhenzhen, my mother and I have both contracted the virus from that group yesterday, and we are now in great distress, already beginning to cough up blood. Could you possibly bring us some food? For the sake of our past together, let us have one last meal before we perish. After sending the message, Wu Zhenzhen noticed the chat box indicating that the other party was typing, and without hesitation, she blocked Wan Suihua. It seemed unlikely that the two of them would survive the next couple of days. What are you pondering? Her mother asked, having approached unnoticed, as she found Wu Zhenzhen lost in thought beside the telescope. Mother, did you walk through that torrential rain in your past life? Wu Zhenzhen inquired, snapping back to reality. Indeed, it was your father who first realized that the village was to be submerged and organized everyone to flee to the mountains. The child from the neighbor's house could not run due to a broken leg, and it was your father who carried him up the mountain, only to find that it was they who caused his demise. Wu Xiaofeng sighed. Do you harbor hatred towards them? Wu Zhenzhen asked. Hatred? How could I not? I was so furious that I wished to kill them, but as the only woman left, I was powerless against them, forced to curse them while plunging into the water. Wu Xiaofeng said, a glimmer of vengefulness igniting in her eyes. Then, why did you not seek revenge upon your return? Wu Zhenzhen retorted bitterly. What means of revenge do I have? To kill them and then languish in prison? Ultimately, I would still be separated from you in death. In my past life, my desire for vengeance stemmed from the loss of your father and brother. But now that you are all by my side, what does this hatred amount to? To entangle ourselves with them over past grievances, wasting precious time hoarding supplies, is simply unwise. For your father and me, it is paramount that you remain safe as we navigate through this apocalyptic existence. Wu Xiaofeng gently caressed Wu Zhenzhen's hair. Are you truly at peace with this? Wu Zhenzhen, though understanding her mother, felt a lingering resentment. Fear not. This deluge shall serve to teach them a lesson. Without your father's guidance, they may very well drown in this flood, Wu Xiufeng murmured, gazing out at the torrential rain. Wu Zhenzhen moved closer, enveloping her mother in a tender embrace. After bidding farewell to her mother, Wu Zhenzhen perused the messages from the neighbors who had wronged her father in her previous life. Uncle, is our village submerged? Wu Zhenzhen sent the message. Indeed, it is flooded. Everyone is stranded on their rooftops, awaiting rescue.
Came the swift reply.
What a pity. My home, though somewhat elevated, has likely seen its grain store inundated, Wu Zhenzhen lamented in response. Uncle, she typed again, but received no further reply. A cold smile crept across her face. May you perish in this flood. Now only the vile scoundrels who abducted Exire remain. She would never forgive them. In this life, she vowed to make them pay dearly. Wu Xiufeng returned with a platter of fruit and, noticing Wu Zhenzhen's icy demeanor, rushed over to embrace her tightly. A mother knows her daughter best. Her precious child must have endured countless episodes of despair in this merciless apocalypse. Chapter 33. Night Raid on the Exhibition Hall. Due to the typhoon and torrential rain, power had long been cut off throughout South City, and the water supply had been disrupted for days because the pipes were washed away. The residents had no choice but to collect rainwater. Each night, South City was cloaked in darkness, devoid of any light. Only a few households with generators could produce electricity. Yet they refrained from illuminating their homes for fear of drawing attention. Although Wu Zhenzhen's family had stockpiled sufficient lighting supplies, living atop the mountain made it easy for them to attract unwanted notice, so they seldom lit their home, and even when they did, they drew the thick curtains. After the city had plunged into darkness, Wu Zhenzhen, accompanied by her brother and father, stealthily descended the mountain. Her mother and Exiner remained at home to keep watch, lest the neighbor Siemyukin come bounding over again. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the trio meticulously surveyed their surroundings to ensure they were alone. Wu Zhenzhen then retrieved an inflatable boat from her space, which had already been inflated, and the three of them quietly paddled away. At this moment, the streets of the city were deserted, save for the relentless floodwaters. The populace remained indoors, praying for the rain to cease or awaiting government assistance, unaware of the need to venture out to hoard supplies. One could hardly blame them. In their memories, heavy rain typically subsided after a while. The waters now posed numerous dangers, and no one would leave their homes to set out a boat. Venturing out not only risked being swept away by the flood, but also the danger of electrocution. Compared to foraging for supplies in the water, waiting at home for the rain to stop or for government aid was decidedly safer. The trio quietly maneuvered their boat towards the exhibition hall in South City. Ever since the torrential rain began, Wu Zhenzhen had been observing the exhibition hall through her telescope, watching as the water gradually submerged it. Located not far from Wullian Mountain, the exhibition hall was elevated and featured very high steps, and it had only just begun to flood the first floor. The hall boasted 5 stories, showcasing a variety of high-tech products. They docked the kayak in front of a glass window, and Wu Zhenzhen produced a glass-cutting tool from her space, handing it to her father, who skillfully broke the glass. Once inside the exhibition hall, Wu Zhenzhen stowed the kayak back into her space. Entering the main hall, she was exhilarated to see numerous high-tech products encased in glass, exclaiming, "Wonderful! None of it has been taken." The trio proceeded to cut small openings in each glass case. A mere slit wide enough for Wu Zhenzhen to reach her hand and sufficed, enabling her to retrieve the items and save considerable effort for the three of them. The first item they secured was the escape pod that Wu Zhenzhen had long coveted. According to the accompanying description, this pod could accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously, providing oxygen for 10 people for a month, and boasted numerous functions. However, Wu Zhenzhen had little time to examine it thoroughly and decided to store the manual in her space to review later. The second item they obtained was a miniature submarine, which her brother had instantly taken a liking to upon entering. Next came the diving suits, thermal wear, temperature-regulating garments, acid-alkali-resistant attire, fireproof clothing, corrosion-resistant suits, and temperature-stabilizing fabrics. After completing their exploration of the first floor, they ascended to the second. The second floor was abundant with a myriad of seeds, high-yield rice, cold-resistant vegetables, heat and drought-tolerant sweet potatoes, flood-resistant peanuts, cold-resistant potatoes, and frost-resistant wheat. There was an overwhelming variety, and the trio lost interest in examining each one meticulously since all were accompanied by instruction manuals. They simply collected them together and stored them in their spatial compartment. The third floor featured a showroom of special effect medicines, each accompanied by detailed descriptions. As these medications were housed within several massive glass cabinets, it was merely necessary to cut a hole in the glass to gather the medicines using hooks. Thus, they did not linger long on this level and swiftly transferred all the medications and manuals into their spatial compartment. The fourth floor showcased an automobile exhibition, filled with high-performance vehicles. Upon reaching this level, Wu Yiheng was nearly overwhelmed with joy, nearly squealing with excitement. These were all the high-tech cars he had previously only seen in magazines. Sister, sister, sister. This is a specialized vehicle produced by the Hahu Company. Not only can it traverse land, but it can also operate underwater. It even has functions such as turning on the spot. When the underwater mode is activated, the vehicle seals itself and automatically supplies oxygen inside. If the reserve oxygen runs low, it can decompose water from outside to generate oxygen. This is an all-terrain vehicle manufactured by the Like Company. It can easily navigate snowy terrains and can activate an automatic climbing system. When faced with steep and treacherous paths, you need only engage the automatic climbing feature. It will autonomously scan and analyze to find the most suitable route and ascend by itself. Excitedly, Wu Yiheng suppressed his urge to shout and began to introduce each vehicle to Wu Zhenzhen. After all, they all sounded extraordinarily impressive, so why hesitate? They decided to store them all in their spatial compartment. Moreover, these vehicles were unprotected by glass covers, allowing Wu Zhenzhen to effortlessly collect these high-tech marvels. Upon reaching the fifth floor, the trio was halted by a heavy iron door, which bore a conspicuous sign declaring no entry for visitors. Wu Yiheng instructed Wu Zhenzhen to retrieve the box he had given her before they left. After opening it, he produced a small hand drill equipped with a thin iron wire. Inserting the wire into the keyhole and pressing a switch, the hand drill began to rotate slowly. With a click, the lock surprisingly yielded. The most secure locks could not withstand the simplest unlocking methods. As Wu Yiheng withdrew the wire, it had become uneven and distorted. Look, this is the path inside the lock. My hand drill can automatically detect the internal path of the lock and transform to unlock it. I just created this last month. It's one of a kind in the world. Wu Yiheng boasted proudly about his invention. Wu Zhenzhen and her father exchanged knowing glances, maintaining a silent agreement to ignore Wu Yiheng as they entered the fifth floor. This fellow certainly possessed a knack for creating impressive tools, but he had a tendency to ramble on when discussing his inventions. Whenever he crafted something remarkable, he couldn't resist showcasing it to everyone. If someone were to inquire about its working principles or functionalities, he could speak for days on end without fatigue, detailing everything from his creative inspirations to the challenges he faced in the construction and the materials used. When Wu Yiheng first arrived in Nancheng, he would often follow Wu Zhenzhen, enthusiastically sharing his various inventions. Initially, to encourage his enthusiasm, she would respond to him, but soon he became relentless, trailing behind her with his endless chatter. Even when she went to the restroom, he would stand outside, explaining his ideas. On occasions, when Wu Zhenzhen was fast asleep at midnight, he would burst into her room, shaking her awake to share his latest inspirations. No matter how she locked the door, he always found a way to open it, driving her to the brink of frustration. Their parents, clearly exhausted by Wu Yiheng's antics, watched as Wu Zhenzhen suffered, merely shaking their heads, feeling powerless since she had invited this upon herself. From that moment on, the family reached a silent consensus. When Wu Yiheng was boasting about his inventions, they must not engage him. As they stepped onto the fifth floor, they were startled by rows of neatly arranged firearms. Wu Yiheng, who had initially intended to continue discussing his tools with his sister and father, fell silent upon witnessing the scene before him. Not only were there rows of guns, but also grenades, smoke bombs, and boxes upon boxes of ammunition. How could there be so many of these things here? Wu Zhenzhen whispered to her father. Suddenly, her father covered Wu Zhenzhen's mouth and pulled both siblings into a corner.
Who?
A stern voice echoed from within the room just as they concealed themselves. In the dim light, they spotted a man approaching, gun in hand, slowly making his way toward their hiding spot. Just as he was about to glimpse their corner, Wu Zhenzhen swiftly pulled her father and brother back into the spatial compartment. She glanced at the time. 4:25 a.m. At this moment, her spatial compartment had ample time available, a resource she had hesitated to utilize. It was their family's lifeline, and she was reluctant to waste even a moment. However, they were anxious. If there were continuous presence outside, escaping from the spatial compartment would be challenging. Yet, they could not remain hidden indefinitely. They had also promised their mother and Sheener that they would return home before dawn, and if they delayed, their family would undoubtedly worry. After much deliberation, they decided that Zhenzhen would exit the spatial compartment alone after an hour. With a smaller target, she could better assess the situation, and if anything seemed amiss, she could retreat back into the compartment. Although it was raining and dawn would arrive later, it would be light by approximately 6 o'clock. Moreover, after they exited, they would need time to return home. If it were bright out, paddling their kayak would be both conspicuous and perilous. Who knew if anyone would take note of them and covet their kayak? "Sister, what do you think those people are?" Wu Yiheng inquired. His brow furrowed in uncertainty during the wait. "Not he, but they. There are two individuals," their father, Zheng Bai, pondered. "What? If they encounter my sister when she goes out? It could be quite dangerous." Wu Yiheng expressed his concern. "What do you think they are?" Wu Zhenzhen asked. "If I am not mistaken, they are likely mercenaries." "The guns and ammunition are characteristic of mercenaries," Zheng Bai contemplated. "This is the exhibition hall in the center of Nancheng. Even if the 5th floor is a cold weapon exhibition, it is inconceivable that it would be stocked with ammunition. If these items were to ignite, they could take half the city down with them. Thus, the only explanation is that someone has brought these here and hidden them." "Mercenaries?" Wu Zhenzhen gasped. If this were merely a natural disaster, she believed that with the supplies she possessed, her family could thrive during the apocalypse. However, if war broke out, no amount of supplies would suffice, and they would live in constant fear. "How did mercenaries end up here?" Wu Yiheng questioned. "I am unsure. But it is clear that with so many weapons, there must be a considerable number of individuals present," Zheng Bai replied, perplexed. "This area is not a border city. Even before the apocalypse, it was tightly controlled. What could possibly compel mercenaries to take such risks to come here?" As the clock struck 5:30, Wu Zhenzhen, under the repeated admonitions of her father and younger brother, stepped out of the spatial realm. Outside, the dawn had yet to break, enveloping the surroundings in a profound darkness. Upon exiting, Wu Zhenzhen found herself in the same corner where the trio had entered the space. Once within, her position was fixed. She could only exit from the same point of entry. However, those still within the spatial confines could shift in accordance with her movements in the outside world. The sounds of rhythmic snoring wafted from the room adjacent to the armory, indicating that her companions were sound asleep. With utmost caution, Wu Zhenzhen approached the door, preparing to depart. A glance back at the rows of firearms and crates of ammunition stirred a thought. If turmoil were to erupt in Nancheng, her family would be defenseless, left only to endure the onslaught. Hearing the persistent snoring from next door, Wu Zhenzhen summoned her courage and collected the entire stockpile of ammunition and firearms into the spatial realm. Once she had finished, and with her neighbors still oblivious, she quietly made her exit. Ascending to the 2nd floor, she then retrieved her father and brother from the spatial realm, and the three of them swiftly navigated away in a kayak. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the first light of dawn began to break. As they disembarked, Wu Zhenzhen was about to stow the kayak back into the spatial realm when her father, alert, pressed his hand against hers, signaling the presence of others. Wu Zhenzhen scanned her surroundings, but saw no one. Nevertheless, she followed her father and brother, and together they deflated the kayak, securing it for transport, with her father hoisting it onto his shoulder as they made their way home. Throughout the journey, Wu Zhenzhen and Wu Yiheng remained vigilant, yet no one appeared in sight. Meanwhile, Zheng Bai trudged home, carrying the kayak with his head bowed in silence, prompting Wu Zhenzhen and Wu Yiheng to refrain from questioning him. In the grand hall of Xie Mukin's villa, a subordinate named Xiao Jin reported, "Boss, Miss Wu and her father and brother have returned. Did they acquire anything?" Xie Mukin inquired wearily, as if he had not slept a wink through the night. "Nothing of significance. However, they did manage to obtain a kayak." Xiao Jin added after a moment's contemplation. "A kayak? That's splendid." "It seems they still require the provisions I provided," Xie Mukin responded. Xiao Jin had observed their discreet descent from the mountain the previous night, but since Xie Mukin had not instructed him to follow, he merely reported the sighting. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Mukin had erupted in fury upon learning of their departure, and by the time he pursued them, they had vanished without a trace. Xie Mukin had contemplated setting sail to search for them but was thwarted by Xiao Jin, who warned that countless eyes were watching and that the moment he embarked, their vessel might be capsized from beneath. Given the murky waters, it would be challenging to detect anyone lurking below.
Consequently,
Xie Mukin instructed Xiao Jin to keep a vigilant watch at the foot of the mountain, anxiously awaiting Wu Zhenjin's return. After a sleepless night in the living room, he felt a wave of relief wash over him when he learned they had returned safely. Xiao Jin, have you ascertained the whereabouts of Old Chen? Xie Mukin inquired. He is currently waiting outside the city and will set off back after dark, Xiao Jin replied. Prepare the brothers. When Old Chen arrives tonight, we shall take action. Those individuals must be dealt with. Understood. As Xiao Jin exited, he made his way to the warehouse, bustling with supplies of vegetables and meat. Not far from his departure, Xiao Jin shook his head in disbelief. Where had the boss's authority gone? He was constantly ingratiating himself. While it was apparent to all that Miss Wu held no interest in him, her demeanor always guarded in his presence. Many had attempted to caution him, but rather than heed their advice, he had become even more persistent. When Wu Zhenjin left the previous day, was it truly because the boss had not instructed him to follow? No, it was simply that he had long harbored disdain for her, leading him to abstain from pursuing her. Let her venture out and face adversity. May she grasp the scarcity of food in these times. Without the provisions provided by the boss, her family would have perished from hunger. Yet she continued to display such an ungrateful attitude. Of course, he dared not voice these sentiments to Xie Mukin, only sharing them in hushed tones with his comrades. Chapter 35. Elimination of the mercenaries. That night, Chen Guangyi and his subordinates returned, armed with heavy weaponry. It turned out that after Wu Zhenjin's silent escape, Xie Mukin had dispatched individuals to investigate her whereabouts. Inadvertently discovering that she had divorced, Xie Mukin felt a surge of joy and was poised to seek her out when his interference in the affairs of the Burmese general, Nanshan, had provoked dissatisfaction among various factions in Myanmar. They united to launch an assault on Xie Mukin's base and villa in Myanmar. Upon receiving this news, Xie Mukin rushed to Myanmar to subdue those factions. However, before he could return home, the borders were sealed due to a viral outbreak. During their acquaintance, he had leveraged multiple connections, yet none proved effective in allowing him passage. Xie Mukin was left in a state of anxious anticipation in Myanmar. It was during this protracted wait that he gained clarity regarding his feelings for Wu Zhenjin. Unbeknownst to him, he had become deeply enamored with her, feeling as though his life would be incomplete without her. In the lengthy days of waiting in Myanmar, he suddenly recalled a letter he had received earlier. The specific content eluded his memory, but he remembered it mentioned a virus, along with references to typhoons and torrential rains. At the time, he had discarded it without a second thought. Recalling this matter heightened his anxiety. Countless nights, he was jolted awake from nightmares, in which Wu Zhenjin, bloodied, questioned why he had not come sooner. Once the vaccine was available and the borders reopened, he finally returned to Huaxia. Upon his return, Xie Mukin immediately sought the letter. In his fervor to locate it, he commanded his subordinates to thoroughly search his office, eventually discovering it wedged in the crevice of his desk. It turned out that in a fit of anger, Xie Mukin had intended to discard the letter, but a subordinate, worried it might be important, had returned it to his desk, only for it to be blown into the crevice by the wind. Upon reading the letter detailing the impending apocalyptic conditions, viruses, typhoons, torrential rains, Xie Mukin's heart raced with dread. If the contents were indeed true, how much suffering awaited that woman? As these thoughts consumed him, he summoned all his subordinates in Myanmar and utilized his connections to arrange vaccinations for his brothers. Simultaneously, he sought news of Wu Zhenjin, learning she was in the Wulian mountains of Nanqing, prompting him to purchase all the surrounding villas. He also directed his subordinates to stockpile vast quantities of supplies, grains, daily necessities, vehicles, boats, electronics, and more. In no time, as foretold in the letter, the typhoon struck. Realizing the veracity of the letter's warnings, he urged his subordinates to accelerate their stockpiling efforts. Indeed, mere days later, torrential rains followed. observing the online posts filled with despair and anguish. Yukon feared that Wu Zhenzhen was enduring similar hardships. In a state of desperation, he could no longer remain idle and, braving the rain, relocated to the Wulian mountains of Nancheng with his subordinates. However, he soon received news that mercenaries had been dispatched from Myanmar. Exploiting the inclement weather and the lax border defenses, they smuggled a vast array of heavy weaponry into Huaxia, intending to strike against Yukon in Nancheng. Given Yukon's lack of sufficient heavy weaponry in Huaxia, this presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Upon receiving this intelligence, he urgently instructed Qin Guangyi to stealthily return to Myanmar to retrieve the heavy weaponry. Yukon personally stationed himself at Wulian Mountain. Although the mercenaries had infiltrated Nancheng, Wulian Mountain was fortified under Yukon's vigilant defense, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Lacking intelligence about the mountain, they dared not act recklessly. Known as the King of Hell in Myanmar, who could predict whether they would fall into Yukon's ambush the moment they set foot on Wulian Mountain, thus sealing their fate in the Hall of Hell. Initially, Yukon had planned to eliminate the mercenaries in one fell swoop once Qin Guangyi returned with the weapons. However, he was taken aback when Wu Zhenzhen and her companions descended the mountain the previous night. Reflecting on the prying eyes fixated on Wulian Mountain, he momentarily lost his composure, yearning to pursue them. Yet, upon being restrained by his subordinates, he gradually realized that Wu Zhenzhen would be safe on her own. They would treat her merely as an ordinary resident, disregarding her entirely. Conversely, should Yukon pursue them, the trio would become the target of collective ire, which posed a true threat. Hence, he refrained from chasing after them, ensuring their safety instead. Xiao Jin, remain here to keep watch over the mountaintop. Once everyone distributes the weapons, we will proceed, Yukon instructed Xiao Jin.
Boss.
That's not fair. Xiao Jin protested, reluctant to guard that woman. As the finest marksman in the team, he believed that with him present, no one could harm his leader. The day Yukon rescued him from the clutches of human traffickers, he vowed to protect him for life. Thus, being relegated to this duty felt like a betrayal. From now on, you shall be Miss Wu's dedicated sniper. Furthermore, I hope the events of last night do not repeat, Yukon declared, ignoring Xiao Jin's discontent as he led the others onward. Yukon understood that the mercenaries would not dare to act against Wu Zhenzhen and her companions. The moment they did, their whereabouts would be promptly uncovered by him. Therefore, when Xiao Jin deliberately refrained from following Wu Zhenzhen, risking her safety, he did not punish him. Yet, Yukon wished for his beloved Xiao Jin to comprehend the gravity of safeguarding Wu Zhenzhen's life. After thoughtful consideration, he assigned Xiao Jin to her protection, making it his sole mission and responsibility, allowing him to grasp Yukon's determination to keep Wu Zhenzhen safe.
Boss.
Xiao Jin wanted to object, but Yukon and the others had already vanished from sight. Resigned to his fate, he sought a suitable position, set up his sniper rifle, and began monitoring the surroundings. Within a dilapidated building, the mercenaries, who should have been organized, were in disarray. What did you say? Everything vanished overnight? What are you all doing? One shouted in disbelief. With so many weapons and ammunition, it would take dozens of people to carry them away. You expect me to believe they were taken without a sound? Upon hearing this news, chaos ensued among them. The King of Hell had indeed earned his reputation. Such a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition had been stealthily removed without a trace. A palpable fear enveloped them. With their weapons gone, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. As Yukon and his group approached the mercenaries' hideout and witnessed the chaotic scene, they were momentarily speechless. Did the people of Myanmar underestimate Yukon? How could they send such a disorganized and undisciplined group of mercenaries? What they anticipated would be a fierce confrontation turned into an effortless victory for Yukon and his allies as they dispatched the mercenaries with ease.
Boss.
Don't you find it strange? According to our intel, they're the strongest mercenary group in Myanmar. Even if they exaggerated their prowess, they surely transported a substantial amount of arms and ammunition here. A rat witnessed it. You know their information is reliable. But look at their current state. Where's the evidence of a large arsenal? Rabbit remarked on their return journey from the mercenaries' hideout. That's simple. Their weapons were stolen. Given their demeanor, they clearly believe we are the ones who took their arms, which explains their fear even before any conflict, another flat-headed subordinate chimed in. If they were genuinely terrified from the outset, they wouldn't have lingered in Nanching for so long, much less dared to approach. Thus, the only explanation is that their weapons were stolen, and quite recently at that, they haven't had the chance to flee. Otherwise, they would have escaped instead of waiting for us to deal with them, the flat-headed subordinate concluded. You old dog, what do you think? Who in Nanchung possesses the capability to stealthily remove such a significant amount of weaponry right under our noses, and those of the mercenaries? Rabbit exclaimed, indignant. That's the part one can't fathom. Is there an unknown force in Nanchung? The so-called old dog pondered, scratching his head. Boss, who do you think took them? Old dog inquired of Siemyukin. How long has this rain been falling? Siemyukin abruptly asked. By now, it should be 6 or 7 days, old dog replied, unsure of the relevance of the question. Why haven't we seen any armed police or fire rescue teams? Siemyukin mused, gazing at the water's surface.
Boss.
Are you suggesting that the mercenaries have long been under the surveillance of the armed police from Huaxia? That the ammunition was covertly transported by them? Old dog's realization dawned. Yes, indeed. With such prolonged torrential rain, it's peculiar that no rescue team has emerged. It's evident that only local armed police, well acquainted with the terrain, could manage to transport such a large cache of arms without being detected, old dog affirmed, acknowledging Siemyukin's comprehensive perspective. Chapter 36. Elimination of mercenaries with surgical precision. The armed police and other personnel named by Siemyukin were currently in a state of bewilderment, staring at the sprawled mercenaries before them. Who had subdued these mercenaries? As this group of mercenaries, laden with a vast arsenal, had just infiltrated Nanchung, they had already come under scrutiny. Upon analysis, it was surmised that they likely aimed to seize the newly developed vaccine from Nanchung. They speculated that these mercenaries might be intent on stealing sensitive information or abducting the researchers behind the vaccine, as they had congregated around the residence of Old Xia on Wulian Mountain. Consequently, they promptly relocated the biological research personnel led by Old Xia and his wife. Due to the sheer number of mercenaries and their extensive armament, the local authorities felt outmatched and hesitated to act, instead opting to request reinforcements. However, the inclement weather had hampered the arrival of armed police from other regions. The government of Nanchung, unable to await assistance any longer, decided to muster all available forces, including the fire department, police, traffic officers, and armed police. During this period, they feared provoking the mercenaries while also being concerned that expending their strength on rescue efforts would leave them vulnerable when the mercenaries eventually struck. Thus, they could only observe these mercenaries quietly. Yet, the government had not anticipated that the torrential rains would persist for 6 or 7 days without relenting, exacerbating the suffering of the populace. With the resurgence of the virus, the death toll continued to rise. In a state of urgency, the government resolved to take action against the mercenaries. If they did not act soon, the citizens would perish either in the floods or from the rampant virus. In the depths of the night, a makeshift battalion composed of armed police, traffic officers, and firefighters stealthily infiltrated the long-anticipated derelict building. Their intention was to launch a surprise attack on the mercenaries while they were in slumber, preparing for a fierce confrontation. However, upon entering, they were met with a shocking sight. The mercenaries lay sprawled in disarray, having already been dealt with before they had the chance to act. Who could have done this? The answer eluded them. Was it a supporting unit? No, they would have contacted us immediately upon arrival. Did any of you hear gunfire?
No.
Absolutely not. It was clear that these mercenaries had entered the city armed to the teeth, yet the absence of gunfights raised a troubling question. Where had all their ammunition gone? In an instant, a cacophony of speculation erupted, yet none could ascertain how the mercenaries had been subdued, nor, crucially, where their vast arsenal had vanished. Could it be that South City boasted its own Spider-Man, Iron Man, or Ultraman? They even began to fantasize about heroic figures descending upon South City. Yet, the seasoned armed police were not so naive. Upon receiving the report, their expressions turned grave. It seemed that South City still harbored other factions. To have eliminated such a formidable band of mercenaries beneath their very noses was a harbinger of a far more menacing organization, one that was ruthless, skilled, and remarkably composed in battle. Furthermore, it was highly probable that the mercenaries' weaponry now resided in the hands of this sinister group. If they were indeed the enemy, the implications were terrifying. However, the government officials could afford no time for such musings. With the mercenaries neutralized, their foremost task was to organize rescue operations. They instructed doctors and nurses to continue administering vaccinations while dispatching firefighters, police, and armed officers to assist those stranded by the torrential rains. With most communication lines severed, the populace could no longer book vaccination appointments online. Instead, medical personnel had to navigate the floodwaters in kayaks to administer vaccines door to door. Fortunately, the materials and machinery necessary for vaccine production had been relocated to higher ground before the flooding commenced, and being a production hub, South cities still possessed a sufficient supply of vaccines. However, other cities were not as fortunate. Nearly all routes leading to South City had been blocked. Once they administered their available vaccines, they would be unable to procure more. Some cities had completely run out, while others faced shortages due to flooding in warehouses or had seen their supplies pilfered by unscrupulous staff. Those unable to receive vaccinations faced a grim fate, confined to their homes to starve or venturing out only to succumb to the virus. As for the rescue efforts, the extensive flooding restricted them to ferrying residents from lower-lying homes to higher office buildings using kayaks. Initially, they sheltered everyone in the government's administrative building. But as capacity was reached, they relocated individuals to other high-rise offices. During the viral outbreak, the government had distributed nearly all available food to the populace.
Now,
although they had successfully sheltered those displaced by the flooding, they were unable to provide sustenance. Consequently, public discontent surged, with citizens accusing government officials of prioritizing their own needs over the welfare of the people, leading to incidents of citizens violently confronting officials. In desperation, the government resorted to sending teams underwater to salvage food. Yet, much of what they retrieved had spoiled from prolonged submersion, and the recovery efforts yielded little. The throngs gathered in the shelters far outnumbered the scant supplies available, resulting in frequent brawls, thefts, and riots over mere scraps of food. Initially, attempts to calm the crowd showed some promise, but trust in government assurances waned, leading to escalating discord and unrest, a classic case of the Tacitus trap. With no alternative, the government deployed armed police to restore order, gradually pacifying the agitated masses. Yet it became increasingly clear that survival relied less on governmental assistance and more on individual initiative. Some residents began to venture out of the shelters, risking the waters in search of supplies, though few returned. Some were swept away by the currents, while others succumbed to exhaustion and drowned. The government continued to widen its search efforts, hoping to recover more food from the depths. Those whose homes had yet to be inundated observed with dismay as rescue teams merely evacuated the displaced without delivering any provisions. It dawned on them that they could no longer rely on government supplies. Survival depended on self-sufficiency in foraging for food. But where could they find resources? After such a prolonged outbreak, nearly all of South City's supplies had been depleted. Even what remained was either submerged or spoiled, unless it was something that had miraculously survived the viral period. Before long, the collective gaze of the populace turned toward the sole mountain in South City, Wulian Mountain. Chapter 37. The Siege of the Villa District. The lower slopes of Wulian Mountain were a park, brimming with diverse flora, and it was highly likely that food could be found there. Additionally, numerous small animals, including abandoned pets seeking refuge from the storm, would surely have congregated on the mountain. Soon, an increasing throng of individuals surged toward Wulian Mountain. Some carried empty bottles, others donned swimming rings, while a few sat in large containers. Their destination was singular, Wulian Mountain. From that point onward, the foot of the mountain became a cacophony of wails, some from stray animals, others from wild creatures, and many more from people who clashed over food. As edible plants and animals on the lower mountain began to dwindle, the focus shifted to the Villa District atop Wulian Mountain. With its gardens likely cultivated with food, it was presumed that many homes had provisions. The security personnel at the villas had fled long ago during the viral outbreak, and after the armed police withdrew post-vaccination, no one was left to guard the gates. While the gates had initially stood open, someone had mysteriously locked them when the first wave of scavengers arrived. In the dead of night, a few individuals stealthily approached Wulian Mountain, only to meet a grisly fate at the hands of unknown assailants lurking beyond the walls. The following morning, those in search of sustenance were confronted with the bodies of their fallen compatriots, bewildered by how they had met their demise. Over the next few nights, more casualties occurred at the Villa District's perimeter, leading to the realization that these individuals had been slain while attempting to infiltrate the villas. Was it possible that the residents within were hoarding a wealth of food? After days of reflection, they finally recognized that while they had been languishing at home, the occupants of the mountain had likely stockpiled provisions. The thought struck them. Those who had fought bitterly over scraps of vegetation and morsels of meat were now united in a singular purpose. They resolved to approach the villa district with a message of diplomacy before resorting to conflict. Listen, residents of the Wulian mountain villas. We are the inhabitants from the foot of the mountain. Having endured the ravages of the storm for over 10 days without food, we implore you to share your provisions so that we may weather this crisis together. At the outset, they were at a loss as to where to obtain a loudspeaker, resorting to shouting from outside the wall. Bring out the food. Let us weather this storm together. Bring out the food. Let us weather this storm together. Wu Zhenzhen listened to this coercive plea with a cold smile in her heart. This was not a request for sustenance. It was clearly a threat. What could not be attained on the battlefield would not be gained at the negotiating table either. With the power out and the darkness rendering the night unsafe for lights, she remained confined within her home, oblivious to how many households inhabited the mountain. Before long, the doorbell rang outside the villa. Wu Zhenzhen initially assumed it was Xianyukin, who had come to deliver food again. Urged by Wu Xiufeng, she opened the door, umbrella in hand. To her surprise, a stranger stood outside. The man introduced himself as Kai, the head of the villa district residing in Building 8, who had come to gather the residents to his home to discuss how to deal with the extortionists outside. Wu Zhenzhen was initially disinclined to engage with him, but realizing that if the main gate were breached, her home would lose a vital line of defense, she decided to accompany him and see what solutions might be proposed. Concerned that her parents and younger brother might be too soft-hearted and make decisions that could be exploited, she did not invite them, choosing instead to follow Principal Kai alone. When Principal Kai arrived, Xianyukin and his subordinates had not opened the doors of the other buildings. However, upon seeing Wu Zhenzhen enter Building 8 with Principal Kai, Xianyukin and a few of his men descended upon the building. As Wu Zhenzhen entered Building 8, she discovered a considerable number of people already gathered. Among them were President Xiao and his wife from the Wanhua Group, residing in Building 1, President Zhao from Anxiang Group and his son, residing in Building 5, Madame Zhou and her daughter, residing in Building 7, the popular actress Miss Lin, residing in Building 11, influencer Miss Yu, residing in Building 13, and President Wu from Dixiang Company, residing in Building 16. After introducing everyone, Principal Kai turned to Wu Zhenzhen, prompting her to introduce herself. I am Wu, from Building 32. Which company are your parents affiliated with? President Xiao from Wanhua Group inquired. My parents are farmers, Wu Zhenzhen replied. As soon as she finished speaking, the others visibly changed their expressions towards her. So, it turns out she is a nouveau riche. Miss Lin, the popular actress from Building 11, scoffed quietly. Just then, Xianyukin entered with his subordinates, and upon hearing Miss Lin's comment, shot her a cold glance. Although Miss Lin felt an inexplicable chill at Xianyukin's glare, she could not help but smirk at his flamboyant shirt, thinking another nouveau riche had arrived.
Who are you?
Xianyukin pointed at his subordinates while counting down the building numbers. 30, 29, 28, 27, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 19, 18. Upon hearing the numbers, Wu Zhenzhen's lips twitched. Did this mean her home was already surrounded by Xianyukin? The others, upon hearing the building numbers, were equally aghast. Were the villas here so inexpensive that one could casually purchase over a dozen? Are you moving in just because no one lives here? Miss Lin screamed. Let me state this clearly. Non-owners are not allowed to participate in today's meeting. Others nodded thoughtfully. During the pandemic, many households had perished together, leaving them as orphans. The demeanor of these people was evidently aggressive. As Miss Lin displayed her contempt, one of Xianyukin's subordinates was about to erupt in anger, but was restrained by Principal Kai. Now is not the time for quarrels. Our urgent priority is to discuss how to deal with those outside. Yes, regardless of ownership, those who live here are neighbors now. It is imperative we maintain harmony and protect our mutual wall, Mrs. Chiu of Wanhua Group stated. It seemed everyone unanimously believed that Xianyukin and his men were squatting in villas that belonged to the deceased. Has anyone thought of a solution? President Zhao from Anxiang Group asked. I propose we all contribute some food to send them away, Mrs. Chiu suggested. Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Your home is in Building 1. They will come for you first, hoping we will make you their scapegoat. Not a chance. Madame Zhou mocked. Madame Zhou, let us put aside past grievances. We are here to solve a problem, not to squabble. I ask you to conduct yourself with dignity, Principal Kai admonished. I agree with Mrs. Chiu. This wall does not belong to any one individual. It is our collective shield. If food is to be distributed, it must be a collective effort, Wu Zhenzhen thought, impressed by Principal Kai's authoritative presence, only to realize he was merely a two-faced individual as he turned to Mrs. Chiu. Lowering his gaze in deference. I will not contribute. Our food has been purchased at prices hundreds of times above market value from dealers. Everyone heard Ms. Wu say her parents are farmers, and I have never seen her buy food. They must have a substantial harvest. If food is to be provided, it should come from Ms. Wu as family first. After all, they can always grow more, Miss Lin declared sharply. Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback by Miss Lin's assertion. It was astonishing that there were still places selling food. It seemed that, aside from her, everyone in the villa district was aware of the supply. Judging by their expressions, they had likely purchased quite a bit, yet she wondered where it all came from. Indeed, I noticed you have so many glass greenhouses in your yard. You must be growing a considerable amount of food. Why don't you provide some this time to send those people outside away? Mrs. Chiu echoed. Yes, we can take turns. Starting from the mountaintop, your family can provide this time, then Building 30 next, followed by Building 29, Madame Zhou suggested. That makes sense. President Zhao agreed. Ms. Wu, considering the rare unanimity of opinions, why not let your family contribute first? Principal Kai proposed to Wu Zhenzhen. Still immersed in the revelation of their food supply, Wu Zhenzhen suddenly realized she was being thrust into the role of the scapegoat. Xie Mukin observed the group's nonchalant demeanor without concern, instead smiling at Wu Zhenzhen as if they had misjudged her. Meanwhile, his subordinates seethed with indignation, thinking,
Who are these people?
Although they were not particularly fond of Wu Zhenzhen, often treating her with indifference, she was under their boss's protection. And it was unacceptable for this group to bully her. Didn't he, Madame Zhou, just say that they will surely come for your family first? Wu Zhenzhen inquired with a smile. I reside at the mountaintop. If they are to rob, they will come for my home last. Are you trying to make me the scapegoat for all of you? Ms. Wu, you cannot say that. While you live atop the mountain, this wall also serves to protect your home. Besides, your family can cultivate crops. We have never farmed and are incapable of growing food, Miss Lin retorted disdainfully. What if I refuse to provide food? Wu Zhenzhen challenged, eager to witness just how ugly these people's true natures could be. Then we will simply inform those outside that your family can cultivate crops and that all our food was purchased from you, Influencer Miss Yu replied. If they rob my home empty, won't they then head to yours? Wu Zhenzhen countered. You need not worry. We have already dispatched someone to notify the authorities, and they will soon send armed police to suppress the situation, President Wu from Dixiang Company responded. Then we should just hold out until the armed police arrive. Wu Zhenzhen remarked, puzzled. Given the current situation, the government is likely short-staffed and will require time to summon those armed police who are engaged in rescue operations. Mr. Zhao from the Anxiang Group, are you suggesting that you want them to seize my home to buy you some time? Wu Zhenzhen observed their presumptuous demeanor and felt a wave of amusement. Miss Wu, the government is indeed facing a personnel shortage. Not everyone can be summoned at will. Their arrival is solely out of consideration for us. You hold no such leverage with the government, Miss Lin mocked. Her peasant origins only served to fuel their disdain, as they expected her to contribute without hesitation, despite her evident reluctance. Miss Wu, if you can provide this grain, rest assured that after the storm clears, our Universal Group will do our utmost to fulfill your needs, Mr. Chiu from the Universal Group said dismissively. After all this, did Wu Zhenzhen not merely seek a commitment from these corporate leaders? What good is that to me? By the time you come through, you may find it challenging to locate me. Outside, the crowd continued to shout, growing increasingly restless as they rattled the large iron gates of the park, producing a cacophony of noise. Hearing this, Wu Zhenzhen discerned the true nature of these individuals. Her decision to avoid them had been wise, for otherwise she would be overwhelmed by their repugnance. Casting a sidelong glance at Xie Mu Chen, who was watching the spectacle with a smirk. She thought him utterly wicked. Then go ahead and open the door to let them in. I shall remain at home and await their arrival. With that, she dismissed them and stormed out, uninterested in further banter. She knew these individuals would not dare to open the door. They were all too protective of their own lives. The crowd outside was not foolish either, abandoning several buildings just to trek for an hour to the summit to rob, only to be apprehended by the arriving armed police. Seemed a fool's errand. Indeed, they were nothing more than country bumpkins, lacking any sense. Just as Wu Zhenzhen exited, Mr. Zhao deliberately raised his voice, as if he feared she might not hear. Wu Zhenzhen scoffed and shook her head. She had initially believed that the residents here were either affluent or intelligent, but it turned out they were merely a rabble. The notion that a trivial amount of grain could appease the throngs outside was laughable. Grant them one favor, and they would return countless times, each instance escalating in audacity. Presently, they merely shouted outside, but it would not be long before they attempted to break in, and in the future, they might even resort to violence. While the armed police might indeed come, in this moment of dire personnel shortages, could they maintain a constant presence? Once the armed police departed, the crowd outside would swiftly return. At that point, the entire villa district would transform into a battlefield of plunder. These villa dwellers were truly accustomed to a life of luxury, perpetually coddled, believing that others would continue to indulge them in such dire circumstances, a farcical delusion. Wu Zhenzhen, weary of wasting time on them, glanced once more at the increasingly agitated crowd outside the villa. She slowly made her way up the mountainside toward home, umbrella in hand. Seeing Wu Zhenzhen leave, Xie Muqin too felt no desire to linger in the scheming atmosphere of the hall. He stood to exit but was halted by Director Kai. Sir, may I inquire your name? Director Kai asked, his tone obsequious. Mr. Xie Muqin responded flatly. His subordinates exchanged glances upon hearing his answer, their expressions contorting in disbelief. Mr. Xie? The Mr. of Wu? His audacity is remarkable. Miss Wu is merely a farmer, narrow-minded and focused solely on immediate gain, lacking foresight. She will undoubtedly regret her choices. Look how she has departed. Why not let your family provide the grain to send those outside away? Director Kai chuckled, patronizingly, as if soothing a child, his performance woefully lacking in sincerity. Hearing this, Xie Muqin regarded Director Kai with the calmness one reserves for a fool. Meanwhile, his subordinates seethed with anger. How dare he target their leader? They should have acted days ago, allowing these people to enter and steal everything. And if I refuse? Xie Muqin shot a sidelong glance at him. If you refuse, do not be surprised when we cease to regard you as part of our collective. Any issues that arise henceforth shall be yours alone to manage. The troops we have summoned will not offer you protection. We are among the largest taxpayers in Man City. The government will not disregard us, but you are another matter. Mr. Wu from the Dixiang Company exclaimed, incensed. You should know that in recent nights, we have thwarted attempts by individuals trying to scale the walls, and our bodyguards have dealt with them decisively. Should you fail to provide grain this time, if anyone dares to intrude again, our bodyguards will not intervene. They will only protect our own buildings. Mr. Zhao sneered, as if the upper buildings had received immense favors from them. Xie Muqin's subordinates exchanged glances, inwardly cursing the previous night's lack of action at the gates. Just as one of his subordinates was about to speak, Xie Muqin cut him off with a glance. Very well, let it be as you suggest. From now on, we shall tend to our own affairs, Xie Muqin declared, turning on his heel and striding out of Building 8 to pursue Wu Zhenzhen. Left behind, the others seethed with frustration. All of them are short-sighted fools. Do not be angry, gentlemen. Director Kai's sycophantic tone echoed through the hall.
Boss.
Why didn't you tell them that we were the ones who dealt with the crowd outside? One subordinate asked, puzzled, as they exited the door. Why would it not be advantageous for someone to take the blame for you? Do you wish to draw the attention of the armed police? Xie Muqin replied. Indeed. The boss is astute. His subordinate, upon realizing the implication, clapped his thighs in delight. From now on, simply monitor our own buildings and Building 32. We need not concern ourselves with the rest. If they are willing to take the blame, let them bear it for us in the future. We shall strive to remain beneath the radar of the armed police. Ha ha ha, splendid. His subordinates rejoiced at Xie Muqin's words. What do we have to fear from the armed police? They cannot come to our aid, and we, with our few brothers, can handle this. One of them declared defiantly. Xie Muchen shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing as he walked away. You old dog, are you eager for more work for the boss? After finally dealing with those mercenaries, you want to stir up trouble again? Another subordinate scolded, smacking him on the head. The one who was smacked, poised to retaliate, found no trace of the rabbit-like figure that had darted away. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was laboring together to pry open the lock. As Wu Zhenzhen walked, she contemplated the precariousness of the outer wall. It seemed unlikely to withstand the impending onslaught, and soon, she would find it difficult to sleep peacefully at home. Though her walls and gates were sturdy, and her 5 German shepherds were exceptionally vigilant, having to contend with these people daily would inevitably become a hassle. She had long anticipated this day, knowing it would arrive eventually, yet the thought still caused her considerable distress. Presently, they were merely ordinary civilians, lacking any significant combat capabilities. In the later stages, they became a horde of organized villains, not only numerous but also armed. For the elderly, children, and women in their household, confronting these ruffians proved to be exceedingly challenging. Hello, Miss Wu. Wu Zhenzhen, lost in her thoughts, was suddenly startled by a figure clad in a raincoat emerging from the bushes by the roadside.
Ah!
Wu Zhenzhen shrieked in alarm, swiftly raising her umbrella to shield herself from the intruder and delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Miss Wu, it's me. The man rolled on the ground, calling out frantically. Wu Zhenzhen lowered the umbrella, and upon recognizing the man on the ground, she remarked, Who are you? It's the grain store. You bought a substantial amount from my shop, remember? The man stood up, returning the umbrella to Wu Zhenzhen. Upon closer inspection, Wu Zhenzhen confirmed that he was indeed the exceedingly talkative owner of the grain store. What brings you here? She inquired, her tone laced with wariness. Are you in need of grain? The grain store owner glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot before leaning closer to whisper in her ear. You have grain? Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback. It had been over a year since the outbreak of the virus, and she thought all the grain stores had sold out to the government. Thanks to you, Miss Wu. When you stockpiled so much grain, I sensed something amiss. I even checked your warehouse, but no one was shipping anything. It was clear you were hoarding. So, I decided to stockpile as well. When the virus hit, grain prices soared, but I only sold a small portion to the government. The rest of my stock is still intact. The grain store owner explained in a hushed tone. Wu Zhenzhen was astonished that her cautiousness had drawn the attention of the owner without her realizing it. Fortunately, he harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, her family could be in grave danger. Was your stock not submerged? Wu Zhenzhen inquired. My warehouse is situated on higher ground, so it remained untouched by the flood. The grain store owner replied cheerfully. So, all the grain that these wealthy individuals below are consuming, did you sell it to them? Wu Zhenzhen recalled what Miss Lin had mentioned about exorbitant grain prices. Indeed. In this city, who else but I has grain to sell? It turned out that the grain store owner was secretly delivering supplies to Building 16 and had hidden in the bushes upon seeing Wu Zhenzhen approach. His dealings were always discreet, fearing both government scrutiny and potential looting by desperate residents. His primary clientele consisted of the affluent residents of the Villa district, who were both wealthy and indolent, thus unlikely to pursue him. Little did he expect that the one passing by in the bushes would be Wu Zhenzhen, who had previously stocked up at his shop. He merely intended to greet her, but her reaction had been so extreme that she kicked him to the ground. What do you have and how much per pound? I've hoarded nothing but rice. I sell it to others for 800 per pound, but for you, I'll make it 750. How many pounds do you have? Just as Wu Zhenzhen engaged in conversation with the grain store owner, Xie Muchen, who had heard her scream.
Arrived.
With Wu Zhenzhen shielding much of their figures with her umbrella, he perceived her to be in distress. Xie Muchen approached stealthily and reached out. Thud. The grain store owner had barely raised 3 fingers to speak before collapsing at Wu Zhenzhen's feet. Chapter 40. Do you even have a heart? Is he alive or dead? Wu Zhenzhen inquired of Xie Muchen, looking at the fallen grain store owner. Do you desire him to be alive or dead? Xie Muchen, noting that the man was a grain seller and sensing a potential misunderstanding, remained composed as he questioned Wu Zhenzhen. Alive, of course. I still need the grain he has. Wu Zhenzhen replied anxiously. But what does your question imply? Is he alive or dead? As soon as Wu Zhenzhen finished speaking, Xie Mukin swiftly struck the grain store owner on the back. In an instant, the grain store owner awoke, gasping for air. Wu Zhenzhen stood in astonished silence, witnessing the extraordinary display of control Xie Mukin wielded over life and death. What? What just happened? The grain store owner felt as though someone had forcefully struck his neck, leaving him breathless. No matter how hard he tried to inhale, his body seemed beyond his control, devoid of strength. Just as he thought he was about to perish, a powerful blow freed the air trapped in his lungs, allowing him to breathe again. You likely experienced respiratory obstruction. Fortunately, my leader acted swiftly and cleared your airways, Rabbit interjected promptly. Wu Zhenzhen observed the calm demeanor of those around her, marveling at their eloquent excuses, indicating they had rehearsed such scenarios before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. I truly felt I was on the verge of death. Boss Feng, no need for excessive gratitude. Just remember to sell us grain at a reasonable price in the future.
Dogsy seized the opportunity to interject.
Wu Zhenzhen was shocked to discover that Xie Mukin had previously purchased grain from this very owner and seemed familiar with him, even knowing his surname. So when Xie Mukin had asked whether she wanted him to live or die, it became clear he never intended to let him perish. Of course. I sell to others for 800 per pound. For you, it's 750. Boss Feng responded with feigned cheerfulness. Boss Feng, have you forgotten you said the same thing last time? Dogsy gritted his teeth, finding Boss Feng to be quite the shrewd character. In the past, such a sum would have been negligible. However, with no internet access and banks inaccessible, their cash reserves were dwindling. Although they had stockpiled grain, the sheer number of people would eventually deplete their supplies. Thus, seeing grain for sale naturally compelled them to hoard more. Grains are indeed scarce these days. I appreciate your understanding, Boss Feng said with a smile. How much grain do you have left? Wu Zhenzhen inquired, recalling that Boss Feng had raised 3 fingers earlier. 10,000 pounds. Boss, tell me truthfully how much grain you have. I'll buy it all. And you won't have to endure the hassle of hiding and selling it daily. Wu Zhenzhen stated earnestly. Miss Wu, I require cash, no credit. Boss Feng maintained his playful demeanor. Rest assured, cash will be provided, no credit. 30,000 pounds. Boss Feng declared, as if resolute in his answer. Just as Wu Zhenzhen prepared to respond, Xie Mukin shouted, Speak clearly, how many pounds? 300,000 pounds. Boss Feng trembled at Xie Mukin's fierce tone, quickly correcting himself. Wu Zhenzhen had initially believed Boss Feng possessed only 30,000 pounds, but to her astonishment, he had 300,000. Very well. I'll take all of it. When can you deliver? Wu Zhenzhen asked. Upon hearing her words, even Boss Feng and Xie Mukin found themselves taken aback. With the sudden onset of the storm and torrential rain, everyone's money remained trapped in banks, and it was rare for anyone to carry such a large sum of cash. What secrets could this woman possibly be hiding? This quantity is rather substantial. Setting aside the logistics of transporting the grain back, how will you manage to deliver such a large sum of money to me? Otherwise, we should continue with smaller daily transactions. It would be more convenient and secure. Boss Feng, astute and cunning, did not outright express disbelief in Wu Zhenzhen's ability to produce such a substantial amount of cash. Rather, he subtly cautioned her against making grandiose claims regarding the considerable sum at stake. His true concern lay in the possibility that Wu Zhenzhen might be deceiving him. What if her intentions to acquire grain were genuine, but her means of payment were an elaborate ruse? Observing Boss Feng's evasive demeanor, Wu Zhenzhen quickly discerned his apprehension. Given the chaotic times they lived in, his worries were entirely justified, and she did not wish to press him unduly. After all, no one could fathom that she had returned from a previous life. Fully aware that only cash held value in such tumultuous circumstances, she had prudently withdrawn all her funds in increments and stored them safely. Initially, she believed the money would soon become obsolete, as its worth would diminish over time. However, she had not anticipated that Boss Feng would present such an opportunity to her. It was a chance to spend without hesitation. During this crisis, if she could procure food with money, she would not balk at paying 800 per pound, or even 80,000 per pound, should it come to that. You need not worry about this. I will have someone deliver the cash to you for inspection before we proceed to collect the rice, she assured him. Yet, Boss Feng remained hesitant. Selling grain daily was indeed perilous. He had been robbed multiple times, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. But could anyone truly carry such a vast sum of cash on their person? If you refuse to sell to Miss Wu, to whom do you intend to sell? Xia Mukin threatened. If you choose not to sell, you can forget about ever entering this villa district again. Hearing Xia Mukin's words, Boss Foam quickly retracted what he had almost voiced. He was acutely aware of who wielded authority within this villa community. The first time he ventured to sell grain, he had been caught by Xia Mukin's subordinates at the entrance, and it had taken considerable effort for him to clarify his intentions. The fact that he had been able to transact smoothly with certain executives lately was solely due to Xia Mukin's endorsement. Otherwise, he would not have even gained entry into the villa district, let alone make frequent deliveries. If Xia Mukin decided to bar him from selling here in the future, he truly could not fathom where else he might conduct his business. Very well, we shall proceed as Miss Wu suggests. After much deliberation, Boss Feng resolved to take the risk and sell all the grain to Zhenzhen. They agreed upon a time for the transaction, and Boss Feng made his way through a side path out of the villa district, intending to scale the wall to avoid the throngs at the main entrance. Boss Xia. After Boss Feng departed, Zhenzhen turned to Xia Mukin. Do you require assistance? Xia Mukin inquired with a smile. Knowing full well that she would inevitably seek his help to facilitate a smooth transaction, he had been waiting for her to speak up. It is not assistance I seek, but rather collaboration. Zhenzhen replied. And how do you envisage this collaboration? Xia Mukin's expression shifted to one of seriousness. You will assist me in fulfilling the delivery, and I shall grant you half of the rice, she proposed. And what else? Xia Mukin was skeptical, doubtful that a deal with such a shrewd woman would be so straightforward. Furthermore, you shall be responsible for the safety of my family, Zhenzhen added. I refuse. Xia Mukin retorted angrily, feeling offended that she would doubt his willingness to protect her and her family without seeking anything in return. How about a 1-to-4 split? Zhenzhen suggested, surprised by his rejection. This was a deal that promised him profit without loss. She had conceived this plan upon seeing Boss Foam. The grain she had stored was more than sufficient for her family's needs. Her intention in purchasing the grain was primarily to provide for Xia Mukin, but she feared that giving it all to him might raise his suspicions, hence the proposal of splitting it. With grain in his possession, she would no longer have to worry about him harboring ulterior motives towards her family. He could also aid in dealing with those lurking below who sought to steal. Xia Mukin ignored her and turned away in frustration. Seeing him inexplicably angry, Zhenzhen hurried after him. How about a 1-to-4 split? Does that suffice? She grasped his arm, pleading. Zhenzhen, do you possess any heart? Xia Mukin exclaimed, furious that she would employ such commercial tactics against him, and he angrily shook her off before striding away. Chapter 41. Fainting in the Rain. After being forcefully cast aside by Xia Mukin, Zhenzhen stumbled a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Observing her near fall, Xia Mukin felt a pang of regret and reached out to catch her, but she steadied herself. A sense of disheartenment washed over him. It seemed she would always maintain such independence, never noticing the hand he extended toward her, even as she stumbled along the way. He turned and strode away. Zhenzhen watched his resolute retreat, feeling inexplicably aggrieved, though she could not pinpoint the cause of her distress. Shaking her head, she attempted to dismiss the unwarranted emotions. Yet the more she tried, the more profound her sense of grievance became, until tears began to stream from her eyes. She desperately wiped at her tears with the back of her hand, but they only flowed more freely, until she finally relinquished her control and sobbed uncontrollably, crouched upon the ground, as if unleashing the pent-up anguish within her. Since her rebirth, she had resolved never to shed a single tear. Even though thoughts of impending calamities filled her with dread and nightmares plagued her nights, recalling the brutal life she had endured in her past life. She had always presented a facade of resilience before her family, determined to appear strong and capable.
Boss.
Rabbit, who had been following closely, caught up to Xia Mukin, hesitating to speak. What is it? Xia Mukin snapped irritably. It seems Miss Wu is still squatting in the rain, crying, Rabbit bravely reported. Before Rabbit could finish, Xia Mukin had already dashed away like a gust of wind. From a distance, he observed the small figure huddled on the ground, clutching herself, and his heart ached as if it were being slowly carved away. He cursed himself inwardly. Xia Mukin, what have you done? He hurried over, enveloping the trembling Wu Zhenzhen in his arms, who was crying heart-wrenchingly in the rain. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Zhenzhen. It's all my fault. I should not have lost my temper, nor should I have pushed you away. Forgive me. Yet the figure in his arms had fallen silent, limp against him.
Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen.
He called repeatedly, but Wu Zhenzhen remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut. Xiam Yukin's hands began to tremble as he scooped her up and raced frantically towards the mountain. The confused subordinates watched, bewildered by the sight of Wu Zhenzhen in his arms, wondering how she had gone from being well moments ago to this state. Did their boss, in a fit of rage, lash out at her? Quick, summon Old Huang, Xiam Yukin shouted as he burst into the villa. Old Huang had been their physician for many years, possessing exceptional skills in both traditional and modern medicine, highly regarded both domestically and internationally. Xiam Yukin carried Wu Zhenzhen into his room, with his subordinates trailing closely behind, leading Old Huang to him in haste. Old Huang, please, you must take a look, Xiam Yukin implored, desperation evident in his voice. Old Huang assessed Wu Zhenzhen with a stethoscope and reassured him, she is fine. She merely fainted and will recover after a night of rest. A wave of relief washed over Xiam Yukin. Is there any underlying issue? What could have caused her to faint so suddenly? He inquired, worry still etched on his face. The body is afflicted, and the heart is burdened. Old Huang felt Wu Zhenzhen's pulse and said to Xiam Yukin, her body is harmed? Yes. It must be due to multiple abortions, and she has not recovered properly. As for the reasons for her distress, that is a question she must answer herself, he added, frowning.
Boom.
Xiam Yukin felt as if his mind had just exploded. What did Old Huang just say? Multiple abortions? A heart weighed down? Is that why she cannot see herself? No matter what he does, she remains blind to it all. She would rather suffer for that man repeatedly, still clinging to memories of him. Suddenly, Xiam Yukin felt like a mere joke. Go to Building 32 and invite Aunt Wu over, Xiam Yukin commanded, collapsing onto the sofa in the room. Soon, Wu Xiufeng arrived with clean clothes, changing Wu Zhenzhen into them while waiting for her to awaken. When Wu Zhenzhen finally regained consciousness, Xiam Yukin had already vanished.
Mom.
Where is this? Wu Zhenzhen asked upon awakening to unfamiliar surroundings. This is the home of Xiao Xia. You fainted, and he brought you back, Wu Xiufeng replied with concern. Wu Zhenzhen recalled, through the fog of rain, seeing someone rushing toward her. It seemed he embraced her and whispered something, but then darkness enveloped her, and she remembered nothing more. After Wu Zhenzhen awoke, she did not see Xiam Yukin again. Instead, Old Huang checked her pulse, determined she was fine, and allowed the mother and daughter to return home. Miss Wu, our boss has agreed to your terms. The rice will be split equally, and we will ensure the safety of your family in the future. As they were about to leave, Rabbit caught up, clearly agitated. Wu Zhenzhen was perplexed as to why this person was so angry. Xiam Yukin was like this. And so were his subordinates. She had always been cautious, never daring to offend them. This transaction was evidently a profitable one for Xiam Yukin. Her home was centrally located, and as long as someone approached, they could easily drive them away, preventing anyone from getting close to Building 32. It was merely a matter of convenience for them. Yet, in return, she was offering 150,000 gene of rice during a time of famine, and she even conceded to providing 240,000 gene. Why, then, did it feel as if she had taken unfair advantage of them? Moreover, she was handing over substantial rice, while all she received in return was a mere verbal promise from him. If they reneged after consuming the grain, she would be at a loss. They could easily play tricks after collecting their portion tomorrow, and her family would be powerless against them. It was clear that the imbalance of loss lay heavily upon her. She had demonstrated her trust in Xiam Yukin through her actions, believing in his character. How had it come to this, where she felt like the villain? However, as long as they agreed, that sufficed. Since the collaboration had been settled, she could no longer concern herself with the rest. When they ran out of supplies, she could always provide them with the remaining 150,000 gene of rice to delay their raid on her home. By the time they consumed the other 150,000 gene, the government would likely have turned Wulian Mountain into a concentration camp, and they would hardly dare to act recklessly again. Please arrange for you to pick up the money tomorrow morning at 8, Wu Zhenzhen instructed Rabbit, Feeling satisfied with her calculations, and with her mother's support, they left. Observing Wu Zhenjin's complete disregard for Siemyukin, who lay in bed burning with fever, Rabbit's anger intensified. This woman truly lacks a heart. Chapter 42, reported for illegal occupation. After Rabbit saw Wu Zhenjin off, he was about to report her condition to Siemyukin when he collided with Old Dog, who was exiting the room. "What's up?" Rabbit asked, puzzled. Old Dog, perceptive of his surroundings, usually sensed Rabbit's movements before he even ascended the stairs, yet today he had bumped right into him. "What are you up to?" Old Dog countered, avoiding the question. "I'm here to report on Wu Zhenjin's situation." Rabbit replied. "If you value your life, don't go in there," Old Dog warned, quickly pulling Rabbit back. It turned out that Old Dog had come to report on the situation outside the villa complex. But upon entry, he had been met with a furious reprimand from Chen Guangyi before he could even begin his report. "Old Chen is angry?" Rabbit inquired, shrinking back. They all knew that although the boss often lost his temper, it was not frightening, as he would forget his anger almost immediately. However, Chen Guangyi rarely lost his temper. When he did, it could last for a month or more. As long as Chen Guangyi remained angry, they could forget about enjoying any semblance of a normal life. For he controlled their food and shelter. If he was upset, they could hardly expect to have a proper meal. For instance, 3 years ago, after the boss returned severely injured, Chen Guangyi had forced him to eat bamboo worms for a month. The nightmares from those days still haunted him, filled with visions of being devoured by soft, wriggling bamboo worms, sending shivers down his spine at the memory. He feared nothing except the sight of those squirming, soft-bodied creatures. "What's happening outside the villa?" Rabbit asked. Those arrogant bosses, after he left, saw the crowd outside the wall preparing to storm in. One of them offered 10 jin of rice to the outsiders, thinking it would appease them. Instead, the people outside, having received the rice, became even more agitated and climbed over the wall to charge in. They are currently raiding the few households below, and it seems they will reach us soon. "I wanted to ask the boss whether we should drive them away or just eliminate them altogether," Dog sighed in frustration. "No wonder Old Chun is furious. Are you trying to make it seem like we're in Myanmar? Killing at the drop of a hat? Are you afraid our boss doesn't have enough troubles already? And right now, he's burning with fever. You dare bother him with such trivial matters?" Rabbit said with a hint of schadenfreude, then knocked on the door. "Come in." "Boss, Wu, get out." As soon as Rabbit stepped in and uttered a single syllable of Wu, he was bellowed out by Old Chin. Rabbit had clearly seen the boss open his eyes at his entrance, eager to listen. Yet upon hearing Old Chen's roar, the boss discreetly closed his eyes again. Whenever Old Chen was angry, the boss would become a source of mischief, targeting those beneath him. On the outside, Old Chen always appeared respectful towards the boss. But only those who accompanied him daily understood that when Old Chen was calm, he would heed the boss's words. However, once Old Chen was riled up, the boss's fear of him was no less than that of his subordinates. "Now that you're awake, stop pretending," Chen Guangyi said, looking at Siemyukin, whose eyes remained tightly shut. "Old Chen, why are you so furious? It's just a fever. It won't kill me. Besides, who can guarantee they won't have a fever at some point in their life?" Siemyukin replied in a tone meant to placate. "I just remembered you at 3 years old." Chen Guangyi's voice trembled. "Uncle Chen, that was when I was 3. I'm over 30 now, my constitution is robust. How could I be in danger from a mere fever like I was as a child?" Siemyukin replied helplessly. "Your words carry no weight. Only what old Huang says matters. He declared that your fever is serious. If it persists, I will cut off all supplies to Wu Zhenjin's family." Chen Guangyi barked. "No more rice deliveries to them," Siemyukin said, feeling dejected. "Though I've been busy sourcing food these past few days, I've heard what they said. You can't possibly care about this, can you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have continued to hold on to her memories after knowing she was married. Nor would you have been so eager to see her after her divorce. You didn't mind before. Why does it matter now?" Chen Guangyi questioned, perplexed. "It is not a matter of indifference, but rather a lack of standing that prevents me from delivering such gifts to her family any longer. In her eyes, I am not even a suitor. I can scarcely be regarded as a friend, at best merely a business partner," lamented Siemyukin. Yet, even with their substantial stock of 150,000 jin of rice, they will not starve. However, subsisting solely on rice will lead to nutritional deficiencies and deteriorating health. Chen Guangyi was at a loss for how to console Siemyukin, yet he understood that Siemyukin had not truly moved on from Wu Zhenzhen. He was merely sulking. They have vegetables and preserved meats. They cannot live on rice alone. Siemyukin seemed to be attempting to convince himself. Chen Guangyi observed his obstinate demeanor, initially wishing to speak further, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Boss, the armed police have arrived," Dogzi reported upon entering. "Where are they?" "Almost downstairs. Tell the brothers to remain inconspicuous and avoid conflict as much as possible. If anything is discovered, leave no witnesses," Siemyukin replied lazily, as if discussing a mere mosquito that dared to bite him. "Hello. Is anyone there?" The voice of the armed police soon echoed from downstairs. "Hello, officer. What brings you here?" Chen Guangyi stepped out, greeting the armed police with enthusiasm. "Greetings. My surname is Liu, and I am the captain of the Nancheng Armed Police Force. According to reports from neighbors in another building, your complex is illegally occupied, and we require you to present the relevant documentation," the lead officer declared, brandishing his credentials. It turned out that after expelling the intruders, the armed police were informed by residents that several villas were being illegally occupied. Initially, Captain Liu had no desire to intervene. There were numerous people at the base of the mountain awaiting rescue, with robberies and murders occurring incessantly in every residential building. He had little time to address minor issues, such as illegal occupation. However, upon hearing that they had occupied over a dozen villas, he recalled the recent incident involving mercenaries, particularly the large cache of ammunition that had gone missing. This posed a significant threat to the residents of Nancheng. Thus, he seized the opportunity to verify whether they were indeed unlawfully occupying the villas and to ascertain what their true activities entailed, and whether they had any connection to those mercenaries. Chen Guangyi retrieved several property deeds and his identification from the drawer in the living room and presented them. These villas had all been purchased by him, with the deeds promptly registered in his name through influential connections. "May I inquire what business you are in, Mr. Chen?" Captain Liu asked after examining the documents. "Our company specializes in jade," Chen Guangyi replied, handing over relevant business credentials. "How is it that you purchased so many properties in this area?" Captain Liu probed further. "Well, as business has flourished, I aim to provide some benefits to the loyal employees who have walked alongside me through thick and thin. These are welfare residences for them. After all, professionals like appraisers, sculptors, and cutters are not easy to cultivate. Once developed, I want to ensure they have comfortable living conditions to deter them from being poached by other companies," Chen Guangyi explained. "Doesn't the jade business often require trips to Myanmar?" Captain Liu scrutinized him. "Captain, you may not be aware, but those who frequently travel to Myanmar are typically involved in raw stone trading. We specialize in jade carving and processing, which does not necessitate such travels. As our dealings are primarily with domestic merchants," Chen Guangyi clarified. "Mr. Chen, I must say your home is exquisitely decorated. I am quite fond of it. Might I be fortunate enough to view the decor of your other rooms?" Captain Liu, sensing that he could extract little more information, contemplated searching the premises himself. "Feel free." Chen Guangyi smiled graciously. Captain Liu began to open each room, finding nothing amiss. "Mr. Chen, do you have a basement?" Just as he was about to leave, Captain Liu suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire. No sooner had he spoken than the armed guards in the basement raised their weapons, while snipers positioned outside the villa narrowed their sights on the encircling armed police. Chen Guangyi maintained his smile, poised to respond, when a deafening explosion interrupted him. Chapter 43. Where did the grenade come from? What is happening? Captain Liu swiftly dashed outside, his agile form moving rapidly. Report. It seems something exploded down the mountain. The sound resembles that of a grenade. Captain Liu had no time to bid farewell to Chen Guangyi as he hurried down the hill. "Captain, do you think they might be the ones dealing with the mercenaries?" one of his subordinates questioned as they descended. "Have you noticed something amiss?" Captain Liu halted, fixing his gaze on his subordinate. "Well, I'm not certain if it qualifies as a problem, but it seems that for someone who has purchased so many villas, there should be a considerable number of people present, yet I haven't seen anyone," the subordinate pondered aloud. Captain Liu's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, that was the issue. Why had Chen Guangyi purchased over a dozen villas for his employees, yet not a single person was in sight? Which villas did he buy? Captain Liu squinted, surveying the surroundings. "It appears that buildings 21 to 25 are among them," the subordinate replied. "Let us investigate." Captain Liu quickened his pace towards Building 21. Excuse me. Police officers, whom are you looking for? In response to the doorbell, Xiner peered out, her innocent demeanor radiating curiosity. Little one, are you home alone? Where are your parents? Captain Liu asked, crouching down to her level upon noticing that she was just a child. My mom and dad are out looking for food, Xiner replied, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. Captain Liu felt a pang of empathy, producing a small chocolate from his pocket and offering it to her, instructing her to never open the door for strangers before proceeding to Building 22. After ringing the doorbell for an extended period, just as Captain Liu contemplated scaling the wall to investigate, Zhenzhen opened the door. Officer, whom do you seek? She asked weakly. Is it just you at home? Captain Liu observed the pale-faced woman, noting her sickly appearance, which alleviated much of his suspicion. My parents and my husband have gone out to find food. Zhenzhen coughed as she responded. You should return inside and rest. Captain Liu was about to move toward Building 23 when he spotted an elderly couple emerging, leaning on each other for support. They were not particularly old but appeared frail, as if they had endured a prolonged period of hunger. Captain Liu patted his pocket, realizing he had no more chocolate to offer, and turned to dash down the mountain. Meanwhile, his subordinate, who had gone to investigate the source of the explosion, returned with a report. It was a grenade. We don't know whose it was. By the time we arrived, everyone had fled. Let us go and see. At that moment, within Xie Mukin's villa, everyone emerged from the basement. They were seasoned fighters. To an ordinary citizen, they might appear merely more robust than others. However, to the armed police, they would be instantly recognizable as individuals who had long wielded firearms and engaged in combat. Who threw the grenade? Xie Mukin scanned the room, noticing that everyone was present. It seems it was thrown by Miss Wu's brother, Xiao Jin, who had been tasked with protecting Zhenzhen, replied. You gave her the grenade? Xie Mukin fixed his gaze on Xiao Jin. No. I didn't give it to her. I have no idea where she got it, Xiao Jin hastily clarified, sensing the intensity of Xie Mukin's gaze. Where is she now? Xie Mukin inquired. Boss, which person are you referring to? Xiao Jin asked. Naturally, I mean her brother. Where is he? Xie Mukin regained his composure and bellowed. They should be at Building 21, but could also be at Buildings 22 or 23. Xiao Jin's voice was growing increasingly faint. What did you make her do? Xie Mukin was genuinely angry this time. Boss, I didn't make her do anything. I merely told her the access codes for the gates of our villas. Moreover, Miss Wu mentioned that she only intended to pretend to reside in those buildings, and there would be no danger. Xiao Jin hurriedly clarified. It turned out that Zhenzhen had spotted armed police surrounding Xie Mukin's home through binoculars and quickly called Xiao Jin to ascertain the situation. After Xiao Jin relayed the details about the mercenaries and the villa situation to Zhenzhen, she requested the access codes for each villa's gate, allowing Xiao Jin to return and protect Xie Mukin. While Xiao Jin was perched high above, he observed Zhenzhen's brother cautiously placing what appeared to be grenades into a bag before swiftly descending the hill. He hadn't registered it at the time, as families like theirs could hardly possess grenades, so he didn't consider that possibility. It wasn't until the explosion resounded at the foot of the mountain that he realized Zhenzhen's brother was indeed carrying grenades, using them to divert the armed police's attention. Meanwhile, Zhenzhen's family remained hidden in a corner, watching the armed police's movements. What Xiao Jin didn't anticipate was that Zhenzhen's deduction was spot on. The armed police suddenly returned, knocking on doors one by one for verification. Observing their approach, Zhenzhen strategically arranged her family members in buildings 21, 22, and 23, skillfully dispelling the armed police's suspicions. Old Chen, from today onwards, Xiao Jin will sleep with the rat. For every rat that dies, he will sleep with it for an additional month. After hearing Xiao Jin recount the entire sequence of events, Xie Mukin tossed out this remark and strode out. Boss, no. The remaining Xiao Jin lamented, accompanied by the sympathetic expressions of others. Xie Mukin initially intended to seek out Zhenzhen but reconsidered and turned back. Rabbit, go fetch her brother. Lao Huang, check on her health. Lao Go, investigate the source of those grenades. After issuing these commands, Xie Mukin ascended the stairs to his room. Boss, those grenades belong to the mercenaries from Myanmar. As for how they obtained them, we haven't yet figured that out, Lao Go reported shortly thereafter. Could it be that batch of ammunition was taken by Miss Wu and her family? Lao Go queried, puzzled. Theoretically, that shouldn't be the case. That was a substantial amount of ammunition. They've been keeping a close watch on the gates and have never seen Wu Zhenjin's family bring anything back. To transport such a large quantity of ammunition, they would have needed to make numerous trips. Even if one trip could slip under the radar, it would be impossible to conceal all of them. Are you planning to go to their house tomorrow to retrieve cash? Chen Guangyi inquired. Old Chen, what are you suggesting? Xie Mukin questioned. Boss, don't be alarmed. We merely intend to send someone to conduct a search, not to harm them. After all, with so much ammunition, and given that they reside directly above us, if they were to drop it, all our brothers would be doomed, Chen Guangyi explained. Regardless, do not harm her. Xie Mukin stated, eyes closed, tacitly consenting to the search of Wu Zhenjin's home the following day. At dawn the next day, Chen Guangyi, accompanied by Rabbit and others, headed to Wu Zhenjin's residence to retrieve cash. Chapter 44, Retrieving Cash. Uncle Chen, it's been a while. Wu Zhenjin exclaimed, surprised to see Chen Guangyi as she opened the gate to her courtyard, as she had thought he wouldn't come to Nanjing. With so much to do. I've been quite busy and Haven T had the chance to visit your home, Chen Guangyi chuckled. Please come in. Wu Zhenjin warmly welcomed him. Miss Wu, why haven't I seen any jade stones in your home? Chen Guangyi inquired as he surveyed the living room upon entering. They are all still in Zhenzhen. I haven't had the opportunity to bring them over yet, as the heavy rain has kept me stranded here, Wu Zhenjin explained while pouring tea for Chen Guangyi. Do not deceive this old man. You must have concealed quite a few treasures, worried that I might covet them, Chen Guangyi remarked, hastily abandoning his tea to search for jade stones in Wu Zhenjin's room. Miss Wu, I heard you and the boss gathered a room full of raw stones in Myanmar. What valuable finds did you uncover? Bring them out for everyone to admire. The others echoed Chen Guangyi's enthusiasm. I truly haven't brought any back. They're still in Zhangcheng. Wu Zhenjin protested in vain. Yet they paid her no heed, each rummaging through the rooms one by one, with some even overturning the glass house outside. Wu Zhenjin's family, exhibiting remarkable patience, did not express any anger as they watched the intruders turn their home upside down, remaining silent throughout. After thoroughly searching both the interior and exterior of Wu Zhenjin's home, they found nothing. It seemed that, as Wu Zhenjin had claimed, all the jade stones had yet to be transported. What a pity! We must visit Zhangcheng in the future to truly appreciate Miss Wu's collection. It must be magnificent, Chen Guangyi declared with a smile. Absolutely, Wu Zhenjin responded, observing Chen Guangyi's fox-like grin. We should be on our way. I wonder where Miss Wu has hidden the cash? Chen Guangyi pondered. In truth, he had come to verify whether the batch of firearms had indeed been taken by Wu Zhenjin's family. To his surprise, after their thorough search, not only had they failed to locate any ammunition, but they had also not caught a glimpse of any cash. That was several cubic meters of cash. Given their comprehensive search approach, it was inconceivable that Wu Zhenjin's family could have concealed such a large sum without leaving any trace. Could it be that Wu Zhenjin is deceiving us, feigning the need for food while secretly orchestrating a robbery against Boss Foam? Uncle Chen, follow me, Wu Zhenjin said, holding an umbrella as she led them to the glass shelter, stopping at a vegetable patch. This patch had just been tilled by Wu Xiufeng, who had sown some vegetable seeds. Yiheng, please help us dig. Wu Zhenjin handed the hoe to Wu Yiheng. Uncle Chen, please ask everyone to refrain from moving. Chen Guangyi, noticing Wu Zhenjin's request, attempted to instruct his subordinates to assist, but was quickly halted by her. What's wrong? I see your brother isn't very strong. If I let them help, it'll speed things up, Chen Guangyi replied, puzzled.
No.
Uncle Chen, you do not understand. We not only buried cash here, but also ammunition, Wu Zhenjin hurriedly interjected. Ammunition? What kind of ammunition? Chen Guangyi feigned confusion. Grenades. If an uninformed person were to dig here, they might very well meet their demise, Wu Zhenjin whispered conspiratorially. Grenades? How did you come by grenades? Chen Guangyi inquired. To be honest, I obtained these from a customer in exchange. He claimed they were specialized for mercenaries from Myanmar, though I cannot verify the truth of that. He wanted to buy my jade stones but had no money, so he offered me 2 grenades in exchange. I initially hesitated. After all, who needs grenades in our homeland? But my brother insisted on having them. He is fascinated by various electronics and machinery and wanted to study grenades. I thought it was a good opportunity for him. as he would rarely come into contact with such things. So I agreed to the exchange, which led to a stern reprimand from my parents. Wu Zhenzhen recounted nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's explanation, Chen Guangyi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be a misunderstanding. It was evident that her family could not possibly transport such a significant amount of ammunition right under their noses. Wu Yiheng carefully began to dig a bit at a time in the vegetable patch. After digging approximately 50 centimeters deep, he gently brushed aside the soil with his hands, revealing a hand grenade he had modified himself. Only after extracting the grenade did he allow others to continue unearthing the cache buried beneath. Miss Wu, your parents are right. This object is indeed perilous. The last time you threw one down the mountain, it attracted the attention of the armed police. If this one were to accidentally detonate or be discovered by the authorities, we would be in serious trouble. It would be best to leave this to me. Chen Guangyi expressed with concern. No way, this is mine. Wu Yiheng protested vehemently. Give it to Uncle Chen. Wu Zhenzhen approached, playfully smacking Wu Yiheng on the head, and exclaimed. Then it falls to you, Uncle Chen. To be honest, I regret helping him retrieve it in the first place. With ammunition around, I live in constant fear that this rascal might blow our whole family to smithereens, Wu Zhenzhen lamented. Reluctantly, Wu Yiheng handed over the grenade to Uncle Chen and sulked back to the living room. Chen Guangyi carefully examined the grenade. Indeed, it belonged to a batch used by mercenaries from Myanmar. Miss Wu, do you happen to know who you received this grenade from? Chen Guangyi inquired. There are many within the ranks of Myanmar's mercenaries who have fled after stealing, yet most are captured and executed as a warning. To have the capability to steal ammunition and successfully cross the border into Huaxia is no trivial feat, he continued. I'm not entirely sure. I believe his surname is Sun, but he bears a striking resemblance to Boss Xia. I felt less apprehensive about dealing with him since my previous collaboration with Boss Xia was rather enjoyable, Wu Zhenzhen fabricated. She had never encountered this individual. Her only knowledge stemmed from an online wanted poster. The authorities had labeled this person as a mercenary fleeing from Myanmar, armed with a cache of dangerous weapons and ammunition. Upon first seeing the photograph, she mistakenly thought it was Xie Mukin, puzzling over how he, a citizen of Huaxia, could need to cross illegally. Only upon closer inspection did she realize it was indeed a different individual, one named Sun rather than Xie. You have actually met him? Chen Guangyi was taken aback. What? Wu Zhenzhen was equally astonished. Her mere fabrication had inadvertently referenced someone known to Chen Guangyi, leaving her momentarily speechless, opting to feign ignorance. I was merely asking if your parents are aware of our family's transaction. Might they have any objections? After all, it concerns a substantial quantity of rice, Chen Guangyi, realizing he had misspoken, quickly diverted the conversation. They are aware. Given that we have so much rice, we wouldn't be able to consume it all before it spoils. It would be prudent to trade it for a guarantee of safety, which they all find worthwhile. You have a large group. Once you finish the 150,000 gene, feel free to come back for more, as we cannot possibly eat that much, Wu Zhenzhen quickly responded, eager to steer the conversation away from the wanted criminal. Before long, all the cash was extracted and secured within large metal boxes. Chapter 45, Chopping Wood as Punishment. Wu Zhenzhen had initially wished to accompany them, but Chen Guangyi, concerned for her well-being, insisted she remain at home to rest, especially since the rain had not ceased. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Upon seeing the mountains of cash they brought, Boss Foam was elated, rubbing his hands in disbelief at the fortune he had unexpectedly acquired. After receiving the money, Boss Foam led Chen Guangyi and his group to Wulyan Mountain. It turned out that Chen Guangyi's warehouse was situated within an office building on the mountain, explaining why it had remained unscathed by the floods and why he had been selling properties in the Wulyan Mountain Villa area. This office building had originally been constructed with donations from citizens, but when it was revealed that the contractor had cut corners, public outrage ensued. As the contractor faced mounting criticism, he abandoned the project halfway through. The government sought a new contractor, but the citizens of Nan City, wary of further malfeasance, hesitated to contribute additional funds. Lacking budgetary provisions, the government was unable to continue construction. With the building's framework already established and some funds remaining, they hastily installed doors and windows to rent it out as a warehouse. As they approached the office building, the floodwaters had already crested the steps leading to the entrance, threatening to inundate the warehouse. This precarious situation was one of the reasons why the shrewd boss Foam was willing to take the risk of selling all his goods to Wu Zhenjin. However, this circumstance also alleviated much of the hassle for Chen Guangyi and his companions. They had originally planned to take several days, sending a few individuals to oversee the warehouse while others transported the goods back in rubber boats.
Now,
They could simply load everything onto a truck and depart via a less submerged, rugged back road, significantly reducing their risk of drawing attention. Otherwise, transporting such a large quantity of rice by boat would not only attract unwanted attention but could also alert the government, leading to inquiries about their supplies. Wu Zhenjin, however, was unfazed by the sight of Chen Guangyi transporting so much rice at once. It was unclear whether she overestimated their capabilities or had already surmised that Boss Feng's stock was hidden in Wulian Mountain. In truth, Wu Zhenjin was aware of the rice's location not through conjecture, but rather because Wu Yiheng had stumbled upon it while seeking refuge in the office building after throwing the grenade. Initially, Wu Yiheng intended for Wu Zhenjin to steal the rice, as he possessed a lock-picking device that rendered the warehouse's flimsy lock trivial. However, after returning home and discussing it with his family, Wu Zhenjin chose to act as though she was oblivious to the entire matter. Despite her ability to discreetly transport 300,000 gene of rice back home without detection, their family's food supply was already exceedingly ample. They could not possibly consume it all in centuries. What they truly lacked was a guarantee of safety. Furthermore, money would soon lose its value, making it exceedingly advantageous to exchange a pile of soon-to-be valueless currency for a formidable force to safeguard her family. Once Chen Guangyi delivered the 150,000 gene of rice to Wu Zhenjin's home, she discreetly set aside a few bags downstairs to obscure their presence, while the remainder was stored in her space. Although the rice was sealed, it had been in the warehouse for a year or two, and was not particularly fresh. Wu Zhenjin planned to keep it in her space until Xianyukin and his group had consumed their stock, at which point she would deliver it to them, while her family would continue to eat the provisions they had previously stored. Since the incident where she fainted in the rain, Wu Zhenjin had not seen Xianyukin for several days. One day, a large crowd gathered outside the villa district, clamoring for rice. However, there was no rice to be had. After a previous raid had left them empty-handed, they had hoped to purchase supplies from Boss Foam, but after waiting in vain, they dispatched bodyguards to search for him. Each bodyguard returned with reports of failure, and some hadn't even ventured beyond the villa gates, merely wandering between a few houses before reporting back with nothing. The executives were already famished, their stomachs growling with hunger. Seeing those who had looted their supplies approaching again, they could no longer maintain their previous demeanor of benevolence. Enraged, they stood at the gates, hurling insults at the crowd outside, and dispatched bodyguards to drive them away. However, the crowd was equally unwilling to relent, and soon a scuffle broke out at the foot of the mountain. Upon receiving the news, Chen Guangyi intended to inform Wu Zhenjin to remain indoors, but before he could leave, he was intercepted by Xianyukin. Not long after, the once flamboyant Xianyukin, known for his penchant for floral shirts, unexpectedly donned a white shirt and stepped outside. Wu Zhenjin, upon opening the door and seeing Xianyukin in the white shirt, was momentarily taken aback. When had he changed his style? Upon encountering Wu Zhenjin, Xianyukin inquired with a hint of confusion. "Ah, what do you mean?" Wu Zhenjin responded, puzzled, sensing that Xianyukin was behaving rather strangely today. "How do I look in this white shirt?" Xianyukin asked, filled with anticipation. "It looks quite good." Wu Zhenjin replied awkwardly, finding his demeanor inexplicable. Wu Xiufeng, having noticed that Wu Zhenjin had been out for quite a while without returning, grew concerned and pursued her. Upon seeing Xianyukin, she warmly invited him to join them for a meal. Unable to refuse, Xianyukin sat down to eat. However, after just one bite of their home-cooked meal, he found himself utterly perplexed, though both families consumed the same type of rice. The food from Wu Zhenjin's household was far more delectable. Despite having professional chefs, their culinary skills paled in comparison, particularly when paired with the fresh vegetables and spicy stir-fried cured meat that Wu Zhenjin cultivated in her garden. He savored every last grain of rice in his bowl, as it had been ages since he had tasted such fresh greens. While they had attempted to grow vegetables in their garden, incessant rain and the absence of a greenhouse rendered their efforts futile. Wu Zhenjin, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained that the superior taste of their meals was due to being cooked over an open fire. Consequently, Siam-Yukin's subordinates found themselves with an additional punishment method. They were tasked with chopping wood on rainy days to encourage them to gather more. Siam-Yukin sometimes intentionally provoked them. Before long, his courtyards were filled with piles of firewood. Yet, Siam-Yukin soon encountered a dilemma. The relentless rain prevented the wood from drying, rendering it utterly useless for cooking. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenzhen observed Siam-Yukin's ever-growing woodpile through her binoculars, chuckling to herself. Let this wood serve as a token of appreciation for your provision of electricity during this time. Chapter 46. Go and consume these deadbeat bastards. Unbeknownst to Siam-Yukin, he had somehow procured several hydroelectric generators and established a small power station at the foot of the mountain. Since the power outage, their several villas had been receiving electricity from this station. Although Wu Zhenzhen had electricity in her space, it was cumbersome to charge devices and transport them. Not to mention it could raise suspicions with Siam-Yukin and his crew, so she refrained from using it. Despite the fear of attracting unnecessary trouble, they refrained from turning on lights at night. However, having electricity meant they could operate dehumidifiers and dryers. During this incessant, rainy weather, even though clothing could be dried in the space, it would soon become damp again due to the humidity inside and outside their home, causing considerable discomfort. The introduction of a dehumidifier changed everything, making their home dry and comfortable, as well as providing relief from the muggy atmosphere. With the electricity supplied by Siam-Yukin, they could not only use various appliances openly but also peruse previously downloaded materials on their computers. Since savoring the meals from Wu Zhenzhen's household, Siam-Yukin was unable to resist visiting her home daily, often arriving just in time for dinner. Occasionally, when he arrived too early, he would linger, providing updates on the situation in the nearby villas. Tales of misfortune befell their neighbors. In Building 5, the wife of CEO Zhao absconded with all their belongings, leaving behind her husband and son, who perished in a violent altercation with marauders. In Building 11, Miss Lin, a starlet, was assaulted by her bodyguards and subsequently abandoned at her lover Chio's doorstep. Upon learning of the incident, Mrs. Chio confronted Miss Lin, inadvertently causing her to fall and fatally strike her head on a rock, prompting Mrs. Chio to flee in fear that same day. The Zhou family, after being robbed by residents from the foot of the mountain, lost the will to live and both committed suicide at home. In short, many from the lower mountain had either died or fled, leaving their villa complex devoid of life save for a few households on the mountain. Are there truly no more people down there? Wu Xiufeng asked while fishing for dumplings. Just a few bodyguards occupying the premises. The rest are gone. Siam-Yukin replied as he enjoyed the dumplings Wu Xiufeng had prepared for him.
Ah.
I heard from Xiao Jin that they used to deride you as scavengers. Yet here they are, having met their own demise, Wu Xiufeng lamented. Xiao Jin? Siam-Yukin questioned, recalling that Xiao Jin had previously been quite averse to protecting their family. How was it that he would share such sentiments with Wu Xiufeng? In truth, after Wu Zhenzhen decisively led the military police away from their home, Xiao Jin's attitude towards her had shifted. Recognizing Xiao Jin's capabilities, Wu Zhenzhen entrusted him with the responsibility of safeguarding their family, effectively placing their safety in his hands. To foster a good relationship with Xiao Jin, she frequently invited him to dine with them. Eventually, after a reluctant initial meal, Xiao Jin found himself drawn to their home, returning daily with increasing familiarity, treating it as his own. Wu Jia, Yiheng, Xiner, are you all making dumplings? Just as Siam-Yukin finished speaking, Xiao Jin greeted Wu Zhenzhen and the others outside. His tone so familiar that it momentarily made Siam-Yukin feel as if Xiao Jin were a member of their family. Yes, my mother is cooking dumplings in the kitchen. Why not go inside and grab a bowl? Wu Zhenzhen smiled as Siam-Yukin squatted down in the kitchen, adding firewood with Wu Xiufeng. He was infuriated to hear Wu Zhenzhen speak to Xiao Jin in such a manner. When had she ever spoken to him like that? Moreover, it sounded as if Xiao Jin was dining there every day. He had to concoct elaborate excuses just to snag a meal, while Xiao Jin merely needed to greet them for a plate of food. Aunt Wu, are you making dumplings? Xiao Jin exclaimed as he dashed in. The boss is shamelessly coming here every day to mooch off meals. It's driving me crazy. Upon entering the kitchen, Xiao Jin spotted Siam-Yukin adding firewood and felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing the implications of his earlier words. Did you tell Aunt Wu that the executives down below once insulted us as scavengers? Siam-Yukin asked out of the blue. Indeed. It was mentioned once at the dinner table, Xiao Jin replied, immediately regretting his loose lips. Then you shall be responsible for ensuring they are all dealt with. No leftovers until the job is done. CM Yukon shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Xiao Jin to respond. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Xiao Jin bolted outside, only to return shortly after. He gazed at the bowl of dumplings that Aunt Wu had just fetched for him, swallowing hard. Eat first, then go. Don't scare the children. Wu Xiufeng urged, quickly handing him the bowl. Xiao Jin cast a furtive glance at CM Yukon, who was watching him intently. Then snatched the dumplings from Aunt Wu's hands before fleeing like the wind. Xiao Jin. CM Yukon bellowed. As Xiao Jin sprinted away, he mentally apologized, boss. I'm sorry. The allure of these dumplings is simply too great. Originally, Xiao Jin had intended to dispatch a swift resolution to the bodyguards, but upon realizing that the executives had either fled or perished, he decided to frighten them away instead. The bodyguards, already apprehensive after betraying their employers, were easily spooked by Xiao Jin, causing them to flee in terror. Thus, the villa complex on Wulian Mountain was left with only Wu Zhenzhen's family and CM Yukon along with his subordinates. CM Yukon's men resumed their watch over the villa gates. Initially, people from the lower mountain would still come up, but upon arrival, they either vanished without a trace or were driven mad, crying out about ghosts. Not long after, rumors began to circulate that the Five Lotus Mountain was inhabited solely by malevolent spirits, which relished the taste of human flesh. Gradually, no one dared to venture into the villa district of Five Lotus Mountain in search of sustenance. Even the slightest approach would send them fleeing in terror. At last, the villa district returned to its former tranquility. One morning, as Wu Zhenzhen rose from her slumber, she felt a brisk breeze greet her. Hastily, she opened the window and observed that the rain had indeed diminished significantly. The torrential downpour had transformed into a light drizzle, seemingly on the verge of cessation. However, the temperature had dropped considerably compared to the previous day. Wu Zhenzhen knew that the prolonged and distressing frigid weather was imminent. Chapter 47. The bitter cold approaches. Wu Zhenzhen peered through her binoculars to survey the situation at the foot of the villa district. The surrounding walls of the villas were barely over a meter high, with the upper portion being perforated, allowing a clear view of the interior with just a little proximity. After much contemplation, she called for Xiao Jin. Upon her arrival, Xiao Jin clutched a large bag and entered CM Yukon's office with haste. Boss, this is the clothing Miss Wu prepared for you, Xiao Jin announced, swiftly handing over a dark gray garment. Did she make this herself? CM Yukon inquired, accepting the clothing and examining the uneven stitches with palpable excitement. He recalled that in certain cultures, gifting self-made garments was a means of expressing affection. Could it be that his sincerity had finally touched Wu Zhenzhen, and she was now using this clothing as a token of her deep feelings for him? With a heart full of joy, he ran his fingers gently over the clumsy stitches, unable to part with it. The sight left Xiao Jin utterly dumbfounded. Is it truly necessary to be so enamored by such a plain piece of clothing? Boss. Just as he was about to don the garment, Rabbit rushed in. Noticing that Rabbit was wearing an identical outfit, CM Yukon glared at him with a murderous intent and demanded, "Where did you get that shirt?" Xiao Jin gave it to me. Didn't she say Miss Wu made it? Rabbit replied, beaming with pride. Honestly, although the craftsmanship is subpar, it's incredibly comfortable. It's refreshing, breathable, and neither too warm nor too cold. At first, we all thought it looked ugly and were reluctant to wear it, but I convinced them of its merits. Rabbit, oblivious to CM Yukon's seething glare, continued to boast.
They?
Who else has one? CM Yukon pressed. All the brothers have one. Everyone is wearing it now. Rabbit exclaimed joyfully. Given the incessant rain lately, they often found themselves outdoors, unable to stay inside to dry off, and thus their clothing remained perpetually damp.
Now,
with a comfortable outfit to wear, everyone was elated. You have one too? CM Yukon turned to Xiao Jin, inquiring. I do. In fact, I have two. But should I admit that? Xiao Jin contemplated, as he too had initially looked down upon the crude garment. However, hearing Rabbit's praises, he was eager to wear it, especially since he sometimes had to lie on the wet floor and had grown weary of the sticky sensation of damp clothing clinging to him. Bring it out, CM Yukon commanded, eyeing Xiao Jin's backpack. Just as Xiao Jin was about to slowly unzip the bag, A cacophony of celebratory voices erupted outside, providing Xiao Jin with a perfect opportunity to swiftly flee, exclaiming, "Boss, I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "What matters?" Siam Yukon asked, vexed. "Boss, the rain has stopped." Rabbit chimed in, looking perplexed at Xiao Jin's hasty exit. "You, along with everyone wearing that shirt, are to head down and chop wood," Siam Yukon ordered, narrowing his eyes.
Boss.
Rabbit protested. "Do not return until the task is complete," Siam Yukon added. Faced with Siam Yukon's unwavering authority, Rabbit resigned himself to his fate. Was this mere coincidence, or did she possess some foreknowledge? Siam Yukon pondered as he gazed at the pile of timber outside the villa and the clothing in his hands. The enigma that was Wu Zhenzhen deepened. After a closer inspection, he recalled that the garment he held was made from nanomaterials, a constant temperature fabric he had seen in a showroom in Yuqing. It was said to maintain a stable temperature between 45 degrees and minus 30 degrees.
Boss.
Xiao Jin, who had dashed out, returned to call after him. "What is it?"
Siam Yukon asked.
"Miss Wu requests your presence upstairs," Xiao Jin replied, observing Siam Yukon's expression. Whenever it involved Sister Wu, Siam Yukon's demeanor fluctuated unpredictably, prompting Xiao Jin to remain vigilant and ready to flee should the situation turn awry. Initially intending to inform Siam Yukon of Miss Wu's request, he had been so startled by Siam Yukon's captivated expression regarding the clothing that he momentarily forgot the important message and had to summon his courage to return. Fortunately, this time, Siam Yukon listened to him without uttering a word and promptly made his way to Building 32. As he departed, Xiao Jin breathed a sigh of relief. The short distance, paired with Siam Yukon's swift strides, quickly led him to Building 32. "Xiao Xia, you've arrived." The door was opened by Wu Xiufeng, though she appeared troubled for reasons unknown. Upon entering Wu Zhenzhen's living room, Wu Zhenzhen pushed her computer towards Siam Yukon. The screen displayed an email. Previously, Wu Zhenzhen had registered a secondary account at an internet cafe, systematically sending her composed emails to the government, and had also forwarded one to herself as a backup. As Siam Yukon examined the email, he realized its content mirrored the letter he had received.
"Who sent this to you?"
Siam Yukon inquired, fixing his gaze upon Wu Zhenzhen.
"I don't know who the sender is."
"At first, I thought it was a prank and didn't he take it seriously? But the situations described align perfectly with recent events. It suddenly came to my mind, so I hastily retrieved it. After reading, it was truly terrifying. If it's genuine, we must prepare in advance," Wu Zhenzhen expressed anxiously. "So, you made each of us a constant temperature garment?" Siam Yukon surmised, examining the email as contents. "This is my sincere intention to collaborate with you," Wu Zhenzhen replied with a commercially polite smile. Siam Yukon found it hard to reconcile this version of Wu Zhenzhen with the one he cherished. Was their relationship destined to be merely transactional? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Ever since Wu Zhenzhen had fainted in the rain, he had vowed never to lose his temper with her again. "How do you think we should respond to the impending natural disasters?" Siam Yukon asked, striving to maintain his composure as he looked at Wu Zhenzhen. "Since we are partners, we must stand together through adversity. I believe our foremost priority is to fortify the outer walls, making them higher and more secure, so that outsiders cannot see what transpires within our villa district," Wu Zhenzhen asserted. "That may not be necessary. My men can keep watch at the gate," Siam Yukon confidently stated. "What if the villa district were filled with crops? Would they still be able to keep watch?" Wu Zhenzhen teased with a smile. "Filled with crops?" Siam Yukon questioned, perplexed. He had no knowledge of farming, yet the email indicated that the forthcoming temperatures would plummet to minus 50 or 60 degrees. What kind of crops could possibly thrive in such conditions? Wu Zhenzhen retrieved various seeds from her drawer, which she had previously taken from the showroom. "This cabbage can survive temperatures as low as minus 60 degrees. This is a potato, which can flourish in minus 70 degrees. These sweet potatoes can endure climates down to minus 50 degrees. And this is a heat-resistant vegetable that can thrive at 50 degrees. This is a strain of rice resistant to high temperatures, capable of surviving in temperatures exceeding 45 degrees. How did you acquire these?" Siam Yukon inquired. "It's all due to my mother's obsession with cultivating various peculiar plants. As I travel extensively, I often procure these distinctive varieties to gift her. She had been reluctant to plant them until now, but it seems they have finally proven their worth," Wu Zhenzhen replied with delight.
What do you need me to do? Siamyukin asked.
Their diet had indeed become monotonous lately. They hadn't had fresh vegetables in quite some time. Although his subordinates never complained, he was aware that many had developed mouth ulcers due to the prolonged absence of essential vitamins. Chapter 48. Acquiring cement. First, we must expedite the construction of the walls. Otherwise, the cold will cause the mortar to set too quickly, making future work considerably more challenging. Second, we require assistance in cultivating the land, with only 4 of us. It's impossible to manage such a vast expanse. Third, we need a generator powered by diesel, for when the water freezes, hydropower will become non-viable. Wu Zhenzhen meticulously outlined her plan to Siamyukin. Acquiring sand for the walls is a straightforward task. We can simply excavate it from the foot of the mountain. I can also send some men to the southern city to procure bricks. However, finding cement may pose a challenge, given the prolonged rainfall that has likely rendered it unusable. After listening to Wu Zhenzhen's comprehensive plan, which addressed nearly every issue, Siamyukin recognized that even with his exceptional capabilities, sourcing many materials would be improbable. No worries. Let us search nonetheless. Perhaps we overlooked something. After all, we were surprised to discover that Boss Feng had hidden such a substantial stockpile of grain right under our noses. Wu Zhenzhen encouraged. Indeed, didn't Boss Feng mention that building was abandoned? The contractor fled unexpectedly. Could there still be cement left there? Wu Yiheng added. I'll send someone to investigate. Although Wu Yiheng doubted the likelihood, he decided to proceed with the inquiry. Upon returning, Siamyukin divided his subordinates into 3 groups. One to gather sand from the mountain base, another to search for bricks in the city, and a final group to hunt for cement. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, relieved that the rain had ceased, rejoiced at their survival through the tempest. Unaware that the temperature was gradually dropping, they refrained from venturing out to forage for food, opting to remain where they were until the waters receded, rendering the surface of southern city tranquil. This fortunate turn of events spared Siamyukin's men considerable trouble had they launched their kayaks. They would have been besieged by a crowd, necessitating time and effort to disperse them. Guarding Wullian Mountain required little manpower, as most individuals could be dispatched to work. Soon, the teams returned with sand and bricks, while the group searching for cement reported no success. Did we check the warehouse where Boss Feng concealed the rice? Siamyukin recalled the abandoned building Wu Yiheng had mentioned. Boss, when we sent so many people to retrieve the rice, we didn't see any there. It's impossible, said Tuzi. Let us investigate. While I find it unlikely, we have scoured everywhere in southern city that wasn't flooded. This is the only location we haven't explored yet. With that, Siamyukin set off toward the abandoned building. Upon reaching the structure, he found it to be a 5-story office building with the ground floor submerged. Previously, Boss Feng had stored the rice on the 1st to 3rd floors. If he and T handed it over, it would now be largely ruined. They boarded their kayaks and paddled to the 2nd floor window, completely removing it and entering one by one to search each level. The 2nd floor was devoid of anything useful, and the 3rd floor yielded nothing as well. Boss, the swift Tuzi exclaimed, having reached the top floor ahead of the others. I found something. Did you discover anything?
Siamyukin asked.
Ha, the rooftop is piled high with cement, Tuzi exclaimed with glee. Ascending to the 5th floor, they indeed found it brimming with cement, all covered in plastic sheeting, and every bag remained dry. Had we known to check here when we came for the rice, we wouldn't have had to endure such a harrowing search for cement in the southern city, one of the subordinates lamented.
Boss,
how did you know there would be cement here? Tuzi inquired, intrigued. Everyone believed it improbable that cement could be found here. Only the boss had insisted on checking, almost as if he had foreknowledge of its presence. It was mentioned by Wu Zhenzhen's siblings. Siamyukin began, but suddenly had another thought.
Dogsy.
What have Miss Wu and her family been up to these past few days? He asked the guard who had remained at the villa. Miss Wu, along with her father and brother, has been chopping wood down by the mountain. They mentioned that extreme cold is approaching and wanted to prepare adequately. Her mother and ex-Ioner have stayed at home, Dogsy replied. Have you been keeping a watchful eye on Miss Wu and her family? Siamyukin pressed. Of course. The boss's treasure, who would dare not keep an eye on her? If anything were to happen, I'd be in for it, Dogsy asserted. You've been watching them continuously, not a moment away? Siamyukin continued to inquire. Yes, except for yesterday, Dogsy began, then paused, recalling the incident when Wu Zhenzhen fell into the water. Yesterday, they were chopping wood near the warehouse, close to the water's edge. When the large tree fell, Wu Zhenzhen, fearing it might land on her, quickly moved aside and accidentally fell into the water. Since she was wearing a white shirt and beige pants, her figure was fully exposed as she fell in. I didn't dare look and hurried to get her mother to fetch some dry clothes. Was that the only incident? Siam Yukin probed thoughtfully. Yes, that was it. I swear, during all other times, they were right under my nose. I didn't dare to blink, Dogsy insisted, holding up 3 fingers. How long did the entire process take? Siam Yukin inquired further. Though I can't run as fast as Tuzi. I was worried about Miss Wu catching a chill, so I rushed up and down quickly. Apart from the time Wu Ai took looking for Miss Wu's room key, I didn't stop for a second. How long was the delay? Siam Yukin asked, perplexed. Wu Ai dotes on her daughter so much. Upon learning that Wu Zhenzhen had fallen into the water, why would she waste time searching for the key? Shouldn't she have just grabbed a set of her own clothes for Wu Zhenzhen? Not more than 5 minutes, Dogsy reflected.
Boss.
Are you asking all this because you suspect Miss Wu used this opportunity to stash the cement here? Tuzi interjected, noticing Siam Yukin's persistent questioning of Dogsy.
Boss.
Do you know how many steps it takes to go from the 2nd to the 5th floor? With their small frames, it would take at least 10 days to haul all that cement to the 5th floor. Are you perhaps hallucinating from seeing how efficient the brothers are, thinking they could match that efficiency? Tuzi joked. Everyone has been worn out these past few days. Let us rest for now. Comrade Tuzi can help carry down the cement. He runs fast and works efficiently. It'll be good physical training. With that, Siam Yukin turned and left without looking back. Wait, boss.
Boss.
The others, amused, hurried to follow him, leaving only Tuzi lamenting his fate. Chapter 49. A skill surpassing the boss. At the summit villa, Wu Zhenzhen and her brother were continuously observing the warehouse below through binoculars. Wu Yiheng, spotting Siam Yukin and his subordinates emerging empty-handed, couldn't help but voice his confusion. Haven't they found anything? Surely, they didn't give up without reaching the top floor. What a lazy bunch. It's as if the treasure is being handed to them on a silver platter, yet they remain clueless. Such fools. Collaborating with idiots is infuriating, Wu Yiheng expressed his irritation. Yiheng, you mustn't speak so recklessly. We will need their protection in the future, Wu Zhenzhen quickly interjected, sensing her brother's growing impulsiveness. She feared that if he became accustomed to such language, he might inadvertently express his frustration in their presence, potentially causing a rift with them. I'm just concerned about your weak constitution, wearing those damp clothes for so long. You should have let me dive into the water, Wu Yiheng retorted defiantly. Each of them carries spare clothes in their backpacks. If you jump into the water, the dog will surely lend you his spare outfit, leaving us unable to escape him. Wu Zhenzhen replied gently, understanding her brother's intentions were rooted in concern for her well-being. Hey, sister, doesn't that person at the back seem to be carrying cement? Wu Yiheng observed, noting a rabbit trudging along with several bags of cement. It appears they have found something, Wu Zhenzhen remarked. Meanwhile, in their yard, Zheng Bai was crafting wooden leveling boards. With a considerable number of workers, the 3 boards he brought from his hometown were far from sufficient. When Siam Yukin approached Zheng Bai to teach his subordinates how to lay bricks, he was taken aback by the sight of the stacked leveling boards. Marveling at the survival skills of Wu Zhenzhen's family, who seemed adept at everything except combat. Uncle, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. These leveling boards are so impeccably flat, Siam Yukin praised as he examined one closely. My skill is not the crux, it is the quality of the material. It took me quite a while to find a tree with such a solid internal structure. Zhenzhen even fell into the water for this tree. Zheng Bai chuckled. Hearing Zheng Bai's words, Siam Yukin felt a pang of guilt. While he had been skeptical of others' intentions, it seemed he had been overly cautious. As Chen Guangyi had pointed out, his experiences in Myanmar had made him too guarded. He realized the need to amend this unpleasant habit and learn to trust others more. Under Zheng Bai's on-site instruction, everyone began to mimic the bricklaying process. However, while these individuals were proficient with swords, their wall-building skills were rather crooked. As the temperature continued to drop, their pace slowed, and some walls had to be dismantled for Zheng Bai to reconstruct. If this continued, they would never finish before the bitter cold set in. Unable to bear it any longer, Xie Mukin joined in to assist. Yet, barely having completed a small section, he was met with ridicule from Xiaojin. Haha boss, is that a snake you're building? He laughed, causing others to gather around and join in the merriment at Xie Mukin's expense. Uncle, how high should we build this wall? Xie Mukin ignored the laughter and turned to Zhengbai. 3 meters will suffice, came the reply. I think that's insufficient. It should be doubled. How about 6 meters? Xie Mukin suggested with a grin. Of course, the higher, the better, but it may not be necessary, Zhengbai attempted to clarify. Did you hear that? My uncle says 3 meters is too low. It must be 6 meters. Everyone, get to work. If we don't reach 6 meters, no one eats. Xie Mukin declared loudly, discarding his leveling board. Did I say that? I don't recall saying such a thing, Zhengbai stammered, but seeing everyone fall silent and hastily resume their work, he dared not argue further. He quickly had the wall Xie Mukin had built dismantled to be rebuilt properly. However, they soon discovered that if they treated the wall line as a gun sight, they could build both quickly and straight. Within half a day, Zhengbai observed the perfectly straight wall they had constructed, feeling overshadowed by their exceptional learning capabilities. Truly capable individuals excel at any endeavor they undertake. In just 3 days, they completed the entire perimeter wall of the villa area. Afterward, Xie Mukin stared in disbelief at the 6-meter-high, perfectly straight wall. Was wall building truly that simple? As he gaped, his subordinates exchanged knowing smirks, relishing the secret they held that made them better than their leader. Once the wall was built, they began digging the land of the villa area while sowing seeds. They prioritized clearing the plots designated for flowers first, as the soil there would be more fertile, leading to better crop yields. Since Xie Mukin and his crew had gone too long without vegetables, Zhenzhen instructed them to plant greens first. Upon hearing that greens would soon be available, everyone worked with renewed vigor. Within a few days, under their dedicated efforts, nearly all the usable land in the villa area had been cultivated. However, those sent to find a power generator only managed to locate a small one, insufficient for their needs, only enough to power the computers, rendering electric heating impossible. Fortunately, they had previously collected enough firewood to last them a while. That evening, a sudden fierce wind swept through, and Zhenzhen realized the extreme cold had arrived. The family hurried to light the Northeast Kong and the Korean Kong, preparing to sleep on the former, while the latter would serve for dining and leisure. Concerned that Xie Mukin and his men might not anticipate the sharp drop in temperature, she quickly sent Xiaojin to inform him to prepare for the cold, reminding him to ensure everyone donned the thermoregulating clothing she had previously provided. She recalled that on this very night in her past life, countless individuals perished in the frigid plunge, some succumbing to the cold before they even realized what had happened. Although the number of guards needed decreased significantly after the wall was erected, several individuals still needed to keep watch outdoors, particularly given the rapid temperature drop, which could leave them frozen before they knew it. In the deep of night, the fierce winds suddenly ceased, and the temperature plummeted. Zhenzhen glanced at the thermometer outside her window, which had dropped from a pleasant 15 degrees in the evening to a chilling -20. In the yard, forgotten vegetable wash water had frozen into a solid block of ice. Meanwhile, residents in the southern city, waiting for the floodwaters to recede, were jolted awake by the cold, hastily donning extra layers. Some were tragically frozen in their flimsy bedding. Xie Mukin's subordinates, stationed outside on watch, were shivering uncontrollably. They felt warm in their upper bodies, but could hardly move their lower limbs, nearly frozen stiff. Thankfully, they had packed long johns in their backpacks. You don't realize how good Miss Wu's clothing is until you compare it. Just a thin layer, and yet it provides such warmth. If only they could send us pants, one of them remarked while struggling to put on his long johns. If they sent you pants, would you dare wear them? Did you not see the look on the boss's face when he told everyone to wear them this evening? Another teased. I wouldn't dare. I'd rather freeze than wear them, he replied, recalling Xie Mukin's murderous glare, causing him to shiver even more. Chapter 50. A great child falls from the sky. The next morning, after months of absence, the sun finally rose. Its rays appeared soft and slightly reddish. However, not a single resident in the southern city found joy, for the sprawling metropolis had transformed into a veritable ice fortress. The torrents that once flowed freely had frozen solid, their surfaces glistening like a colossal mirror under the sun's rays. Walking upon this frozen expanse revealed countless lifeless bodies entombed within the ice. Some had perished from drowning when they ventured out, others had been discarded post-murder, and still others, having lost their will to live, had taken the plunge into the frigid depths themselves. A transparent pathway leading straight to the underworld. Though the sun now graced the skies, the temperature did not rise with its warmth. Instead, it plummeted further. From a frigid -25 degrees in the morning, by dusk, it had descended to a chilling -28. After breakfast at Wu Zhenzhen's abode, Xiao Jin found himself reluctant to depart. Lazily sprawled across the warm Kong of their home. His sole mission was to ensure the safety of Wu Zhenzhen's entire family, and with them all gathered within their home. He had no need to venture elsewhere. His duty was simply to provide close protection within their sanctuary. Each day, he savored the delectable meals prepared by Aunt Wu, took responsibility for washing the dishes, and spent the remaining hours engaging in light-hearted banter and enjoying dramas with the family, ultimately retiring to the warm Kong at night, seamlessly integrating himself into their familial fold. Unlike his fellow comrades, who could only rely on the warmth of a fire at night and had to take turns standing watch outside, he exemplified the notion that choice often outweighs effort in achieving success. While the fire provided some warmth, it could only heat one side at a time. The frigid temperatures were relentless. Just as one side warmed, the other turned icy cold, and should one inadvertently drift into a deep slumber, one side would be scalding while the other remained frigid. Before long, these rugged men found themselves succumbing to colds, one after another. Upon learning of this, Xiao Jin silently expressed boundless gratitude to the leader for his astute decision in assigning him to safeguard Wu Zhenzhen's family, having entirely forgotten the protests he had voiced at the time. "Leader, have you noticed we haven't seen Xiao Jin in quite some time?" One day at the dinner table, Rabbit inquired, his voice thick with congestion. Upon hearing this, the others chimed in, affirming Rabbit's observation. Indeed, Xiao Jin is usually elusive, but when it comes to meals, he is invariably the first to appear. Yet since the chill set in, his presence has been conspicuously absent from our dining table. Right. Although Xiao Jin can go days without sleep during combat, merely dozing off for a few minutes with his sniper rifle can suffice. Yet we are not in a state of war now. Why hasn't he returned to rest? Are you suggesting he hasn't returned to sleep? Siem Yukin asked through clenched teeth. As the others speculated on Xiao Jin's absence for meals, he surmised that Xiao Jin was likely too full and content at Wu Zhenzhen's home to bother returning for food. If he had the chance to feast daily on Aunt Wu's delectable dishes, he would certainly feel no inclination to return for meals. What a blissful state of ignorance. However, the notion that Xiao Jin had even forsaken sleep ignited a pang of jealousy within him. He regretted 1,000 times over sending Xiao Jin to protect Wu Zhenzhen's family. He should have taken it upon himself to ensure their safety. After all, Chen Guangyi would manage everything for him, leaving him with nothing but boredom, passing the time by practicing his punches. He too yearned to join them for a meal but was running out of plausible excuses to visit. Siem Yukin felt a twinge of regret for having tidied up the nearby residence too efficiently. He should have taken it slow, allowing for daily updates on their situation. Having just finished his meal, Siem Yukin strode purposefully toward Wu Zhenzhen's home, eager to uncover what Xiao Jin was up to that kept him so engrossed he neglected to return for rest. However, as he entered the villa, greeted by Wu Yiheng, his hawk-like gaze narrowed. He was met with the sight of Xiao Jin washing dishes while Wu Zhenzhen's family sat comfortably on the Kong, sipping tea and chatting. What kind of treatment was this? It was apparent they had not regarded Xiao Jin as an outsider. Such treatment was reserved for a son-in-law or a son. Had Wu Zhenzhen's family truly embraced Xiao Jin as one of their own? "What are you doing?" Siem Yukin demanded as he stepped into the kitchen. "Leader, you're here," Xiao Jin stammered, taken aback by the expression on Siem Yukin's face, as if he were about to devour him. "I asked you what you were doing," Siem Yukin reiterated, his tone more a warning than an inquiry. "Washing dishes," Xiao Jin replied, puzzled as to how he had offended the leader. "Why are you washing dishes?" Siem Yukin pressed, each word deliberate. Wu Yiheng, overhearing, felt a pang of guilt. Xiao Jin was a sniper whom Siem Yukin had painstakingly trained. Those hands were meant for wielding a gun, not for household chores. He had come to protect them, yet here he was, assisting with domestic tasks. Although Xiao Jin had chosen to do so of his own volition, it was indeed a bit excessive. Realizing this, Wu Yiheng hurriedly sought out Wu Zhenzhen in the adjacent room, urging her to come help Xiao Jin out of this predicament. He certainly did not want any rift to form between Xiao Jin and their family. After all, Xiao Jin was their guardian.
Huh.
Xiao Jin, noticing Wu Yiheng's hurried departure, looked perplexed. It's just washing a dish. Why is everyone acting so strangely? You're their son-in-law or son, aren't you? What gives you the right to wash their dishes? Siam Yukin remarked with a hint of acidity. At that moment, Xiao Jin had an epiphany. The leader was clearly distressed by his closeness with Wu Zhenzhen's family, fearing he might steal his beloved's affections. But he was 6 years younger than Wu Zhenzhen. Was the leader being overly sensitive? Love makes one see rivals in every corner. However, being scrutinized by the leader was certainly not a good sign. What was he to do now? Just then, Wu Yiheng and the others rushed in. Seeing them approach, Xiao Jin suddenly had a brilliant idea.
Son,
He exclaimed cheerfully, addressing Siam Yukin.
Mom.
He then turned to call out to Wu Xiufeng, who was hurrying over.
Huh.
The newcomers exchanged bewildered glances as Xiao Jin unexpectedly shouted for Wu Xiufeng to be called Mom. They all turned to Wu Yiheng, their eyes silently questioning the situation. Wasn't he Xiao Jin's dishwashing an issue of contention with Siam Yukin? How had it suddenly transformed into a declaration of familial ties? Wu Yiheng, equally confused, raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, indicating he was equally in the dark. Who are you calling Mom? Wu Xiufeng asked, her voice tinged with hesitation.
Mom.
I'm calling you. Please accept me as your godson. Xiao Jin wiped the suds from his hands and grasped Wu Xiufeng's hand eagerly. Caught off guard by this unexpected son, Wu Xiufeng found herself at a loss for how to respond. Should she embrace this unexpected development or withdraw? It was a decision fraught with uncertainty. The air hung heavy with tension, thick with the weight of anticipation. Chapter 51, The Recognition Feast. Mom, please just agree. Look at how obedient and capable Xiao Jin is. You'll have one more person to honor you. Wu Zhenzhen chimed in with a joyful smile. Though uncertain of the events unfolding, she recognized a significant opportunity for her family. After all, why not seize such a fortuitous circumstance? While Wu Zhenzhen understood that even if Xiao Jin acknowledged Wu Xiufeng as his godmother, he would never betray Siam Yukin. She did not require Xiao Jin to turn against him. She merely needed someone genuinely committed to safeguarding their family. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's enthusiastic support, Siam Yukin's sour expression began to soften. It appeared his wife was not in danger of being taken from him after all. All right.
Haha.
Then I have 2 sons now. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's words, Wu Xiufeng's doubts dissipated, and she laughed heartily. Father, sister, younger brother, and niece. As soon as Xiao Jin heard that Wu Xiufeng had accepted, he quickly seized the opportunity to solidify this maternal bond, promptly calling everyone over. Especially when he called out to Wu Zhenzhen, he did so with such volume, as if fearing that Siam Yukin might miss it. Upon learning that Xiao Jin had acknowledged Wu Xiufeng as his godmother, Chen Guangyi insisted on throwing a family reunion feast for them. Wu Xiufeng, however, felt embarrassed to impose on them after gaining a son for herself. Believing it more appropriate for her own family to host the celebration and invite them over for a meal. Unable to sway Wu Xiufeng, Chen Guangyi conceded and transported all the ingredients to Wu Zhenzhen's home, instructing the chefs to assist there. Due to the frigid weather, the dishes cooled down too quickly once served, leading Wu Xiufeng to decide on a hot pot meal. She prepared a broth from bones simmered for an entire day and night, combined with her homemade hot pot base and dipping sauce. Before the guests even sat down, they were already enchanted by the fragrant, bubbling broth at the center of each table. As Wu Xiufeng presented an array of fresh, succulent vegetables that seemed to glisten with moisture, their mouths watered in anticipation. The vegetables from their garden had only just begun to sprout. Yet they were so eager to check on their growth that they visited the garden several times a day. During their patrols, their eyes would often wander back to the budding greens. Anyone who carelessly stepped into the vegetable patch would surely face endless teasing from their comrades for days to come. Everyone, come to the table. It's just a simple home-cooked meal, so please, no need to be polite.
Dig in.
And we'll bring out the rest as we go. To keep everything warm, Wu Xiufeng warmly invited. The guests, already salivating with hunger, wasted no time in seating themselves at the table, prioritizing a generous helping of vegetables to satisfy their long-standing cravings. In no time, the vegetables on each table were devoured, and Wu Zhenjin swiftly brought over an additional large basket filled with greens, radishes, potatoes, and mushrooms, most of which had been harvested from her family's greenhouse, though a significant portion was picked from her own space. Perhaps it was the long absence of fresh vegetables or the exceptional gardening skills of Wu Zhenjin's parents. But everyone found the greens not only tender and juicy but also remarkably sweet and refreshing, with an irresistible taste that left them wanting more. Meanwhile, Xie Yukin's chefs prepared roasted lamb, suckling pig, sliced lamb, and beef, all glazed with their homemade honey sauce and sprinkled with cumin, filling the air with delightful aromas. Yet, once served, these dishes were evidently overshadowed by the popularity of Wu Zhenjin's greens. The chefs, bemused, noted that these youngsters likely grew weary of their usual fare. Although Wu Zhenjin's family initially planned to contribute some meat dishes, they reconsidered, knowing that Xie Yukin always brought meat, hence their guests would be well supplied. Moreover, the sudden appearance of so much meat would raise questions they preferred not to answer. Instead, they opted to bring out some meatballs made by Wu Xiufeng, which they could claim were crafted from the meat gifted by Xie Yukin. To their surprise, the meatballs were snatched up almost immediately after being placed on the table. The chefs watched in dismay as the vegetables garnered more enthusiasm than their roasted meats, something they could comprehend, given the long absence of greens in everyone's diet. However, the fact that the meatballs surpassed their roasted dishes in popularity seemed utterly unfathomable, especially since they had been serving meatballs daily, leading some to even protest against their frequency. Yearning for a change of flavor. Were these youngsters truly so selective in their preferences? Chefs, you've worked hard. We'll sit here, Wu Zhenjin said, as the chefs had just finished bringing the roasted meats to the table. She hurriedly set up the prepared broth and vegetables on an empty table. Upon seeing the empty plates at each table, the chefs initially feared they would be left out, only to discover that Wu Zhenjin's family had thoughtfully reserved a table for them. The chefs first enjoyed a bowl of the delicious broth before cooking up the tender greens. Wow, this is indeed delectable. No wonder those folks are reluctant to eat our roasted meats, they exclaimed. After savoring the meatballs, they found them springy and flavorful without being greasy or heavy, each chef praising the dish. It was no surprise that their roasted meat was outshone by those meatballs. And upon discovering that Wu Xiufeng had made them, they all expressed a desire to learn her recipe. Were it not for Wu Zhenjin holding them back, they might have rushed into the kitchen to seek her guidance. The chefs were effusive in their praise, and the other diners were no less impressed, often wishing they could swallow their own tongues in delight. Xiao Jin, did your godmother make these meatballs? A rabbit asked, stuffing his mouth. Of course. These meatballs are nothing compared to the dishes and dumplings my godmother makes. Just ask the boss, Xiao Jin replied proudly. The others, hearing Xiao Jin's words and finding the meatballs so delicious, couldn't he help but imagine how wonderful Wu Auntie's meals must taste. They envied Xiao Jin immensely. Xiao Jin, if the boss wishes to marry your sister in the future, won't he need your consent? A dog chimed in. Of course. I'll be his brother-in-law then. Xiao Jin whispered, glancing slyly at Xie Yukin, who was focused on his meal at the next table. Everyone please, eat freely. No need to hold back. At that moment, Wu Xiufeng joyfully brought out her homemade rice cakes, fried jujubes, and glutinous rice dumplings. Though the guests were already quite full, they couldn't resist reaching for the plates, devouring one after another.
Wow.
These are absolutely delicious, they exclaimed. The rice cakes were fragrant, soft, and slightly floral, while the fried jujubes were crisp and sweet without being cloying, and the glutinous rice dumplings were tender, generously filled, and incredibly satisfying. Even though they were already quite full, they couldn't help but want more. Wu Zhenjin, noticing that everyone was nearly finished, went to call Xie Yukin to arrange for those still on guard by the wall to come in for a meal. Rabbit, take a few people and bring back Mouse and the others, Xie Yukin instructed. The rabbit, seeing that there were still quite a few fried jujubes left on the table, pocketed a couple before rising. Witnessing this, the others suddenly had an epiphany, realizing they could do the same, and promptly began to stash away the remaining rice cakes and fried jujubes. After taking a few steps, the rabbit felt he had not taken enough and turned to grab a few more, only to find the plates completely empty. He hurried to the adjacent table, but before he could reach them, the diners had already snatched everything up. You gluttons! The rabbit exclaimed in frustration. Aren't you one too? the dog retorted, prompting a chorus of laughter. Wu Zhenzhen watched the lively scene in the living room, her heart swelling with joy as she joined in the laughter. Although the day had been busy, it felt like the most grounded and relaxed day since her rebirth. Chapter 52. A host of competitors acknowledged. After the meal, everyone gathered on the large Kong in Wu Zhenzhen's home, warming themselves while sipping on the sour plum soup made by Wu Xiufeng. The sunflower seeds and peanut candies on the tea table remained untouched, as they felt too full, convinced that even one more seed would be too much, only daring to sip the digestive sour plum soup in small amounts. The sour plum soup is crafted from a mystical spring that Wu Zhenzhen specially retrieved from her space. Combined with the bayberries grown within that very realm, it is refreshingly delicious, with a delightful balance of tartness and sweetness that aids digestion. As everyone savored this invigorating drink, they couldn't help but exclaim how fortunate Xiao Jin truly was. It was no wonder that he hadn't been seen for such a long time, with an abundance of delectable food to enjoy and the warm, comfortable Kong to relax on, who would wish to return to the mundane routine of eating and sleeping. Xiao Jin, how did you convince Aunt Wu to adopt you as her godson? Dogsy inquired curiously. Xiao Jin initially intended to recount the events of that day in detail, but upon catching a warning glance from Siamukin, he quickly suppressed his inappropriate thoughts. It's because I help my mom wash the dishes every day. Seeing how obedient I am, she decided to recognize me as her godson. Xiao Jin fabricated hastily. Is that really all? Dogsy questioned, gesturing in confusion. Indeed. As you all know, my mother loves to cook. However, those who enjoy cooking often despise washing dishes. Previously, when we had enough electricity, she used a dishwasher. Now, due to the lack of power, she can't use it, so I took the opportunity to help her wash every day. Before long, she grasped my hand and declared that she wanted to recognize me as her godson. Xiao Jin added quickly, noticing the skepticism in everyone's eyes. At that moment, the table of chefs and the mice, who had been replaced by rabbits, had finished their meals. Upon seeing everyone done, Wu Xiufeng tied on her apron and began to gather the dishes. A group of people sitting on the Kong chatting hurriedly rushed over to snatch the dishes from her hands. Mom, Aunt Wu, let me do it. I love cleaning up after meals, Dogsy exclaimed to Wu Xiufeng. Me too, echoed the others in agreement. No, you're all guests. How can I let you wash the dishes? Wu Xiufeng replied. Aunt Wu, you might not know, but I usually wash most of the dishes after meals. I genuinely enjoy it. I'm called Hu Li, so remember me. I'm a little fox who loves to wash dishes. One of the subordinates chimed in. That's only because you always finish eating the latest. It's not out of willingness, another chimed in. Unlike me, I wash dishes because I enjoy it. Aunt Wu, I'm called Mouse, the little mouse who loves washing dishes. Mouse quickly added. These adorable children brought great joy to Wu Xiufeng, who laughed heartily. As they helped wash the dishes, it indeed endeared them to her, and they worked with even more enthusiasm. Before long, they had not only washed all the pots and pans but had also cleaned the living room table, the floor, the kitchen stove, the range hood, and more, leaving everything spotless. Wu Xiufeng couldn't help but praise these children for being so well-behaved. She typically disliked cleaning up after meals, usually leaving that task to Zheng Bai, Wu Zhenzhen, or Wu Yiheng. However, today, with such a large amount to clean, she had planned to tidy up slowly after the guests left. She never expected these children to be so considerate and efficient, finishing the cleaning in no time. Meanwhile, the chefs watched, bemused, as this group of rascals suddenly developed a fondness for washing dishes. Usually, they had to be coerced into doing any chore. And the final rule was that the last two people to finish eating were responsible for cleaning up. Yet, when they did wash dishes, it was only a few. The tables still required the chefs to clean them, not to mention the kitchen. After the celebratory feast, the bond between everyone and Wu Zhenzhen's family grew significantly closer. Especially with Wu Xiufeng, the group loved to gather around her whenever they had free time. They would share amusing anecdotes from their encounters outside or recount the embarrassing moments of other brothers, often making Wu Xiufeng laugh heartily, much to Xia Mukin's chagrin, as he found it hard to join in. Wu Xiufeng delighted in preparing various delicacies, snacks, and desserts for everyone, remembering each person's preferences with great care. For instance, when steaming a batch of snacks, she would meticulously differentiate each one. This one with a little bone is for Dogsy. You don't like it too sweet. So I added less sugar. This one with a little tail is for monkey. You don't enjoy sweet, so I made it savory. This one with a little tooth is for tiger. You love dates, so I added several. This one with a little ear is for rabbit. Since you're allergic to walnuts, I used plenty of pistachios instead. Each time they encountered their personalized treats made by Wu Xiufeng, they cherished them so much that some even secretly tucked them into their pockets, only daring to take a small bite on occasion. With her affection, kindness, and genuine warmth, these unfortunate children, who had grown up without parental love, had come to envision her as the ideal maternal figure. Chen Guangyi, observing the children surrounding Wu Xiufeng and eliciting her joyful laughter, remarked to Xianyukin, "Were it not for this, would I have the chance to have them gather around my mother-in-law every day?" Xianyukin grumbled in response. Yet, unbeknownst to him, these subordinates gradually began to overstep their bounds. Not only were their visits for meals becoming less frequent, but they were also spending nights away from home. The Korean Kong at Wu Zhenzhen's house was nearly always filled with people every night. If Xianyukin inquired, they would all chime in unison, insisting that it was Aunt Wu who worried they might catch a cold, forcibly keeping them to stay overnight. Despite the constant influx of guests at Wu Zhenzhen's home, everyone was remarkably considerate. They refrained from burdening Wu Zhenzhen's family with chores. Cleaning, chopping wood, washing dishes, and more were almost entirely their responsibilities. At each meal, they meticulously washed, prepared, and arranged the dishes, leaving only the cooking for Wu Xiufeng. Xianyukin watched, his mouth twitching. Wasn't it his role as the prospective son-in-law to handle the chores of chopping wood, lighting fires, and washing dishes? Why were so many people competing with him for these tasks? If they completed everything, how could he possibly showcase his worth in front of his future mother-in-law? Xianyukin felt that if this continued, Wu Xiufeng might eventually forget his existence altogether. Noticing the leftover materials from the wall construction, he promptly summoned Zheng Bai and his subordinates to build a few northeast-style kangs in each villa. Once the kangs were completed, he forbade them from eating and sleeping at Wu Zhenzhen's house any longer. Although they no longer visited for meals or sleep, they still frequently found excuses to drop by. Whether to chop wood or tidy up the courtyard, they always managed to find a reason to go. Every time Xianyukin visited and saw the group still gathered around Wu Xiufeng, he regretted his decision to let Xiao Jin recognize her as his godmother even more. He regretted listening to Chen Guangyi and hosting that recognition banquet. What a banquet it was to create a multitude of competitors. Besides Xianyukin, Xiao Jin also lamented organizing the recognition banquet, as it only revealed the merits of his beloved godmother, leading everyone to vie for her attention. In contrast, Wu Zhenzhen's family was delighted, witnessing Wu Xiufeng's joy and fulfillment each day, which warmed their hearts. In this tumultuous world plagued by calamities, it was indeed rare for Wu Xiufeng to live so carefree and joyfully, and they all hoped she could continue to enjoy such a relaxed life. Chapter 53. Gang City. The villa district of Wulian Mountain exuded tranquility, but those outside its confines were engulfed in turmoil, teetering on the brink of life and death each day. Those who had survived the sudden drop in temperature that fateful night, having learned from previous lessons, no longer dared to foolishly wait for government rescue at home. They finally understood that survival depended on self-reliance. Relying on others was futile. Given the extensive range of the disaster, the government was utterly overwhelmed, unable to provide adequate assistance. As they beheld the vast expanse of water outside, now solidified into a thick sheet of ice, the populace ventured forth in search of sustenance. They flocked to every uninhabited office building, the malls and cinemas that had not yet been entirely submerged, as well as hotels and factories. In the aftermath of their scavenging expeditions, even the most modest of treasures could be unearthed, perhaps a forgotten leather-bound tome or a pair of fine leather shoes. On fortunate occasions, they might even stumble upon expired biscuits. In their quest for warmth, all manner of wooden, plastic, and paper materials were swiftly depleted. The icy terrain became a battleground for various skirmishes, as the government's attempts to establish security teams and patrol units proved largely ineffective, with these very forces sometimes falling victim to attacks themselves. Gradually, a realization dawned upon the populace. Survival in such dire circumstances necessitated collaboration and organization. Thus, individuals began to form alliances, initially comprising numerous factions, clans of relatives, colleagues, neighbors, and classmates, often banding together in small groups. As rivalries burgeoned, the competition shifted from individuals to these burgeoning factions. Those lacking in strength or numbers were soon either absorbed or eliminated. Each faction, in its quest for survival, sought to absorb others, thereby expanding its reach. However, internal disputes were rampant, as the distribution of resources often sparked violent confrontations within the factions themselves. The larger factions frequently experienced cycles of fragmentation and consolidation, proving their transient nature. The government, wary of the emergence of formidable factions, particularly on a large scale, feared that these groups might ultimately turn against them. Consequently, they deployed considerable force to suppress such activities. Yet, in the prevailing conditions, failing to align with a faction equated to a fate of pillaging and death. Despite the government's endeavors, they could not stem the tide of factionalism. Appeals for assistance fell on deaf ears, with many messengers being robbed en route or their vehicles sabotaged. Their hard-won helicopters, once repaired, were commandeered, and the authorities eventually resigned themselves to a strategy of coexistence, recognizing that their resources would be depleted if they continued to engage in direct confrontation. Over time, the southern city gradually witnessed the emergence of four relatively stable powers. The foremost was the armed police force, boasting a significant arsenal and comprising trained military personnel, rendering them the most formidable faction. They refrained from seizing resources from others and generally went unchallenged. Their primary role was to mediate conflicts among rival factions, preventing large-scale bloodshed and maintaining a semblance of order. Next was the Southern Fist Gang, initially formed by a martial arts instructor and his students. Their proficiency in combat afforded them an advantage, allowing them to grow through the defection and amalgamation of other factions. The Steel Knife Gang, composed of steel factory workers, expanded rapidly due to their initial numbers and the possession of steel knives, which proved advantageous in the ongoing strife. Finally, the Black Tiger Gang, led by a bar owner, comprised mostly of young delinquents. Known for their ruthless tactics, they were the largest and most powerful, armed with ammunition largely acquired from the government's patrol and security forces. To secure their survival, all factions turned their gaze from the city center to the outskirts and even further into the countryside, where resources were abundant. Although the farmlands had long fallen into disrepair, the farmers, organized into their own factions, still possessed some supplies. The ensuing struggle between urban and rural factions saw some villages successfully repel incursions, while others succumbed to the marauders from the city. Over time, the actions of these factions escalated. They not only pillaged food but also began abducting individuals, particularly young women, for various nefarious purposes. Those who resisted either met tragic ends or disappeared altogether. As the death toll mounted, the beleaguered government finally intervened, prohibiting urban factions from raiding rural areas and forcing them back into the city. Those who returned, having barely tasted a few hearty meals, were reluctant to remain in the city's confines. They often engaged in cat-and-mouse games with the armed police, occasionally managing to slip out. Yet their numbers and strength had significantly diminished, rendering them vulnerable to the vigilant villagers. After numerous failures, the factions redirected their ambitions toward the villa district atop Wulian Mountain, rumored to harbor substantial supplies. They speculated that the affluent residents had concealed their treasures, undeterred by the tales of hauntings. Especially since the perimeter walls had been fortified from their original wrought iron design to imposing red brick. The notion that the villas were haunted was dismissed. Clearly, those wealthy individuals had hidden valuable resources within, employing ghostly legends to deter intruders. With this realization, several factions promptly mobilized, marching toward Wulian Mountain's villa district. Upon arrival, the Black Tiger Gang was the first to reach the gates, noting the reinforced walls and entrance, a seamless copper door replacing the former wrought iron, and the 6-meter-high brick walls obscuring any view of the interior. Although they could not discern the circumstances within, the evidence suggested that the rumors of hauntings were mere fabrications, and the likelihood of concealed resources was substantial. However, gaining entry posed a significant challenge, as the area surrounding the walls was devoid of any vegetation, all having been cleared. Their only recourse was to breach the wall, yet as the hammer was lifted, a sudden, powerful force struck, injuring the wielder and causing the hammer to slip from their grasp. "Who's there?" the leader shouted, met only by the eerie silence of the valley. "Come out." The group scanned their surroundings, seeing no one. When a member was called forth to retrieve the hammer, He too fell victim to an unseen assailant, suffering a grievous injury.
Who are you?
Show yourself. The leader, driven to madness, began to shout fervently. Yet, the only response he received was the profound silence of the valley. Enraged, he strode towards the direction of the hammer, intent on retrieving it for himself. However, before he could even approach the hammer, his legs were abruptly severed by an unseen force, causing him to collapse just a few steps away. A palpable fear began to spread among the onlookers. Could it be that there truly were spirits here? They could not discern from which direction the attack had come, nor could they identify the entity that had struck them. Nevertheless, the three individuals who had been hit were undeniably injured, their limbs shattered, with no arrows or projectiles in sight, leaving them bewildered. Do not panic. The sun is high above us. It is impossible for ghosts to exist here. Surely, it is some trickster attempting to frighten us. We are many. Let us band together and smash whatever illusions they conjure. A man donned in a red hat seized the moment, witnessing the leader's downfall, and shouted out. He urged those wielding tools, hammers, steel knives, awls, and hoes, towards the wall. Yet, before they could reach it, a series of thuds echoed as they too were struck down, collapsing to the ground while clutching their wounded legs in agony. It is ice pellets, exclaimed an observant bystander. They have been struck by ice pellets. Fearing that his meaning might be lost, he elaborated. No wonder we could not see from which direction they were fired. The ice pellets are transparent, and their velocity is such that they are nearly invisible. After impact, these ice pellets fell onto the ground, already littered with ice shards, making it nearly impossible to locate the source of their torment. At last, an astute individual spoke up. What a pity it is that it is daytime. By night, no one would discern a thing, chuckled the rabbit, covering its mouth to stifle laughter. Indeed, this infrared monitoring shooter crafted by Ehang's brother is remarkably effective. Not only does it accurately and automatically target the shooting area, but it employs these ubiquitous ice pellets, saving us considerable effort. Dogsy remarked casually, savoring a sweet potato roasted by Wu Xiaofeng. Upon hearing the shouts, those outside the wall realized the situation. Yet even with the knowledge that ice pellets were responsible for the attacks, not a single soul dared to advance. What time was it? Those with intact limbs struggled to survive. For those whose limbs were shattered, it was tantamount to a death sentence. To move forward meant risking the same fate as their fallen comrades, while those behind would only reap the benefits of their sacrifice. Thus, many began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. One of the retreating individuals fell, a bullet striking the back of his head, and he crumpled lifelessly onto the icy ground. I dare anyone to retreat, declared the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, brandishing a still-smoking pistol. Witnessing this, the gathered crowd dared not move a muscle. Cowards. A pitiful bunch. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang spat venomously as he advanced, pushing a man wielding a hammer towards a wall. You, go and smash it. The man, trembling, took cautious steps forward, only to be shot in the leg as he approached the wall, writhing in pain on the ground. Simultaneously, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang aimed his gun at a tiny opening in the wall and fired. A shooting device within the wall fell silent. The rabbit and his companions, who were munching on sweet potatoes, exchanged glances. That was impressive, they exclaimed, hastily peering through the wall's openings to observe the unfolding scene. At that moment, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang was pushing another individual forward, intent on using them as a human target to systematically dismantle their shooting devices. However, the unfortunate soul had realized his fate and, rather than obediently walking into the line of fire like the first, attempted to flee down the mountainside. Yet, he was swiftly executed with a bullet to the head by the leader. The sight left the onlookers pale with terror. Whether they ran or stayed, death awaited them. If they were to be sacrificed as living targets, would the leader show them mercy? Certainly not. They would be discarded like refuse, left to starve. Conversely, fleeing was equally perilous, as evidenced by the fate of the last man. Just as they found themselves in a dire predicament, a sudden crack resounded. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang inexplicably stiffened and fell backward. Those nearby rushed to check on him, discovering his wide-eyed expression of disbelief. A gaping wound in his forehead, blood gushing forth, a clear indication that he had been shot. Who fired that shot? One questioned. I don't know. And I didn't even hear the gunfire. Another responded. The crowd exchanged wary glances, and in an instant, panic ensued as they scrambled down the mountainside, desperate to escape this cursed place. Only the man in the red hat, after taking a few steps, turned back to grab the fallen leader's gun, stashing it away. He quickly rifled through the leader's pockets, extracting cigarettes, a lighter, and a bar of chocolate. TSK, to think they looked so fearsome, yet they are merely a rabble. The rabbit scoffed, peeling sweet potato skins. Where did you get that one? Dogsy asked, enviously eyeing the sweet potato in the rabbit's hand. This one was secretly given to me by Aunt Wu. She favors me. The rabbit exclaimed, taking a bite of the sweet, tender potato. Oh, please. I saw you take it from Aunt Wu's basket. Tiger scoffed. What you say is nonsensical. How can taking something from my own home be considered theft? The rabbit retorted, exasperated. As they resumed their vigil at the wall, the group began to chatter animatedly once more. Chapter 55. They are no more. Soon after, the Southern Fist Gang and the Steel Knife Gang arrived simultaneously at the foot of the mountain. As the two factions encountered one another, they exchanged wary glances before erupting into a frenzied dash up the slope, each vying to reach the Villa District first to seize the upper hand. However, before they had ascended even halfway, they witnessed the Black Tiger Gang members rushing down in disarray, as if fleeing from some unspeakable horror. The forefront of the Southern Fist Gang and the Steel Knife Gang had no time to ponder the scene. They turned and fled back down the mountain. Seeing the chaos unfold, those behind them hastily followed suit, resulting in a mass panic as everyone raced back down. What's happening? What's going on? Someone shouted amidst the commotion. I don't know. It seems something is chasing us. Another responded. I heard there's a monster pursuing us. I heard it's a fearsome beast with a green face and sharp fangs. Rumors spread like wildfire, and amidst the cacophony, the accounts grew exaggerated, culminating in the tale that the Black Tiger Gang had been mostly devoured by a monstrous creature from 5 Lotus Mountain, including their leader. Meanwhile, the armed police, having arrived at the base of the mountain, were preparing to ascend, aiming to prevent any conflict among the 3 gangs. However, they were taken aback by the throngs of panicked individuals rushing down the slope. What happened up there? Captain Liu inquired, grasping one of the fleeing individuals. A gigantic monster with a green face and sharp teeth has devoured most of the Black Tiger Gang, including their leader. The breathless man gasped.
What?
Captain Liu thought he had misheard and inquired again, only to find that the individual had long since fled. With no other option, Captain Liu turned to another subordinate for clarity, receiving an identical response. Could this be possible? He questioned the officer beside him. Captain, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility these days. Who could have imagined that the once bustling South City would now resemble its current ghostly state? The weather has become so extreme that I feel as though I might mutate myself. It is entirely plausible that some creatures on Wulian Mountain have undergone mutations due to this harsh climate, his subordinate replied. Indeed, it is quite conceivable, echoed the other officers in agreement. Captain, should we ascend the mountain or retreat? One subordinate queried. Let us retreat, Captain Liu replied, casting his gaze towards the villa that faintly appeared atop Wulian Mountain. In today's society, lawlessness reigns, murder and robbery go unpunished, as there is simply no means to enforce order. Even if we did intervene, what could we possibly do? Imprison them? They would relish the opportunity. Some might even commit heinous acts just to secure a spot behind bars. Kill them? The already dwindling human population could potentially face extinction. Thus, the guiding principle for us, the armed police, is to survive. To ensure our own existence, and that of as many others as possible. As for how we manage to survive, that is beyond our jurisdiction. It is merely a matter of individual capability. Since everyone claims there are man-eating monsters on the mountain, I am reluctant to let my loyal subordinates risk their lives in such peril. As long as that beast remains atop Wulian Mountain and does not descend to harm anyone, I will not intervene, nor can I. Perched on a tree upon Wulian Mountain, a figure clad in camouflage observed the armed police retreating and muttered a curse under his breath. Once the coast was clear, he nimbly descended from the tree, carrying an odd sack that resembled neither a backpack nor a bag. Approaching the villa district, he halted before the wall, noticing the nearly imperceptible small holes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He then plucked some needle-like ice spikes from the nearby bushes and precisely inserted them into the tiny openings. After completing his task, he swaggered over to the base of the wall, where the previously formidable shooting apparatus seemed to have malfunctioned, failing to register his presence. He glanced up at the impeccably constructed wall, then stepped back 2 paces and, with a gentle leap, utilized the small right angle of a wall post to effortlessly scale the 6-meter-high barrier. A light landing ensued, barely making a sound. He stealthily approached the chatting group behind the rabbit.
Who?
Dogsy shouted, but before he could discern the newcomer, both he and the rabbit collapsed to the ground. Following suit were the mouse and tiger. In less than 10 minutes, the 10 or so individuals who had instilled terror in the major gangs of South City were rendered unconscious, one by one. The man stowed all these individuals into his backpack, which, despite accommodating them all, showed no signs of strain. After securing his captives, he leapt back over the wall and vanished. Upon inspecting the area where he had subdued them, not a single trace remained, as if he had never been there.
Boss.
Something's gone terribly wrong, Monkey exclaimed, rushing towards Chen Guangyi. What could be so urgent that you can't articulate it slowly? Chen Guangyi scolded, observing Monkey's frantic demeanor. What has happened? CM Yukon added, puzzled. Hadn't he the rabble been scared off? The rabbit and Dogsy, they're all gone. Monkey blurted, panic evident in his voice.
What?
All gone? Chen Guangyi nearly dropped his teacup upon hearing this.
How did they disappear?
CM Yukon's mind momentarily froze. I don't know, I just went down a hand over, and suddenly, they were gone, Monkey replied anxiously. Could you be clearer in your speech? Have you searched elsewhere? Perhaps they left for some reason? Chen Guangyi sighed, trying to remain calm. I've searched everywhere and came to report because I found nothing, Monkey insisted. Could they be hiding just to toy with you? CM Yukon suggested. Impossible. Aunt Wu heard her back searching for them, and they still didn't show up. Monkey's anxiety escalated. Why involve Aunt Wu? It's freezing outside, and she's advanced in years. You expect her to search for them without anyone showing up? Chen Guangyi suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. They had indeed vanished. Is there any evidence outside the wall? CM Yukon demanded sharply. None whatsoever. Monkey shook his head. What about the shooting apparatus? CM Yukon pondered.
Still intact.
Monkey replied. If someone came, why did these devices not activate? CM Yukon pressed further. He had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to evade the shooting apparatus once within range, let alone avoid detection by Dogsy, who was renowned for his keen environmental awareness. Monkey struggled to respond. Let us go take a look, CM Yukon declared, swiftly making his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the small holes in the wall, he peered inside and discovered that the sensors of the shooting apparatus had been meticulously blocked by ice spikes. The apparatus would activate within 3 meters of the wall. Who could possibly throw such delicate spikes with such precision from 3 meters away, inserting them directly into the sensor openings? Chen Guangyi, arriving moments later, also noted this detail and gasped in astonishment. Could it be? Could he have been here? Who else could it be? CM Yukon squinted at the slender ice spikes. Let us move, he instructed Chen Guangyi. Where to? Chen Guangyi queried, drawing back slightly. He abducted these individuals to lure me to him. Let us oblige him. CM Yukon replied coldly, continuing his descent. When they reached a point several hundred meters from the dilapidated management building, CM Yukon noticed some ice spikes among the bushes had been broken. He quickly halted, instructing everyone to search the vicinity thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. After giving his orders, he stealthily approached the crumbling structure. With nimble movements, he weaved through the underbrush, soon vanishing from sight, and somehow made his way to the foot of the building. Glancing at the ice spikes on the staircase and windowsill, he smirked and climbed the exterior drainage pipe. Upon reaching the top floor, he spotted the man in camouflage, munching on a sweet potato while peering through binoculars at the unfolding scene. Nearby lay the missing rabbit and others, sprawled out. These fools, the man in camouflage exclaimed just before feeling a firm object press against the back of his head. Heh. You did find me, he chuckled. Was it enjoyable? CM Yukon replied with a smile, yet his weapon remained steadfastly aimed. Not at all. You deliberately kept them busy over there to distract me, the man in camouflage retorted, angrily tossing aside the sweet potato peel and wiping his hands on his clothing. Isn't this the spectacle you wish to witness? Then let us have everyone put on a show for you, Siemyukin declared. After all this time apart, can't you lower the weapon? The man in camouflage said with a grin. It turns out that this individual is Siemyukin's master, known as Jin Lang, who imparted all of Siemyukin's skills. However, he is far from a benevolent mentor. The number of disciples he has tortured to death is incalculable. Siemyukin was abducted at a tender age and brought to Myanmar, where he was sold directly into a den of drugs. Within that den, he, along with a group of children, was subjected to inhuman and brutal training in a camp, overseen by none other than Jin Lang. During that time, it was almost a daily occurrence for someone to perish under his merciless regime, leaving only a few survivors. Among those fortunate enough to endure, Siemyukin stood out as the most formidable, and he was also Jin Lang's favored pupil. Yet, just as Siemyukin had completed his training and was about to be sent back to serve the den, it was raided by the armed police from Huaxia. Jin Lang is a complex figure, embodying both righteousness and villainy. He despises drugs, yet trains talents for traffickers to exploit. He is a figure of both admiration and resentment for Siemyukin, as he loathes the cruelty that marred his childhood, yet acknowledges that his own strength is a result of Jin Lang's teachings. Siemyukin is especially grateful to him for facilitating his escape alongside Chen Guangyi when the den was dismantled by the Huaxia police. Although Jin Lang vanished after their escape, leaving Siemyukin and Chen Guangyi to fend for themselves in Myanmar, he would occasionally return to toy with them before disappearing again. Fortunately, during that period, nations worldwide were intensifying their crackdown on drugs, leading to the demise or capture of many traffickers, which afforded Siemyukin and Chen Guangyi a glimmer of hope. At that time, Chen Guangyi was responsible for the care of the children at the training base. He took exceptional care of Siemyukin. Without Chen Guangyi, Siemyukin would have faced death countless times. Whenever Siemyukin suffered from high fevers due to Jin Lang's torment, it was Chen Guangyi who tirelessly stayed up nights to nurse him back to health. Thus, for Siemyukin, Chen Guangyi is akin to a father figure. After their escape from the den, Siemyukin embarked on a jade business, utilizing the skills he had acquired in the training camp to gradually establish a stronghold in Myanmar. During this time, he rescued numerous children from the clutches of traffickers, each of whom, like himself, had been abducted from Huaxia and sold in Myanmar. Every time he saw them, he was reminded of his own plight, compelling him to rescue one after another.
Now,
Siemyukin's subordinates are those children he saved from the traffickers. After liberating them, he returned those who could find their families, while those who could not or had been betrayed by their kin remained with him, where he nurtured them. He taught them the skills he had learned in the training camp, empowering them with the ability to survive. Initially, Siemyukin hoped these children would learn enough to become independent, yet they all regarded him as a brother and father, preferring to follow him rather than venture out on their own. Left with no choice, Siemyukin expanded his business to Yuqing and Huaxia to support such a large group. Little did he anticipate that it was in Huaxia that his jade business would truly flourish, with influence spanning two nations and a significant advantage that others lacked. His jade enterprise gradually ascended to a leading position within both countries. "When do you intend to lay down your weapon?" Jin Lang remarked, observing that Siemyukin still had no intention of relinquishing his firearm. "I shall lay it down when you dismantle their explosives," Siemyukin retorted bluntly. "Nothing escapes your notice." "You little rascal," Jin Lang grumbled. He approached the few individuals lying down, reaching behind a dog to extract a pressure bomb. After retrieving the bomb, he pressed the pressure button with one hand while using the other to take a pair of pliers from his bag, snipping one of the wires. Upon witnessing the bomb being removed, Siemyukin finally lowered his gun. He checked on his subordinates and found them merely unconscious, which eased his mind. Siemyukin walked over and gave each one a light tap on the back of their necks, prompting them to slowly regain consciousness. Had Jin Lang not disarmed the pressure bomb, the moment they stood up would have been their last.
boss.
Upon waking, the group, including Rabbit, saw Jin Lang and Siemyukin, their heads drooping in embarrassment over having been so easily captured. Upon returning, "Each of you will carry a piece of wood and run around the perimeter," Siemyukin said sternly. This time, the group made no complaints, heading directly for the staircase. Yet, upon reaching the stairs, they abruptly halted, glancing at Jin Lang before retreating to slide down the drain pipe. "At least they have some sense," Jin Lang chuckled. "What brings you here?" Siemyukin queried, his tone sharp as he noticed everyone else had left. "I heard you have a little canary. I came to see if she's entertaining, Jean Lang replied. Dare you touch her, and you'll regret it. Siem Yukon warned, his heart racing at the thought. As if you could stop me, Jean Lang replied casually, dismantling the transparent threads on the staircase. All those threads were connected to explosives. A gentle tug on any of them would surely lead to destruction. Chapter 57. Cast off the cliff. After dismantling the bombs on the staircase, Jean Lang proceeded to disarm those on the windowsill. What will it take for you to spare her? Siem Yukon conceded. Then let her give me a doll, as amusing as herself, and I want to touch her. Jean Lang replied with a mischievous grin. She is unlike us, entirely ungrounded. You will kill her. Siem Yukon protested. Yet, Jean Lang had already vanished without a trace after completing his task. Where is he? After Rabbit and the others returned, Chun Guangyi and his team rushed towards the unfinished building. That madman could do anything. Who knew if he would suddenly pull a trick and capture Siem Yukon again? Seeing that Siem Yukon had returned safely, they marched toward the villa district in a grand procession. Oh no! Siem Yukon suddenly shouted, glancing back at his followers trailing behind. He dashed up the mountain frantically, and just as he reached the entrance of the villa district, he spotted Rabbit and the others, each carrying a piece of wood while running alongside the 6-meter-high wall. Where Miss Wu? Siem Yukon called out loudly.
Ah?
Rabbit looked puzzled. He had just returned and was unaware of the situation inside the villa. Siem Yukon realized they had been tricked. They had fallen for that madman's ruse to lure them away. The kidnapping of Rabbit and the others was a decoy, while the true objective was to abduct Wu Zhenzhen. Find her now, Siem Yukon bellowed in fury. Seeing his anger, everyone sprang into action without delay. They rushed up the mountain, down the mountain, leaving no stone unturned and no blade of grass overlooked. They searched tirelessly for an entire day and night, scouring all of Wulian Mountain, yet found no trace of Wu Zhenzhen. Siem Yukon realized that Wu Zhenzhen had likely been taken far from Wulian Mountain, perhaps even out of South City. In this vast world, he truly did not know where to continue searching, but Siem Yukon refused to give up. He instructed Chun Guangyi to keep the home front secure while he set out with a few individuals to search for Wu Zhenzhen. Concerned that Aunt Wu might worry if she learned of the situation, he advised everyone to maintain a unified story, claiming that Wu Zhenzhen had gone with him to Yuqing to retrieve the jade that had not yet been transported. Wu Xiufeng was initially skeptical, as she knew Wu Zhenzhen to be a dutiful child who would never leave without a word. However, upon hearing that she was accompanied by Siem Yukon, a sense of relief washed over her. The affection Siem Yukon harbored for Wu Zhenzhen was evident to everyone except Wu Zhenzhen herself. They were confident that Siem Yukon would never bring harm to her. Only Xiner, well-versed in psychology, saw through their facade with keen insight.
Yet,
observing the anxiety in their eyes, she understood that everyone must be anxiously searching for her mother. Perhaps Siem Yukon was out there, traversing the path in search of her mother, which is why he had not spoken further. She wished to spare her grandparents and uncle any added worry, and she had faith in her mother's safety. After all, in her past life, her fragile mother had managed to survive in a world rife with villains while carrying her as a small child. She had no intention of sneaking out to search. As a mere child, her departure would only cause more trouble. For now, her only responsibility was to care for her grandparents at home and await her mother's return. On a precipice, Wu Zhenzhen lay like a rag, having been cast upon the stones by the golden wolf. The golden wolf checked her pulse, his brow furrowing. With such a frail constitution, it was no wonder she had not yet produced a child for him to play with. After checking her pulse, he struck her on the back of the neck, rousing Wu Zhenzhen from her stupor.
who are you?
She demanded, her gaze wary as she beheld the golden wolf. The golden wolf, he replied curtly, not even sparing her a glance. Where is this place? She inquired again. A cliff. Can't you see for yourself? He snapped, bemused by her seemingly foolish questions. Wu Zhenzhen stood, surveying the steep cliffs surrounding her, shivering involuntarily. The cliffs rose abruptly, their sides as sheer as if hewn by a giant axe. Coupled with the frigid weather, the ground was coated with icicles wherever one could step. She regarded the golden wolf with suspicion, pondering how he had brought her here. Are you done with your questions? I'm leaving. The golden wolf stood, brushing dust from his trousers, preparing to depart.
Wait.
Wu Zhenzhen called out hastily to stop him. What other questions do you have? He turned back, curious. If you leave, what will I do? She asked urgently. Climb down yourself. He looked at her as if she were simple-minded, clearly unimpressed. Why did you bring me here? She asked cautiously. Because it's amusing, he said, leaping off the precipice. Wu Zhenzhen leaned over the edge to see how he descended, hoping to learn from his technique. In mere seconds, he had descended several meters, grasping at crevices in the rocks, his feet landing deftly on a stone. He leapt again, landing on another rock while simultaneously gripping the nearby crevice. Soon, Wu Zhenzhen could no longer see his figure. The display left her dumbfounded. Could this be the legendary art of traversing walls? Such audacity and strength were required to descend a cliff in such a manner. What sort of madman had she encountered? As dusk approached, Wu Zhenzhen quickly rummaged through her space for any tools she could use. However, after a thorough search, she realized that in such extreme conditions, she could only rely on herself. She regretted not obtaining a helicopter or similar device earlier. She donned her protective gear, secured her knee pads, adjusted her back support, and fastened her helmet. Finding a stable spot, she tied one end of a safety rope securely around herself. With all preparations complete, she cautiously stepped onto the stone that the golden wolf had previously trodden, ensuring her footing before slowly proceeding to the next stone. However, as she stepped onto the icy surface of the stone, she slipped. In a split second, she grasped the rope, but her arms were too weak to support her weight. The rope slipped through her palms, leaving deep cuts, and in her panic, she grasped at the cliffside. Fortunately, amid the turmoil, her other hand found a solid hold, stabilizing her precarious position. Gazing at her frail hands, she suddenly regretted spending so long engrossed in medical studies without considering the importance of physical conditioning. She had forgotten that, although she retained memories and experiences from her past life, including her encounters with violence, her current body remained weak. Since her rebirth, she had been either hoarding supplies or immersed in medicine, leaving her physical state inferior to that of her past life. Back then, she had engaged in daily struggles, at least possessing the ability to protect herself. Now, if she were still among those people, she would surely be flayed alive. Yet Wu Zhenzhen had no time for lamentation. Her immediate priority was to descend safely. Steadying herself, she continued to step down, losing count of how many times she narrowly escaped death. She either misstepped or grasped at nothing. Her palms, arms, legs, face, and even her abdomen bore the marks of her struggles. When her strength was nearly spent, she retrieved food and spiritual water from her space to replenish her energy. Finally, as darkness enveloped the sky, she reached the foot of the cliff. However, just as her feet touched the ground, someone struck her from behind, rendering her unconscious as she collapsed onto the sharp, cold surface. Chapter 58. Training on the cliff, huh? Where did these come from? Could this little girl also possess a universal pouch? The golden wolf pondered as he rendered Wu Zhenzhen unconscious. While she had been tending to the growth of vegetables in her villa, completely unprepared for his sudden attack, there was no way she could have carried such items, nor could her pockets conceal so much. The only explanation was that Wu Zhenzhen possessed a universal pouch akin to his own. Without wasting a moment, the golden wolf tossed her into his universal pouch and ascended to the cliff as summit. Upon reaching the top, he unceremoniously confiscated all of Wu Zhenzhen's equipment before waking her. Do you have a universal pouch? He interrogated her as she groggily regained consciousness. What universal pouch? Wu Zhenzhen replied, bewildered, but upon surveying her surroundings, she felt a wave of despair. Are you insane? I painstakingly climbed down, and now you've brought me back up? What for? She was incensed, recalling that she had indeed reached the base of the cliff, and her sore limbs attested to the accuracy of her memories. It's this universal pouch. The golden wolf waved his bag, ignoring her other questions. I don't have one. Wu Zhenzhen shot back, noticing her helmet, climbing rope, and other gear were all gone, clearly taken by this lunatic. Is there something that can hold anything but never fills up? Like this? He rummaged through the pouch, producing a pig, a bed, and a large tent. Wu Zhenzhen stared at the astonishing bag, her eyes wide. She had never imagined such an item existed in this world. Yet, she dared not admit her own possession of a space. She feared what this madman might do if he discovered her secret. Where did you acquire these supplies? The golden wolf tossed a bundle of safety rope, helmet, and padding at her feet. I found them over there. Perhaps they belong to some climbing enthusiast. She hastily fabricated a lie, pointing randomly. I knew it. How could an ordinary person like you possess our family heirlooms? The golden wolf responded, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Upon concluding his speech, the golden wolf hastily returned the items he had previously extracted from his satchel. Should you dare to deceive me, it would reveal your lack of amusement. And I shall not hesitate to take your life and abduct your little girl for my own entertainment. With those chilling words, the golden wolf vanished from the precipice. His tone was as nonchalant as discussing the weather, yet to Zhenzhen, it sent shivers down her spine. Akin to someone slicing into your flesh while lamenting its lack of succulence. Initially, Zhenzhen considered surrendering, resigning herself to capture, believing it futile to descend the cliff. She thought it might be better to simply endure the situation. However, before she could fully entertain such notions, the golden wolf's head re-emerged from below the cliff. If you dare to wallow in despair and make no effort to descend, I shall similarly take your life and return to seize your little girl for my amusement. Furthermore, I possess little patience. Do not keep me waiting too long. With that, he once again disappeared from her sight. Are you insane? Zhenzhen exclaimed, hurling a stone in frustration, though the golden wolf was nowhere to be found. Fearing he might indeed return for exile, she felt compelled to act without delay. Hastily preparing to navigate down the cliff. Aware that the golden wolf was likely lurking nearby, she refrained from retrieving anything from her spatial storage. Unfortunately, the safety rope and other equipment had been confiscated by him, leaving her with no choice but to descend slowly, step by careful step. Despite having previously scaled the cliff, she was all too aware of the perilous footholds. Each movement relied solely on her upper and lower body strength, and any lapse in grip could lead to a fatal fall. Thus, the challenge was not solely a test of her physical endurance and balance, but also of her courage. This endeavor proved far more daunting than her earlier ascent with safety gear. At one point, a particularly slippery section of the rock face caused her to lose her grip, sending her sliding down several meters until she was halted by a gnarled tree clinging to the cliff. In that moment, she truly believed she would meet her end there. Her clothing was in tatters, and her arms and palms were bruised and bloodied from the rocky surface. Thankfully, the chilly weather allowed her blood to coagulate quickly, preventing excessive bleeding. Otherwise, she feared that any further loss of blood would sap her strength for the descent. Once stabilized by the tree, she discreetly retrieved some water from her spatial storage to regain her strength and wrapped her injured palms with strips of cloth to alleviate the pain when grasping the rock face. Finally, just as she felt herself on the brink of collapse, she reached the base of the cliff. There, the golden wolf was already seated, savoring skewers of roasted meat. Upon seeing him, Zhenzhen simply sat down and seized a piece of the meat from the fire, taking a hearty bite.
Hey, you.
How dare you eat what I have painstakingly prepared without even asking? The golden wolf was taken aback by her audacity, momentarily caught off guard as she munched on a piece of his meal. You never asked if I wished to climb this cliff. Zhenzhen shot back defiantly, concerned that he might reclaim his food. She deliberately spat on the skewers before continuing to eat. How revolting, the golden wolf remarked, his brow furrowing at Zhenzhen's crude actions. Not as revolting as you, she retorted, her mouth full, unwilling to allow him the satisfaction of silence. Humph. You are no better than that fellow named Xia. You had best pray for luck akin to his, lest you wish to perish at my hands, he admonished. Upon not receiving a retort, he presumed she was intimidated into silence. However, when he glanced up, he found Zhenzhen had swiftly finished the roasted meat and was now lying beside the fire, fast asleep. Believing she had fainted, he reached out to check her pulse, only to discover she was merely asleep. Enraged, he cast aside the skewer in his hand. How could he, a merciless killer, be so ineffectual before Zhenzhen? She lay there, brazenly unafraid, as if oblivious to the danger he posed. Chapter 59. The Wolf's Battle. The following morning, Zhenzhen awoke to find the golden wolf absent. She contemplated making her escape, but noticed a strip of cloth tied around her arm. Climb to the top of the cliff, or I shall abduct your little girl for my amusement. That wretched creature. Zhenzhen cursed under her breath. The golden wolf's constant threats regarding exile left her feeling powerless. The girl was indeed her greatest vulnerability. For Exiner, she would not hesitate to scale the cliff or even face death. Having already descended twice the previous day, she deemed climbing back up to be manageable. Wu Zhenzhen first retrieved some spiritual spring water and a steak with bread from her spatial storage, fortifying herself before commencing the ascent. At first, her arms and legs protested against the effort, likely due to fatigue from the previous day's exertion. However, as she continued to climb, that soreness dissipated, replaced by a newfound lightness in her limbs. In no time, she reached the summit, only to find 2 large stones had been placed atop, with a cloth beneath inscribed with, "Bind these stones to your calves and descend again." Wu Zhenzhen was astounded by the Golden Wolf's sadistic methods. While he sought to train her, this approach was utterly reckless, disregarding her life entirely. Binding 2 heavy stones to her legs would render her immobile even on flat ground, and yet he demanded she descend the steep cliff in such a manner. But what recourse did she have? She was powerless against that madman. If he truly brought Exiner to her, she would be devastated. She could not allow her precious girl to endure such perilous training. Resolved, she begrudgingly bound the stones to her calves and began her descent, once again facing the harrowing ordeal of navigating the cliff. Upon reaching the bottom, Wu Zhenzhen bore numerous new wounds. Descending was far more treacherous than ascending. Just as she reached the base, she found yet another pair of stones and a cloth, this time instructing her to bind the stones to her arms for the ascent.
With no other choice, she complied.
Upon reaching the summit once more, she was met with an even larger stone that she was instructed to bind around her waist. At that point, Wu Zhenzhen could barely muster the energy to curse. Thus, under the Golden Wolf's relentless and perverse demands, Wu Zhenzhen endured 3 days and nights of climbing the cliff, often on the brink of sleep during the arduous task. Thankfully, her spiritual spring water helped keep her alert. In time, she felt that she could navigate the cliff even with her eyes closed. Finally, Wu Zhenzhen ceased to find any more notes left by the Golden Wolf. She realized her training at the cliff had concluded. She built a fire at the base, bringing out her spiritual spring water and food for a hearty meal.
Soon after,
she sank into a deep slumber beside the flames. In the dead of night, Wu Zhenzhen was awakened by the sound of heavy breathing nearby. But it was not the breath of a human. Through the flickering light of the fire, she discerned a pair of glowing green eyes, no, a multitude of them. From behind that solitary wolf emerged 1 pair, then 2, until 9 pairs of luminous green eyes surrounded her. Just as she prepared to retrieve explosives from her spatial storage, the voice of the Golden Wolf echoed from above. "Live well, if you were to perish. It would be your adorable little girl who would be left to confront the wolves." It turns out that the Golden Wolf is currently perched on the cliff. Watching this spectacle unfold, Wu Zhenzhen reluctantly abandons her plan to use explosives and instead retrieves 2 short knives from her bosom, which she had concealed there before sleeping, intending to launch a surprise attack on the Golden Wolf when it was off guard. She has grown utterly weary of being coerced by the Golden Wolf and longs to end it swiftly. "Did you deliberately lure these wolves here, you madman?" Wu Zhenzhen inquires loudly. Even without asking, she is aware that the Golden Wolf has indeed orchestrated this, yet she feels compelled to vent her frustration, cursing at the Golden Wolf to bolster her own courage. At this moment, she is truly terrified. There is a pack of wolves, and with so many of them, it would hardly be a challenge to slay a fierce tiger. Yet she is merely a woman utterly powerless. The Golden Wolf, seemingly unperturbed, retorts innocently, "Ah, how unjustly you accuse me. I merely desired some wolf meat. I struck 1 wolf in hopes of roasting it over your fire, but alas, they caught the scent and pursued me." Indeed, Wu Zhenzhen spots the corpse of a wolf beside the fire, its skull cleaved by a single blow. The skull is the most formidable part of a wolf, and typically, humans aim for the softer areas like the eyes and abdomen. Only a lunatic like the Golden Wolf would dare to strike directly at the head. Wu Zhenzhen is disinclined to waste words with the Golden Wolf. She quickly tucks 1 knife back into her bosom, seizes a torch from the fire, and brandishes the other knife as she cautiously retreats towards the cliff. She is familiar with the terrain atop the cliff, and by having her back against it, she minimizes the likelihood of being attacked from behind. Otherwise, being encircled by wolves like this, she would be vulnerable to strikes from both the front and rear, rendering victory nearly impossible. Though it would still be challenging to prevail upon the cliff, she has no choice but to attempt it. However, the wolves have evidently discerned her intentions. As she slowly retreats, they suddenly charge at her with a collective howl. Wu Zhenzhen can only dash toward the cliff with the torch clutched tightly in her grasp. Just as she nears the cliff's edge, a wolf leaps at her. Fortunately, Wu Zhenzhen is well acquainted with the cliff. Before the wolf can sink its teeth into her, she clamps the torch between her teeth, leaps with all her might, and grasps a rock jutting from the cliff, causing the wolf to miss its target. The wolf, undeterred by its failure, lunges at Wu Zhenzhen once more. Using the nearby rock for leverage, she propels herself backward, swinging the torch toward the wolf's head. As the wolf recoils from the flames, she thrusts her knife into its belly, and it collapses in response. Seeing their companion slain, the remaining wolves grow increasingly aggressive. With a united howl, they sprint toward her. Wu Zhenzhen hastily retreats to the cliff's edge, preparing to confront the advancing pack from a position of elevation. The wolves do not grant her a moment's respite. They pounce simultaneously. Amidst the chaos, Wu Zhenzhen senses a large rock shifting nearby. She gradually rocks the stone until it is completely loose, and when the wolves are distracted, she hurls it down upon them, successfully sending one wolf tumbling over the cliff. Noting the efficacy of her tactic, she swiftly runs to another cluster of loose stones she had previously discovered while scaling the cliff. Emulating her earlier maneuver, she dislodges the stones and sends them crashing down upon the wolves below, sending 3 more tumbling down the cliff. Yet, wolves are astute creatures. As their companions fall, they begin to scatter and approach Wu Zhenzhen from various angles, surrounding her. With the 4 wolves drawing ever closer, she can only frantically wave her torch. 1, 2, 3. Silently counting to herself, she hurls the torch at the wolf on her right. The creature, startled by the incoming torch, instinctively dodges, and Wu Zhenzhen seizes the opportunity to kick it in the head, sending it plummeting down the cliff. However, the wolf in front of her does not relent. As she focuses on the one to her right, it lunges forward, sinking its teeth into her arm. In a moment of desperation, Wu Zhenzhen drives her knife into the wolf's neck, withdrawing it swiftly before stabbing again. It is not until the 3rd strike that the wolf relinquishes its grip, rolling down the cliff. The remaining 2 wolves, witnessing their comrades felled by Wu Zhenzhen, are now filled with rage, baring their teeth as they charge toward her. Yet, she does not grant them an opportunity. As one lunges at her, she drops to the ground, plunging her knife deep into its abdomen. The other wolf, however, does not allow her a moment to recover, biting into her leg and tearing away a chunk of flesh. The pain nearly overwhelms her. Yet she pushes the wolf off and rises, brandishing her knife at the final wolf. It, too, bares its teeth, ready for a life-and-death struggle. The wolf strikes first, and as it nears her, Wu Zhenzhen hurls her knife toward its eyes. As the wolf turns to evade the blade, she draws another knife from her bosom and plunges it into its neck, warm blood spraying across her face as the last wolf collapses. What a transformation from beast to monster. Yet at that moment, Wu Zhenzhen feels her strength waning. Indeed, as she stands, darkness engulfs her, and she tumbles over the cliff. Chapter 60, Sold. When Wu Zhenzhen awakens, she finds herself clinging to a protruding rock on the cliff. She recalls losing consciousness while desperately grasping something, which must have cushioned her fall and prevented her from plummeting further. Ah, you're still alive. The golden wolf, gnawing on a wolf's leg, stands nearby, showing no inclination to assist her. Disappointing you, am I? I'm quite well, thank you, Wu Zhenzhen retorts with bitterness. You do have a sharp tongue. The golden wolf disregards her, continuing to devour the wolf leg before descending the cliff. Once he has moved far enough away, Wu Zhenzhen cautiously adjusts her position, noting numerous bite marks on her legs and arms. She quickly retrieves rabies vaccine from her storage space and administers it to herself, followed by cleansing her wounds with a healing potion and applying anti-inflammatory ointment. Once she has tended to her injuries, Wu Zhenzhen begins her slow descent from the cliff. Despite her familiarity with the terrain, her severe leg wounds cause blood to seep with every movement, prolonging her descent. By the time she reaches the base of the cliff, the golden wolf has already feasted and is now resting nearby. However, Wu Zhenzhen refrains from attacking him as she notices his ears twitching. If she were to strike now, she would likely gain nothing and might even face repercussions. Seeing that the golden wolf has consumed all the meat he had roasted, She resorts to preparing her own wolf leg over the fire. The dawn is breaking, and as Wu Zhenzhen cooks the leg, she contemplates how to rid herself of the madman before her. She retrieves salt, cumin, and chili powder from her belongings and sprinkles them over the wolf leg. The sizzling aroma of the wolf leg mixed with spices soon catches the golden wolf's attention. Before Wu Zhenzhen can take a bite, the golden wolf lunges forward, snatching the leg away. "Where did you procure cumin and chili powder? It smells divine," he inquires, inhaling the fragrance of the wolf leg. "Do you have no shame?" "I battled with those wolves throughout the night, nearly starving to the point of fainting. Moreover, having sustained such grievous injuries. How could you dare to snatch away the morsel I painstakingly roasted?" Wu Zhenzhen exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Delicious. Utterly delightful." The golden wolf paid no heed to Wu Zhenzhen's outburst, voraciously gnawing on the wolf leg. With no other choice, Wu Zhenzhen resumed her task of cutting another piece of wolf leg to roast. However, before she could finish, a loud thud echoed behind her as the towering figure of the golden wolf collapsed. Wu Zhenzhen scoffed at the fallen creature.
"See,
I let you eat. I let you eat." She kicked the golden wolf fiercely several times. Afterward, Wu Zhenzhen examined the Wanrong bag he had left behind, scrutinizing it closely. It appeared to be merely a tattered cloth sack. Upon opening it, she discovered it was utterly empty. She reached inside, hoping to find something, but her efforts yielded nothing. Wu Zhenzhen surmised that this item might function similarly to her own space, recognizing its owner and only operable by the golden wolf himself. Nevertheless, she resolved to take it with her, thinking that perhaps she could discover its usage upon returning. After retrieving a compass from her space, she began to walk southward. But just a few steps in, she felt a forceful strike against her neck, rendering her unconscious. "You dare to plot against me and even steal my Wanrong bag? You truly seek death." The golden wolf grumbled as he violently stuffed Wu Zhenzhen into the cloth sack. Unbeknownst to the golden wolf, Wu Zhenzhen had poisoned the cumin powder.
concerned that he might detect it.
She had deliberately added an abundance of chili powder and cumin to mask the scent and flavor. However, she had underestimated the golden wolf, a seasoned figure in society who easily discerned the trick. As soon as he picked up the wolf leg, he sensed something amiss and had not swallowed it at all. He was merely toying with Wu Zhenzhen, allowing her to revel in false joy. When Wu Zhenzhen awoke, she found herself reclining on a soft, large sofa, her hands and feet bound with ropes, and her mouth stuffed with a filthy, foul-smelling rag. "Is she really the woman of Siamyukin?" a tattooed man queried suspiciously, glancing at the golden wolf seated nearby. "It is said that Siamyukin brought her to the general's residence to select raw stones. Why not have them identify her?" The golden wolf leisurely munched on sunflower seeds. "Haha, your words are quite amusing. How could I possibly doubt you?" The tattooed man laughed heartily. Yet he promptly gestured to his subordinates behind him. Soon, a man entered, whom Wu Zhenzhen recognized as the general who had sold her the raw stones. The general, his hands bound behind his back, exclaimed upon entering, "It's her. That's her. Yang Laoda. She is Siamyukin's wife. And she extorted dozens of carts of raw stones from me." Wu Zhenzhen felt utterly wronged. When had she extorted him? Hadn't he set the price himself? She hadn't shortchanged him at all. Moreover, when they departed, the general had graciously seen them off. How had it now turned into her extorting him? Indeed, ruthless characters possess a fundamental trait, shamelessness. With her mouth stuffed with the rag, Wu Zhenzhen could utter no sound, resorting to shaking her head and sticking out her tongue in a futile attempt to dislodge it. Yang Laoda waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to take the general away. Yang Laoda, was it not agreed that as long as I helped identify Siamyukin's wife, I would be allowed to leave? How can you be so untrustworthy? The general's protest was abruptly cut off by a cry, as if he were being brutally beaten. "Golden Wolf, look. There are still people who believe me. Is it not laughable?" Yang Laoda laughed heartily at the Golden Wolf. "I have brought the person. Where is the cargo?" The Golden Wolf shot a sidelong glance at Yang Laoda, ignoring his comment. "Bring it in." Yang Laoda, sensing the Golden Wolf's indifference, quickly retracted his laughter and shouted toward the door. A multitude of individuals soon entered, carrying large crates, which they neatly arranged before the Golden Wolf. "Please inspect." After setting them down, Yang Laoda courteously addressed the Golden Wolf. He proceeded to open the crates one by one, revealing an array of guns and various types of ammunition inside. Wu Zhenzhen was astonished to discover that she was worth so much, able to procure such an arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Excellent. Truly splendid. Yang Laoda is indeed the largest arms dealer in Myanmar, and his generosity is remarkable. After thoroughly inspecting the crates, the Golden Wolf nodded in satisfaction, collecting all the ammunition into his wanrong bag before the onlookers. Wu Zhenzhen dared not reveal her own spatial abilities to anyone but her closest family, even though her space was virtual, invisible to others, and impossible to steal. She remained cautious, fearing the revelation of her treasure. In contrast, the Golden Wolf showed no inclination to conceal his possession of the wanrong bag, brazenly displaying it for all to see, as if he relished in the acknowledgement of his treasure. This starkly illustrates the difference between those with power and those without. To possess a gem is to invite envy. The Golden Wolf undoubtedly understood that even if everyone knew of his treasure, none would dare to covet it or attempt to seize it from him. Without wasting a moment after securing all the ammunition in his wanrong bag, he remarked, "Enjoy Yang Laoda's hospitality. I must take my leave," and with a smile directed at Wu Zhenzhen, he departed without a backward glance. Wu Zhenzhen, witnessing the Golden Wolf's abrupt exit, felt a surge of anxiety and attempted to vocalize her distress, but the Golden Wolf paid her no mind. Once outside, he retrieved a helicopter from his wanrong bag, effortlessly leaped inside, and took off. Wu Zhenzhen, peering through the window, watched in despair as the Golden Wolf truly flew away, collapsing helplessly onto the sofa. It seemed she had indeed been sold by this madman. Chapter 61. Resolving Yang Laoda. As soon as the Golden Wolf departed, Wu Zhenzhen heard Yang Laoda approaching, spewing vile words. "Xia, your taste is impeccable. The woman you've chosen appears quite tender.
Today,
I shall indulge myself thoroughly to avenge my brother's death." Yang Laoda chuckled sinisterly. "Boss, this is Xia Mukin's woman. Are you not concerned about his potential revenge upon discovering this?" One of his subordinates inquired anxiously. "What is there to fear? His old lair has been abandoned. Times have changed. In the past, all of Myanmar belonged to him. If he dares to return, even if we do not deal with him, countless others will be waiting to take him down. He may be riddled with bullets before he even reaches us." Yang Laoda laughed menacingly.
meanwhile,
At the cliff where Wu Zhenzhen had trained, Xia Mukin narrowed his eyes at the frozen wolf carcasses that lay like stones at the base of the precipice. Observing the bloodstains on the rocks above, his eyes blazed with fury. "Boss, could it be that these are not actually Miss Wu's?" The mouse ventured. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Mukin picked up a blood-soaked rag by the fire. Recognizing it as a piece of clothing that matched the pattern of what Wu Zhenzhen had worn when she disappeared, trembling, he realized he had arrived too late.
Ah.
"Golden Wolf, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Upon spotting a piece of leg meat in the mouth of one of the wolves, Xia Mukin's eyes widened in rage. "Boss, someone has seen Miss Wu and the Golden Wolf with Yang Laoda in Myanmar." The rabbit rushed in, breathless.
Who, where?
The mouse demanded.
Yangla?
The rabbit spat resentfully. "Boss, several years ago, you killed the brother who raised him. He has never given up on seeking revenge. And Miss Wu is likely in grave danger now," exclaimed the mouse. "Do you really need to remind me?" The rabbit retorted, giving the mouse a sharp nudge. "Can't you see the boss is on the verge of losing it? Let us go," Xia Mukin declared, having learned from the rabbit that Wu Zhenzhen was in Myanmar.
And he turned to leave.
"But boss, after we leave, that fellow Yang has already become the top dog in Myanmar," the rabbit hurriedly added. "He started off selling arms, and has ample ammunition. Moreover, he has been aggressively absorbing the influence of other factions lately. His power is no longer what it used to be. He now possesses both manpower and resources. Yet, our forces have all retreated to Huaxia, making it quite challenging to confront him." The rabbit, noticing Xia Mukin's swift departure, hurried to catch up with him. However, Xia Mukin paid him no mind, instead quickening his pace towards the helicopter waiting outside. As Xia Mukin boarded the aircraft, the rabbit and the mouse did not dare to linger and quickly followed suit. "What are you doing, boss?" the mouse questioned, observing the helicopter's direction with confusion. "Boss, we cannot possibly confront Yang with just the few of us. We must return and gather the brothers first," the rabbit exclaimed, realizing that CM Yukon intended to head directly to Myanmar. Boss, the rabbit speaks the truth. We must first return to gather our brothers. We are not only incapable of rescuing Miss Wu, but we might also endanger our comrades, Dogsy added, eager to persuade. Then don't be a coward and stay behind. CM Yukon bellowed in anger. To his subordinates, CM Yukon appeared to have completely lost his rationality. In previous battles, he meticulously planned for every scenario, considering even the most minor details and devising various contingency plans. As a result, every operation he orchestrated had never ended in failure, always culminating in an overwhelming victory. Thus, his brothers had never suffered losses under his command. Though his men regarded themselves as mere subordinates, they understood that CM Yukon treated each of them as family, cherishing their lives and ensuring that no one took unnecessary risks. Yet now, knowing their adversary was superior in every aspect, CM Yukon insisted on charging into Myanmar with just a handful of them. Was this not a sign of madness? Even though everyone recognized that CM Yukon had lost his composure over Wu Zhenzhen, no one flinched. If the boss was determined to go mad for once, they would accompany him in his folly. After all, what was the loss of a single life when it had been granted by the boss? Living for so many years had already been a gain. The helicopter flew swiftly, but due to the distance, no matter how fast CM Yukon piloted, it could not impede Yang's approach toward Wu Zhenzhen. Upon hearing Yang's sinister laughter, Wu Zhenzhen was overcome with chills. However, she suppressed her disgust and donned a smile in anticipation of Yang's entrance. Why are you all following me? Do you think I cannot handle a woman? Or do you wish to take turns? As Yang reached the door, he noticed his underlings trailing behind and bellowed at them to leave.
At his command,
His men hurriedly retreated to stand guard outside. Although Wu Zhenzhen's hands were bound, she still managed to discreetly access her surroundings and retrieved cyanide from her hidden stash, applying it to her fingernails. A mere trace of the poison was more than sufficient to kill a bull, and the amount on her fingers was ample to take down Yang. My darling, I'm here, Yang exclaimed as he burst into the room, eagerly moving towards Wu Zhenzhen and playfully removing the rag from her mouth. You wicked man, you've tied my hands so painfully. Wu Zhenzhen commented coyly with a flirtatious smile. Absolutely right. The golden wolf is utterly lacking in tenderness. Let me free you, Yang chuckled, his heart racing at the thought of soon having Wu Zhenzhen beneath him. As he moved to untie her hands, Wu Zhenzhen gently caressed Yang's face with her fingers, trailing them slowly to his lips, even teasingly brushing against his tongue. Yang, captivated by her charm, felt a wave of desire wash over him, but as he swallowed hard, he began to convulse. Wu Zhenzhen quickly pressed her hand over his mouth to stifle any sounds, and soon he began to lose consciousness, his eyes bulging and pupils dilated. Once she was certain Yang was incapacitated, Wu Zhenzhen swiftly untied her feet. She then surveyed her surroundings and discovered a DVD player and discs in front of the television. After turning on the TV and inserting a disc, she cranked the volume up to the maximum, filling the room with sounds that excited Yang's men outside. Having completed her preparations, Wu Zhenzhen washed her fingers repeatedly with water from her hidden stash, utterly disgusted by the ordeal. Chapter 62. The Villa Explodes. Once she had finished, Wu Zhenzhen began to assess her environment. She found herself on the second floor of a villa, likely in a parlor, with numerous individuals milling about in the yard outside. It seemed that escaping through the window would be nearly impossible. She retrieved a bomb from her hidden stash and placed it beneath Yang's body, then discreetly positioned additional explosives at inconspicuous spots on the windowsills. Unsatisfied, she also placed a remote-controlled bomb beneath the coffee table. Having set the explosives, Wu Zhenzhen cautiously peered through the curtain and noticed two guards outside, mesmerized by the sounds emanating from the TV inside. She retrieved a gun from her stash, loaded it with bullets and a silencer, and stealthily opened the window a crack. With precision, she aimed at the two entranced guards outside. Bang, bang. They fell without a sound. Seeing that both floors were unguarded, with everyone preoccupied outside, Wu Zhenzhen took the opportunity to place bombs in various concealed locations throughout the villa. After setting the explosives, she quietly approached the front door, only to find it swarming with guards. Concealing herself behind the door, she rigged several pressure grenades and then, without hesitation, hurled two hand grenades outside. Once they were thrown, she retreated into her hidden stash. The thunderous explosions drew the attention of everyone in the yard, and a barrage of bullets rained down on the villa's entrance. However, after shooting for some time, the guards realized there was no response from within. As someone began to cautiously push open the villa's door, they found it empty. And a collective sigh of relief spread among them as they fanned out to search the premises. Yet, as more and more individuals entered, the door opened wider, ultimately compressing the explosives and resulting in a catastrophic detonation that claimed the lives of all who were near the entrance.
Boss. Boss.
Someone was the first to rush upstairs and discover Yang's lifeless body, wailing loudly. Upon hearing the cries from the second floor, the other men hastily ascended the stairs. Zhenzhen had calculated her timing perfectly, stealthily emerging from her hidden stash. Unfortunately, she immediately encountered one of Yang's guards stationed at the entrance. The individual was taken aback as Zhenzhen seemingly appeared before him like a conjurer, still reeling from the shock when she swiftly ended his life with a single shot. Wails of despair echoed from the second floor. In an instant, Zhenzhen pressed the remote button and quickly retreated to her safe haven.
Boom.
The remote-controlled bomb beneath the coffee table on the second floor detonated.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The subsequent explosions of other bombs followed suit, triggered by the initial blast, engulfing the villa in chaos. The structure was swiftly reduced to rubble, and the occupants within were obliterated in an instant. Even the henchmen guarding the vicinity were thrown off their feet by the shockwave, meeting their demise. Only after Zhenzhen had satiated her hunger and thirst in her hidden space did she cautiously emerge. To her surprise, the surroundings were deserted. It was unclear whether everyone had fled or perished. She recalled the substantial number of explosives she had used and considered that Yang, the leader, was an arms dealer, likely possessing a wealth of valuable weaponry. Thus, she resolved to investigate further, for the journey back to her homeland was long, and without ample ammunition, returning home would be exceedingly difficult. She spotted what appeared to be a warehouse to the south and stealthily approached it. With Yang dead, the individual surnamed Gao was elated, for all of Yang's enterprises would now belong to him. Even before Yang's body had been discovered, he hastily gathered everyone for a meeting to assert his claim. As Zhenzhen drew near the warehouse, she overheard one of the henchmen complaining. Lower your voice. We might draw unwanted attention, warned another. What's there to fear? It's just the two of us guarding the warehouse. Who else could hear? Retorted the first. They're clearly sidelining us, deliberately making us watch the warehouse to prevent us from speaking out of turn, he added defiantly. If you know you shouldn't be speaking, then why are you still babbling? Scolded the second. But before he could finish, he collapsed with a loud thud.
Who?
Exclaimed the complaining henchman as he witnessed his companion fall lifelessly. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, he too met a similar fate, collapsing atop his fallen comrade. Zhenzhen remarked softly, twirling the still-warm gun barrel around the corner. With nonchalance, she pilfered a key from one of the henchmen and unlocked the warehouse door.
Inside,
she was greeted by an impressive array of ammunition, firearms, and bullets, even 2 tanks and a helicopter. Indifferent to the specifics, she swiftly stored everything in her space, for it was ample enough to accommodate more. After collecting the munitions, Zhenzhen intended to depart in the helicopter, but as she neared the exit, she spotted a throng of individuals advancing toward her. As they drew closer, she discerned that the one leading them was none other than Siemyukin.
Yes, you.
Old Gao. This was entirely a private transaction between Old Yang and the Golden Wolf. I was completely unaware. A man with a flamboyant hairstyle asserted fervently, beside Siemyukin. Upon recognizing Siemyukin, Zhenzhen hesitated to reveal herself, realizing that with the treasures she had acquired and the destruction she had wrought, escaping would be far from simple. Meanwhile, the group she anticipated seeing at the warehouse was steadfastly making their way toward the villa she had obliterated. This is where Madame Xie met her demise. Truly, she was a woman of fortitude, willing to be reduced to ashes rather than submit to the lewd tyrant. Old Gao incessantly lamented as they reached the spot still emitting sparks from the remnants. Be quiet and start digging, Siemyukin interrupted, furrowing his brow. In truth, the individuals accompanying him had long grown weary of Old Gao's incessant chatter. Had they not been outnumbered, they would not have allowed such a cur to prattle on. But it's all in ruins. Even if we dig, how could we possibly identify any remains of your wife? Old Gao provocatively continued.
Dig.
Xie Mukin commanded with ire. Fine, 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 we'll dig. Old Gao summoned a few henchmen to assist Xie Mukin. Brother Xie, with old Yang gone, I have countless matters to attend to, so I shan't accompany you further, old Gao concluded, gesturing for one of his subordinates to keep an eye on Xie Mukin as he turned to leave. The group, simmering with frustration, wondered when this scoundrel had earned the right to be so familiar with their leader. Failing to recognize his place, he intentionally provoked Xie Mukin. A reckless act indeed. However, Xie Mukin showed no sign of being ruffled by old Gao's taunts. His focus remained solely on the debris. Still unable to fathom that Wu Zhenzhen could be buried beneath the rubble. Chapter 63. Surviving the explosions. They must have no reinforcements left. We must find an opportunity to eliminate them, old Gao said, approaching the warehouse, his earlier jovial demeanor fading into a menacing glare. Boss Gao, that is Xie Mukin. He is a master of combat. How could he possibly come with just a handful of men? I fear there may be traps awaiting us, one of his henchmen cautioned. Then we must thank his late wife. She truly is my lucky star. Not only assisting in the demise of the Yangs, but also presenting us with this splendid opportunity by bringing Xie Mukin right to our doorstep. It seems that concern leads to chaos. Evidently, this lad is also troubled by the charms of a fair maiden. Alas, had she lived, I would have lavished her with affection. Old Gao leered. But boss, even so, we cannot ascertain that he lacks further ambushes. Another henchman questioned. Did you see how I deliberately provoked Xie Mukin earlier? Did he react at all? Look how his subordinates struggled to restrain themselves, not daring to utter a sound. When have you ever seen Xie Mukin so repressed, capable of tolerating my nonsensical ramblings in his presence? This indicates he has no backup, no reinforcements, only his few companions. Old Gao explained, his mood buoyant. Realizing that the boss had intentionally uttered those provocations to gauge their reactions, the henchman praised his cleverness. Learn from this.
Now,
let us return to our meeting. It's all that brat Xie's fault for disrupting my first gathering. Old Gao hummed an upbeat tune as he made his way back to his villa, buoyed by the flattery. Initially intent on fleeing, Wu Zhenzhen, upon hearing old Gao's remarks, abandoned her escape plan and stealthily trailed him, positioning herself near the villa where they would convene. Noticing an open window on the ground floor, she seized the opportunity, slipping inside the villa unnoticed. Once within, Wu Zhenzhen strategically placed explosives in various locations. After old Gao's departure, his henchmen paid little attention to aiding Xie Mukin in clearing the rubble. They merely stood by, casting glances at Xie Mukin and his group, occasionally feigning to dig. Xie Mukin, along with his companions, had no choice but to laboriously excavate, and amidst his efforts, he unexpectedly uncovered a piece of fabric that Wu Zhenzhen had inadvertently left behind on Yang's sofa. Upon seeing the cloth, Xie Mukin could no longer contain his anxiety, frantically digging deeper.
boss.
Please stop digging. Miss Wu cannot possibly have survived under these circumstances. Rabbit, witnessing Xie Mukin's frantic behavior, finally lost his composure and pleaded, his voice choked with emotion. In truth, they all knew that even if they managed to unearth Wu Zhenzhen from the debris, it would be futile to save her. Get lost, Xie Mukin bellowed. Meanwhile, within the villa, Wu Zhenzhen sensed that the explosives she had set would surely raze the building to the ground. With that, she pressed the detonator and promptly retreated into her space. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Xie Mukin finished his roar, the sound of explosions reverberated from another villa. This is bad. Gao Laoda's subordinates, upon hearing that familiar sound of detonation, shouted and rushed towards the source of the explosion. Boss, should we continue digging? Or go take a look? Rabbit turned to Xie Mukin, only to find that he had already sprinted far away. Xie Mukin understood better than anyone that apart from their group, the only outsider present was Wu Zhenzhen. Since he hadn't ordered any explosives, it could only be Wu Zhenzhen who had set them off, indicating that she was still alive. However, when Xie Mukin reached the explosion site, he still did not see Wu Zhenzhen among the few remaining individuals. Yet, he refused to accept this grim reality, turning to scrutinize each person present. What caused the explosion? Xie Mukin asked, grabbing hold of someone when he couldn't find Wu Zhenzhen. At the time of the explosion, Gao Laoda had been convening a meeting, and apart from those few assigned to guard the entrance and watch over Xie Mukin, everyone else had been inside the villa. This explosion nearly wiped them all out. The few survivors initially believed it was Xie Mukin's doing and lamented Gao Laoda's arrogance in underestimating him. Hearing Xie Mukin's inquiry, they all looked at him in confusion. They were hardly a match for Xie Mukin alone, and it seemed unnecessary for him to be performing theatrics at such a moment. Had he become addicted to playing the fool? Everyone was taken aback by Xie Mukin's question, unsure whether to cooperate with his charade or to say something else entirely. Just as they stood there in bewilderment, Zhenzhen emerged from the rubble, gun in hand, slowly rising. She had originally intended to remain hidden a bit longer in her spatial refuge, but worried that Gao Laoda's men might ambush Xie Mukin unawares. Thus, she decided to come out early. After exiting her space with the gun, she stealthily concealed herself among the ruins and peered through a small hole, discovering that Xie Mukin's group was not far away. Moreover, it appeared that Gao Laoda's subordinates had no intention of attacking Xie Mukin. In fact, they seemed rather fearful of him, prompting Zhenzhen to cautiously crawl out from the wreckage. "Boss, boss!" Rabbit shouted incredulously, pointing at Zhenzhen as she emerged from the debris. Xie Mukin, upon spotting Zhenzhen amidst the ruins, dashed toward her like the wind. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Reaching Zhenzhen, Xie Mukin restrained the urge to embrace her tightly, hastening to inquire, concerned that he might inadvertently hurt her if she was injured. "I'm fine," Zhenzhen replied with a gentle smile. "That's a relief." Xie Mukin nearly choked up but managed to suppress his emotions. "Are they really still human?" Gao Laoda's subordinates exclaimed in disbelief. "Get lost." Rabbit shot them a glare, prompting the few remaining subordinates of Gao Laoda to scatter in every direction. As they watched their boss support Zhenzhen and approach slowly, Rabbit and the others felt a surge of emotions. Thankfully, Miss Wu is alive. Or else their boss would have been left to live in regret for the rest of his days. "Sister Wu, you are incredibly formidable. How did you survive such a massive explosion?" Rabbit asked, curiosity brimming as he observed Zhenzhen approach, eager to know how she had managed to escape unscathed. "I took shelter in the air raid shelter in Gao Laoda's basement," Zhenzhen explained, revealing that she had discovered the shelter while planting explosives. "I was surprised to find that Gao Laoda had actually dug an air raid shelter in the villa's basement. However, Zhenzhen chose not to hide there, as although it appeared safe, it could not compare to the security of her spatial realm." "But how did you evade the explosion at Yang Laoda's villa?" Rabbit pressed on. "Surely, it wasn't mere luck that there was also an air raid shelter there?"
Oh.
"I wasn't even in the villa when that exploded. I pressed the remote after I had run out," Zhenzhen responded, producing the remote detonator. "Where did you get the explosives?" Dogsy asked, examining the remote with curiosity. "From Yang Laoda's room. After I dealt with him, I found he had quite a stash of explosives, so I took them all," Zhenzhen answered, all the while keenly observing the expressions of those around her, wary of any signs that they might uncover her deception. "How did you end up with Gao Laoda?" Zhenzhen, noticing the many questions still lingering on their faces, hurriedly countered with an inquiry of her own, fearing that too many questions would expose her lies. The best way to maintain the upper hand in conversation is to shift from defense to offense. Chapter 64. Encircled. "We had no other choice," Rabbit replied helplessly. It turned out that Xie Mukin and the others had just landed their helicopter not far away, intending to stealthily infiltrate and rescue Zhenzhen. However, just as they disembarked, they had not even begun their operation when the deafening explosion occurred. They had no option but to capture one of Yang Laoda's subordinates to inquire about the situation inside. Upon learning that Zhenzhen had been obliterated along with the villa, Xie Mukin was left with no choice but to confront Gao Laoda directly. It would have been easy to rescue Zhenzhen discreetly, but attempting to excavate individuals from the ruins was simply impossible. Gao Laoda was cunning and meticulous. Initially, he would not dare to act recklessly, opting instead to use the meeting to strategize with his subordinates on how to deal with Xie Mukin. This provided Xie Mukin and his team a brief window to dig through the wreckage. Everyone was prepared for a life-or-death struggle when Gao Laoda concluded his meeting and launched an attack, only to find that they were all taken out in one fell swoop by Zhenzhen. "How did you know he wanted to kill us?" Xie Mukin asked, perplexed. "I overheard it while hiding in that warehouse," Zhenzhen replied. "So you followed him? Do you realize how dangerous that was?" Xie Mukin questioned angrily. Zhenzhen was baffled as to why Xie Mukin suddenly seemed enraged. Hadn't they been having a pleasant conversation? Just as she was about to ponder further, Mouse rushed in hurriedly. Boss, it's bad. We're surrounded. Mouse, limping in with a gunshot wound, had been stationed outside as an ambush for Gao Laoda but had to make his way back in haste. CM Yukin had initially intended for Mouse to create the illusion of reinforcements arriving during his confrontation with Gao Laoda, hoping to provide them with a sliver of hope.
Run.
Upon hearing Mouse's warning, CM Yukin felt a sense of foreboding. CM Yukin, you can't escape now. Surrounding them were dark gun barrels, forming an encirclement. Wang Long, Wang Rui, Su Chuyi, what do you want? CM Yukin demanded, shielding Wu Zhenzhen behind him. At this moment, Rabbit and the others also formed a protective circle around Wu Zhenzhen. CM Yukin, what do you think we want? Wang Long laughed heartily. The only reason we united is to deal with you. Do you think we came here for a feast?
Ha.
Finally caught you off guard.
Boss.
Our helicopter has also been destroyed by them? Rabbit whispered. What do you want? CM Yukin glared fiercely at them. Naturally. We're here to send you to meet the King of Hell. To be frank, the moment you chose to confront Gao, it was destined for you to meet your demise here. The few of us initially intended for the one surnamed Gao to engage with you in a fierce battle, allowing us to then step in and reap the benefits of the aftermath. Who would have thought that this Gao would be so foolish, falling prey to you so swiftly? Now, we are left with no choice but to take matters into our own hands. Wang Rui cackled with malicious glee. Weren't they always at each other's throats? Why now do they speak of brotherhood? Tuzi questioned, his brow furrowed in suspicion.
Pa.
They only band together in their collusion against our leader. Once they dealt with him, they resumed their petty squabbles. Guzi spat bitterly. If there's any confrontation, let it be with me. The others are not involved. CM Yukin stated, his gaze scanning the surroundings. They were encircled by a throng of people, making a breakout seem nearly impossible. Even if they managed to breach the first layer, several more awaited them beyond. CM Yukin, are you jesting with us? Surely you do not believe we still adhere to notions of morality and mercy at such a grim juncture. We are here to collect the bodies of you all. Not a single one of you or your companions shall escape. As for your wife, I might consider allowing her a few more days of enjoyment before sending her to meet you in the afterlife. Su Chuyi chuckled darkly. I'll break through to the left. While they focus on me, you all take Zhenzhen and break to the right. Proceed 50 meters, then turn right for another 100. There's a river. Should you be fortunate enough to reach that point, jump in. It may offer a glimmer of hope. After thoroughly assessing the environment, CM Yukin concluded that retreat was futile. They had no option but to charge forward. Boss, I want to go. You'll be riddled with bullets. And there are too many of them to break through. Tuzi exclaimed, his eyes reddened. Obey. CM Yukin barked. Rest assured, boss. Even if we are turned into sieves, we will see that Sister Wu makes it to the riverbank. Guzi's eyes too glistened with unshed tears. Hearing Guzi's words, Tuzi had intended to voice his dissent, but upon witnessing the myriad of gun barrels surrounding them, he fell silent. Perhaps their only option was to risk everything to ensure Wu Zhenzhen's escape. Should they die together with their leader, it would be no cause for regret.
Fear not, boss.
The others echoed Guzi's sentiment, pledging their loyalty to CM Yukin. Do not struggle. Regardless of your efforts, escape is impossible. Wang Rui laughed heartily at their furtive whispers. Wang Long and Su Chuyi observed with keen interest as CM Yukin and his companions found themselves ensnared. A stark contrast to the usual scenario where CM Yukin toyed with them. This was the first time they had witnessed his defeat, and they were eager to relish the sight of him. Once a cunning strategist, now ensnared like a cornered beast. Boss, give the order. We are ready, Tuzi said, his eyes blazing with indignation at their leader being made a fool. Wu Zhenzhen watched the unfolding scene, her heart torn. She grappled with the decision of whether to lead everyone into her space in such a public setting. What consequences would arise from such an action? And could she bear the weight of those repercussions? Yet, upon witnessing the resolve of the young men around her, willing to risk their lives for her without a hint of complaint, she cast her doubts aside. On my count. 1, 2, CM Yukin counted resolutely. As the others awaited his signal, eyes steeled for action.
3.
The moment CM Yukin's voice fell, the group instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Were they imagining things? Where had the menacing guns gone? Had they perished? Or was this a mere illusion? Was everything around them simply a dream? If it was a dream, Then were they truly ensnared moments ago, or was this the dream? A chorus of bewildered expressions turned towards Siamyukin. Boss, have we died? Tuzi asked. Confusion etched on his face. What nonsense! Guzi slapped Tuzi on the head.
Ouch.
That hurt, Tuzi exclaimed. Does it hurt? Then this isn't a dream, is it? The mouse chimed in, testing Tuzi's arm with a pinch. Why are you pinching me? Tuzi protested, having just been smacked by Guzi.
Boss.
Do you know what is happening? The mouse turned to Siamyukin, concern written on his features. I don't know either, Siamyukin replied, equally perplexed. I only felt a pull from behind, and then I was here, Siamyukin recalled with concentration. Indeed. I felt someone tugging at me too, Tuzi affirmed, nodding vigorously. That's right. With Siamyukin's reminder, they all recalled being pulled just before their encirclement. Yet, at that moment, they had been gripping their guns, facing the ominous black barrels. Who could have reached back to pull them? They had formed a circle, and thus behind them was Zhenzhen. Realization dawned upon them, and they all turned in unison to gaze at Zhenzhen. Ahem, it was I who brought you all here, Zhenzhen admitted, feeling slightly sheepish under their scrutiny. After all, she had just deceived them moments ago, and now her lie was on the verge of unraveling, which was rather embarrassing. Where are we? The others asked in unison. In Jean Lang's storage pouch, you know it, right? I have one similar, but I call it a space. We are currently in that space, Zhenzhen explained patiently. But if we're all inside, what happens if they take the pouch away? Won't we be captured? Tuzi fretted. My space is quite special. It's virtual, Zhenzhen clarified. Virtual? Isn't that more advanced than Jean Lang's pouch? Tuzi's anxiety eased, a smile breaking through.
Wow.
Sister Wu, your space can grow things too. Before Zhenzhen could respond, Tuzi caught sight of the expansive vegetable garden outside and began to exclaim in delight. Not only can it cultivate plants, but it can also house animals.
Wow.
There's an immense prairie and a vast forest. Tuzi ran out of the yard, overwhelmed with wonder as if he had never seen such sights before. This was a far cry from Jean Lang's cramped storage, which Tuzi had experienced. It was narrow and cluttered with assorted debris. Not just Tuzi, but the others too gazed in awe at this space, which felt like an entirely different world. Woof, woof, woof. In the distance, the dogs that helped Zhenzhen watch over the animals heard unfamiliar sounds and came bounding over from the prairie, ready to defend, as if they could tear the intruding rabbits apart at any moment. Sensing the threat, Tuzi instinctively raised his weapon. Stop! Zhenzhen, fearing a conflict between Tuzi and her dogs, hurried to intervene. Upon hearing Zhenzhen's voice, the dogs immediately halted their advance, and Tuzi quickly lowered his gun. The dogs, though they had ceased their charge, still remained on high alert, encircling Zhenzhen. Be good and go play. Don't worry. They are my friends and will not harm me, Zhenzhen soothed, stroking the heads of the dogs. The dogs seemed to understand her words and trotted off, though they did not forget to bare their teeth at the newcomers, as if warning them to think twice before threatening Zhenzhen. Your dogs are quite amusing. Far more entertaining than our own, Tuzi remarked, patting his loyal companion. The dog, listening intently, raised his hand and struck the rabbit forcefully. The group erupted in a cacophony of inquiries directed at Zhenzhen concerning the spatial matters, yet curiously, none broached the subject of her earlier deceit, why she had concealed the truth from them, or why she had chosen to mislead them, leaving Zhenzhen unscathed from any embarrassment. Do you have any questions? Zhenzhen noticed that while the rabbit and others were engaged, Siamyukin remained silent, prompting her to inquire. Where did these arms come from? Siamyukin asked, surveying the surroundings. The array of supplies hoarded within the space seemed quite ordinary, but the sheer volume of military weaponry Zhenzhen had amassed startled him. It was perilous.
Ah.
Zhenzhen was taken aback that Siamyukin had chosen to ask this particular question after holding back for so long. She had anticipated inquiries regarding why she feigned poverty despite having ample resources, why he was compelled to deliver food to her home daily, and why she had deceived him about hiding in a bomb shelter while actually being in the space. Where did they come from? Siamyukin reiterated, gesturing towards the piled arms. Most were taken from Boss Yang's warehouse earlier, and some were collected from the exhibition hall in South City during the heavy rain. Zhenzhen replied candidly. Haha, so those mercenaries' weapons were taken by you? The rabbit chuckled heartily, slapping his thigh. Yes, is that a problem? Wu Zhenzhen found the rabbit's reaction puzzling. Was it truly laughable that she had seized the mercenary's arms? No problem at all. You did splendidly, because you confiscated their weapons. We effortlessly dealt with them. The rabbit continued to find humor in the situation. The other speculated, but could not fathom that it was Wu Zhenzhen who had taken the mercenary's weapons. In the future, refrain from engaging in such dangerous actions. The rabbit found it amusing, yet Siam Yukin perceived the gravity of the situation. What shall we do next? Wu Zhenzhen inquired. We cannot simply remain hidden in the space indefinitely, can we? While the time within my space is currently abundant, it is not limitless. It was now 5:30 in the evening. With the extreme cold settling in, nightfall arrived early, and it would be completely dark by 6. We will wait until night falls to deal with them, Siam Yukin stated, glancing at his watch. Realizing they had ample time, Wu Zhenzhen quickly retrieved the food she had prepared earlier to treat everyone. They needed sustenance before they could muster the energy to confront their adversaries.
Wow.
How is this food still steaming hot? The dog exclaimed at the sight of the dishes Wu Zhenzhen presented, marveling at her culinary prowess, as they had not witnessed her cooking. Well, this is another function of my space. It possesses remarkable preservation capabilities. Anything brought inside retains its original state, regardless of how long it remains, and this dish was actually cooked a year ago, Wu Zhenzhen explained. Boss, I suddenly feel you are unworthy of Sister Wu. The rabbit, wide-eyed after hearing Wu Zhenzhen's explanation, whispered conspiratorially to Siam Yukin. Chapter 66. Why leave them food? What did you say? Siam Yukin glared at him, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as he demanded, repeat that. The dog and others, upon hearing Siam Yukin's tone, hastily focused on their meals, pretending they had heard nothing, as it was prudent to keep their heads down. Yet, the dog's overly sensitive ears betrayed him, standing erect in anticipation of the rabbit's impending doom, eager to witness how this audacious creature would meet his end. Look, Sister Wu is radiant and striking, and she exudes an air of boldness. While you possess a modicum of charm, you seem rather weathered in contrast. Furthermore, consider Sister Wu's resources. She could easily be deemed the wealthiest in this post-apocalyptic world, boasting a space with extraordinary functions. All you have is a stash of frozen meat and a few 100,000 pounds of rice, courtesy of Sister Wu, no less. As for family, Sister Wu has a mother who excels in cooking, a brother skilled in weaponry, a father adept in agriculture and livestock, and an adorable daughter. While you are left with this motley crew of rough men. In terms of capability, she single-handedly dismantled Boss Yang's stronghold and possesses medical expertise. Can you match that? The rabbit, undeterred by the growing darkness on Siam Yukin's face, continued his analysis with fervor. The others at the table feigned ignorance, absorbed in their meals, as the dog nearly choked on his food, struggling to suppress any sound that might draw Siam Yukin's ire. Don't you all agree? The rabbit queried, noticing the table's sudden silence, save for the sound of utensils clattering against bowls. Your points are particularly salient, especially regarding the fact that I am indeed surrounded by nothing but dead weight, Siam Yukin retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I referred to them as rough men, not dead weight, the rabbit attempted to clarify, only to be yanked off the table by Siam Yukin and dragged outside.
Boss.
I won't do it again, came the rabbit's wails as they faded into the courtyard. The dog and others, relishing the rabbit's plight, quickly pilfered his food when they thought Siam Yukin had stepped away. After the rabbit's analysis, I find it quite reasonable, the dog whispered cautiously, ensuring Siam Yukin was still outside. Indeed, just based on Aunt Wu's cooking skills, she surpasses the boss in every way. If I could eat her cooking daily, I'd gladly marry one of their dogs, the rat said, stuffing his mouth with meat. Thoroughly satisfied. Glutton. The dog shot him a glance, joining in the feast, which was indeed delectable. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenzhen was on the vast prairie, enjoying her meal while feeding the dogs. She had grown accustomed to the rabbit's incessant chatter and inevitable beatings, having learned to tolerate his lack of discretion. After finishing her meal, she strolled back with her empty bowl, only to find the rabbit bruised and battered, still under Siam Yukin's rigorous training. Sister Wu, save me. The rabbit cried out upon seeing her approach. The moment he called her name, Siam Yukin's grip tightened. It's about time. We must take action. Wu Zhenzhen noted the time and the forthcoming confrontation. It would be counterproductive to have the rabbit incapacitated, as they needed all the strength they could muster. So she urged Xie Mukin to relent. Upon hearing her, Xie Mukin finally released him. "Thank you, sister. From now on, you are my true sister," the rabbit exclaimed, eager to grasp Wu Zhenzhen's hand in gratitude, but upon seeing Xie Mukin's dark expression, he quickly retracted his hands, rubbing them nervously. Returning to find not only had he been beaten, but his food had also been consumed, the rabbit was left with nothing but an empty plate. What a trick! He lamented, realizing it was unfair that he bore the brunt of the punishment when they all shared the meal. Seeing the rabbit's plate emptied, Wu Zhenzhen quickly fetched another dish of braised ribs for him, making the others, who had just finished eating, covetous. After the meal, Xie Mukin began strategizing for their actions outside the space, initially intending to keep the injured rat and Wu Zhenzhen within. Although the rat had been treated for his bullet wound and received anti-inflammatory medication, his leg injury hindered his mobility. Nevertheless, the rat insisted on joining. Their numbers were already few, and every additional person counted, as he felt fully capable of firing a weapon despite his injury. Wu Zhenzhen harbored concerns about the overwhelming presence of individuals outside. She feared that they would be unable to cope with the situation. Within her spatial realm, she was unable to perceive the external world, rendering her incapable of swiftly guiding everyone to safety in the event of danger. Xie Mukin, with a sense of helplessness, instructed Wu Zhenzhen to remain closely by his side and tasked the dog to ensure the safety of the mouse. After confirming their plan once more, they stealthily exited the space. To their surprise, instead of the anticipated chaotic scene, they found the courtyard, which had previously been bustling with activity, now sparsely patrolled by a few individuals engaged more in idle chatter and complaints than in vigilant watch, with some even engrossed in games of cards. The dog apprehended one of them to gather information, swiftly resolving the situation. It turned out that Wang Long, Wang Rui, and Xu Chui had witnessed, in disbelief, the sudden disappearance of Xie Mukin and his group right before their eyes. After receiving reports that Yang Daren's armory had been completely emptied, they felt an ominous foreboding. Each one, realizing they had been deceived, rushed back to their headquarters, convinced that this was a classic ploy by Xie Mukin to lure them away. A tactic he had employed before with devastating consequences for them. Upon returning to their base, they found no assaults had taken place, however. They were too cautious to act recklessly, fearing Xie Mukin might have further tricks up his sleeve, thus channeling all their resources into the defense of their stronghold. Meanwhile, at the location of Xie Mukin's disappearance, the three factions, amid mutual shoving, dispatched only a handful of inexperienced subordinates to keep watch. Given their historical discord, each faction prioritized the protection of its own territory, showing little concern for the Yang residents. "Wu Jiejie, did you only take Yang Daren's arms?" the dog inquired after dispatching the minor threats. "Indeed, I only noticed the arms. Had I seen anything else, I would not have overlooked it," she replied. "Are you suggesting?" The rabbit quickly grasped the dog's implication. "Consider this. Yang Daren has numerous followers. None appear to be in want, which indicates he must have hoarded substantial resources elsewhere. Since we're here, why not search for them? After all, our Wu Jiejie has a spatial realm to facilitate our efforts." The dog chuckled mischievously. "You're right. Since we've come this far, we shouldn't let the resources of the other factions slip away," Xie Mukin remarked coldly. "Boss, are you implying?" The dog's face brightened at Xie Mukin's words. "With guns pointed at our heads, why leave them any sustenance?" Xie Mukin spat with disdain. "To show the greatest respect to one's adversary is to eradicate them completely," he added with a chilling resolve. Upon hearing Xie Mukin's words, the group erupted in excitement, eager to witness the expressions of the arrogant foes when their downfall came. They first sought out the resources hoarded by Yang Daren, and after a thorough search, discovered an entrance to a basement within a warehouse. Upon entering, they were astonished to find that Yang Daren had excavated a vast underground chamber. Besides the warehouse entrance, there was another access point beneath his villa, but after the villa had been bombed, that exit had collapsed, explaining why it had gone unnoticed until now. True to the rumors, Yang Daren's stockpile was indeed abundant. It was no wonder he dared to gather so many followers in this apocalypse. In addition to various grains and clothing, there was a considerable supply of medicine, everyday necessities, and even numerous generators and appliances. likely acquired from plundering supermarkets and malls during the early days of the apocalypse. The sprawling underground chamber resembled a grand emporium of assorted goods. Zhenzhen, uninterested in cataloging the items, simply stored everything in her spatial realm, intending to sort through them later at her convenience. After securing Yang Daren's resources, they made a beeline for Wang Long's stronghold. Zhenzhen, recalling that Wang Long had amassed his fortune through oil dealings in Myanmar, felt a surge of exhilaration. Prior to the apocalypse, she had invested considerable time traversing every gas station in South City to hoard several hundred tons of gasoline and diesel. As they journeyed toward Wang Long's base, Zhenzhen observed that the ordinary citizens of Myanmar were faring far worse than those in Huaxia. Although the people of Huaxia also struggled to find enough to eat, they at least had shelter. Even if their homes were buried beneath ice, they could still find refuge in any office building. With the staggering number of fatalities in the initial phase, clothing and bedding were still relatively plentiful. If their own supplies fell short, rummaging through the homes of the deceased could yield sufficient blankets and garments to withstand the chill. In dire circumstances, dismantling furniture or doors from office buildings for firewood was also a possibility. Conversely, the residents here predominantly lived in bamboo or even straw huts, with very few residing in brick houses, and even those were typically single-story dwellings. During the rainy season, many of their homes were swept away or inundated by floodwaters. The survivors likely escaped to the mountains in haste. Now, as the bitter cold descended, most of their bedding and clothing had been washed away, and even the scant garments they wore were at risk of being seized by others. Their mountainous terrain, ravaged by mining operations, left them with no means to procure firewood for warmth. As they progressed, it became evident that very few individuals wore shoes. Most fashioned makeshift footwear from tree bark or straw, their bodies emaciated and cold. The streets were strewn with individuals who suddenly collapsed, only to be swiftly stripped of their possessions by a throng that descended upon them, even resorting to cannibalism. Zhenzhen and her companions averted their gazes from such grim scenes, aware that they were powerless to assist. Even if they distributed their resources to help these people survive the momentary hardships, countless days of suffering awaited them in the future. Zhenzhen and her group could only prioritize the well-being of their own families, feeling utterly powerless to aid others. Their efforts would be but a drop in the ocean. Naturally, when their vehicle appeared on the streets, it attracted the attention of many who contemplated attacking. However, upon revealing their firearms, the would-be assailants wisely retreated. Wang Long's stronghold was situated on the slopes of a mountain, and they disembarked at the foot of the hill. After Zhenzhen stored the vehicle in her spatial realm, they stealthily approached Wang Long's residence under Xia Mukin's guidance, familiar with the terrain from previous visits. Had it not been for Xia Mukin's efforts to balance the power dynamics in Myanmar, Wang Long would have met his demise countless times over. Wang Long resided in a cave with multiple exits, allowing him to escape through one of them whenever someone entered another. His primary skill lay in evasion, and the exits were constantly shifting, often concealed in obscure locations. Each time they sought him out, considerable time was expended locating his escape routes before they could initiate their plans to capture him. It was akin to the proverbial cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, making the pursuit of Wang Long a challenge. However, their current objective was Wang Long's resources, and they were disinclined to waste time battling him. Locating his stash was far simpler. They merely needed the keen-nosed dog to lead the way, as the pungent scent of oil would guide them, even if buried deep underground. Under the dog's guidance, they arrived at a massive rock on the mountain. "Dog, are you certain it's here? In this desolate wilderness, where could resources possibly be stored?" The rabbit questioned, surveying the barren landscape strewn with rubble. "Absolutely here," the dog insisted, sniffing vigorously. Zhenzhen touched the large stone, feeling a faint reaction from her spatial realm. To her astonishment, amidst this desolate mountain, she discovered a piece of jade. Indeed, Myanmar was rich in such treasures. It may be due to the immense size of the stone that the jade was ensconced within, rendering it invisible to the onlookers who merely perceived it as an ordinary rock, resulting in its neglect. Zhenzhen, harboring a mindset of seizing every opportunity, collected the massive stone into her spatial realm. Immediately upon her acquisition of the jade, a small aperture appeared at the stone's location, from which a potent aroma of gasoline wafted forth. "Over here," the dog exclaimed excitedly as Zhenzhen secured the stone. "You needn't," he pointed out. I can smell it too, the rabbit retorted disdainfully. However, this is likely not an exit. It could merely be a coincidence that Wang Long's storage room is situated directly beneath the stone. Thank goodness for my sister Wu. Or, who knows how we would have dealt with this immense rock. You would have led us to our doom, the rabbit remarked, eyeing the small hole beneath the stone. Enough with the chatter. Do we really need your commentary? Let's enlarge that hole, the dog said, giving the rabbit a firm pat on the head. Together, the rabbit and the dog worked diligently to widen the hole until it was large enough for a person to crawl through, allowing them to enter one by one.
Inside,
Surrounded by flammable materials such as gasoline and diesel, they refrained from lighting any lamps, their curiosity piqued by the vastness of the space, which housed numerous gigantic barrels. Wu Zhenzhen could only gather whatever she touched, determined to remove everything. Upon their emergence, they eagerly examined their haul within the spatial realm. The sight that greeted them was astonishing. Wang Long, primarily engaged in the oil trade, had stored an abundance of gasoline and diesel, enough to last them several lifetimes. The other supplies were meticulously sealed in gasoline barrels, neatly organized, unlike the chaotic disarray of Yang Laoda's stock. Wang Long had labeled his containers with precise descriptions, indicating the types of flour, salt, and rice contained within, distinguishing between low-gluten and high-gluten flour, coarse and fine salt, iodized and non-iodized salt, as well as spring rice, autumn rice, and pointed rice. Despite Wang Long's seemingly lesser influence compared to Yang Laoda, his resources were by no means inferior. He understood well that economic foundation determines the superstructure. Even in terms of munitions, his stockpiles were comparable to Yang Laoda's, with bullets and bombs stored in barrels. He truly was a shrewd and calculating individual. If allowed to develop for another 3 to 5 years, he could very well become a formidable figure akin to Zhang Shiqing of Myanmar. Chapter 68. Joyful Acquisition. After gathering Wang Long's supplies, the rabbit and his companions did not forget to set a series of remote-controlled explosives, ensuring that these individuals would not return to instigate trouble in Huaxia. Cutting the grass without uprooting the roots allows it to regrow. Warfare is not a matter of hospitality, but a life-and-death struggle, demanding that one side exits the gambling table for the battle to conclude. Once the explosives were placed, they wasted no time in stealthily departing from Wang Long's stronghold, heading directly for Wang Rui's lair. Wang Rui's stronghold, originally situated in a bamboo house atop a vast reservoir, had been washed away by torrential rains, forcing his group to construct makeshift accommodations on the adjacent mountaintop. As Siemyukin and his team approached, they discovered a lively bonfire gathering where meat was being roasted. Following the trail, they swiftly located the storage room, as several individuals were frequently hauling large cuts of meat outside to roast. Once inside, they quietly incapacitated the few people present before commencing their collection. Wang Rui appeared to have plundered a ranch, for while other supplies were scant, he possessed an abundance of various meats, estimated to include tens of thousands of sheep, along with a significant number of cattle and pigs. Wu Zhenzhen and her companions efficiently gathered the pork, beef, and mutton, ensuring to collect the limited rice, medicines, and munitions as well. With the fear of unexpected visitors arriving to retrieve meat for roasting, they quickly installed explosives and departed, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, their mission was solely for supplies, and with their small number, discovery could lead to dire consequences. Their final destination was the stronghold of Su Chui. Su Chui's father had been the leader of a mercenary group, once commanding a position of power in Myanmar. However, following his assassination, the Su family had fallen into decline under Su Chui's stewardship. Wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations. While Su Chui exhibited bravery, he lacked the cunning intellect of his father. After his father's demise, Su Chui's influence gradually diminished, preventing him from allying with Wang Long and Wang Rui. In years past, his father had single-handedly faced the combined might of all forces in Myanmar, achieving fame through his prowess in battle. For many years thereafter, no faction dared to threaten the Su family, establishing a temporary hegemony. Alas, the life of a tyrant is often brief. During a foreign mercenary mission, he was assassinated. When Siemyukin and his team reached the Su family estate, they proceeded with utmost caution. Even in its current weakened state, the Su family's defenses should not be underestimated. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Although Su Chui lacked his father's strategic acumen, He had been educated in the art of defense from a young age, ensuring their defenses were quite formidable. Previous attempts by Siemyukin and his subordinates to infiltrate the Su residence had been thwarted before they could reach the main house. Fortunately, with Wu Zhenzhen's assistance, they avoided detection by retreating into the spatial realm just in time, emerging stealthily once again. In the dead of night, they finally infiltrated the main house of the Su family, yet after a thorough search, they found nothing of note, only a meager supply of food in the kitchen.
Boss.
Could it be that the old man's inheritance has been completely divided up, or has Su Qi squandered it all? The dog inquired quietly. It is unlikely. Even if they lack food, they cannot possibly have no stockpile of munitions. Their patriarch was an arms enthusiast, with an extensive collection. There must be something hidden away that we have yet to find, Siemyukin reasoned. Despite their exhaustive search of the entire Su residence, they uncovered no other supplies. The estate's defenses were tightly secured, with patrols continuously circling, necessitating their utmost care to avoid triggering any traps or alarms. After a prolonged search yielded no results, Wu Zhenzhen stumbled upon some raw stones in a small firewood shed in a secluded courtyard, seemingly discarded and abandoned. Adopting a mindset of a fly's leg is still meat, she collected the raw stones into her spatial realm. Little did she anticipate that upon gathering the stones, a hidden trapdoor would reveal itself beneath them. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Who would have thought? Typically, one would expect a basement door to be located within the main residence for easy access to supplies. Concealed in such an obscure firewood shed and weighed down by stones, retrieving anything from within would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Yet, dismissing any thoughts about the Su family's intentions, they pried open the door and entered. Upon stepping inside, they were astounded by the impressive array of munitions that greeted them. This basement was remarkably spacious, suggesting that the entirety of the Su estate's courtyard had been excavated into an underground chamber. "Boss, is this an early model of a rifle?" the dog queried, holding up an antiquated firearm for examination. Indeed, Su Qi's father is evidently an aficionado of weaponry, possessing an extensive collection of both vintage and contemporary arms. The rabbit gazed at the rows of various weapons and remarked. Wu Zhenzhen, entirely oblivious to the significance of these items, thought to herself, what does it matter? Let's just take them anyway. With the items already so meticulously organized, she had little inclination to sift through them and simply decided to transport entire shelves into her space. In addition to these collectibles, they had stockpiled countless boxes of ammunition, along with dozens of tanks and armored vehicles. In comparison, the combined arsenal of Yang and Wang was but a fraction of Su's impressive cache. Boss, why do they hoard such an abundance of arms? Do they intend to eradicate every faction in Myanmar? The rabbit pondered, filled with suspicion. These must have been amassed during their patriarch's lifetime, undetected and thus untouched. Siemyukin conjectured as he examined a few bullets, all of which were of an older model. Fortunately, we are not contemporaries of Su's father. Had he been alive, our leader would have found it impossible to rise in Myanmar, Dog remarked, observing the vast array of timeless weaponry. Given the sheer volume of formidable firearms they possessed, it was indeed an impressive feat, especially in an era marked by scarcity of arms and ammunition. Weapons that critique cannot replace the critique of weapons. The truth lies within the range of cannons. At that time, Siemyukin had just been sold to a den of vice. Having only heard of Su Qi's father from the lips of the Golden Wolf, never having encountered him in person. However, within a year of his sale to that den, news of the man's assassination reached him, and while some speculated that the Golden Wolf had been involved, no one dared to confront him for confirmation. The identity of the assassin remains an enigma to this day. In light of these reflections, the rabbit jested. It seems Su Qi is indeed a fool. With such a vast arsenal, how could he allow it to be divided? Dog chimed in, thank goodness he is a fool, otherwise our leader would undoubtedly have to bow to him in Myanmar. Enough chatter, let us get to work. Siemyukin admonished, patting their heads. What work? The two inquired, puzzled. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenzhen was merrily busy collecting items, her efforts yielding a warehouse that had once brimmed with goods now reduced to mere emptiness. The others found themselves unable to assist. The rabbit and his companions were of no help at all. Chapter 69. The Spirit Spring Becomes a Spirit Medicine. The entirety of Sue's basement was predominantly filled with weaponry, and it appeared that these arms had once fully occupied the entire space. Following the apocalypse, they had been heaped together to make room for essential survival supplies like food. After Wu Zhenzhen finished gathering the arms, she turned her attention to food, medicines, gasoline, and daily necessities. Not only was Sue's household replete with arms, but they also seemed to have acquired a substantial stockpile of medicines, as if they had raided numerous pharmacies. Obtaining all this was effortless. The rabbit and his companions, realizing their ineffectiveness, resorted to planting remote explosives in various locations. Once Wu Zhenzhen had secured all the items in her space, they regrouped. After stealthily departing Sue's residence, Wu Zhenzhen recalled that the general's mansion, from which she had previously taken raw stones, was nearby, so she resolved to collect those before returning. Although the general's mansion had already been raided by Yang, the raw stones were of little value now, and Yang likely had no motivation to retrieve them. Upon reaching the general's mansion, they found it in a state of utter ruin, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Nearly all structures were leveled, leaving behind a desolate landscape of crumbled walls and scorched earth. The original warehouse for raw stones, constructed from iron sheeting, had been destroyed, yet the rubble revealed heaps of raw stones beneath the remnants of the structure. Although it was merely a matter of removing the topmost layer of iron, the sheer weight required the rabbit and his companions to work together to lift it. Noticing dawn approaching and time running short, Wu Zhenzhen decided to simply transport all the iron sheeting into her space, eliminating the need for the arduous task of removing it. At this moment, she had little desire to be selective and collected every raw stone without concern for her space's capacity. Previously, after observing the massive raw stone atop Wang Long Mountain and the stones from Sue's firewood room, she noted no changes in her space.
Now,
with so many raw stones being added, she was filled with anticipation regarding any potential transformations. Once Wu Zhenzhen had finished gathering the raw stones, they boarded a helicopter to return home. Of course, after takeoff, they did not forget to detonate the remote explosives, ensuring that these factions would crumble today, sparing them future troubles in Huaxia. Deliver the Buddha to the west. However, once aboard the helicopter, Wu Zhenzhen took a moment to investigate her space, only to discover it remained unchanged. Could it be that the space has reached its limit? That no matter how many raw stones are consumed, there will be no further alterations? Just as she stepped out of her space, she noticed that the rat beside her appeared unwell, his complexion flushed and his demeanor lethargic. Rat, you have a fever. Wu Zhenzhen reached out to check his temperature. What? Why didn't you say you were feeling unwell? The rabbit, seated next to the rat, expressed concern. It must be an infection from the wound. The rat, fearing to hold the team back, had been enduring in silence. Wu Zhenzhen quickly retrieved the spirit spring and anti-inflammatory medicine from her space for the rat to take while she examined his injury. Suddenly, a miraculous event transpired. As Wu Zhenzhen unwrapped the bandage from the rat's leg, she observed that the gunshot wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Wu Zhenzhen stared in awe as the once gaping wound, still oozing blood, gradually formed a scab and new skin emerged, ultimately appearing as if no injury had ever occurred. This extraordinary scene left not only Wu Zhenzhen astounded but also caused the rabbit, sitting nearby, to exclaim in shock. It healed. Healed? What do you mean by healed? The rabbit exclaimed, astonished. Never seen anything like it. Dog leaned in for a closer look. The rat's wound has healed. The rabbit clarified. Could it be that it wasn't this leg? Dog questioned, inspecting the rat's leg, now devoid of any scars. Upon hearing this, the rabbit promptly rolled up the rat's other pant leg and found no trace of an injury there either. Rat, have you developed a remarkable self-healing ability? Dog exclaimed in delight. The rat had undoubtedly sustained injuries, as Wu Zhenzhen had assisted him in removing bullets while he had been fetching water and handing over tools. I have no idea. Just moments ago, I felt utterly drained and dizzy, as if I might collapse at any moment. After taking the medicine Wu's sister gave me, I felt an instantaneous surge of vitality, and my head no longer felt light. The rat expressed his own bewilderment at his rapid recovery, which seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye. When did your healing ability become so remarkable? You've had gunshot wounds before, and each time felt like a brush with death. You've never experienced such extraordinary recovery abilities, the rabbit asked Wu Zhenzhen. I don't have any special skills. My medical knowledge is self-taught and hardly on par with even an average medical student. Moreover, I only gave him 1 dose of that anti-inflammatory medicine. He had taken it before when I removed the bullets. It shouldn't have suddenly become so effective. Wu Zhenzhen replied, handing the box of anti-inflammatory medicine to the rabbit. The rabbit carefully examined the item, revealing it to be an exceedingly ordinary anti-inflammatory medication, the kind that could be found readily on the streets before the apocalypse. Aside from this anti-inflammatory, what else did you consume? Xie Mukin pondered aloud. I didn't eat anything else. I only took this anti-inflammatory with the water that Sister Wu handed me, the mouse replied after a moment's reflection. Water. Wu Zhenzhen and Xie Mukin exclaimed in unison. Water? Guzi questioned, perplexed. The rabbit and the mouse regarded the two with suspicion as they called out about the water. In truth, Xie Mukin had noticed something peculiar about the water from Wu Zhenzhen's face the moment he drank it. It seemed infused with a certain vitality, rejuvenating him and dispelling fatigue, leaving him invigorated. At that moment, the rabbit and the others attributed their newfound energy to the sheer relief of escaping death, failing to connect their restored vitality with the water they had consumed. Wu Zhenzhen quickly retrieved the spiritual spring from her space and drank deeply. Her leg bore a wound from a wolf bite that she had kept to herself, knowing it had been inflamed for some time. Upon drinking, she found the spiritual spring to be even more refreshing and sweet than before. As she drank, the formerly aching wound began to itch, and upon lifting her calf, she observed with astonishment that the flesh torn away by the wolf was visibly regenerating at an incredible pace, scabbing over and healing, new skin sprouting forth rapidly. Chapter 70. The Detour to Yuqing. As Wu Zhenzhen rolled up her pant leg to reveal the injury, the mouse and the others gasped in awe. Each of them had endured their share of wounds from the battlefield, yet none had witnessed such a dramatic injury where flesh was literally torn away. Wounds from knives or bullets, though painful, healed relatively quickly, often hidden beneath bandages that dulled the pain. But a gaping wound, like the one Wu Zhenzhen bore, was excruciating. And even after being bandaged, the constant friction against the exposed flesh meant every step was a reminder of the agony. They could only imagine the pain she had endured. Yet she had never mentioned it or complained while keeping pace with them. The injury appeared to be severely inflamed, likely exacerbated by the movement and friction from running about. Days had passed, and rather than healing, it seemed to worsen due to the inflammation. The mouse felt a pang of sympathy, and Xie Mukin's eyes reddened at the sight of her wound. He regretted not having noticed her distress sooner. However, it was not entirely their fault, as Wu Zhenzhen had been taking painkillers and occasionally sipping from the spiritual spring to keep herself alert, masking her discomfort and thus not revealing her suffering. After all, they had been teetering on the brink of life and death, and she did not wish to burden them, especially since her efforts had yielded a wealth of resources, breathing new life into her family's existence in this harsh world. Sister, your face. Just as everyone was absorbed in watching Wu Zhenzhen's wound heal astonishingly fast, the rabbit suddenly shouted, pointing at her face. What's wrong with my face? Wu Zhenzhen inquired, touching her cheeks. She then retrieved a mirror from her space, discovering that the abrasions she had sustained on the cliff had completely healed, revealing a delicate, new layer of skin. Her already fair complexion now appeared even more refined and smooth. Sister, with how you look, you'd be considered barely 20. The rabbit flattered. Wu Zhenzhen quickly rolled up her sleeve and found that the wounds on her arm had also fully healed. With her injuries gone, she felt a newfound lightness. If you want to drink my spiritual spring, just say so, she teased the rabbit while inspecting her arm. You're my sister now, the rabbit declared, clinging to her. Though he had escaped injury this time, he had plenty of scars from previous encounters, particularly a gash on his neck reminiscent of a centipede, which he found unsightly in the mirror. He was eager to see if the spiritual spring could diminish those scars, as any young man in his 20s would desire a more handsome appearance. Here, Wu Zhenzhen laughed, handing him a generous bowl of the spiritual spring. I want some too. Me too. The others clamored, each nursing their own injuries and eager not to miss out on such a wondrous remedy. Wu Zhenzhen filled bowls for everyone, ultimately offering one to Xie Mukin as well. I have no injuries, he stated, but his hand instinctively accepted the bowl from her. It's just to refresh myself, he added in self-defense as he took the water. Boss, the injuries on your back could cover it entirely, and yet you still act tough? Afraid, sister, Wu will look down on you? Guzzi teased in a low voice. Siem Yukon shot him a glare, causing Guzzi to hastily drink his water. The sensation was indescribably refreshing. After they had all drunk, they discovered that their wounds, both new and old, were gradually healing. The old scars, which had long since scabbed over, miraculously began to restore as well. The rabbit examined his neck, where the centipede-like scar had shed its old skin and been replaced by soft, new tissue. He happily took the mirror from Wu Zhenzhen, beaming with delight. Who would have thought I had the potential to be an idol star of a youthful heartthrob? He mused, admiring his restored neck. Oh, please, with that fierce look of yours. An idol star? Not a chance, Guzzi jested. You're just envious of my beauty. You look like a bandit, the rabbit retorted, and the two immediately began a playful exchange of banter. Social bandit. Since jade has proven so beneficial for your space, let us make a trip to Yuching. I have plenty of good stock there that I need to check on, Siem Yukon proposed to Wu Zhenzhen. Upon returning from Myanmar, they had been preoccupied with hoarding supplies, leaving little time to sell their jade. They had thought the stones would become worthless, but if they could still serve a purpose for Wu Zhenzhen, it would be a waste not to collect them before returning home. All right, but you must share more of the food. Consider it my payment for the jade. Wu Zhenzhen replied. Her family's food supplies could last them generations, and with her space continuously producing, she had no shortage of provisions. She had also been contemplating whether she could trade food for his jade. Unexpectedly, Siem Yukon brought it up first. That sounds fair. Siem Yukon glanced at Wu Zhenzhen, initially intending to decline since his jade was practically worthless now. However, he realized that refusing would only lead to further negotiation, so he readily agreed. A group of individuals alighted from their helicopter on the outskirts of Yuching. Wu Zhenzhen retrieved the snowmobile she had earlier collected from the exhibition hall. Indeed, as Wu Yiheng had asserted, its performance was exceptional, exhibiting remarkable anti-skid capabilities, allowing it to traverse icy surfaces without faltering. Before they could even enter the urban area of Yuching, a large glass manufacturing plant's prominent sign captured Wu Zhenzhen's attention, prompting her to request that Guzzi head towards the glass factory. Yuching, thriving on the trade of jade, necessitated an extensive use of glass for its myriad shops, exhibition halls, marketplaces, and warehouses. Consequently, several glass factories dotted the outskirts, catering specifically to the needs of jade merchants in the city. With the impending threat of acid rain, glass that could withstand corrosion would undoubtedly become a highly coveted commodity. Upon arriving at the glass factory, they discovered it had long been abandoned. Remnants of glass-littered production beds and cutting rooms. Wu Zhenzhen collected every shard, anticipating that they might require further processing. Thus she also gathered all cutting tools, including saws and cutting beds. As she entered the warehouse, her heart soared at the sight of numerous glass piles, likely orders not yet picked up by some merchant before the apocalypse struck. The sheer quantity was sufficient to cover an entire villa complex. Having finished collecting from this factory, the group decided to gather glass from other nearby factories, recognizing the fragility of the material and the wisdom in having ample reserves. After acquiring stock from several surrounding glass factories, Rabbit suggested that since they had amassed a considerable amount of glass, they should also procure steel frameworks for support. Thus, they proceeded to the steel mill to gather a substantial quantity of steel. Once the steel was secured, they realized that screws were also essential. Consequently, they ventured to a hardware processing facility to collect various screws and fasteners. Following the acquisition of screws, they deemed it prudent to also gather rebar, cement, and bricks, leading them to a rebar and brick factory where they collected a significant haul. Unfortunately, the cement was rendered unusable due to flooding, so they left that behind. Sister, although we acquired several power generators from Boss Yang, our coal supply is somewhat lacking. Perhaps we should visit a coal factory to gather more for electricity in our villa area, Rabbit suggested, inching closer to Wu Zhenzhen. Siem Yukon, overhearing, felt a twinge of irritation. These idlers, now aware of Wu Zhenzhen's spatial abilities, sought to leverage her to transport all their goods, sparing them the labor of hauling. While Siem Yukon worried about being misconstrued as exploiting Wu Zhenzhen, she, upon hearing Rabbit's proposal to gather coal, felt a surge of excitement, oblivious to any sense of being used. After all, they had shared the electricity generated for a considerable time. Given the extreme cold lasting 5 years, having a stockpile of coal was invaluable. This was also the reason she had meticulously gathered firewood from her hometown. Coal would be even better, as it burned more evenly and efficiently, making it superior for power generation compared to wood. Seeing Wu Zhenzhen eager to assist in their collection efforts, Rabbit and the others disregarded Xie Yukin's sour demeanor and took her on a tour of the city, gathering everything they needed. Compared to South City, they were far more familiar with Yuqing, quickly leading Wu Zhenzhen to the coal factory. After she stored several large heaps of coal into her space, they continued on to gather solar power generators, water towers, high-temperature wires, and other essentials. Wu Zhenzhen joyfully acted as their vessel, accommodating every item they desired, assuring them that her spatial capacity was vast enough to handle it all. By the time they returned to Xie Yukin's warehouse, they had amassed an impressive array of supplies. Yuqing's overall elevation seemed to have spared it from extensive flooding, as most buildings in the urban area stood on the ice. However, due to its reliance on jade trade, food reserves were scarce. During the viral outbreak, the city's food supplies had nearly been depleted, leading to more deaths from starvation rather than drowning during the torrential rains. Following the extreme cold, border defenses had significantly weakened, making Yuqing the first city to suffer incursions from marauding forces from Myanmar. The combination of food scarcity and persistent harassment from these dark forces left only a handful of residents in Yuqing. Most had fled to the outskirts or to other cities. As the group traversed Yuqing, they encountered no interference, with onlookers keeping their distance, likely mistaking them for marauders from Myanmar. This unanticipated lack of trouble proved advantageous. Upon their return to Xie Yukin's warehouse, night had already fallen. The warehouse, primarily stocked with raw stones, had fortunately not been looted, though the main entrance had been pried open. The raw stones outside remained untouched, but these were not of interest to Wu Zhenzhen, as they were merely remnants of her previous selections, deemed unworthy by her space, rendering further collection unnecessary. They proceeded into the building, which occupied approximately 800 square meters. The first floor was cluttered with raw stones of varying sizes, all meticulously chosen by Xie Yukin for their quality. Slightly inferior stones had been discarded outdoors. The second floor showcased exquisitely carved jade ornaments, bracelets, and plaques, each a collector's item of the highest caliber, capable of inciting bidding wars at auctions. On the third floor, aside from Xie Yukin's office and processing area, other rooms were filled with jade stones that had been stripped of their outer layers. Each stone sparkled with clarity, selected by Xie Yukin for future carving endeavors. These are the fruits of your labor. Are you truly willing to allow my space to consume them? I must clarify that once absorbed, they cannot be expelled. Wu Zhenzhen reminded Xie Yukin, concerned that he might regret his decision. Rest assured,
To me,
these are merely tools for survival. Since they no longer yield profit, allowing your space to absorb them is not a loss, Xie Yukin replied nonchalantly. Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback by Xie Yukin's perspective. Many in the apocalypse failed to grasp this notion. Numerous individuals clung to antiques, artworks, and collectibles, reluctant to sell or trade them for food. They carried these treasures with them in flight, only to realize years later that their cherished items could not even procure a bowl of rice. Since Xie Yukin had initiated the offer, Wu Zhenzhen felt it would be disingenuous to decline, and without hesitation, she stored all of Xie Yukin's jade stones, ornaments, and raw materials into her space. Upon the space absorbing these jade items, she immediately sensed a change. Now, upon entering her space, she could not only see the outside world but also hear every sound emanating from it, as if her space had become a cloaking device.
no.
It was even better than a cloaking device. Her space was virtual, and even if someone shot at her position, the bullets would merely pass through her, unable to inflict any harm. This implies that as long as she retreats into the spatial realm, she can unleash her attacks on those outside at her whim, while they remain oblivious to her presence, let alone retaliate. Whenever adversaries threaten her household, she not only can usher her family into safety within the space but also observe the external environment at will, emerging from behind to strike at them. And when the odds are against her, retreating back into the space, leaving them utterly perplexed. Wu Zhenzhen was exhilarated upon realizing this. Her previous inability to gauge the external surroundings while within the space had been a significant drawback. During her time in Myanmar, she had several encounters where, after emerging from the space, she immediately stumbled upon foes. Had she not seized the moment to shoot them down while they were caught off guard, she would have faced an untold number of deaths. Now, with the ability to discern the environment beforehand, her enemies would find it far more challenging to assault her. And eliminating anyone she desired would be as effortless as a flick of her wrist. Once Wu Zhenzhen finished collecting jade stones, they all joyfully boarded the helicopter to return home. They had been away for too long and needed to hurry back, lest their family grow anxious. Upon landing in Nancheng, Wu Zhenzhen immediately spotted the person who made her grit her teeth, Jean Lang. This time, let us see who prevails. Wu Zhenzhen thought bitterly as she gazed at his wrinkled, smiling face. Chapter 72. Teasing Jean Lang. Wu Zhenzhen and her companions had landed their helicopter on the outskirts of Nancheng. Although they harbored no fear of the unruly crowd in Nancheng, they opted not to draw attention by flying directly back, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, before they could disembark, they noticed Jean Lang approaching them with his trademark wrinkled smile. It turned out he had been in the vicinity, drawn by the sound of the helicopter, with intentions of commandeering it. He only owned one helicopter and thought it inconvenient not to have a backup in case his malfunctioned. Hearing the helicopter's sound from afar, he cheerfully remarked, "I knew you all were back." Observing everyone exiting the helicopter, he strolled over nonchalantly, as if the helicopter was already his once they disembarked. Yet, just as he was about to reach for it, the helicopter suddenly vanished into thin air. Who took my helicopter?" Jean Lang exclaimed in shock, watching as it disappeared before his eyes. He quickly deduced that someone, like him, possessed a spatial bag and had spirited it away, and he yelled in frustration. Witnessing the prize slip away so abruptly left him visibly aggrieved, and he glared at the group, demanding, "Which one of you has the spatial bag?" Noticing the silence that followed, he scanned the crowd for any answers. The group, including Rabbit, had never been fond of Jean Lang, despite his exceptional abilities. No one could appreciate a bully who constantly tormented their leader. To them, he was simply a tyrant, no matter his prowess. Moreover, after witnessing the injuries Wu Zhenzhen had suffered at his hands, their loathing for him deepened. Siem Yukin was particularly indifferent towards him, while his previous mistreatment was one matter. His abuse of Wu Zhenzhen alone was enough to incite Siem Yukin's ire. Therefore, when Jean Lang posed his question, he was met with a collective disregard. They treated him as if he were invisible. Hiss! Jean Lang received a sudden stab to his arm, causing him to wince in pain. The cut was swift and clean, leaving no room for hesitation. It was either a testament to the assailant's speed or the sharpness of the weapon. Had he not been bundled up, his arm would have likely been severed. Jean Lang surveyed his surroundings, realizing that Rabbit and the others were all in front of him, making it impossible for any of them to strike him without being seen. The only person behind him was Siem Yukin, leading him to conclude that it must have been him. This kid had evidently honed his speed to the point of being able to strike without Jean Lang sensing a thing, and in such a brief time frame. He had concealed his weapon. Just as Jean Lang contemplated attacking Siem Yukin, he felt another sharp pain in his leg. This time, he saw clearly that Siem Yukin hadn't moved at all. It was someone else. Turning around, he noticed Rabbit and the others stifling their laughter.
Totally enjoying Jin Lang's misfortune. Who?
Stop looking at me like I'm a joke. Jean Lang finally erupted in anger, brandishing a knife, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle, but regrettably, he couldn't even discern who his opponent was. Jean Lang scanned the area, confirming that none of those present could have attacked him without being detected. Suddenly, recalling the helicopter's abrupt disappearance, he realized that someone must have been hiding in a spatial bag-like device to assault him. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Zhenzhen had concealed herself within the helicopter when she saw him approaching with that sinister smile, surmising that he intended to pilfer her aircraft. Therefore, she had deliberately hidden inside until he believed it was already in his grasp, at which point she whisked the helicopter away into her space, while simultaneously delivering occasional stabs to relieve her pent-up resentment.
Who?
Show yourself, Jean Lang shouted, brandishing his knife, his eyes darting about for any sign of movement. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a heavy blow to his back, but he failed to catch a glimpse of his assailant. Who dares to attack me? You're courting death. Show yourself. Jean Lang fumed, touching the blood on the back of his head. Smack. Another heavy blow struck the back of his head. I'll tear you limb from limb and feed you to the wolves. Jean Lang, for the first time, found himself in such a precarious position without even knowing who was behind it. Smack. Just as he finished speaking, a larger hammer struck his head. Even his thick skull could not withstand such a tremendous blow. After momentarily losing consciousness, he finally collapsed to the ground. Jean Lang had unwittingly invoked Wu Zhenjin's fury. Upon seeing him fall, she emerged from her space. Without hesitation, she confiscated his spatial bag. Wasn't he eager to steal her helicopter? This time, he would learn that his attempts to pilfer would yield nothing. Wu Zhenjin casually tossed the bag into her space, where it would remain hidden unless she chose to retrieve it. No amount of searching would lead Jean Lang to his precious bag. After securing Jean Lang's spatial bag, Wu Zhenjin still felt unsatisfied. She kicked him a few times in frustration before instructing Rabbit and the others to bind him and hang him from a tree. Only then did she, in high spirits, produce ice blades to share with everyone, allowing them to glide back home. Initially, Wu Zhenjin contemplated tossing Jean Lang into a wolf's den to repay him in kind. However, as dawn approached, the urgency to return set in, for they were not certain how many pairs of eyes would be upon them on the way back. Additionally, finding a wolf den would not be an easy task. And most importantly, Wu Zhenjin sensed that Siemyukin did not genuinely wish for Jean Lang's demise. Otherwise, she would have simply ended him with a single shot. After all, Jean Lang remained oblivious to the identity of his attacker, and any trouble he sought would likely lead him to Siemyukin. For all he had seen were him and his subordinates, leading him to believe it was one of Siemyukin's followers who had struck him. Siemyukin's feelings towards Jean Lang are intricate and multifaceted. His entire skill set has been imparted to him by Jean Lang, who, despite employing exceedingly harsh training methods, has never been stingy in sharing his expertise. In his youth, Siemyukin harbored a fervent dream of slaying Jean Lang, for during their training sessions, Jean Lang incessantly indoctrinated him with the notion, to escape from here, you must first kill me. If you cannot kill me, you are only worthy of being toyed with. This became Jean Lang's catchphrase during their sessions. Thus, the singular goal that propelled young Siemyukin through relentless training was the ambition to end Jean Lang's life. However, when the moment arrived and he possessed the capability to do so, he found himself beset by hesitation. Jean Lang was not merely his adversary. He was also the mentor who had accompanied him throughout his formative years, witnessing every milestone of his growth. Consequently, Siemyukin's relationship with Jean Lang is characterized by a tumultuous blend of love and hatred. He resents the cruelty Jean Lang inflicted upon him, yet he cherishes the guidance that nurtured his development. He yearns for Jean Lang's demise, yet simultaneously cannot bear the thought of it. Such is the paradox of his emotions. In Chapter 73, they find themselves besieged by the Black Tiger Gang. The group glides silently across the ice towards the southern district. Thanks to the absence of marauding brigands from neighboring territories, the resources here are considerably more abundant than in Yuqing, and the number of survivors in the southern district far exceeds that of Yuqing. Most importantly, this is the home of Wu Zhenjin and her companions, who require a prolonged stay, desiring to attract as little attention as possible. Thus, they choose to skate rather than drive back to Wulian Mountain. Despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous, they are still scrutinized by numerous gazes upon entering the southern district. Currently, this area operates under a gang-cooperative survival model, with some venturing out by day to scavenge for food, while others prowl at night to rob. Consequently, the streets are teeming with people, both day and night. Those who emerge during the day primarily seek sustenance, while the night dwellers are intent on thievery. Wu Zhenjin and her group, believing they would attract less attention at night, are instead targeted by even more onlookers. However, this does have its advantages. The cover of darkness suits their purposes well. Even if they inadvertently take a life, no one would recognize them. As they swiftly glide through the streets, many attempt to hurl ice blocks at them, but before they can release their projectiles, they are swiftly silenced by Rabbit and his companions wielding silenced firearms. Witnessing their comrades fall one by one under the onslaught, the remaining assailants realize they are up against formidable opponents. Yet, instead of retreating, they grow exhilarated, for seizing a firearm would significantly bolster their prospects for survival. As Wu Zhenjin and her group navigate a narrow street, a thick wooden beam suddenly obstructs their path. When they attempt to retreat into another alley, another beam descends from above, effectively trapping them in the narrow passage. Simultaneously, throngs of people surge from either side, encircling them. Haha, brave souls from afar I see. A man in a red hat steps forward with a grin. At this moment, Wu Zhenzhen and her companions have their faces concealed, rendering them unrecognizable. However, their masks are not a precaution against exposure but rather a necessary shield against the biting cold while skating. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Xiaoyang, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Noticing their silence, he proceeds with his self-introduction. What do you desire? Rabbit retorts playfully, his gaze fixed on He Xiaoyang. It suddenly dawns on Rabbit that this is the same individual who had previously rifled through the pockets of the former leader of the Black Tiger Gang outside the walls. After Rabbit had dispatched the former leader, He Xiaoyang had briefly fled before returning to snatch the former leader's firearm and clean out his pockets. To Rabbit's astonishment, he has now ascended to the position of leader himself. Rabbit cannot fathom why He Xiaoyang would recklessly return to confront him. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to extend an invitation for you all to join our ranks in the Black Tiger Gang and partake in shared prosperity. He Xiaoyang proclaims with an air of superiority. He feels a twinge of discomfort at Rabbit's tone but recognizes the undeniable skill displayed by Rabbit and his companions, compelling him to clarify his proposition. After all, his gang is in dire need of capable individuals. The majority of his members are untrained civilians who can only prey upon the weak and vulnerable. They are utterly powerless against anyone with even a modicum of martial prowess. Moreover, with more firearms at their disposal, they could easily dominate rival gangs. Even at a distance, Wu Zhenzhen and her companions discern the implications of He Xiaoyang's calculations. Yet, as a leader, He Xiaoyang feels the need to maintain a facade of authority, ensuring his adversaries do not underestimate him, hence his unfriendly tone.
Oh.
So, joining your gang promises riches? What would be our obligations upon entering the Black Tiger Gang? Rabbit inquires with a smile, intrigued by He Xiaoyang's intentions. Our conditions for joining are quite simple. All you need to do is surrender the firearms you possess and the ice skates on your feet, and you will be welcomed into the Black Tiger Gang. Once you join, your only obligation will be to serve a night shift, and you will enjoy a life of luxury alongside us. If you perform well, I can even allocate a few territories for you to oversee. He Xiaoyang eagerly offers what he perceives to be generous terms, believing he is successfully painting a picture of prosperity. Rabbit finds He Xiaoyang's grandiose promises amusing, especially given the gaunt and starving appearance of his followers, who have likely gone days without a morsel to eat. It seems that only He Xiaoyang himself has had enough to sustain him. Attempting to swindle their firearms and skates while expecting them to work night shifts to procure resources for him is quite the fanciful dream. And what if we choose not to join your Black Tiger Gang? Rabbit counters. If you refuse, there lies only the path to death, He Xiaoyang scoffs. He merely sees their skills as a means to preserve their lives in service to him, should they fail to recognize their good fortune. He would not hesitate to send them to their demise, confident that their weapons would ultimately belong to him. Then let us see who meets their end first. As Rabbit's words linger in the air, he swiftly glides behind He Xiaoyang and presses his firearm against the latter's temple. Spare me, good sir, spare me, He Xiaoyang exclaims, bewildered by the speed of Rabbit's maneuver. Have them clear the wood from my path. Rabbit commands coldly. Are you deaf? Move the wood, quickly. He Xiaoyang, in a panic, orders his subordinates to remove the beams flanking them. After a moment of hesitation, they begin to cooperate in lifting the two wooden beams. He Xiaoyang is known for his oppressive rule, demanding that any food found or stolen be surrendered to him first. Only after he has feasted to his fill will he distribute scraps to his subordinates. Those who fail to comply often face brutal retribution, with some even meeting their end at his hands. Yet, He Xiaoyang's cruelty extends beyond his own gang, as he is even harsher towards rival factions. Typically, those who compete with him for resources are swiftly dealt with, leading to a certain degree of assistance for their survival.
Now,
upon hearing that they are part of the Black Tiger Gang, other factions regard them with trepidation. They are reluctant to vie for resources against them, even fleeing at the sight of them, which enhances their chances of survival. Thus, there exists a dual sentiment among the members. They desire for He Xiaoyang to be eliminated by the rabbits, yet simultaneously harbor fears that his death would render the Black Tiger Gang vulnerable to division and oppression by rival gangs, making survival even more precarious. Consequently, when He Xiaoyang instructed everyone to move the timber, they found themselves weighing the decision internally. Should they clear the wood? Should they wish for He Xiaoyang's demise or his continued existence? Ultimately, they chose to move the timber. For if He Xiaoyang were to perish, not only would other gangs seize and torment them, but internal discord would ensue, leading to chaos and making survival exceedingly difficult.
Bang.
Just as they were about to remove the timber, the sound of a gunshot rang out. He Xiaoyang collapsed to the ground, a bullet lodged in his forehead, having been shot by the rabbit. Chapter 74. Breaking free from the encirclement. The rabbit had already sensed the incoming bullets and deftly slid aside, leaving He Xiaoyang to fall lifelessly to the ground after being struck. Those who were in the midst of moving the timber were startled by the gunfire, instinctively taking cover, only to snap back to reality and see He Xiaoyang dead, still grappling with whether to move the timber. Their curiosity heightened regarding who had slain He Xiaoyang. After all, these individuals seemed far too astute to have killed him while engaged in the act of moving timber, which would only invite trouble. Siemyukin and his companions all focused their gaze on a singular spot, the origin of the bullet. I didn't expect you to discover me," remarked a man clad in a tattered cotton coat, brandishing a gun at Guzi as he emerged from the crowd. He had previously noted that among the group, the rabbit was merely a subordinate, while the true leader was the silent man beside him, who occasionally exchanged glances with the rabbit. Guzi, feeling increasingly vexed as this man aimed a gun at him, wondered why he was singled out. Did he appear weaker, more vulnerable? "Li Jihong, what are you doing? How could you kill the gang leader, who has always looked after you?" A young man, initially intending to help move timber, questioned.
Bang.
No sooner had the young man spoken than Li Jihong fired a shot, and the young man dropped dead on the spot. Guzi and the others were left in shock. Could it truly be that life was so expendable in Huaxia? Even in Myanmar, gang leaders wouldn't kill their subordinates over a mere utterance. He was truly ruthless. "Does anyone have any questions?" Li Jihong asked, aiming his gun at Guzi while scanning the surroundings. The group exchanged wary glances, too intimidated to speak, falling silent as they comprehended that Li Jihong's execution of the young man was a display of power. He clearly aspired to be the next leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Though they were reluctant to accept it, they realized that under Li Jihong's potential leadership, they would live in constant fear of being his next target. Originally, Li Jihong was the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang. After the previous leader's demise, he believed he would naturally ascend to leadership. However, He Xiaoyang unexpectedly emerged. At that time, without a weapon in hand, He Xiaoyang had decisively shot the leader of the Steel Knife Gang when they attempted to carve out a share of their territory, earning the respect of the members and thus rising to power. His ruthless methods and established reputation solidified his position as the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Li Jihong, familiar with the inner workings of the gang and having been favored by He Xiaoyang, received ample provisions. Yet, his ambitions were insatiable. He was far from content with mere sustenance. He resented that so many resources were hoarded by He Xiaoyang while he merely went about daily life. Especially after unintentionally acquiring a firearm, Li Jihong had been devising plans to eliminate He Xiaoyang, recognizing that the latter was not only ruthless but also cunning, taking great care in his daily interactions. He never anticipated that the rabbits would provide him with such a golden opportunity, not only to kill He Xiaoyang but also to swiftly establish his authority within the gang. Little did he realize that this course of action would not secure his leadership, but rather hasten his demise.
Bang.
Guzi acted swiftly, twisting Li Jihong's wrist and seizing the gun, delivering a fatal shot to his forehead. As Li Jihong lay dead, the onlookers contemplated fleeing but hesitated, fearing that their escape would draw the attention of Siemyukin and his group, making them the prime targets for execution. Thus, they found themselves frozen in place, wishing they could vanish from sight, terrified of being noticed. "You lot, go and move the timber," Guzi commanded, gun trained on the individuals who had been moving the wood. Those under his gunpoint hurriedly scrambled to comply, anxious that any delay might provoke Guzi's wrath. Once the timber was cleared, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Siemyukin led Zhenzhen forward, while Guzi and the rabbit kept their weapons trained on the others. Only after Siemyukin and Zhenzhen had successfully exited the encirclement did they follow suit. The onlookers had not anticipated that the two who had remained calmly observing from the side were the true leaders all along. After a tumultuous series of events, dawn began to break. The group swiftly made their way towards Wullian Mountain. However, following this incident, no one dared to challenge them again. Other gangs had already received word that a formidable and ruthless figure had arrived in the city following the death of He Xiaoyang. Their initial strike, executed in broad daylight, had effortlessly eliminated the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Each faction was eager to steer clear of conflict, especially with Xie Mukin and his companions. In truth, the various gangs were not so easy to deal with. Although their leaders appeared imposing, they were often the first to meet death, a perilous occupation. As a gang leader, one must constantly guard against not only rival gangs but also treachery from within. While occupying the throne of leadership, their existence was fraught with anxiety. Meanwhile, the members of the gang were compelled to venture out daily, competing for resources against various factions, only to return and face reprimands from their leaders. The competition among gang members was fierce. Any resources obtained had to be surrendered first, failing which could result in severe punishment or even death. Their daily lives were akin to those of animals struggling to survive in a harsh environment. Initially, they banded together seeking greater opportunities for survival, yet over time, their collective nature had completely transformed. Compared to earlier times, the survival conditions for ordinary individuals had become increasingly dire, with benefits accruing solely to a select few who held leadership positions within the gangs. In the current climate, however, no one dared to venture out on their own, for they would soon be crushed and bullied to death by gang members. Thus, when news spread of formidable individuals like Xie Mukin entering Nancheng, neither gang leaders nor their members were willing to provoke them. Everyone prioritized self-preservation, deeming it unnecessary to engage with such powerful figures. After Xie Mukin and his companions slipped away from the crowd, countless pairs of eyes followed their every move. As they headed towards Wulian Mountain, onlookers fervently wished for a fierce confrontation between them and the monsters inhabiting the mountain, praying that the beasts would not descend to wreak havoc upon them. However, the armed police held a different sentiment. Captain Liu was almost certain that the mercenaries they had encountered were predominantly dealt with by the inhabitants of Wulian Mountain, and that the weapons were undoubtedly in their possession. The so-called monsters were likely a ruse, a theatrical display meant to intimidate those below the mountain, a mere facade to project an image of terror. Yet, it must be noted that the residents of Wulian Mountain had never descended to harm the populace. Those few they had killed had provoked them first. In the grand scheme of this apocalypse, where lives were lost daily, their focus was on survival rather than interference. As long as the mountain's denizens refrained from indiscriminate slaughter that threatened the existence of the armed police, they would choose to remain blissfully ignorant, maintaining a harmonious distance. Chapter 75. Does Xie Mukin harbor feelings for her? As Wu Zhenzhen and her party ascended the mountain, a vehicle was already waiting for them. The news of Xie Mukin and his companions being besieged at the foot of Wulian Mountain had long since reached the summit. Everyone was well aware that resolving the situation was a matter of mere ease for the mountain's inhabitants, requiring no assistance from them. Thus, they simply waited in their vehicle to escort them back home. The group, accustomed to the ebb and flow of missions, exchanged no pleasantries, engaging only in playful banter as they made their way to the villa area. Upon entering the gates of the villa district, Wu Zhenzhen's family awaited her with palpable anxiety. They understood well that her purported trip to Yuqing to procure jade was merely a fabricated excuse to allay their concerns. They were acutely aware of Wu Zhenzhen's character. Even amidst the chaos of this apocalypse, she would ensure to inform her family before embarking on a journey. Her sudden disappearance suggested something was amiss, likely indicating she had been abducted. Thus, upon hearing that she had accompanied Xie Mukin, they surmised he must have taken it upon himself to search for her. The elderly and young in her family recognized that their presence would only exacerbate the situation, and that lamenting at home would only heighten their collective anxiety. Therefore, they chose silence, allowing the younger ones to believe they had successfully deceived them. In truth, they had been plagued by worry and unease during this period, but they refrained from displaying their emotions in front of the youth. Once Wu Zhenzhen returned safely, there was no longer any need to conceal their feelings. It was only when she stepped out of the vehicle that the weight of their anxiety truly lifted. Seeing her return unscathed, Wu Xiufeng could not contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace her daughter, weeping with relief. Zheng Bai and Wu Yiheng, witnessing the scene, discreetly wiped away the tears threatening to spill from their eyes.
Mom.
Xiner exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. Wu Zhenzhen quickly knelt down to hold her daughter tightly. Understanding that Xiner, typically so strong, must have been deeply worried during her absence. This family is not only kind-hearted, but also possesses a profound wisdom masked by simplicity. Chen Guangyi remarked, observing the touching reunion. What makes you say that? Tiger, puzzled, inquired of Chen Guangyi's sudden statement. Foolish child. They were already aware of Wu Zhenzhen's predicament. They merely feigned belief in the lies we concocted. Chen Guangyi gently tapped Tiger's head. And how is that related to kindness and profound wisdom? Tiger remained perplexed. They concealed their anxiety, not wanting their worries to burden you children. That is kindness. They refrained from causing a commotion after discovering Wu Zhenzhen's disappearance and did not venture out to search for her, thereby avoiding adding to our troubles. Their patience in awaiting our news is a testament to their wisdom. Learn from them. If only you youngsters could ease my worries as they do. Chen Guangyi expressed in exasperation, wishing for the youth to demonstrate the same level of maturity. Due to the biting cold, Siemyukin, concerned for the family's well-being, promptly arranged for their return home. After the tumultuous day, sitting warmly on the heated kong at home, Wu Zhenzhen felt an intense appreciation for the comfort of her family. Under persistent inquiries from her family, she recounted her recent experiences, sitting cozily on the kong. Naturally, she omitted the details of her encounter with the wolves, fearing it would distress her parents, brother, and daughter. Even without mentioning that ordeal, her tales of scaling cliffs and demolishing villas were enough to cause her family considerable distress. Wu Xiufeng wiped away tears, overwhelmed with sympathy several times. Upon finishing her account, Wu Yiheng felt an urge to use his newly crafted weapon against the golden wolf. You must express your gratitude to Xia for his life-saving actions. Although I understand you have endured a challenging marriage and may find it hard to open your heart again, Xia has treated you with great kindness. You cannot continue to disregard him. If you truly have no feelings for him, tell him early on so he can move on without being delayed by you. Wu Xiufeng, having listened to Wu Zhenzhen's narrative, interjected, Yet, I sincerely hope you cherish this bond. In this apocalyptic world, such affection is exceedingly rare. Wu Zhenzhen found herself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how her harrowing tale of abduction had morphed into a discussion about her past marriage and her supposed hindrance to Siemyukin. Surely you must realize Xia has feelings for you? Wu Xiufeng, noticing her daughter's confusion, prompted gently. Mom, how can you be so certain of his feelings? You mustn't speak so casually. Wu Zhenzhen quickly interjected, alarmed. I am not speaking out of turn. If he were indifferent, why would he pursue you so ardently? Wu Xiufeng replied. In this villa district, everyone can see it clearly except for you. Realizing that her daughter was oblivious to Siemyukin's affections, Wu Xiufeng reflected on her initial belief that Wu Zhenzhen was avoiding the subject due to her past trauma. She had sensed Siemyukin's interest from the first moment she laid eyes on him. Yet, she had never broached the subject with Wu Zhenzhen, fearing it might bring up painful memories. She had hoped their relationship would develop naturally without her interference. Little did she know, her daughter remained completely unaware of Siemyukin's feelings for her. Everyone else is aware? Wu Zhenzhen questioned, glancing suspiciously at Exiner, Wu Yiheng, and Zheng Bai. Chapter 76, Xia Laoda. What you feel is not mere liking. Upon reflection, it was evident that Siemyukin had a penchant for frequenting their home. However, Wu Zhenzhen had always believed that Siemyukin was like everyone else, merely enamored with her mother and coveting the delectable dishes she prepared. She had never considered that this distinguished individual had set his sights on her. Sister, you can't possibly be emotionally obtuse, can you? It's so glaringly obvious. And yet you fail to perceive it. It's practically written on his face. What more do you want? Wu Yiheng scoffed. Mother, if you can't see this, you truly are at an astonishing level of oblivion. It's not merely written on his face, it's already inscribed there. Exiner chimed in, equally speechless upon discovering that Wu Zhenzhen was utterly unaware. She had assumed Wu Zhenzhen's aloofness towards Siemyukin was due to her own presence and had endeavored to showcase her fondness for him, hoping Wu Zhenzhen would not feel constrained by her feelings. It turned out that after her extensive efforts to convey her intentions, Wu Zhenzhen had completely misinterpreted her signals.
Dad.
Wu Zhenzhen turned to Zheng Bai. I also think Xiao Xia is quite remarkable. You might want to give it some thought, Zheng Bai remarked with a smile. Wu Zhenzhen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Even Zhengbai, who was usually so oblivious, had noticed. It seemed this matter was indeed genuine.
Ah,
Xiao Jin, you're here. I have something to ask you. Just then, Xiao Jin walked in, prompting Wu Yiheng to hastily beckon him over. What is it? Xiao Jin inquired. Does your boss have a fondness for my sister? Wu Yiheng asked. Wu Zhenzhen regarded him earnestly, wondering if this was merely her family's biased perspective. Is that even a question? Isn't it common knowledge? Otherwise, why would we leave you city to come here? Xiao Jin naturally replied. Of course. I'm not implying that this place is undesirable. We all adore it here, and being able to enjoy this life with the boss makes us incredibly happy. Meeting your family and having you as my godmother feels like a stroke of luck. Realizing his words might have been misinterpreted, Xiao Jin quickly began to explain himself. However, Wu Zhenzhen heard none of it, fixated instead on Xiao Jin's remark about it being common knowledge. It appeared that throughout the entire villa community, everyone else was in the know except for her. Frankly, Xiao Jin didn't need to clarify. It was evident he meant no harm. Noticing Xiao Jin's anxious demeanor, Wu Xiufeng quickly took hold of his arm to reassure him. Boss, tell me, do you like my sister Wu? Xiao Jin suddenly shouted loudly toward the door. Boss? Wu Zhenzhen glanced toward the entrance, and sure enough, Xie Mukin awkwardly appeared, scratching his nose. Initially, he had come up with Xiao Jin, intending to apologize. Although it was Jin Lang who had orchestrated Wu Zhenzhen's kidnapping, it was ultimately his mentor, and thus he felt a sense of responsibility. Despite Wu Zhenzhen's safe return, she had endured considerable hardship, and everyone had been on edge for days. Little did he know that as he approached the door, he would overhear such an explosive conversation. He had contemplated leaving but was also curious about everyone's true opinions of him, particularly Wu Zhenzhen's. Thus, even though he recognized it was rather impolite to linger, he found himself unable to take a step away. Hearing Wu Zhenzhen's family speak so highly of him filled him with joy. Who would have thought that Xiao Jin would inadvertently put him on the spot? He had initially planned to slip away, but felt it would be too cowardly, forcing him to awkwardly appear. Upon seeing Xie Mukin at the door, Wu Zhenzhen felt an intense wave of embarrassment wash over her, akin to being caught gossiping about someone behind their back. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Ahem, you all continue your conversation. I still have to figure out my gun, so I'll take another look. Wu Yiheng quickly found an excuse to exit, casting knowing glances at his parents and ex-Iner as he departed. Oh, right, I'm making porridge. I need to check on it. Wu Xiufeng also cleverly took Zhengbai's hand and made a hasty exit. I haven't finished my book yet. I'll go read, ex-Iner chimed in, following suit. Uncle Xiao Jin, there's something I don't understand. Could you help me with it? Seeing Xiao Jin lingering, clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama, ex-Iner swiftly pulled him along as well. I haven't read as much as you. How could I teach you? Xiao Jin protested, caught off guard as he was dragged out the door. Wu Zhenzhen watched her family's exaggerated and clumsy performance, her lips twitching in disbelief. Typically, they were all quite adept at acting, so why did they suddenly put forth such lackluster efforts to deflect her? Was this truly polite? Wu Zhenzhen initially considered making her own exit. This was far too awkward. Ahem, I also. Wu Zhenzhen earnestly sought an excuse. Let us have a chat. Just as she was about to formulate her excuse, Xie Mukin interjected. As soon as Xiao Jin and company stepped out and closed the door, they were met with the sight of Tuzi and Guzi carrying a roasted pig and a whole roasted lamb. Aunt Wu, this is a gift of apology for my boss. Tuzi called out upon seeing Wu Xiufeng. They had long been craving Wu Xiufeng's home-cooked meals. Upon hearing that Xie Mukin intended to fetch an apology gift from the kitchen, they wasted no time in retrieving the roasted pig and lamb to present to her. They knew that after such a long separation, Wu Xiufeng would undoubtedly prepare a feast for them. Sure. However, before Tuzi could finish his sentence, Xiao Jin swiftly pulled him aside and pressed him against the corner of the door, both straining to listen intently to the voices inside. Not only was Xiao Jin eavesdropping at the door, but Wu Zhenzhen's family was also pressing their ears against it, keen to catch every word. Hearing Xie Mukin's comments, Wu Zhenzhen steeled her resolve and promptly brewed him a cup of oolong tea, inviting him to sit at the tea table. Since the proverbial window had already been shattered, they might as well engage in an open discussion and remain good collaborators afterward. Ahem, I hear you have feelings for me? After serving him tea, noticing he remained silent, Wu Zhenzhen took the initiative to break the ice. Siam Yukin accepted the teacup, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only acknowledge her assertion. When did you begin to like me? Wu Zhenzhen continued, feeling that with the conversation initiated, the awkwardness began to dissipate. I'm not quite sure. The first time I witnessed your exceptional appraisal skills, I thought you had to be mine. Whether as a subordinate or otherwise, you simply cannot become someone else's tool against me. When you proposed the terms of trading one day for another, I found you both clever and audacious. As we interacted further, I discovered your calm demeanor and astute calculations, which made you particularly suitable to be my wife. I require a woman like you to assist me in managing my affairs, Siam Yukin elaborated slowly. Ahem. Boss, I must interrupt you here. What you feel is not love, but rather a recognition of my utility, deeming me fit to be your assistant. There exists a fundamental distinction between affection and need. Wu Zhenzhen interjected hastily, nearly choking on her tea at his words. Chapter 77. But my dear, that does not constitute love. Hearing Siam Yukin's declaration, those behind the door were exasperated, itching to scratch at it. Is the boss truly so inept with words? How could he possibly win her over this way? However, when I hastily referred to you as my wife to the general from Myanmar, I found myself unable to escape this characterization. The more time passed, the more I felt you were tailor-made for the role of my wife. As you sifted through the raw stones, I was enveloped by a profound sense of accomplishment, one that had eluded me for countless years, all in the hope of allowing you the freedom to select whatever your heart desires. In that moment, a peculiar feeling of fulfillment washed over me, a sensation I had never experienced before. It felt as though my efforts could finally be shared with someone, filling me with an unparalleled joy that radiated from within. Siam Yukin continued to express his innermost feelings. However, at this juncture, Wu Zhenzhen was already wearing a look of utter disbelief. Was this truly a matter of affection? Did Siam Yukin harbor some misunderstanding of love? As he spoke, it became evident that not only Wu Zhenzhen was taken aback, but even the family members outside, the parents, the younger brother, and ex-Aina, were left feeling somewhat disenchanted. It dawned on them that their aspirations were one-sided. Siam Yukin was not in search of a bride, but rather a companion. Not only must she be exceptionally capable, but she also needed to be a confidant with whom he could share his triumphs. Then, when you abruptly departed without a word, I had someone investigate, only to discover that you had already married. I was engulfed in disappointment for quite some time. Yet not long after, I learned of your divorce. And I foolishly believed I had regained what I had lost, only to find myself trapped in Myanmar for over a year due to a virus. During that time, my heart ached with urgency, fearing I would miss my chance with you again. I found myself thinking of you daily, and in time, it became a habit. Thus, as soon as the borders reopened, I sought you out. Siam Yukin remained oblivious to Wu Zhenzhen's increasingly darkening expression, continuing to articulate his innermost thoughts. Upon meeting your family, I felt a warmth I had never known before. The environment of your home mirrored my childhood aspirations. I had always yearned to integrate into your family, to become one of you. As I spent time with you, I perceived your bravery and sense of responsibility. Yet I also felt sorrow for the burdens you concealed within, bearing everything alone. I desperately wished for you to voice your worries and pains, allowing me to share the weight. Siam Yukin continued.
Stop. Stop.
Stop. At this point, Wu Zhenzhen could no longer restrain herself and interrupted Siam Yukin. Outside, the rabbit and dog, overhearing this exchange, shook their heads and sighed in exasperation. Their leader was beyond saving. What on earth was he saying? This was no declaration of love. It sounded more like a plea for a brotherhood. The bonds of the Peach Garden. Their leader, usually quite astute, now appeared utterly oblivious to matters of the heart. If they weren't so accustomed to following him daily, they might have thought he was merely seeking a collaborator. Is there a problem? Siam Yukin inquired, genuinely perplexed. He believed he was simply sharing his authentic feelings since meeting Wu Zhenzhen at various stages. Xia Laoda. I can assure you, you do not harbor any feelings for me. Wu Zhenzhen replied, eager to clarify. Let me analyze this for you. From what you've said initially, you merely required an assistant to manage your household and company affairs. You deemed me suitable for that role, but I am not fit to be your wife. You sought someone capable of discerning and managing various tasks, not a partner for life. Upon discovering my marriage, you felt a sense of loss because I became unattainable, leading to your discontent. This stems from your possessive tendencies. After arriving in Nancheng, your intentions became clearer. You were merely enamored with my mother and desired a warm family environment. However, after Wu Zhenzhen concluded her analysis, Xie Yukin found her insights somewhat accurate, yet felt something was amiss. How about this, Xie Laoda? Why not adopt my mother as your godmother, just like Xiao Jin? This way, you gain a warm family and a capable sister like me. We would become family and partners, and you could ask for my assistance without hesitation. As we are family, right? Mutual support is only natural. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's suggestion, Xie Yukin sighed. I do not want that. He was anxious at the thought of being considered her brother. Xie Yukin felt he was sincerely expressing his true feelings to Wu Zhenzhen. Yet he could not fathom why she distorted his intentions. Outside, Wu Yiheng and Zheng Bai exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disappointment. They had misjudged Xie Yukin, who, it seemed, was quite unreliable. Xiner cast a puzzled look at the closed door, questioning whether her extensive study of psychology had been in vain. Surely, her judgment had faltered. Wu Xiufeng, too, felt disheartened and, after listening for a while, retreated to the kitchen to occupy herself. Our leader is truly beyond help, resembling an emotional simpleton, the rabbit remarked. Indeed, he is an emotional simpleton. He spends his days surrounded by us, a bunch of rough men. Where could he possibly learn to articulate his feelings? Is he to learn from the women in Myanmar who serve mercenaries with serpentine grace? I wouldn't give them a second glance, let alone him, Dog lamented. Exactly. Our leader has had so few interactions with women throughout his life that now, dating feels akin to conducting a business deal. The rabbit nodded in agreement. Shall we continue as cooperative partners? We always work together quite harmoniously, don't we? You are entirely correct. We truly are well-suited as partners, Wu Zhenzhen mused to herself. Xie Yukin was bewildered at how the conversation had veered in such a direction, yet he could not dispute Wu Zhenzhen's assertions. They indeed made a fitting team. However, he yearned for a partnership akin to that of a married couple, not a mere business arrangement. In truth, Xie Yukin had first felt a spark for Wu Zhenzhen during their journey back from Myanmar to Yucheng. That day, exhausted, he had dozed off in the car. And Wu Zhenzhen, concerned for his safety, had placed her palm against the glass to shield him. Being a trained individual, Xie Yukin had awakened the moment her hand brushed past his head, resting against the glass. However, when he feigned sleep and inadvertently bumped his head against her tender palm, a part of his heart that had never known gentle care softened unexpectedly. He craved the warmth that her small hand provided. When Wu Zhenzhen eventually fell asleep, leaning on her shoulder while he wrestled with nightmares, trembling in fear, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect this small woman beside him. Deep down, he understood that he loved her, not merely as a partner in business, as Wu Zhenzhen had suggested. Thus, upon learning of her marriage, he did not rush to claim her, but instead stood back, offering silent blessings. He dared not delve into her life further, fearing the jealousy that might consume him. When he discovered her divorce, he was elated yet heartbroken at her misfortune, regretting that he had not encountered her sooner to bestow upon her a life of happiness. Whenever she stubbornly bore her burdens alone, unwilling to seek his help, it filled him with frustration and sorrow. Yet, all these sentiments remained unspoken. He excelled in business and negotiations, but articulating his emotions was a struggle. He feared that such expressions would appear overly sentimental to Wu Zhenzhen, who had been enveloped in love since childhood. How could she comprehend that even the slightest gesture from her could profoundly affect him? Love is contingent upon the harmonious alignment of time, place, and human connection. Without fate, even a lifetime spent together may not ignite a spark. When the fateful moment arrives, it may only take a fleeting expression or a subtle gesture. Thus, when Xie Yukin observed Wu Zhenzhen persistently pushing him away, he opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Chapter 78. I am returning to Myanmar. Outside the door, the rabbit and others, having realized that silence had enveloped the room, were consumed by anxiety. They all hoped that Xie Yukin would muster the courage to utter words that could salvage Wu Zhenzhen's affections. But after listening intently for what seemed an eternity, he remained resolutely silent. The group instinctively leaned closer, straining to catch any sound. Suddenly, a loud crash. To their astonishment, Several of them inadvertently pushed the door open. Siemyukin, who had intended to say something, found himself confronted by the sight of a heap of individuals at the entrance. Deciding against further speech, he fled the scene as if in escape. "Let us convene for a meeting," he declared as he reached the threshold, casting an awkward glance at the flustered rabbit and his companions. The brevity of his words sent shivers down the spines of Rabbit, Dog, and Little Jean, leaving them bewildered. What did this mean? Was their leader planning to unleash his frustrations on them, the eavesdroppers, for his failed pursuit of a romantic interest? If that were the case, they would prefer a straightforward reprimand over a meeting. The following morning, as Wu Zhenzhen rose from her slumber, she was taken aback to find Siemyukin seated in her living room. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her brow furrowed with suspicion. Although she had grown accustomed to his occasional appearances, his presence at such an early hour was unprecedented. "I have come to bid farewell," Siemyukin replied. "Farewell? Where are you going?" Wu Zhenzhen pressed. "To Myanmar," he answered succinctly. "Why are you returning to Myanmar? For how long? When will you be back?" Wu Zhenzhen's tone was laced with urgency. Had she previously felt a twinge of joy at the thought of his departure causing her distress? It now seemed that the reality of his intentions only deepened her concern. She understood that her question stemmed not from affection but from a fear of losing the protective presence he provided for her family. "I originally came to Nanching for you. Since you cannot accept me, I see no reason to remain here. After all, we are more familiar with Myanmar, and the forces there have been significantly dismantled. After discussions among our group, we concluded that Myanmar is more suitable for our lives, hence our decision to return," Siemyukin explained clumsily. "So, was yesterday's meeting about this?" Wu Zhenzhen queried, astonished by the swiftness of his resolution regarding such a significant matter. "Indeed, everyone, feeling sympathetic towards my rejection, agreed to return to Myanmar, unwilling to see me continue to suffer here," he said, casting a furtive glance at her reaction. "But we have an abundance of vegetables, potatoes, and sweet potatoes that will soon be ripe for harvest. Wouldn't it be a loss for you to leave like this?" Wu Zhenzhen protested, desperately seeking a reason for them to stay. "We plan to harvest the nearly ripe vegetables first and take them with us, while the potatoes, which require more time, will be left for later collection," Siemyukin replied. "But without you, I cannot protect these. By then, they will likely be stripped bare by those lurking below the mountain." Wu Zhenzhen exclaimed, her anxiety mounting as she sensed his resolve hardening. "Let them take what they wish. Our provisions are sufficient for the time being. Consider it an act of charity," Siemyukin retorted. "How will you transport so much? Even if no one dares to covet your goods, the logistics of transporting timber, glass, and steel alone would be an arduous task," Wu Zhenzhen argued, scrambling to find alternative reasons to persuade him. "That is why I came early to speak with you. Given our pleasant collaboration thus far, would you be so kind as to utilize your spatial abilities to assist us in transporting these items to Myanmar?" Siemyukin implored earnestly. "Rest assured, once we arrive in Myanmar and unload our cargo, I will ensure your safe return," he quickly added upon noticing her lack of response. Wu Zhenzhen yearned to refuse, for she wished for Siemyukin and his group to remain. With their presence, her family could sleep soundly each night, shielded from the chaos of the apocalypse. Their laughter and joy filled her home, providing a stark contrast to the harshness of their reality. Yet, after having been protected by Siemyukin for so long, denying his request felt unjust, as if she were turning her back on their shared efforts. Thus, she resolved to engage in further discussion, hoping that if he was adamant about leaving, she might still accompany them on their journey. After all, assisting them was a mere trifle to her, while their self-transportation would involve considerable time and risk, not to mention the waste of fuel. "I have noticed that Rabbit and the others seem quite fond of my mother, and little Jean has even recognized her as a godmother. Wouldn't it be too painful for my mother if you simply left? Moreover, would Rabbit and the others truly be willing?" Wu Zhenzhen did not provide a definitive answer, instead attempting to appeal to his emotions. "Rest assured, they will come to visit Aunt Wu from time to time. If little Jean wishes to stay, I will not obstruct her," Siemyukin reassured her. As the conversation progressed, Wu Zhenzhen began to panic. It was becoming increasingly apparent that Siemyukin was resolute in his decision to depart. Deep down, she understood that her family's comfortable existence relied heavily on Siemyukin and his companions. Without them, they would be forced to vigilantly guard their villa around the clock, And with so few individuals, it would be an impossible task to maintain such a long perimeter. The inevitable conclusion was that their defenses would soon be overwhelmed, plunging her family into a continuous battle for survival. Though she now possessed the ability to glimpse the world beyond her spatial confines, the gang-dominated landscape of Nancheng posed a daunting challenge. While she could manage a few adversaries, facing thousands daily was simply untenable. Even if she could not spend her days hiding away in her space, resorting to violence. Furthermore, should a mountain of corpses accumulate at her doorstep, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of law enforcement. No matter how she contemplated the matter, she was resolute. Siamyukin must not be allowed to leave. Thus, she endeavored to clarify her thoughts and analyze the situation he faced, hoping to persuade him to stay. Chapter 79. Let us begin a relationship. Have you considered that the vegetables and grains cultivated on the mountain are the result of everyone's hard work? To dismiss them so casually would surely wound their feelings, she implored. Moreover, if you reside here, you could continue to cultivate this land after harvesting. With this property, your future vegetable and grain supply would be assured. Any surplus could be preserved in my space, alleviating your worries about food scarcity. On the contrary, if you return to Myanmar, not only may you struggle to find a defensible and arable location, but you will also likely be unable to procure the necessary seeds for winter protection. Your return may well lead to a precarious situation where you exhaust your supplies and are left scrambling for food, she cautioned. You are undoubtedly aware that cultivating food on one's own is far simpler in the present circumstances. Venturing out in search of provisions may lead to an entire day's toil without securing sufficient sustenance for everyone. Even if you possess a means to satiate the hunger of the group, finding fresh produce such as vegetables and fruits is an impossibility. When you relocate, you may merely fill your stomach, but the quality of life will be utterly inferior compared to what you enjoy here. However, the scenario is entirely different here. Not only do you have readily available land, but by preserving some seeds of vegetables and grains, you can ensure an endless supply of seeds for cultivation, thus sparing yourself the burden of foraging for food. Even if your harvest falls short, my space contains more than enough grain for a household, which we could share with you. After all, you have safeguarded our home, and I would never allow you to go hungry. Furthermore, the letters we have received indicate that the harsh weather conditions will not persist indefinitely. In a few years, we shall face sweltering heat. In such temperatures, food preservation becomes a daunting task. However, if you remain here, provisions can be stored within my space, alleviating that concern. Therefore, it is evident that this place is far more conducive to your survival. Wu Zhenzhen analyzed meticulously. You make a valid point, yet my mind is resolute. Siamyukin replied coolly. Are you truly so averse to this place? Or is it me you reject? Do you disregard the well-being of your subordinates merely to avoid me? Wu Zhenzhen was perplexed by Siamyukin's sudden obstinacy, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of leaving. Since you have so decisively turned me away, what is the point in my lingering before you? I came for you, and now, if my presence causes you distress, I shall take my leave to spare you the irritation, Siamyukin remarked with self-deprecation. I am not annoyed. How could I be? Your presence brings me immense comfort, as I need not worry about disturbances from those below the mountain. I have grown accustomed to living under your protection. Can you not stay? Wu Zhenzhen hastily conceded. Absolutely not. Though Siamyukin's heart had softened at her words, the counsel of his companions lingered in his mind, prompting him to steel his resolve. Must you return to Myanmar under such circumstances, solely because I have declined your advances? Wu Zhenzhen struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind his stubbornness. Indeed, Siamyukin asserted with unwavering conviction. If I consent to explore a relationship with you, would that persuade you to remain? Wu Zhenzhen contemplated before posing the question. Indeed, Siamyukin's heart soared, yet he maintained an air of composure in his response. Let us give it a try. Please do not depart, Wu Zhenzhen declared, biting her lip as she made her determination known. Very well. It is settled, Siamyukin exhaled in relief, eager to affirm the agreement lest Wu Zhenzhen change her mind. Siamyukin, you are deceiving me. Wu Zhenzhen observed the relief upon his countenance and realized she had been outmaneuvered. What deception have I wrought? Siamyukin inquired with a smile. You scoundrel. Wu Zhenzhen retorted in exasperation. In what manner am I a scoundrel? Siamyukin asked, his anticipation evident. I was merely jesting, playing around. Do not take it to heart, Wu Zhenzhen laughed, suddenly aware that she had misspoken. In truth, she wished to interrogate him. Suspecting he had no intention of returning to Yuqing and had feigned his departure merely to elicit her proposition for a relationship. However, she feared misjudging his intentions, worried that this capricious man might decide to leave without warning, though she was nearly certain, by at least 80 to 90%, that he had indeed sought to manipulate her. She refrained from voicing her suspicions. She harbored a genuine fear of him departing without notice. Wu Zhenzhen contemplated that marriage could always lead to divorce. Pursuing a mere relationship was not a significant risk. She resolved to secure his presence first, prioritizing the safety of her family above all else. Though she felt somewhat unscrupulous in her calculations, extraordinary circumstances warranted extraordinary measures. With time, he would come to realize that she was indeed an ideal partner for collaboration, and when the moment arose for a parting, they could amicably separate, remaining allies in their endeavors. However, at that moment, Xie Mukin felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped Wu Zhenzhen would challenge him rather than analyze the situation with such rationality and choose silence. It appeared she regarded him merely as a means to an end, not as a companion with whom she could express her frustrations. Heartless woman, Xie Mukin mused as he observed the calculating expression on her face. Despite knowing her intentions to leverage their relationship for the protection of her family, he found solace in the fact that she had conceded to enter a relationship with him. Whatever her motivations, once they were together, she would find it impossible to extricate herself from his grasp. Eventually, she would come to recognize his genuine affection. He possessed ample patience for the future. Could you assist me with a request? Wu Zhenzhen inquired as Xie Mukin fell silent.
What is it?
He asked, pleased at the prospect of her seeking his assistance. This was a newfound dynamic. Previously, every interaction with Wu Zhenzhen had been transactional, steeped in business. This straightforward request for his help was unprecedented. Even during their last trip to Myanmar, she had insisted on compensating him with additional supplies to avoid appearing to take advantage of him. My family and I wish to learn martial arts and marksmanship. Could you send someone to instruct us? Wu Zhenzhen asked cautiously, gauging his reaction. Though it felt somewhat presumptuous to request his help so soon into their relationship, after all they had endured, she recognized that relying solely on their current situation was untenable. Especially after Xie Mukin's sudden declaration of intent to leave, she understood that personal strength was paramount. Despite possessing ample weaponry, enhancing their combat capabilities was essential. Once her family's fighting prowess was fortified, she would no longer be unprepared for the possibility of Xie Mukin's departure. Having commenced their relationship, she felt it imperative to utilize this time wisely, ensuring he bolstered their family's strength before anything else. Although he was her newly appointed boyfriend, Xie Mukin couldn't help but roll his eyes at her request. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. She sought to empower her family to the point where she could dismiss him at a moment's notice. Yet, what could he do? As her boyfriend, he could hardly refuse her first request. For now, he would take it one step at a time. Regardless of her future intentions, he had already secured her commitment, and there was no escaping him now. Besides, her newfound strength would grant him peace of mind. Who would you like to teach you? Xie Mukin inquired. Anyone will do, Xiaojin, Rabbit, Dogsy, Huzi, whoever you see fit. Wu Zhenzhen replied. Wu Zhenzhen had keenly observed the remarkable prowess of Xie Mukin's subordinates. Each of them possessed formidable strength. Thus it mattered little who educated them. All their martial skills and marksmanship were imparted by me. When Wu Zhenzhen enumerated a plethora of names without mentioning his, Xie Mukin could not help but interject. Impressive, indeed. It appears you are an exceptional teacher, having cultivated such outstanding students. Then let it be Xiaojin. He spends every day at our home, adeptly balancing protection and instruction. Wu Zhenzhen was acutely aware of Xie Mukin's underlying insinuation but felt a pang of awkwardness at the prospect of close daily interactions with him. Hence, she hastily settled on a choice to preempt any suggestion from Xie Mukin to personally tutor her, which would leave her no room for rejection. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzhen's words, Xie Mukin found himself at a loss for how to further advocate for himself. Oh, well, since we have little to occupy our time these days, why not have each of us take on the responsibility of teaching one? Suddenly, Tuzi burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, What are you all doing here? Wu Zhenzhen inquired. gazing at the group of people clustered outside the door. "We've been here all along," Tuzi replied with a mischievous grin. "You knew they were outside?" Wu Zhenzhen directed her gaze at Siemyukin. "Yes, I sensed their presence," he admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping across his face as he rubbed his nose. Although Siemyukin had ascended alone, he had surmised that his subordinates would not miss the opportunity to indulge in the spectacle. Despite his repeated warnings against following him, he was well aware that these rascals were too accustomed to their mischief to heed his admonitions. To prevent them from trailing behind, he had risen early, seizing the moment before anyone else awoke, yet he was bemused to find that the rascals had still managed to discover his whereabouts. The moment he began conversing with Wu Zhenzhen, he sensed eavesdroppers lurking outside, undoubtedly his subordinates. It turned out that the meeting Siemyukin had mentioned the previous day was not about planning an exit, but rather strategizing on how to win Wu Zhenzhen back. He was utterly perplexed as to how he had managed to botch the conversation. Regardless, the fact that Wu Zhenzhen had rejected him was now common knowledge among the eavesdropping rascals, and it was only a matter of time before everyone would be aware. With that in mind, he decided to dispense with any pretense and convene a meeting, seeking their counsel on how to potentially rekindle his relationship with Wu Zhenzhen. Given that the proverbial window between them had already been shattered, he understood that if they could not unite, Wu Zhenzhen would only continue to distance herself, leaving him with increasingly scant opportunities. The previous day's meeting had been quite the raucous affair, and it was the first time he realized how lively his subordinates' thoughts could be. On ordinary days, when he solicited their opinions, they were typically reticent. He had assumed they were merely obedient followers, lacking the capacity to offer suggestions. Yet, the plethora of saccharine platitudes and outlandish methods to woo women he heard left him flabbergasted. Phrases like "I fell for you at first sight," and "now I can't sleep at night, for you occupy my every thought, and life is long. I wish for you to accompany me," abounded. There were even crude declarations of love, such as "I'm too possessive," "My heart can only contain you," and whimsical inquiries like, "Are you a rabbit? For you seem to bounce around in my heart." After merely 10 minutes, he was left smacking his forehead, regretting the very decision to hold such a meeting. Soliciting advice from these single men, who had never courted women, felt akin to listening to a cacophony of lunacy. Their knowledge of romance stemmed solely from television dramas, and their suggestions were a haphazard jumble. As the discussion progressed, the eldest among them, Chen Guangyi, proposed a suggestion. He should candidly express to Wu Zhenzhen how her support had kindled his affections and how, over time, he had found himself ensnared in a deep emotional entanglement. This might, perhaps, yield a glimmer of hope in winning her heart. After pondering for some time, Siemyukin found this idea to be the most plausible. Initially, he had contemplated mustering the courage to declare his feelings by writing down his thoughts and rehearsing them overnight, intending to confess to Wu Zhenzhen the following day. However, a passing chef overheard him and quickly intervened to dissuade him from this self-destructive notion. Given the current circumstances, whether Siemyukin could articulate his feelings remained uncertain. Even if he managed to express himself clearly, Wu Zhenzhen, with her current disposition, might be moved yet still harbor no romantic inclinations toward him. Even if her heart fluttered, she would never agree to pursue a relationship with him, fearing that any minor gesture might inadvertently provoke his sensitive nature. To delineate her boundaries with Siemyukin, she might even choose to retreat into her room, effectively disappearing, which would leave him in a dire predicament, further complicating any chances of reconciliation. Drawing from his own experience with marriage, the chef advised Siemyukin to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, deceiving Wu Zhenzhen into believing he intended to leave. Although she harbored no feelings for him, her deep love for her family and her knack for weighing pros and cons would compel her to strive for reconciliation. Siemyukin could occasionally remind her that his departure was due to her rejection, and ultimately, she might find herself compelled to pursue a relationship with him for the sake of her family. In this precarious situation, the relationship between Siemyukin and Wu Zhenzhen could only be advanced step by step. They needed to establish a connection first before gradually nurturing their emotions. Even if she ultimately did not relent, he could always concoct another excuse to remain. After all, he had long considered Wu Zhenzhen's family as his own. Even if she declined to enter a relationship with him, he would still protect them. Moreover, he knew his subordinates would be reluctant to part with Aunt Wu. As for Myanmar, neither Siemyukin nor his subordinates had any desire to go there. It was a place of nightmares for them. And had it not been for survival and business, they would never have ventured there to procure raw stones for a competitive edge. They would gladly avoid Myanmar for the rest of their lives. Yet, this humble Wulian mountain had become the happiest and warmest place they had known, making it hard for them to consider leaving. Where the heart is at peace, there lies my home. After careful consideration of the chef's analysis, Siamyukin deemed this plan to be the most viable. He would first attempt to win Wu Zhenzen over with deception. Should she adamantly refuse to relent, he could then fabricate a reason to stay. Eventually, he would sit down with her to discuss matters of collaboration, gradually integrating himself into her life, allowing her to grow accustomed to his presence, and perhaps there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Thus unfolded the scene where Siamyukin resolutely refused to heed any advice, insisting he would depart. This was also why Tuzi and the others had taken to lurking outside Wu Zhenzen's home that morning. They were not about to miss this grand spectacle, and to prevent Siamyukin from slipping away unnoticed, they had taken the unprecedented step of monitoring him. Aside from their desire to witness the unfolding drama, they were primarily concerned that their leader might falter and reveal his true feelings, at which point they could swoop in to assist him. They all understood that their leader was usually astute and sharp-minded, yet when confronted with Wu Zhenzen, he often became rather befuddled. Take yesterday's conversation. For instance, it was truly cringeworthy, as he uttered such foolish remarks in his pursuit of a woman, entirely unlike the leader they typically knew. Concerned that Siamyukin might falter and expose their ruse, Rabbit and the others had repeatedly stressed the need for him to maintain composure and not relent. They listened anxiously from outside the door, fearing that their leader might soften and agree to Wu Zhenzen's wishes, rendering their hopes futile. Upon hearing Wu Zhenzen relent, they were nearly dancing with joy outside, elated by the prospect of finally having a sister-in-law. Their next task was to create opportunities for their leader. So when Wu Zhenzen suggested pushing Siamyukin outside to have little Jean teach them martial arts and shooting, Rabbit, in a fit of urgency, burst through the door with the idea that each person should be responsible for teaching one.
Now,
he had to ensure that the bond between their leader and sister-in-law was unshakable. No one must dare to disrupt it. Chapter 81. The whole family trains together. It was quite exhausting for everyone to guard the door all the time, so during their free moments, they should rest well. One person teaching these novices was more than sufficient. Wu Zhenzen, well aware of Rabbit's intentions, hastily declined politely. Sister-in-law, or rather, Sister Wu, are you familiar with the saying teaching according to one's aptitude? Each of us possesses unique traits, and our training should reflect those differences, Rabbit stammered. However, Wu Zhenzen, while largely agreeing with Rabbit's viewpoint, was reluctant to be assigned to Siamyukin. Just as she was about to offer a rebuttal, she was interrupted by Dogzi. Sister Wu, Rabbit is correct. I am particularly sensitive to my surroundings and can swiftly discern the environment. Hence, Xian would greatly benefit from my instruction, as she has a natural talent in this regard. I excel in stealth and the use of a sniper rifle, and Yi Heng, being focused and dedicated, is well suited to learn long-range shooting from me. Little Jean chimed in promptly. I specialize in scouting and tracking, while Uncle Zheng is meticulous and calm, making him an ideal candidate to learn from me, Mouse added. I'll take Aunt Wu. I'll take Aunt Wu. Rabbit quickly raised his hand to vote, fearing that others might snatch her away. You're fast, but how can you expect Aunt Wu to learn from you at her age? I'm much more suitable, Tiger retorted defiantly. Is your brute strength really the best fit for her? Rabbit shot back indignantly. Everyone please, I believe I am the most suitable. I am agile and versatile, making me particularly adept at teaching Aunt Wu, Monkey also contested. Step aside. Do you really want Aunt Wu to climb trees with you? Tiger argued back. Others soon joined the fray, each eager to instruct Wu Xiufeng. In truth, they did not harbor lofty expectations of what Wu Xiufeng could learn at her age. With their protection, she would never suffer harm. They merely aimed to impart some basic survival and combat skills, which would serve to strengthen her, even if she never needed to use them. Their insistence on teaching her stemmed from the desire to carve out moments alone with her, as they often struggled to have a proper conversation due to the presence of others. Thus, seizing this opportunity, they were unwilling to yield to one another. Eventually, they agreed to take turns teaching her one day at a time. Why don't any of you just take me under your wing? Wu Zhenzen suggested, noticing the fervent competition for the role of Wu Xiufeng as instructor. You're best suited to be taught by the leader. They all exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances. Deep down, she understood that their insistence on this one-on-one arrangement was merely a ploy to pair her with Siemyukin. So, regardless of her actions, she would inevitably be assigned to him. Thus, she resolved to abandon her struggles and graciously accepted Siemyukin as her mentor. Wu Zhenzhen initially anticipated that learning under Siemyukin would be somewhat awkward, but to her surprise, he taught without any personal sentiment. He was strict, offering reprimands when necessary, and never hesitated to push her to her limits. This approach alleviated any burden she felt, and she no longer worried about potential embarrassment. Her sole focus was to diligently complete the tasks Siemyukin assigned. However, her reckless assault techniques learned in her past life during the apocalypse often left Siemyukin exasperated. He struggled to comprehend where she had acquired such methods. For example, in her attempts to attack an opponent's eyes, she unwittingly exposed her own heart. And in targeting the lower abdomen, she turned her entire back to her assailant. If they possessed any martial arts knowledge, a mere knife could easily dispatch her. While her reckless style might intimidate ordinary citizens, against someone with martial arts expertise, she would be swiftly defeated.
Yet,
It seemed Wu Zhenzhen had employed these reckless techniques for a long time, making them habitual. Each time she attacked, her weaknesses became glaringly apparent, complicating Siemyukin's training efforts. If only she had approached the training as a blank slate, it would have been far easier to teach her. However, transforming Wu Zhenzhen's ingrained habits required considerable effort from Siemyukin. Nonetheless, she was incredibly eager to learn and often trained with an intensity that suggested she was fighting for her life. Moreover, she was highly cooperative with Siemyukin, diligently working to correct her bad habits. Consequently, her progress was rapid, and her combat prowess grew increasingly formidable. In truth, Siemyukin's training methods for Wu Zhenzhen were not less rigorous than those he had applied to his subordinates. In fact, they were even more demanding. While his former subordinates had cried out in distress under his training, Wu Zhenzhen seemed tireless, never uttering a complaint, and even pushing herself to practice more. It almost seemed as though Siemyukin and the others were on the verge of leaving, and she alone would need to defend their home. This led Siemyukin to nearly reveal to Wu Zhenzhen that they had never even contemplated departing. Xian, indeed, possessed the keen perception that Dogzi had mentioned. After only a few months of training with Dogzi, her sensitivity had nearly surpassed his. Sometimes, when Dogzi failed to locate little Jean, Xian could effortlessly find her. This filled Dogzi with immense pride as her mentor, yet little Jean felt somewhat frustrated, as if Xian had come specifically to outshine her. Naturally, aside from her perceptive abilities, Dogzi ensured that Xian did not lag in physical conditioning and combat training either. However, Xian shared the same flaw as Wu Zhenzhen. In a fight, they both instinctively targeted their opponent as vulnerable points without considering how to conceal their own weaknesses. Yet, Dogzi lacked the teaching prowess and experience that Siemyukin possessed. Being still young, he was reluctant to scold or punish Xian, opting instead for a patient approach to gradually adjust her habits. Fortunately, Wu Zhenzhen frequently exchanged training experiences with Xian, who was eager to learn and thus adjusted her behaviors relatively quickly. What Wu Zhenzhen did not foresee was that, among the family, the one making the fastest progress and improvements was, in fact, Wu Yiheng. His focus was unparalleled, even surpassing little Jean-s. This was not surprising, given that he could spend days hunched over his desk, fixated on resolving even the smallest issues with machinery. As a result, during just a few months of training, Wu Yiheng had already achieved nearly perfect accuracy in long-range sniper shooting. Zheng Bai, having served in the military during his youth, had already learned many techniques, albeit some had faded from memory over time. However, under Mao's guidance and instruction, he quickly regained his proficiency. The rabbits and their companions initially believed that teaching Wu Xiufeng was merely a means to enhance her physical fitness. However, they were taken aback by her unparalleled diligence and earnestness in learning. Despite her advanced age, her background of laboring in the fields of the countryside endowed her with considerable strength and commendable physical condition, leading to significant progress in her training. Consequently, it was Wu Zhenzhen who lagged behind in her studies, as she devoted a substantial amount of time over the months to correcting her bad habits. Yet, once she began to rectify these flaws, her advancement surged remarkably. Out of compassion for Wu Xiufeng, who trained tirelessly before returning home to cook, the rabbits and their companions frequently extended warm invitations to Wu Zhenzhen's family to join them for meals. On occasions, after indulging in hearty feasts, Wu Xiufeng would showcase her culinary skills, inviting everyone to savor her home-cooked dishes. Gradually, they truly came to embody the essence of a family, sharing meals, training together, and reveling in each other's company. In Chapter 82, titled The Whole Family is Fierce, 3 years later, the transformation in the demeanor of Wu Zhenzhen's family was nothing short of astounding. Whether due to prolonged training or their daily consumption of the space's spiritual spring, Wu Xiufeng and Zheng Bai appeared rejuvenated, their faces gradually taking on a rosy glow and their gaits becoming light and buoyant. They exuded a vibrant vitality, and even their eyes sparkled with clarity, as if they were becoming younger, although they were somewhat older. Their rigorous training had been on par with that of Wu Zhenzhen and her siblings, allowing them to acquire considerable skills. Even the rabbits, when sparring with them, no longer dared to underestimate their opponents, requiring them to exert considerable effort. Particularly noteworthy was Zheng Bai, whose strength may not have matched that of the rabbits. Yet his composure and keen observation skills allowed him to adeptly navigate his surroundings and exploit his opponent's weaknesses. He often launched surprise attacks, catching his adversaries off guard, leading to occasional victories over them. While Wu Xiufeng's diverse training meant she still had a distance to cover before besting the rabbits, she was more than capable of handling external threats. Wu Zhenzhen, witnessing her parents' relentless dedication to their training, often felt a pang of sorrow. She understood that their tireless efforts at such an advanced age were entirely for the sake of their children. For her, Xian'er was her child. However, for Wu Xiufeng and Zheng Bai, she and Wu Yiheng were no less than their own. They merely sought to enhance their capabilities, aspiring to protect their children, ensuring that even when the children required no protection, they could still safeguard themselves and not burden them with their limitations. Originally perceived as a frail, tech-savvy youth, Wu Yiheng had undergone a remarkable transformation, growing taller, developing a robust physique, and exuding an imposing presence, even in silence. Previously, he had been an easy target for bullies. Now, his aura alone deterred others from approaching him. His precision and ferocity in combat were striking. Deep down, Wu Yiheng felt indebted to his parents and sister. As the sole young man in the family, he had failed to protect his parents in his past life, and now he felt helpless, watching his sister toil tirelessly. Hence, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he devoted himself to creating weapons, hoping to safeguard his family. His training was relentless. He subjected himself to rigorous practice day and night, even sneaking out to train more when others were asleep. His shooting skills had surpassed those of the rabbits, even leaving their coach, Xiao Jin, feeling inadequate. Only Siemyukin from Wulian Mountain could rival him, though Siemyukin's victories were few, relying primarily on his superior combat experience. In terms of shooting accuracy, Siemyukin could only concede defeat. During this time, Wu Zhenzhen's martial prowess and shooting abilities had also seen tremendous growth. If she were to utilize her space abilities, she would find no match within Wulian Mountain. Against the various factions below, if she concealed herself within her space and struck, annihilating an entire gang would be a trivial matter. Without the use of her space, while defeating Siemyukin posed some challenges, she could easily hold her own against the rabbits. Her strength lay in her ruthless techniques, specifically those that could deliver a fatal blow, abandoning any methods that merely inflicted minor injuries. Xian'er had grown substantially, her strikes unwavering despite her tender age. Though she lacked the physical strength of her peers, her agility and adaptability, coupled with her uncanny ability to discern the intentions of others within moments, rendered her a formidable opponent. Initially, the rabbits would often tease Xian'er, but after suffering defeats at her hands, they began to avoid her. Confronting a child who was fierce in combat would only diminish their own stature. Yet, ignoring her would allow her to unleash her lethal skills. As a result, Xian'er became the most formidable figure on Wulian Mountain. Everyone was astonished by the family's unified ferocity. Wu Yiheng and Wu Zhenzhen understood it to some extent, yet they were surprised to find that even young Xian'er and the typically warm-hearted Wu Xiufeng could be so ruthless and unyielding in combat. Initially, they presumed the family sought martial arts merely to pass the time and improve their health. Little did they know they were genuinely training with lethal intent.
Consequently,
the others felt a sense of guilt. thinking that Wu Zhenzhen's family trained out of insecurity regarding their safety and fear of abandonment. They felt remorseful, sharing their concerns about a supposed departure with the family and assuring them that they would never leave Wulian Mountain, allowing them to remain in their sanctuary. However, upon hearing this, Wu Zhenzhen's family seemed unfazed, continuing their rigorous training as if perpetually preparing for battle. While the martial prowess of Wu Zhenzhen's family soared, her relationship with Xie Mukin appeared to stagnate. Whether due to their busy training schedules, leaving no room for intimacy, Wu Zhenzhen's deliberate avoidance, or Xie Mukin's inherent awkwardness, their emotional connection had not deepened over 3 years of training together. The rabbits had not neglected to play matchmakers for them, but each time they orchestrated moments of solitude, the pair only ended up focusing on their practice. Despite enduring 3 arduous years of training and sustaining numerous injuries, the nourishment from the space's spiritual spring left Wu Zhenzhen's skin remarkably supple, and her daily training imbued her with an invigorating aura.
Now,
she possessed a captivating beauty combined with an air of elegance. Standing alongside Xie Mukin, he felt overshadowed, leading to much teasing from the rabbits about how he would soon be unworthy of her. Nevertheless, Xie Mukin exhibited extraordinary patience towards Wu Zhenzhen, never pushing her to hasten their relationship. He awaited the day she would gradually open her heart to him and truly embrace him, all the while concealing his own feelings to spare her any discomfort or embarrassment. In truth, the mere opportunity to be together each day, even if only for training, brings Wu Zhenzhen immense satisfaction. She feels a profound sense of indebtedness to Xie Mukin, yet having endured the ravages of the apocalypse and a ludicrous marriage, she finds herself devoid of the courage to embrace another romantic relationship. Despite their extended interactions, she is acutely aware that Xie Mukin is indeed a man of responsibility and depth of feeling, someone truly worthy of her trust. However, after experiencing a lifetime of loss, she harbors an overwhelming fear of losing him, the one she holds dear. The thought of opening her heart and allowing herself to fall for Xie Mukin, only to subsequently lose him, terrifies her. While she cannot evade her family, she yearns to flee from Xie Mukin. Thus, she continually seeks ways to compensate him. The supplies that Wu Zhenzhen possesses are largely matched by Xie Mukin, and the vegetables and grains they cultivate are more than sufficient. Consequently, she takes it upon herself to store their produce, ensuring that they enjoy the freshest vegetables and grains daily. Additionally, each morning before training, she fills their water tanks and dispensers with spiritual spring water, safeguarding everyone's health and shielding them from illness and injury. Although their resources are plentiful and their combat capabilities formidable, Wu Zhenzhen frequently finds herself haunted by nightmares, tormented by visions of Exiner being captured and consumed alive. One fateful night, jolted awake once more by a nightmare, Wu Zhenzhen resolves that the time has come to exact revenge. Certain individuals must experience the agony of being skinned alive. Chapter 83. Revenge in Zhenzhen.
Dad, Mom,
I wish to discuss something with you. Early in the morning, Wu Zhenzhen, bearing dark circles under her eyes, spoke to Wu Xiufeng and Zheng Bai, who were already up. Child, what troubles you? Have you not slept all night? Wu Xiufeng inquired with concern. Mom, I wish to go to Zhenzhen, Wu Zhenzhen declared. Why would we leave when everything is fine here? What business do we have in Zhenzhen? Wu Xiufeng asked, puzzled. I want to avenge Exiner, Wu Zhenzhen stated candidly. Very well. Those wretches deserve punishment, and we shall accompany you, Wu Xiufeng replied. Her anger ignited at the thought of those who had not only devoured her beloved Exiner in a past life, but were now tormenting both Wu Zhenzhen and Exiner, subjecting them to relentless nightmares. It was long overdue that they should be obliterated. Mom, I mean to go alone. I wish to keep this from Exiner. I do not want to inflict further harm upon her. You both should stay home and care for her. I promise to protect myself and will not allow myself to be harmed, Wu Zhenzhen implored earnestly. Then let Xiao Xia accompany you, Wu Xiufeng suggested, still anxious about Wu Zhenzhen's decision to go alone. Mom, our family has already troubled them enough. This is my personal matter, and I do not wish to burden him further. Wu Zhenzhen disagreed with her mother's proposal. After all this time, can you really not see him as someone you can rely on? Wu Xiufeng said, her heart aching. How much suffering had her daughter endured in a world unbeknownst to her? How could a heart frozen in ice ever be warmed again?
Mom,
I don't even know myself. Wu Xiaofeng had been worried about Wu Zhenjin's cold demeanor towards Xiam Yukin for some time. Yet, she had never intervened, knowing that certain psychological battles must be faced by Wu Zhenjin alone. If she wishes to pursue something, let her do so. We must trust that she will protect herself. Zheng Bai interjected quickly, sensing Wu Zhenjin's distress. We will take good care of Xir, Zheng Bai assured Wu Zhenjin. Big sis, I'll go with you. Wu Yiheng suddenly piped up. When did you wake up? Wu Zhenjin asked, perplexed. She had been so engrossed in their conversation that she had not noticed his presence at all. Big sis, did you forget what I excel at? Wu Yiheng replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Boastful as ever. You should not come. I worry that if danger arises, I won't be able to bring you into safety. Wu Zhenjin cautioned. Big sis, I want to check on that guy in our hometown to see if he is dead. If he is not, I will kill him myself. Wu Yiheng whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Wu Zhenjin gazed at her brother, whose eyes were ablaze with hatred, and felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She had never realized that this seemingly sunny brother of hers harbored so much resentment within. For so long, he had feigned indifference in public, merely to allow their family some peace of mind. It was no wonder that after the apocalypse, Wu Yiheng had thrown himself into weapon research, and during training, he relentlessly pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, constantly adding to his drills. Clearly, his inner turmoil was quite severe. Wu Zhenjin understood that the only way to dispel the demons haunting them was to personally confirm that those who plagued their nightmares were indeed dead and would no longer harm their loved ones. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Mom and Dad, you are right. I cannot go alone. If something happens, I will have no one to consult. It is better for Yiheng to accompany me for mutual support, Wu Zhenjin said, her heart aching as she looked into her brother's vengeful eyes. Very well, but you must be cautious. Always remember your well-being is more important to us than anything else. Wu Xiaofeng said, her heart heavy. She knew all too well what her children were feeling. After all, she was their mother. How could she not perceive their private thoughts? She merely wished to honor their filial piety, pretending ignorance and feigning happiness to grant them peace of mind. In truth, her heart ached more than anyone else's when she witnessed her husband and son perish before her eyes. She too was plagued by nightmares, fully aware of the feelings tormenting her children. When Wu Zhenjin expressed her desire for revenge, she had no intention of obstructing her. If it would bring them some semblance of peace, she would support her children in whatever they chose, be it revenge or worse. This was also why, despite her age, she trained with a fervor that rivaled her children. She too possessed a fierce maternal instinct, wanting to protect her offspring with all her might. After conferring with her parents, Wu Zhenjin retrieved ample provisions and spiritual spring water from her space, sufficient for her family to sustain themselves for a considerable time, and prepared to depart. However, just as she brought out her helicopter, Xiam Yukin arrived with a cadre of 10 or so followers, including rabbits and dogs. Startled by the sight of the armed group, Wu Zhenjin exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Without leaving her side, Xiam Yukin climbed aboard the helicopter and declared, "Get in. We're leaving." Perplexed, Wu Zhenjin looked at him. She had never mentioned her intention to travel to Zhenzhen. How did they know? How did you know I was going to Zhenzhen?
She inquired.
Is that where you intend to go? Xiam Yukin countered. You didn't know where I was headed? Then why are you following me? Wu Zhenjin found herself utterly confused. I didn't know your destination, just that you were embarking on a long journey, he replied. How did you know I was going far? She pressed, trying to appear nonchalant to avoid raising his suspicions. Spiritual spring water, Xiam Yukin said calmly. Wu Zhenjin suddenly understood. Her secret of filling their water tank with spiritual spring water had been discovered by him. Typically, Wu Zhenjin allocates merely enough water for them to consume for a single day. Although the space is endowed with an inexhaustible source of spiritual spring, Wu Zhenjin cherishes this remarkable resource deeply, unwilling to squander even a drop. She has always ensured that they receive only what they can drink. However, this time, as she prepared for a long journey, she harbored concerns about their access to the spring water. Thus, she clandestinely filled their water tower to the brim. She had intended for Wu Xiaofeng to inform them of the source of the water only after her departure. To her surprise, they discovered her secret. Nevertheless, seeing Xiam Yukin accompany them provided Wu Xiaofeng and Zheng Bai with considerable reassurance. observing the group of Xiamyukin readying themselves for departure. Wu Zhenzhen had no choice but to reluctantly follow Wu Yiheng aboard the helicopter.